Our branded print on demand store did over $800,000 in t shirt sales alone by the end of its first year. And you're about to see everything. You're going to see the brand, the store, the products, the ads, the emails, and even how much profit it generates. So you'll finally have a real world example of what it actually looks like to scale a brand.
But of course, you're not just going to be watching because we are going to be building a brand alongside you, going step by step from scratch all the way to the point that you're going to walk away with your very own brand ready to take its first sale.
The best part is this isn't Etsy, it's not merch by Amazon, and it definitely isn't Redbubble. This is branded print on demand, a business you actually own that requires no inventory, has minimal startup costs, and most importantly of all, provides so much value to our customers that they turn into raving fans who come back and buy from us again and again. But we have to warn you, we're not saying that this is easy or that you'll become rich or anything else, because anything worthwhile involves risk, and most people do nothing. So your individual results will vary. But for all of you watching who are ready to take action, there's a window of opportunity that has just opened right now.
And that opportunity is that people are buying more print on demand products than ever before, which is great news, but begs the question, why not just launch on Etsy or Amazon? There's really one word for it, and that is AI. AI is currently flooding these marketplaces with tons of competition, fighting over the same exact customers. Because on a marketplace, your audience is limited to their audience, meaning you are just fighting over a tiny sliver of the pie that they own. But when we run our own branded print on demand stores, we own everything. We're able to create a totally fresh pie just for ourselves.
Now, branded print on demand used to have a steep learning curve. That's what kept people out. So we ended up taking all of our experience of $45 million of combined sales and trained it into tools that we're about to give you.
These are the exact same tools that we use to run the brand that we referenced at the beginning that generated over $800,000 in its first year. Part of the reason we were able to do that was because these tools helped us do everything from our market research to creating our designs, even generating our ad copy. And in addition to hopefully expediting results, it's also designed to keep our costs as low as possible, like anybody starting a new business is trying to do.
And all of this is thanks to the feedback of 23,000 amazing Scalers and the largest branded print on demand community in the world. It's because of them that we can credit this course being built for everyone, from beginners to existing sellers, with the goal of helping you do everything from a $10,000 a month side hustle to a seven-figure business. And every single lesson knocks down the number one blocker at each stage, all in the name of making the ultimate print on demand guide for you. So let's start by addressing the elephant in the room of, is this actually a full course? Because after all, it is free.
And the answer to that is a resounding yes, 100%. We are so passionate about making this kind of education free to everybody because we have personally been in your exact shoes before, spending $5,000 plus on overpriced courses that just underdelivered. So we wanted to do something completely different and flip the normal business model on its head entirely.
Everything that you need to succeed is right here, completely for free, behind no paywalls. And our goal is to help you build a world class brand. And if you love what we teach, maybe someday you'll decide to join our paid community, because we've personally experienced the impact that community can have on a business. But whether you join us or not, all the information that you need to be successful is right here in this course, which may sound like a lot.
That's why the good news is there are lots of different ways that you can approach this. Take us, for example. Meg started out her print on demand journey while she was working full time as a bedside trauma nurse. She was putting in 5 to 10 hours a week on her side hustle and started off slow and grew over time to the point today that she's done over $7 million in sales over just 6 years. Or myself, on the other hand, I took the opposite approach, dove in headfirst right out of the gate, quit my job, and went full time. Now, to be perfectly honest, I had plenty of failures to show for that decision, but today it's paid off in some ways because I've generated over $25 million dollars in sales. Then, last but certainly not least, is our business partner, Eric, who's your third coach in this course, who started his journey right out of college because he knew the 9 to 5 route was just not something he wanted to go down. So instead, he started working from his parents' house and driving an hour every day to come work and collaborate on his brand. And as of today, he's racked up over $13 million in sales.
So the point is, there's different paths, different journeys, but one commonality that we all had was that we took action. Now, you're not here to hear about our story. You're here to take the next step in yours. And to prove that we're serious and make good on our first promise to you, the brand that we are going to be exposing is Sloth Hiking Club.
Now, we're going to dive deep into this brand throughout the next couple of hours here together. But what we know is that this means there will be copycats. And to be honest, probably a lot of them. But that is a risk that we're okay to take if it means helping even one more person build the brand of their dreams. Because especially anybody who tries to copy is going to be missing out on the true secret because it's not the brand itself, it is the system. It is understanding how and why each part works the way that it does. And that's the understanding that we're going to help give you throughout the next couple of hours because anybody who goes in it without that is just going to be guessing. Branded print on demand, as complex as it may seem, really only comes down to five core fundamentals that ultimately determine our success. First, you have the brand. Second, you have the products we make. Third, you have the store that we sell from. Fourth, you have the marketing. And then five, it's pouring fuel on the fire and how we scale.
And all of that combined creates our course roadmap that we're about to go through together. And once you master these fundamentals, you truly have a real business. But before we jump into things and start building your brand together, I just want to say for myself, for Chris, and for the rest of our team of 25 amazing people, thank you. We know that your time is extremely valuable, and there's lots of different places that you could be getting your learning and education from. We just want you to know that the trust and confidence you place in us is something that we never take for granted. Without further ado, let's scale
Scale
to
to
new
new
heights
heights
together.
together. We're jumping right in, starting off by building our brand foundations, following the exact same structure that Sloth Hiking Club uses to run its business. And we're doing this as Sloth Hiking Club over the past 30 days. Let's hit refresh, see where it's at. It's done $157,000 in sales. Now, the reason that I highlight this is not to brag or boast or anything of the sort, far from it. It's to show that it poses an interesting question of like, in order to do that, what do we actually need? Like, what are the components that go into it? Well, first off, we obviously need a place to sell. And for branded POD, we want to have complete control over everything. So we're not using marketplaces, we're selling on Shopify. The second question is for fulfillment. So there's lots of different ways that we could possibly get our products to people. And so fulfillment is when somebody checks out on the site, finds a product that they like, and they purchase it after adding to cart. How does that product actually get to them? And there's lots of different ways that we could do this, such as drop shipping, 3PL, POD, and I've personally done all of them. And print on demand is by far my favorite because instead of running our business like this, meaning we have shelves and shelves of lots of inventory, which is a nightmare for an apparel business, not speaking from personal experience or anything. Instead of running our business like this, we run it like this, meaning we work with partners who have these large print facilities. And then whenever our orders come in, we route it to one of these facilities. And then using these giant printing machines, they place a really high quality print on the fabric. And then they even take care of the shipping and send it off to the customer, which is just a beautiful thing because this means we're able to essentially do these kind of sales without ever having to touch a product ourselves. And so in doing so, like there's lots of different options out there of who we could work with. There's Printify, Printful, Gelato, and throughout this entire program, we only recommend the partners that we personally use and recommend, from our own experience. So for this, we're using Printify. And Printify is who is powering Sloth Hiking Club, fulfilling every single one of the orders. And the reason after using each one of these, we've returned to Printify is that they offer by far the best combination of shipping speed, quality, and price. And so we're using Printify for our fulfillment. Now, in bringing these things together, so we have Shopify for the store, we have Printify for fulfillment. What else do we need to do? Well, the old way of doing this was we would choose a theme on Shopify because we wanted to, get some sales. But normally we would end up paying anywhere from $180 to $300 for a custom theme. Then we'd install at least 10 different apps, which is what people did going through the last course. And then they would design all the pages manually. And in total, this would take about 2 to 4 weeks for people to go through it. or they would hire somebody that would be $500 to $2,000 in sales, or you just need to have, technical skills of your own. So instead of doing all of that, we are going to be taking the guesswork out of this entirely by using a free tool that our team has developed called buildmypod.ai. And what BuildMyPod does is it does in about 5 minutes what used to take us literally weeks, which is setting up the Shopify account. So creating the account, setting up all the checkout pages and the optimized print on demand theme so that it is designed to look just like Sloth Hiking Club, where it shows off the apparel in the right way, has all the right blocks and sections that somebody would need to see in order to make a good buying decision. And then it sets up all of our pages for us. So contact us, about us, all of that stuff is taken care of. And it even integrates with the Printify account. So all of that, technical setup of like making sure it's firing correctly and products are being synced takes care of all of that for us. And it does all this by following the best practices for print on demand brands. And that's what we're going to be doing right now is going through the Build My Pod setup so that by the end of this, we have our Shopify account, our Printify account, and all of the pages and setup that we need is already done for us. And the best part is that it is completely free, as you're about to see. So you just go to buildmypod.ai and then you click sign up. And then here you're just going to enter your email and your password. So wescalebrand@gmail.com. Don't look at my password. Click save. Then we have to confirm our email. So I'm going to jump over to this. Here we go. And I'm going to click confirm your email. And then what it takes us to is the first step of the Build My Pod process, which is picking our niche. Now, before we even get into this, I just want to say that these niches that are here are some of the top niches in print on demand. That's how they were selected. But the goal of Build My Pod and the way that we're going to be using it is that this niche is the starting point to get all of our accounts set up. And then we're always able to swap it out later on. So for now, I'm going to go with nature and outdoors and then click done. Now I get to choose the homepage banners, which again, it's going to set up all of this for us. And then if you don't like any of these, we're going to show you how to swap them out later. So I'm just going to choose 2 of them. And now here we're going to activate our Shopify account. So what we have here is that in order to get started, we just sign up for a free 3-day trial, and then it's $1 per month for the next 3 months. So you're going to click launch Shopify and sign up. Then I'm going to enter our email. And then I'm going to enter our credit card information. And again, I'm not going to get charged anything for the first 3 days. And then I'm just going to get charged $1 per month for the next 3 months after this. And there we go. So subscribe for $1. And now it shows us 3 different plans that we can choose from on Shopify. We're just going to go with the basic one because that covers everything that we need. And then it's going to prompt us for the business address. I'm just going to leave this and say add later. Then it gives us a survey asking what it is that we're trying to sell. Now you can go through this like I'm about to do. So saying we are an online store and we have a new business and we are selling print on demand products. And I don't know what we're going to call the brand right now. So I'm just going to put in WeScale brand, or you can just put in your brand name, like for your first name and then brand. And then we're going to change all of this later. Great. So now we have our Shopify account set up. What I recommend doing right out of the gate is just bookmarking this. And I personally like creating a new folder anytime I launch a brand called business that has all of my assets in it. So Shopify, any of the sites that I refer back to consistently. Okay, so now we come back to Build My Pod and click I have created my account. And then it prompts us, in case you didn't see the notice to activate your account like we just did, then it guides you through the steps in order to finish setting that up. But we can see here that our plan is already activated, so we are good to go. So now I go back to Build My Pod and click Done. And next, we're going to install the Build My Pod app from the Shopify store. Again, this is completely for free, but we're going to click here and then click Install. and click install. Now, what this app is doing is this is how we are going to update the theme, launch all the pages, and push our products from Printify, which we're going to set up on the next step. So then I click done. Now, there's an option here for if you want us to upload 100 additional products, plus give you a branded customer service GPT, plus 50 different meta ad templates, and a updated theme. But in all honesty, if you're planning on going through this course, we're going to show you how to create those products for yourself. So it's okay to just go with the free plan. And now our store is underway. So next up, we are going to create our custom store by creating our Printify account. So Printify is how we are fulfilling all of the products that or orders that are placed on our site. And so here are the steps in order to set up the Printify account, but I'm going to guide you through them right now. So I'm just going to click create a Printify account. Then we're going to click get started for free. Now I'm going to enter our email. Click sign up. Save the password. Now they give us another onboarding form. So we'll just click sell products. I'm new to selling online. Print on demand is completely new to me. That's a side hustle. And I would describe myself as a individual. Yes, I have a sales platform in mind. Just say not sure. I expect to sell in the United States. Not sure. Finally, where did you hear about Printify? From YouTube. All right. And now here we are within our Printify account. So before we do anything here, we're just going to go back to Build My Pod and click Done. Next, we're going to integrate Build My Pod with our Printify account. So then it's able to communicate with Shopify. So we click there and then we click Allow. Great. And now the last step that we have to set up is installing the Printify app on our Shopify store. And an important note here is that you want to make sure that when you click this button, install Printify app, that it is doing it on the store that we just set up. So if you already had a Printify account or a Shopify account before, you just want to make sure that we're using it on the one that we just set up. Then click install. Continue to site. Then we're going to click log in with an existing Printify account. So we're just going to type in our password here and then sign in. There we go. So now I'm logged into the Printify account within the app on our Shopify store. And then I go back to Build My Pod and click Done. So now our store is officially live. We can either remove the password now by clicking here. And right now our store is set to password protected. Shopify does that by default. But we're going to set all this up later on in the training. But for right now, let's take a quick look at what we have. So Build My Pod has given us our custom theme that is based off of what we're going to be setting up later on. That is designed to mirror essentially all the conversion rate optimization tips and tricks that we've found work really well on Sloth Hiking Club. And now in our Printify account, if you go up here to where it says My New Store and then click the brand that we just created, we can see that Build My Pod is already uploading products for us that are based on the niche that we selected. Now, throughout the training, we're going to be showing you how to create brand new products using all the latest AI tools. So for now, we can think of these designs as essentially placeholders that is populating our site with actual designs that people will be able to check out and buy, simply to speed up the process for us. So at this point, I recommend having Shopify and Printify both bookmarked because we're going to be referring back to those quite often. And then for bonus points on top of that, we also have a discount for you with Printify that'll get you a free month of Printify Premium. It's discount code WeScale. And you don't have to do this right now because we want you to save that 30 days of free time for when we have sales coming in, which will be later on in section 4. But just want to mention it now so you're not going to be paying for that for the first month. And if you have any questions as you're going through the setup, we have an amazing support team at Build My Pod. It's 24/7 human support. So no matter what your questions are, I highly recommend reaching out to them if any of the steps seem a little wonky to you, because by the end, you should have your store set up, your fulfillment connected, and you're literally ahead of 99% of where most people start out. This section in the last course was like 3 to 4 hours at least, and you now have the foundation of your brand. So we have everything we need in order to choose what's coming next, which is who we're selling to, our niche, what we're selling, our products. Now, let's build your brand right now. In just a couple of minutes, I just created this unique golf brand with its own positioning, niche research completely done for me, a logo generated, and even generated design ideas that we can create for our brand. That's what we're going to be setting up in this lesson because something that a lot of people miss when looking at a brand like Sloth Hiking Club, they just see on the surface that it's striking images, good designs, and they think that is the sole reason for the sales. But that's not actually the case. The real magic comes in something we're able to see in the customer reviews, which is that people, when they are buying from us, they are not just buying because of the quality of the shirt or how cool the design looks. They're buying for the sense of community, the belonging, that this design and our brand in general feels like it speaks to them. And that's what the tools that we're about to use help us identify so that we can get reviews like from Brenda, who says not only does she love the shirt, but the sayings resonate with her because it's something that her son and her daughter both say when they're on long hikes. Or Sarah, who says, I hike and camp with scouts, and I love the fun sense of nature humor that they have on the brand. Or this family that took a group photo all wearing Sloth Hiking Club shirts on a family trip to Breckenridge. Or Lynn over here, who's just having a day. It looks like she's swinging on a swing at a campground. Like these are the reviews that one, they feel really good because we're providing like real value and an impact to people. But two, this translates into additional sales for us as a brand. So what you're looking at here is the Sloth email revenue. And this is the whole premise of Branded POD is we provide a great service, high quality products. That's why we're using print on demand. So it's fast shipping, but then we overlay that, we augment it with a niche that speaks to a specific group of people. And our brand messaging revolves around them. And the beautiful thing about this is that you don't need to be a massive company. Like when people think of brand, they think of Nike. That's not what brand is like solely because you just need to know who you're speaking to and you just need to know what we're going to say to them. And that's why throughout building our brands, we focus on one clear customer, one product type, and we get really good at that. And the good news is that this used to be a long, drawn out process with lots of research. But over the past year, AI, one, has gotten a lot better. And two, our team has spent a lot of time working with these tools. So we built a custom AI tool that does exactly this for you. And the Brand Builder GPT is here to speed up the process a ton. And it even makes sure that the niche you end up going with is large enough for the market. And it's even optimized the name of the brands, the logos that it's generating. Like it knows what goes into creating a brand such as Sloth. And ultimately, it makes sure that you are setting yourself up to stand out. So the way the Brand Builder GPT works, this is our first free tool we're going to be using. We ask it a simple question. Any question like, am I picking the right niche? Or it makes sure that you're confident in the decision before moving forward with clarity. All right, so now we're using the POD Brand Builder GPT. And the way you can get access to this is by just joining the free school community, then going to the classroom section here at the top, navigating to the course, and then clicking on the Brand Builder GPT. That'll be right below the lesson. And that's where all of these free resources, and this is the first one we're going to be using, you can find them and they're linked right below each lesson. So it's super easy to find. And if you've never used ChatGPT before, which I imagine almost everybody has, it's just a conversational tool. Picture it like a calculator that you're just able to talk to. And instead of just doing math, it's able to do pretty much anything. But the reason we're using this GPT and not just generic ChatGPT, saying GPT a lot, is because it has been trained on all of the topics that we just talked about. And what we're looking for it to create is choose our niche, brand name, and logo. The way we do that is super simple. Just going to click choose a niche, and now it's going to give us the instructions of what we need to give it in order for it to get started. So it just needs one quick input first. So it needs a list of topics, hobbies, passions, or themes you like or want to sell in. And this is a really important point. It's the only input we need to give to this whole process, and that is choosing something that we ourselves are passionate about. I don't want to create, and I've done this in the past, I don't want to start a whole brand around something that I don't really care about. Because when I've done that in the past, even if the research was there and it was a good market, it's not sustainable for me to work on that long term, like 6, 12 months down the road, like as things are really starting to compound. I don't want it to feel like work to sit down and, put in effort on the brand. So we can completely avoid that just by doing this step here. So I'm just going to list out things that I myself am personally interested in. So I'm interested in golf. I'm not very good at golf. Humor slash sarcasm. What else do I like? I like hockey. I like reading. And if you don't think you have any interests, you do just like list out the things you do on a daily basis. And also don't worry if you think of something that, you might believe only you like. Right now, we're just stream of consciousness, writing out ideas of things that we like. And then it'll do all the research for us. So reading, coffee, walking slash hiking. Just I'll put outdoor activities. What else? Slide decks. I like making slide decks. Not a great niche though. All right. So now I can either submit this and have it analyze them for me, or for sake of example, I don't want to do anything so this is like sloth, coffee, reading. I'd like them, but I'm really interested to see what it comes up with for these. Yeah. And hockey's not. Yeah. So I'll go with golf and I'll leave in humor and sarcasm to see if there's any way that we can kind of combine those together. So now it's doing the research for us and it's first giving us its take on if this is a good, like validated niche or if we should go a different direction. And good news, it says that this is validated. It's a high performing POD combo with strong repeat buyers and gift demand. So that's awesome to hear. And now it's giving us different subgenres or different angles that we can take on this. So first says weekend warriors golf, like high handicap humor, golf drinking culture. I want to stay away from anything that's like guns, drugs, alcohol related. I stay away from. It's just not a good niche to get into. Golf rage slash anger humor, corporate slash office golf humor. Now, as I'm looking at these, I'm really just evaluating if like feel connected to this. And I don't drink. I stopped a couple years ago, so that one's out for me. High handicap humor I like. It just means not very good at golf. Golf rage or anger humor. No, I'm not in a corporate or office job. So aging golfers, I'm not quite there, almost. Golf addicts. I want more of like couples slash relationship golf. Just like sarcasm about being a bad golfer. Like question mark. Like what about that? Self-deprecating sarcasm for bad slash average golfers. Okay, perfect. So it first gave us the outputs. I narrowed it down to the one that I was most interested in. And now it's locking in the niche and it's giving us an analysis of if it's a good niche or not. And it says this is actually better because 90% of golfers claim that they are not good. So it's way more relatable than if I was going after like a serious professional golfer market. And golfers love wearing self-aware humor. That's great. No IP risk. We're just going to be using generic references only. And now it's coming up with our brand names. So we identified the niche and now it's giving us clever like plays on words for how we can bring the brand to life. So it gave us a list of about 20 in total. And so bogey logic, bad lie club, scratch question mark, no, double bogey co, fairway ish, mulligan society, mostly pars, the bogey department. Now what I'm looking for here is 2 to 3 words max, ideally simpler if at all possible, and something that communicates the brand vibe right from the gate. So kind of like Sloth Hiking Club, immediately it's not just a hiking group. You're not just going to find like mountain designs. You're going to find humorous plays on words about like, yeah, I like hiking, but kind of sloth-like when I do. And so another note is that normally towards the bottom of the list is where the worst ideas are. So the ones I like the most, and this is a way you can get to a name that you really like, and we only want to spend about 5 minutes on this, is by giving it feedback.
I like the ones that play on words about being a bad golfer, like shank slash slice, and keep things simple. And so now it gave us an additional round of names. And what I like jumping to is the recommendations that it gives at the bottom. So it says through everything, these are the ones that I think are the best. And I normally just go with the number one. So I'm going to go with Shank Club. Although I don't know if Shank, that could have some negative connotations. So we'll go with Slice Club. Okay. So I'm going to say I like Slice Club. And now it's crafting a logo for our brand. And now it gave us a logo that honestly I really like. It just looks a little too formal for what we're going for. So I'm going to say make it a little less traditional and more fun. Like lean into the humor. And I recommend only going back and forth on this like once or twice because ultimately the logo can always change. There we go. That's much better. So now it's playing on the humor aspect, making it a little bit more fun, a little bit more relatable. And so we have a golf. The reason that this is good is that it's super simple. It's not using too many colors and it fits what we're looking for in terms of a logo that will go really well in our homepage or our main navigation bar. So, what would make a bad logo here? And it's really tough. Like ChatGPT outputs ones that basically check all the boxes. But the final check that I run through is does it have too many colors? Which the answer is no. Two, is it too busy? Like, is there a lot going on that would be kind of tough? Like, as soon as somebody looks at this, they should know what the brand name is and what we stand for. And so we have a golf club that is currently slicing the ball, and that just represents everything that we are trying to stand for. What the Brand Builder GPT just gave us is our niche, our brand name, and our logo. So we are now not just selling golf t-shirts. We are building a brand around Slice golfers, the Slice Club. People, the 90% of golfers who consider themselves to be hobbyists or just have fun with it and they don't take themselves too seriously. That is the group of people that we are going to be speaking to. But the next step here is we want to prep our logo so that we are able to actually use it on our website. So simple is better, readable from a distance, and connects with your niche. And now we're just going to polish it up in Canva in about 5 minutes so that then we're ready for the next step. So I'm going to download the logo and then I'm going to go over to Canva. And this is another tool that I recommend bookmarking if you haven't already. And in Canva, they have a ton of different tools. Basically, picture it as Photoshop for dummies if you haven't already used it. And to clean up our logo, we're going to go up here and click Create. And there's lots of different presets. I'm just going to use custom size, and I do 1080 by 1080. And create new design. And to upload my logo into Canva, I'm just going to go up here to downloads and drag it in. And there we go. Now I'm going to resize it to fit the whole screen. Nice. Now, what do we want to do to this logo to prep it? So the first thing we're going to do is remove the background. There we go. And an additional request, I'm going to ask it, make a version for a white background. And it's honestly easier if you start with this. We can always make other versions, but you see how it's not really showing up on the plain white background. And if you notice on Sloth, it's going to be in that kind of setting. It's very rare that it's going to be on the black background. There we go. That's perfect. Yeah, that's so much better. All right, so same thing. Drag down to here, remove the background. Perfect. So I am going to, honestly, with just what we have right now, it's in a great shape. Like we could use this right now. Mainly we used to clean up, like if the AI model would have like random stray, like see this here, like it used to make like extra touches of stuff that we just want to clean up. But honestly, it did a really nice job with this right from the get-go. So the one additional thing that I'm going to do as just bonus points is I'm going to make the favicon version, which the favicon is, you see how on Sloth Hiking Club, the full logo is this right here. Let me zoom in so you can see it. That's the full logo. The favicon is the piece that goes up here. See how in the top corner, it's just a little picture of the sloth? That's what we're going to be using on the website on the tabs. So the way we do that is you just pick an aspect of your logo that you think would go well as a standalone. Now, for some of us, maybe we have like an emblem logo, so you'll just end up using the whole thing. But for this, I think we can do a really nice job of cropping down to just that. And I'm going to drag this in. There we go. Nice. So now we have our favicon, which is the fun name for this little thing up there. And we have our logo. And if you have a really long logo, for example, or one that's like stacked, like too high, and you want to have a sideways version, you can do that as well just by doing what we just did. So I'm going to crop here and then crop in on the text. I'm basically bringing the icon above to be side by side with it. So Slice Club, then I'm just going to grab this. Probably have to shrink that down a little bit. And I'm just trying to make it the same size or proportional. There we go. Make that a touch bigger. There we go. Now we have three different versions of the logo. So we have the main version that we're going to use in most placements. Then we have side by side, which we'll use this optionally. Like maybe when we make the site, we'll decide that actually the side by side logo looks a little bit better. And we have the favicon version. So now we're just going to save and download these. And I always do it with transparent backgrounds. And before we do that, Slice Club main logo. This is just naming the files so they're easy to reference. Slice Club side by side logo. Slice Club favicon. There we go. Now you come up here to share and then you click download and then transparent background, and make sure to leave all the pages selected because we're going to be using all of them. Download that. So there we go. Now we have our logo and favicon ready to go. And I recommend organizing everything just into a simple folder on your desktop just to keep it nice and organized. Honestly, just by doing this from Build My Pod to now, you've saved between $500 to $2,000 in setup costs. The first time that I chose a brand name, I went off and hired a Latin translator and thought that it was this just huge deal. It's really not. The brand name, the logo, the niche, honestly, everything is subject to change. The most important thing is that we keep moving through the process so we learn how all the pieces fit together. Because you've already saved 2 to 4 weeks of work and countless frustrating hours going back and forth to the Latin translator. And the shift that I had is that the name can change, the logo can change, even the niche can change. Nothing is set in stone. And I mean this in the best way possible. This is flexible. Just as beginners starting out, we want everything to be perfect right from the get-go. And I totally understand that. But before I realized that, I moved super slow through this process. And I was going back and forth about the name, the logo, making it perfect. And I was honestly just paralyzed by trying to pick the perfect niche. And I realized eventually that waiting for certainty, it just never actually comes. And the whole nature of building a business is that we're going through uncertain steps. Like we're doing it for the very first time. It makes sense that we wouldn't be 100% certain before moving forward. So what I know now is that brand building is figuring out how I want to express myself. So the best judge of if you have a good logo and a good niche is if it's something that resonates with you. And I'm allowed to change anything that I want. This is your brand. And action over perfection always yields the best results. And as a fun side note, amazing brands started out really rough. And many of you probably didn't know this, but Disney's original name was horrendous. Like, did you know that Amazon wasn't always called Amazon? It used to be called Cadabra. That was the first name. And Jeff Bezos decided to change it after his lawyer, who he asked to incorporate it for him, said, "Did you say cadaver?" And then he realized I should probably do a different name. And Google, that we all know and love, obviously, was originally called Backrub. Like, hard to even say that. So what we're able to ignore here is overthinking, analysis paralysis, in niche selection. And the questions that we should be looping over is, can I connect with this? Does this feel like me? And is the market big enough? Is something that ChatGPT or the Brand Builder GPT already verified for us. So it will not let you move forward with a niche that is too specific or so general that nobody will like it. Because a lot of people here fall into what's called the fallacy of the perfect pick, which is thinking that in the beginning, we need to make the perfect pick from the beginning. And if we don't, then we're somehow going to be screwed in the long term. And nothing could be further from the truth. So you have your niche, you have your logo, you have your brand name, and it's all saved on a folder on your desktop. Now we are going to supercharge this. We are going to take this to the next level. Like Slice Club, it's a pretty good start, but I want to really solidify what it is, the essence of our brand, what makes us so unique that when people buy from us, they want to come back again and again. And this is something that very few POD sellers ever do. And this was a major shift in our thinking when we gave a soul to our brand, when we gave it our why. I just created the mission and the why for our brand using the simple prompt you're about to see, which ultimately gives life to our brand and is the reason that we are going to stand out in the market. And here's what this did on Sloth Hiking Club, how we separated ourselves from every other hiking brand that's out there. We had a mission that people felt something when they looked at it. So it is comfort for the anti-hustle. So whether you're summiting mountains or strolling scenic trails, our tees are designed for adventurers who value quality and style. Join the Sloth Hiking Club and enjoy premium hiking gear that feels as good as it looks. And look at what this did for the brand. Customers then didn't just come back to buy once, they came back for all of the new drops. Just imagine, like, every time you make new designs, you don't have to worry about if they're going to get sales or not, because you have an email list of people who don't just connect with you because of the t-shirt or the design, they connect with you because of who you are. And they shared our posts, they joined our email list, and they told their hiking friends. We get word of mouth marketing working in our favor. And the best explanation that made this kind of nebulous topic way more concrete for me, and why some brands have this while others just completely miss the mark, is an amazing book, and there's a TED Talk on it by Simon Sinek called Start With Why. The core premise of all of it, and I highly recommend going to watch it at some point, is this right here. And that is that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Take two different coffee shops on the same street, for example. Shop A says, we sell coffee. Pretty good. Like, okay, I know what I can get there. The shop B says, we believe mornings should feel like possibilities, not obligations. We just so happen to sell coffee. You want to buy some? Which one are you more likely to remember? Which one are you more likely to recommend to your friend or family member? And which one are you more likely to feel lit up by every time you walk in the door? That is the difference between a transaction and a relationship. So let's see what this looks like in practice. So this was Seasonal Collections, a demo brand that we made a couple of courses ago that sold seasonal themed apparel like flowers and, summer related references. And when we were building the brand, we followed a lot of the best practices of, like, we chose a niche. This was a brand that I personally was not that connected to, but we had products that were based on research, and we identified what we thought were improvements that we can make and offer new value to the marketplace. Overall, like, a pretty good brand, but it's surface level. It's still a shop like this. Opposed to when we run through what we're about to cover on using this prompt, we came up with our core belief at Seasonal Collections is that we believe that in an increasingly disconnected, fast-paced world, people are craving authentic connection to nature, to the seasons, to simple moments of joy, and to their truest selves. And the mission that we're on is that we exist to help people bloom where they're planted by reconnecting them with nature's rhythms and reminding them that growth, like the seasons, is both inevitable and beautiful. We share this mission through wearable art inspired by the natural world. We celebrate the quiet wisdom that nature teaches us daily, to find light in darkness, to grow through what we go through, and let our authentic selves shine. Like, how much different, like, that has me ready to run through a brick wall to make some flower t-shirts. And then it goes further and says, who are we helping? People who are disconnected from nature's natural rhythms, stressed and always on, digitally overwhelmed. And then we help those people transition to living a life of harmony with nature's rhythms, find peace in seasonal rituals. And our products help them shift by being a declaration of their values, a daily reminder of who they're becoming, and a signal to attract their tribe. And this answers the question of why would people buy from me and not somewhere else? because we're living through crazy and uncertain times right now, to be completely honest. But harnessing the trends of like what AI is doing to the market and how scared some people feel out there, there is a huge opportunity. There's a huge need, rather, for people like you who create real brands and have real connection with your customers because people don't want whitewash, just AI garbage. And while we use AI as a tool set, it is never the primary focus. We are putting out real human connection to our customers. That is the foundation of branded POD because these customers want connection more than anything else. So this is how we stand out and separate us from generic POD stores, give customers a reason to care. And I'm going to show you how to find your brand's why right now. So we're going to be using a simple prompt, the brand why prompt, and we're going to be using Claude AI. And this takes just a couple of minutes, not weeks. And here is the magic prompt that I recommend using. There's lots of different versions you can get out of this, but here it is right now. Use a Simon Sinek start with why process to come up with a mission statement, product line roadmap, and marketing angles for our brand. And rather than putting this into ChatGPT, we're going to be using a very similar AI tool called Claude. And the URL for this is claude.ai. And you can create a free account just like we had on ChatGPT. The reason we use this one is that Claude is, in my experience, so much better at writing and creative thinking, which is exactly what we're trying to do right now. So I'm going to paste in the prompt, use a Simon Sinek start with why process to come up with a mission statement, product line roadmap, and marketing angles for Slice Club. And I'm going to give a high level description of the brand: humorous / sarcasm driven golf graphic t-shirt apparel brand. Our goal is to bring humor to the course for your everyday golfer. Then hit enter. And there we go. Just from a single prompt, here's what it came back with. Our core belief is that golf is better when you're laughing at yourself. And we exist because golf is hard, and taking yourself too seriously just makes it harder. Slice Club celebrates the beautiful disaster of being a real golfer, the shanks, the triple bogeys, and of course the lost balls, because the best rounds aren't always the lowest scores. We're here to help remind every weekend warrior that golf is supposed to be fun, and the worst shots always make for the best stories. We say what every golfer thinks, but country clubs are afraid to, with references that only golfers get and designs for golfers who get it. We are the antidote to the stuffy golf culture, and we unite golfers through a relatable failure. And then it goes on to give us ideas for a product line. Like we can do the self-awareness series. Like I'm here for the beverage cart, professional divot maker, drives like a dream, putts like a nightmare. They're just hilarious ideas that, again, these only really resonate with you if you're in the golf niche, which that's exactly the point. Then it gives ideas for how we can expand the product line, and then gives us marketing angles like the truth they won't tell you at the pro shop, wear your game because hiding it won't help. Like all of this is just absolute gold. And the good news is that the only piece that we need to take from this right now is the mission statement. This is what we're going to keep at the front of our minds in everything that we're doing going forward. And the rest of this, we're going to simply go over here and click projects and then new project. And then I'm going to name this Slice Club. There we go. And then I'm going to go back to my chat and click add to project. There we go. Now we can see the project up here. And this is my favorite feature of all in Claude, is that now it is building up a database, a knowledge base, if you will, about our brand. So now every future conversation that we have, it's going to be referencing what it knows about our why, our brand strategy, our product line, our mission statement, all of those things. That's why I said we only need to take note right now of the why, because everything else is being saved right here for us. And now my recommendation here in your action items are to take just 5 minutes, truly just 5 minutes, and go through this yourself and come up with your own brand's why. Now, don't worry about this because like the logo and the niche, nothing is set in stone. As this is meant to be a fun process. Like from Tina in the accelerator said, crikey, I've just used this prompt in Claude and it's properly blown my mind. Or Matt said, I just spent an hour working with this morning, and while I've always been brand/tribe focused, this has given me some brilliant insights. So have fun with it, enjoy the creative process. And now, once you have that, you might be wondering, how do I know if mine is good? Well, here's the test. You simply read it out loud and ask, does this feel true to you? Like, does this feel like something I can connect with? Does it make us feel something? And if the answer is yes, then you're good. And definitely do not overthink this part, because it does not need to be Hemingway. One paragraph is plenty, and you can always refine it later, because nothing is permanent. And we just want to get something down here and then save it in our Claude project. Because what you're doing right now is the competitive edge that puts us ahead of 99% of just shops out there on the internet. You are not selling t-shirts. It took me 5 to 6 years to print on demand before I finally understood why people are actually buying, as ridiculous as that sounds. It's not for the t-shirt. We are selling a mission that people want to be a part of, because that then creates repeat customers, an email list that grows, word of mouth that spreads. And this can be the difference between $3,000 versus $30,000 per month in sales. So just keep it real, keep it you. And your action item right now is to open Claude, use the prompt, generate your why, and that's it. That's the whole thing. You now have your brand, you have your why, your mission statement, you have the bedrock for your brand. You see how simple that was? I know we went through some examples and some explanations, but now you have the fundamental understanding. And what you just did would have cost thousands of dollars from an agency. But you just invested about 30 minutes to build the foundation for your brand and make decisions later on down the line that much easier. But now that we have our brand, we have to ask the question of, what am I going to create? And we don't want to have a situation like this where we spend a bunch of time making designs that just nobody wants. This is where we can zig where other people zag, because we can know exactly what the market wants before we ever create anything. And this is one of the core building blocks that makes the system you're using so much different than the average. And somebody once asked me a really great question, which is, why would I get results now? Like on my most recent brands, past 8 have done $1 million in sales in the first year, but I had 10 that were complete flops and utter failures. They said, what is the one thing that you do so different now versus back then? What was the main difference maker? And my answer is the research. Research is the ultimate hack when you do it the way that we're about to lay out.
Okay, moving into winning designs. This design did roughly $20,000 in sales for me. As you can see here from the Shopify report, it pulled a design that did about $20,000 in sales, just a little under at $19,519 and 17 cents. But it's not just me, it's also members of the WeScale community. As you can see here, Marlon has done $20,714 from one single design. So, how do we create designs like this? And in fact, I learned how to do just one thing, and that's research, aka asking, what does my audience actually want? So, what happens without research? We guess what people want. We randomly design art, not products. Again, we are not artists. We're creating designs that people want to buy. We overcomplicate the design process. We spend more time making each design. And ultimately, we don't find winners, even though we spend the time creating hundreds of designs. So, what happens with research? We know what people actually want. We design products, not art. We simplify the process, we save time creating each design, and we find winners faster. And that's ultimately our goal. We want to find as many potential winners for our print on demand brand. Here's the problem though, research is hard. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is difficult to do proper research. It took me years to learn what text works, what colors convert, what humor lands with my niche, what patterns sell, what gaps exist. And that's why our team built the print on demand research GPT. It analyzes all of these factors for us, and we're going to use it right now. But first, let me show you what a winning design looks like. And for example, here is some good designs. And we'll start with the top right where the cat is smoking the cigarette, which is super funny. What makes this design so compelling is that there is a ton of negative space in the design. And if you're looking at the cat, specifically the black portions of the cat, there is actually no ink in the t-shirt there. It is solely just the t-shirt with the ink surrounding the rest of the cat. So it doesn't feel blocky on the t-shirt. It's a very compelling design. And we look at the gray, light blue, and blue t-shirt. I guess turquoise would be a better color choice here. Super simple design, straight to the point, very text-based, simple graphics, easy to understand. And if we're looking at the left-hand side of the image here, this is not a drill with a hammer. It's a very funny design. along with the beaver and damn it, very on tone for a beaver. And then also the octopus or space octopus, very compelling design. And as you can see in all of these designs, there is a lot of negative space built into them, which is a key factor for great design. Some other good designs. Again, if we're looking at these designs, a lot of negative space built into the design where the lines of the designs are playing a large role in making the design look really compelling. If we look at the fish in the bottom left hand corner, a lot of negative space where the t shirt comes through into the fish, along with the mountain colors there. Super nice looking design. Top left, the hiking. It's a double play here. It's a typography based design, but also a lot of graphic built into the design as well. And very simply in the bottom center, I like golf and maybe three people. There's some grunge applied to the design and super simple text based typography design that's easy to read. Some other good designs, again, talking about the negative space in the design with the hiking, take a hike design in the left hand side. A lot of that negative space is built into the design, so it makes it very nice to wear. We don't want just a giant block of print on our t shirt, whereas we can use that negative space to create compelling effects for the design. Same with the Not All Who Wander Are Lost design. And again, with the some people just need a pat on the back. Super simple text based design works really well. Some other good designs. Again, we're talking about negative space here with the Catzilla tiger and cat with the UFO in the background. A lot of negative space built into the designs where ink is used sparingly. Again, we don't want just big blocky ink all over a t shirt. And some more good designs. As you can see, bottom right, a lot of negative space. Top right, just text, just plain typography, just a couple of colors in the designs. Super simple, a lot of negative space, straight to the point, and provoke meaning in the designs. Now let's talk about some bad designs. And we'll start with the left-hand side. This is a bad design because it's just a straight block of ink. This design would be a lot better if their blue wasn't added to it. So if we just had terrible lizards, which again I think isn't that great of a design in the first place, doesn't really make that much of sense. But get rid of that blue block, and at least there is less ink all over the t-shirt. In the center design here, really hard to read. It's pretty scribbly cursive here, along with a bunch of different color gradients, which is something we don't want to use when we're creating our designs. And then that yellow t-shirt is just a monstrosity of a design with a ton of text. I feel like I'm reading a paragraph from a book. Really hard to read. Imagine standing 6 feet away from this design. You'd have no idea what it says. Let's keep it moving here. Again, very small text on that left hand side where it's another paragraph, extremely difficult to read. The two designs in the center are very pixelated. We want high resolution designs that are easy to see. And lastly, that design on the right, human by chance, alpha by choice, is literally just a straight meme on a t shirt. Again, very blocky, too much ink. Some other bad designs. I'm not going to go into every single design here, but we'll just talk about the two on the right hand side. We have the cat playing guitar where the graphic is bleeding into the neckline of the t shirt. We definitely don't want that. And also, it looks just like AI slop. And on the right hand side, that red Cupid design, again, just a ton of ink all over that t shirt. Definitely would not be something that someone will want to wear. Some more bad designs. We'll start with the right-hand side with the pumpkins. It's too low on the t-shirt. We want that graphic to be up more so it's not on someone's stomach when they're wearing it. The two middle designs, way too many colors in the design. Super hard to read. Doesn't really make sense either. And then that left-hand side, a lot of text, hard to read. They did an okay job with the negative space, but there's just too much going on in the design. Some more bad designs. Again, a lot of things going on in these left three designs. Very blocky, too many colors. Looks kind of like AI slop, which we're trying to avoid. And then the right hand side, again, no use of negative space. Looks like an AI generated image. And I don't really understand it either. So you might be thinking, how am I supposed to know the difference? And that's a great question. And we have a free resource for you. It's the Good versus Bad PDF guide, and you'll download it when you join the community. It'll be your reference guide for understanding what is a good design versus a bad design, and it's inside the community, which is 100% free, and it'll save you hours of guessing. Okay, so now let's see what our market wants, and let's go over some quick tips. Watch me do it once. Don't try to follow along. Learn it first, then do it yourself. All right, so here we're going to do some research about our brand. And for this example, and throughout the entire course, we're going to be focusing on the golf brand. And very specifically, we're going to start with Etsy. Etsy is a marketplace that is a great place to find inspiration for designs. Some special notes here for the designs that we find, we are not just copying and pasting them onto our own t shirts. That's extremely unethical. We're simply using it for inspiration to help us create new compelling designs for our brands. And what I simply like to do is just type in golf t-shirts right into Etsy and see what pops up. Very important. I like to go to the show filter side and go down to Etsy's best and then go to star seller. And it'll show us very popular designs that are working on Etsy right now. And look how easy this is. It's very simple for us to look at these images and know which designs are working. And we'll start with this one right here. And we see it's in 12 carts right now. So, I mean, and also it's a bestseller too. Etsy has this nice little tag to tell us what is selling currently on the platform. And all we're going to do is just take a screenshot of the design. And we're going to do this about 10 to 15 times to find some more winners. So we'll go back here to the search results and we see another design right here, this Sasquatch walking in the woods with the golf play here. And we can see that in demand, 5 people bought this in the last 24 hours. If we think about on a weekly term here, this would be 35 t-shirts sold in the last week of just this design. This is great, very simple, a lot of negative space built into it, just like we talked about when good versus bad designs. Negative space built into Sasquatch himself. And again, we're just going to take a screenshot of this to reference later. Again, we are not copying these designs and taking designs from other sellers. Go back to research results. We see another one here. I love the double meaning behind this design. It's also in 14 carts, and it's also an Etsy pick too. And if you hover over it, it says Etsy picks are hand selected by our style experts to highlight items from shops that have shown quality. It's perfect. So again, with this design, we're going to take a screenshot of it. I love the double meaning with the another round. So with golfing, it's in rounds, and also the martini glass. So for another beverage, that's perfect. Let's keep moving here. See how simple this is, though? Like, there's so many compelling designs. This is another great one here. Life is full of important choices with the negative space built into each of the golf clubs. In demand, 27 people bought this in the last 24 hours. We did this on a weekly basis. And that's like 150 t shirts sold plus in the last 7 days. This is definitely a winning design style. It's also a bestseller, too. We're just going to take a screenshot of this design and we're going to use it for our inspiration bank. And we're just going to go on and keep doing this. So here's another popular one. In demand, 6 people bought this in the last 24 hours. If we took it on a weekly basis, means 42 people bought this t-shirt, 42 units sold. Again, very simple. It's a one color design, mix of typography and graphic. We have the golf ball and we have the pin here as well. What else do we have? We ride at dawn. Look, it's literally great. In demand, 4 people bought this in the last 24 hours, 28 units sold in the last week. Again, we just take a screenshot and again, things that we're looking at here, lots of negative space built into the design, one color, super simple. There's not a million colors all over this t-shirt. And that's a trend we're seeing with a lot of these winning designs. Let's see what else we got here. Again, this is very similar to the other one that we saw above, which is life is full of important choices. So we know that's a popular phrase used in the niche. Here's another one. No golf today. 3 people bought it in the last 24 hours. Again, super simple. One line of text, a stick figure. Very sad that they're not playing golf today. We're just going to take a screenshot of it and use it for inspiration later. Look at this design. Super cool. 20 views in the last 24 hours. It's like a golf ball with a guy swinging a club on it. Again, using it for inspiration. One color design. Super simple. Not even typography in this design. Again, this is all great inspiration for us as we go to do our research. Again, here's another one that says no golf today. It seems like a popular phrase. Very funny design here. Obviously, don't need to talk about this one, but another great play. Very classic retro sunset design that has been working for a long time. And we're just building our bank here, right? We're just going to screenshot a couple more designs here for inspiration. This one, I know Heartbeat Designs have been working for a long time. Very simple design. Again, one color only. We're going to screenshot it. And we're going to look for one more design to see if there's anything else that's working really well on Etsy here for golf. I like this one too. 20 plus views in the last 24 hours. I'm just here for the birdies, and a lot of white space or negative space built into the design, and it's cats riding around in the golf cart. And funny enough, cats like to chase birds, so we're going to use this for inspiration as well. And we're going to stop here. That's enough. You want to get anywhere from 10 to 15 designs for inspiration as we do our research. But what we're going to do after is we're going to take all of our winning designs and we're going to put them into our master folder, and we're going to call these Etsy inspiration designs. And we're going to copy and paste all the designs over into the folder, and we're going to use those for our research. Okay, patterns to look for. Text-based designs, which is also known as typography. Super easy to read, only a couple words as we saw in the design research that we just did. And it's easy to test variations with that. We can simply swap out words to create new compelling text designs. We're looking for clean, readable fonts. And we're looking for simple concepts, which we just saw. And there's just one clear message behind the design. We're looking for designs with emotions or statements. So we want the designs to provoke emotions. Are they funny? Are they serious? Are they sad? Are they happy? And we want a statement attached to the design. We want a clear visual hierarchy. Is it text, design, text? Is it just design? Is it only text? And we want these hierarchies because it's important when it comes to creating designs. We don't want stuff all over the place because then it's hard to understand what's happening in the design. And the shift I had in the design process, which is so important, is it's not about the design itself. It's not about how good it looks, and it's not about picking the right colors. It's about what the market already wants. And that's the ultimate hack. It's see what the market already wants. What words are they using? What jokes do they find funny? And then we put our own unique spin on it. And this separates us from being a designer from brand builders. And once I understand that, and there was a key fundamental change here, I used to make hundreds of designs before getting a sale, and now it's a much higher success rate. And research changed everything for me. And 30 to 50 winning designs for your niche removes the blank canvas, shows what your market wants, and reveals the patterns to winning design concepts. So now here's where Research GPT comes in. And this is the WeScale Design and Research GPT, and it's an extremely powerful tool that will help do the research for you. It has everything you could possibly need inside of it to find everything you need about your brand. So let's get into it right now. Let's add the research that we've just done. So we're going to take all the Etsy research designs and we're going to upload them into the WeScale Design and Research GPT. And then we're going to ask it to analyze the designs and also help figure out our demographics for our brand. So all we're going to say is analyze these designs for my golf print on demand t-shirt brand, and also give me a demographic breakdown of the golf niche. I really want to know who my customers are. And that's it. We're going to add this information into the GPT, and it'll start looking all across the internet to find information about the golf brand. Okay, so here's a clear breakdown of what's working in the golf print on demand designs you shared and who your core customers are likely to be based on visual styles, slogans, and niche data. Key styles and theme observations, golf specific imagery. Okay, so it's just mentioning things in golf. Humor and wordplay, super important. Lifestyle and identity. Designs like another round. It's a great day to play with my balls. Lean into punny golf humor. Humor especially resonates with casual players or gift buyers. Visual styles. Many designs are using vintage, distressed, or retro elements. Simple line art silhouettes are popular for versatile color printing and print on demand flexibility. Design takeaway. Golfers want fun, relatable, and immediately identifiable golf visuals, which is everything we just talked about, not abstract art or subtle cues. Clear iconography, golf humor, better click through rate, and conversions. Okay, so let's hop into the demographics of the golf niche. We have our core golfers age 30 to 65, majority male 70%. Identity tees, pride in the hobby. Then we have the casual players, 25 to 45, very mixed gender, which is interesting. Gift for golfers, 30 to 60 for the age, mixed, often female buyers, very interesting. And then we also have the retired golfers too. Why this matters: core golfers want designs that say, I golf boldly, often subtle or classic. Casual players enjoy humor and playful tees. And gift buyers respond to slogans or humor that non golfers can understand. Okay, so then we have the psychographics here. What motivates them? Identity and pride, social and humor, lifestyle and passion, community and belonging. All great information here. It even shows us what's trending in golf tees right now, what specific slogans are selling, visual motifs, which could be silhouettes of swings, minimalistic hearts and heartbeat lines, golf tee, flag combos, vintage badges and crests, comedy, immediate optimizations you can make, clean silhouettes with vintage texture. So it's telling us how we can make those designs better that we just found, which is super important. These will sell well within the golf print on demand. It's telling us specifically what's going to sell: golf and beer and wine, golf and dad retirement, golf and travel and road trips, and golf and humor about bad shots. This is incredibly powerful information. It's taking us down the path on how to create incredible designs for our golf print on demand brand. And again, this will work for any niche. Literally any niche that you type into it, it'll give you all the information you need to know on how to create compelling designs for your brand and what design direction you need to go in. We can even ask it to give us more design direction. Hey, I want some more design direction for my golf brand. So we asked it to give us some more design direction, and it gives us brand positioning and what will fit in the market. And it'll help us choose our lane, and it looks like it's split into 3 subcultures, which we could even do more research on, but it's classic heritage, humor and lifestyle, and modern edge slash street golf. And it'll give us some visual design style direction as well, and also sub niches that we can target for our designs. There's typography and color palette, product strategy, mood board inspiration, and we can go on and keep diving deeper and deeper into each and all of these sections for our brand. And the last thing I would do, so we make sure that we have all this information, we want to just copy all of this information and then save it to a Google Doc. And then we're going to save it directly to our folder that we created for our brand on our desktop. Okay, and now I want you to do it. But here's what not to do. What not to do during research. We don't want to copy designs directly. Again, we're going to run into copyright and trademark infringements. It's just a path you don't want to go down. We don't want to research for more than 2 hours because then there will be diminishing returns. We want to save 100 plus designs because then if we're just saving all these designs, we're going to run into analysis paralysis. We don't want to skip Everbee and guess what sells. We want to spot patterns, get inspired, and create your own versions. So here's what to do. We want to do the 80/20 research action plan, which is set a 60-minute timer, answer what do 20 plus of these designs have in common, write down 3 patterns, stop researching, and then start creating. And now you have 30 plus winning designs. You're not guessing, you know what your market wants. But now, when I got to this stage, I hit a wall. I opened Canva, I stared at a blank screen, I spent 2 hours on one design, and realized I needed 6 months to create 100 designs. So instead of that, we made an AI tool to help bring your design ideas to life. And within just 15 minutes, you'll have your own designs. Let's create. I have a confession to make. I am not an expert designer. Far from it. I studied math in college. In fact, many of my designs on my store were generated using AI. Can you even tell, looking at these designs, do any of them look like AI to you? They don't look like AI to me. They don't look like AI to my customers. But here's the problem. Most AI tools are overly generic. Or you have to be a prompt engineer where you have to be incredible at creating all of these prompts to create compelling designs. And that's why our team built something different. It's just for generating amazing print-on-demand designs. In fact, it's the same tool I use to make nearly every design on my site. And here's the WeScale Design GPT. It's our custom tool that we've built for you. What the Design GPT does, it generates designs based on your research, it understands print on demand design principles, and it creates production ready files. And it works at 100x the speed. Watch me make 5 designs right now. Okay, so we're back in the WeScale Design and Research GPT, and all we're going to do is ask it for compelling designs for the golf niche. Create prompts for create design prompts for the golf niche, and we're going to see what it comes up with. And again, these are all original designs, and it has the design equation, which is the print press style, art style, and mood all baked into each of these. And this is a great place to start. So we're just going to copy and paste this swing hard, miss easy, retro golf humor, and we're going to paste this back in here and ask it to create an image. And before, although we even did the manual research process, again, we can use those Etsy designs for inspiration, but also this WeScale Design and Research GPT is really good at finding compelling design ideas for your brand. Again, I just typed in create design prompt for the golf niche. I even spelled niche wrong, and it created really great prompts for us to test for images. So as it's creating right now, we're going to see what it makes for us. And this is a pretty good design. It didn't do it perfectly the first time, so we're going to talk about how to fix this. This Miss Easy should be underneath the design. So what we're going to do here is pull the design, download it, bring it back into the chat, and ask it to move the Miss Easy text underneath the design. Move the Miss Easy text to the bottom of the graphic. And it should take this text and then put it underneath the golfer. And so after a couple of iterations, we got this the first time, but the text was in the wrong spot. And then we copied the image and then asked it to move the Miss Easy to the text at the bottom of the graphic, which it did, but it didn't understand exactly what I was trying to do. And this is common in AI image generation. So sometimes we have to be more specific when it comes to our prompting. So I said, move the Miss Easy to underneath the golfer in one horizontal line. We have to describe exactly what we want the image generator to do, and it did it seamlessly on the third try. And this is a great graphic because there's only a couple of colors in the graphic. The design has a background which is easily removable, and it's funny. Miss Easy, you can see he's swinging at the golf club or at the golf ball and clearly missed. And we have our first design already done. And we can continue this process creating more designs with these prompts that the WeScale Design and Research GPT has generated. So we will create another design right now, and remember to ask it to create the image at the bottom, and it'll make us another image. And here's another great design and generator. Remember when we were doing our research that it was a common cross niche to mix alcohol drinking with golf, and here we have par and whiskey design with simple colors, easily removable background, nice whiskey drink with 2 golf clubs, and representing the 2 things that golfers like most is golfing and drinking. Another great design for us to use. Let's generate another one from all the different prompts we have. Okay, keep calm and hit bombs. I like this. This is a different style. Let's see what it comes up with. Again, we're just going to paste this into the chat box and then tell it to create the image at the bottom. Okay, so it did a pretty good job here, except I think the and is a little small. I think it can be taking up this space. So we can, again, have it prompt so it fixes this. So all we say is the and should take up more of the blank space in the design. And we will see what it comes up with. And this is also very common. Sometimes it'll forget letters, and all we have to do is it did the thing where it made the text bigger, but it forgot to add the D. So all we would say is you forgot the D, and make sure you do the parentheses in and it should fix it this time. And the last thing I want to do with this design is shift over the and hit because it's a little off center here. So shift the and hit over to the left to fill that white space. So as we can tell here, prompting is not perfect. Same with image generation. It does take some tweaking and toying with to get exactly what we want. But most of the time, it does perform well and will give us the image that we want directly out of the gate. But I think it's important to showcase here what happens when it doesn't give you the exact image you want the very first time. Okay, and we finally got what we wanted. Again, this will look great when we remove the black background. Let's do one more example here of creating a design. We're gonna come back up here and pull one of the prompts that it made, and we're gonna do For Freedom, which is a funny play on, American patriotism here. So we're gonna create this design real quick, copy and paste the entire prompt in and ask it to create the design. Look at this design. This is an incredible design. This is super simple. Tons of negative space built into the design. The eagle looks great. It's holding a golf club, says for freedom. It's a mix of golf and patriotism. This is an awesome design that you could use for your golf brand. Incredible design. And it made all these designs extremely quickly. Let's pull this other one here. All right. And for our fifth and final design for right now, create an image and we'll see what it comes up with. Okay, so we got our last and final design. This is a nice mix of that retro style, targeting that older demographic here. And the text looks great. Retired, but still driving. Everything's spelled correctly. We can easily remove the background of this design. And this is our fifth and final design. And just like that, we have 5 designs created for our new print-on-demand brand. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna download all of these images that we created. Okay, so now we have our designs on our desktop and we have to create our folders to make sure we stay organized. So we're going to create a folder in our master folder here, and we're going to start dragging and dropping these in. We know this one is the Swing Easy Miss Hard design, as we can see right here. Swing Hard Miss Easy. We want to rename the file so we have it the correct name. Swing Hard Miss Easy t-shirt. Then we're going to rename this as well. Swing Hard Miss Easy t-shirt. This naming convention is extremely important. You have to name all of your folders like this so it's easy to understand what design is in each folder, and as you have hundreds of designs in your folder, you'll know exactly where to go for each design. So let's create the next one. This is the Par and Whiskey t-shirt. We're going to pull that right in here, move anyway, and make sure we rename the file as well. We're going to do this for all 5 and hit Bombs t-shirt, move this in here. Again, make another folder for Freedom t-shirt, move the design in, rename the design for Freedom t-shirt. Nice. And then one last one. Can name this one Retired and Still Driving t-shirt. Gonna pull this last design in here, move anyway, go in, rename the design. And there we go. And then we can clean this up. And we have our first designs all created and ready to go. Before you start creating, remember, most people slow themselves down, they second guess everything, and they ask themselves, is this good enough? Will people like this? Stop. They treat designs like precious art. They're not. Think about it like this. You're a translator, not an artist. The market is speaking, you saw it in your research, now you're translating that into designs. You're giving them what they're already saying. Just make them and let the market decide. Here are my 5 design principles I use when creating. Follow these and you're good to go. Simple is better, readable from 10 feet away, 1 clear message, text space works better for testing, and simple or muted colors. Here's how I apply them. When designing, use your research, keep colors 1 to 3 max, use typography and graphics, spend 5 to 10 minutes max per design, and most importantly, have fun. And make sure to never make these 3 mistakes. Use copyrighted images or logos. Again, I highly cannot stress this enough. Do not steal other brands' designs. This is a no go. Too many colors, and design for yourself. You never want to make designs for yourself. All of your designs should be based on research and come up with random ideas. Again, this will not go well for you. Or forget about your research and then just design without it. Now I want you to do it. Pause the video here to make your first 5 designs and have fun with it. Now we're making them print ready. Making them print ready in Canva. Upscale the image, remove the background, clean up any issues, download to desktop. Okay, so now we're inside Canva to clean up our designs. We're going to come over here to create. And most importantly, we want to do custom size. I like to do 5,000 by 5,000 for the design. So we have the proper DPI when we go to print the designs. So we click create design. And all we're going to do here is upload all the designs that we already have. And we're going to go into our folder, and we're going into the golf designs and the untitled folder. And here is all the designs that we have. So we're going to drag and drop these in one by one. Okay, so we're going to name our files golf brand designs 5,000 by 5,000. So we know these are the upscaled versions. And we're going to upload them here, which I've done already. And we're going to start dragging and dropping these into Canva. Just like this, we want the image to take up the entire space for each one. Nice. And then all we do, and you will need Canva Pro for this, but you will just remove the background for each of these images. And Canva does a really nice job. And already this design is ready to go. We don't have anything else to do here. We can immediately upload it. Let's double check here with the t-shirt though. Okay, so the t-shirt the background was removed for it. So we actually want the t-shirt color here. So all we would do is zoom in and add the t-shirt color back in. And all you do is go to the background, and then you just click restore here as I'm filling the color back into the t-shirt. Very simply like this. We want to be careful that we don't bleed over into the background that we just removed. Just like this, make sure we get all the edges here so it's all included. Get the sleeve right here. Cool, looks like we got everything. And I actually want to do the golf ball here too, because why not? Make the golf ball easy to see on any t-shirt color. Gonna add the color back in. Make sure we get all the way around on the edges. And there we go. See, everything's ready. It's ready to go here. And then we just do the same process for each one. What I think will happen here is probably these clubs might get removed and maybe the t-shirt, but we'll see in a second when we remove the background. We can click edit. Yep, the t-shirt was removed, and also the golf cart itself and some of his fingers too. So we're going to fix that now. Again, we're going to click restore and then start adding the color back into his face and also the t-shirt and the golf cart too. So we're going to add this color back in. I'm going to leave the glasses out for this and add the color back into his shirt. All add it back in right here. Get the bottom of his shirt. Make sure we get his fingers here too. We can move the size down a little bit so we don't bleed over into the rest of the image. Get his fingers. Those are all good to go. And now we'll do the cart, which we can increase the size a little bit and start filling this back in. Again, it's super important to make sure that you're careful in this process so you don't accidentally miss anything you want to re-add back into the image. So we're going to do over here, all the way to that corner, shade this in, blow this back up a little bit, add this back in. I want his foot to show a little bit here too. Get that, come over here, get the back of the golf cart, get this all into the image, just like that. All this. Nice. I'm going to do the wheels too, because I think it makes the wheels pop a little bit. And then we're going to do the top of the golf cart and we'll be done with this design. So we'll get all this added in. Make it a little smaller because we don't want it to bleed over. You can even zoom in more to make it easier. Color this all back in. Nice, that looks great. And then we'll do it over here too. Oh, we need the golf clubs too. We almost forgot. Let's get these. Do this. Perfect. And it's good to go. All right, that's ready. Now let's do this one. This one should be super simple. Done. We don't have to do anything else. That one's completely done. This one should also be super simple. Done. And lastly, let's do this one too. Okay, so we're going to add all this color into the eagle. Make sure that we're careful that we don't bleed over. Add this color back in. Get it all on his face. Nice, we're good. Then we'll do the tail. Can zoom in to make it a little easier. I like to do it in like big strokes first and then go back in with a smaller size to get all the tiny pieces over here. Get this all in. Nice, almost there. Cool. Fill in his claws a little bit because it looks like we lost some color. And this is where you want to be careful to just make sure that you're looking at every aspect of every image you make, because sometimes there's parts of the background that are removed that we don't want. And then we go lastly here to the pole or the shaft of the rod or of the club, and we'll fill this all in. Nice, almost there, and done. Then we just do a quick double check to make sure we didn't miss anything. Click done, and it looks ready to go. Actually, I want to remove that little piece right here, so we're going to go back in because it's some extra hanging graphic that we don't need, and we're just going to erase this. Get rid of this. Nice, perfect. Let's stay organized by naming them. What should we name them? Keep it simple. 1 to 2 words max. If you're not sure, drop the design into Design GPT. Ask for 2 to 3 words, name suggestions, and save to your organized folder. All right, there we go. And you want to make sure that you name each of these, again, the same thing. For Freedom t-shirt, keep calm and hit bombs t-shirt, par and whiskey t-shirt. Make sure that we spell everything correctly. Retired but still driving t-shirt. And then swing hard, miss easy t-shirt. Perfect. So all these designs are ready to go. They're upscaled, ready to be put on t-shirts. And all we do is click this share button in the top right, click download, make sure that transparent background is checked, and then we just download all the images into one file. It'll be a zip file that we can open and then add to our folders. Perfect. Okay, so we have the files downloaded onto the folder, and thankfully we have everything already set, so we can start moving these images into the correct folders. Move. We can replace it if you want to, because this is the correct version. Move this in here. Move. Par and whiskey, put this in here. Move. Keep calm and hit bombs. Move. Oh, it didn't get moved into the folder. Let's drop that in here. And for Freedom t-shirt, move. And you can replace it because we're swapping these out anyway. Nice. So here's the old one, here's the new one. We don't really need this image anymore. Also, it's already in Canva, that'll be saved in there. You can keep it if you want, or you can just put this into the old, and obviously you'll know that this is your upscaled image because the background's removed. Same with this. Put this into a different folder and put old. Pull this in here, and then you have your design file right here. And again, we remove the old one. We don't need it. This is the upscaled one. And then we have this last one here. We can take the old one that isn't upscaled and still has the background, drop it in here. And now we are super organized and all of our upscaled designs are in their respective folders. And now you have your first 5 designs. These would have cost $100 or more to outsource and taken days. Most beginners launch with 10 designs. And here's what most people don't understand. Imagine going into a Nike store and they had 10 products in the entire store. Do you think their customers would be confused? Absolutely. Anyone that walked into a Nike store and only saw 10 products would think that Nike's closing down. And here's a survey of our 10K plus sellers in the WeScale community. And we're looking at the distribution of live designs on their site. And as you can see here, a vast majority, over 52% of them, have 250 to 500 designs on their site. And you can see there's a nice varied distribution here, but a majority of them have over 250 designs, and they all have done over 10K in sales. And that's why we're making 100 designs. Good. The bad news here is, and let's talk about bad news bears, is that took them a ton of time. But the good news, these AI tools only became possible in the past few months. It's brand new here. And what used to take 3 to 4 weeks, we can now do in an afternoon. 100 designs that would have cost thousands of dollars in one sitting. And that's the advantage you have right now. Next lesson, we're going to scale to 100 designs. Let's do it. As we move into creating our 100 designs, I just wanted to show you what 100 designs can do for you. For me, Sloths reached $10,000 in sales with 100 designs. As you can see here, it's a little over $10,000 in sales at $11,467. And you might be thinking, doesn't 100 designs take forever? I just made these 100 designs in a few hours using the tools you're about to get. Why 100 designs? And why not 200? Or why not a million? Why not a billion designs? And let's talk about why 100 and the math that comes with it. And from our experience, it's 5 to 10% of designs become winners. So having 100 designs gives you 100 chances. And that's 5 to 10 potential winners. That's your foundation for $10,000 in sales. And think about it like this. 100 is the magic starting point. It used to take weeks to 100, sometimes even months working with designers, and now with our tools you can do it in an afternoon. 100 is where testing really begins. It's not the end, it's just the beginning of our design creation process. And 100 designs equals a larger audience. Let's think about it like this. If we had 2 shops, and on the left here, the one only had 5 designs, people would be really confused when they show up to the shop. Versus the shop with 100 designs, it looks like it's completely full and an authentic brand. People are going to line up outside the door to shop with that brand because there's so many different choices and options for them to pick from. And here's what 100 designs does for your store. Straight from real customers from Sloth Hiking Club, you can just see some of the reviews that were left by my customers. Julie, for example, very easy and fun looking at the wonderful items you offer. Beverly said lots of choices, which is an amazing feedback, obviously showcasing that having a lot of choices does work. And Pamela even said wide selection and a fun website, which showcases having all these different designs, a whole bunch of options for people to choose from, is a big factor when it comes to our potential customers. And 100 isn't as many as it seems. We want to be like Karen here. Karen's in our community, and she created 1,025 designs in 5 weeks, which is an incredible achievement, but it just shows that all the volume that comes with design creation just gives us that many more chances to find winners. And here's how we're going to get there. We're using Design Gem Batch. This combines all the AI skills we just learned, and I want you to watch me do it first. Then you can do it yourself. Okay, so we're going to do some bulk design generation. And the best part about this is that we have this tool, the WeScale Design Gem, to help you with this. And the way you're going to get to it is by going to gemini.google.com. Also, the direct URL for the gem will be available in the free community as well, so you can access it immediately and start using it as soon as possible. But you're going to want to go to gemini.google.com and sign up for a Google Gemini account. But the best part about the WeScale Design Gem is that all of the research is baked into the gem. So really all it is just typing in golf or whatever your niche is and typing in designs. And it does all the hard work. You can also pull in that research from the WeScale Design GPT if you want to use that for inspiration or help Gemini with some direction, but the gem is extremely good at creating compelling designs. And I recommend doing a split screen as you're doing this because the gem is just for prompting and we want a separate screen for image generation. If you don't know how to do split screen, it's on Google Chrome. All you do is go up to the top where your tab is and you just click arrange split view and it'll let you add tabs to split screen for your internet browser. Okay, so let's start it. Let's do golf designs and let's see what it comes up with. Again, this gem is incredible at creating designs. It has all of the information you would ever need. It also does research as it is learning about your niche as well. So it knows the compelling slogans and types of art styles that work well in your niche. So as it's generating the prompts right now, again, the split screen is really important. So we can just copy and paste the prompts that come out of it right in here to generate. Again, this doesn't do a good job of generating images. I highly recommend do not generate images inside the same WeScale Design Gem. It's going to slow it up and also it's not going to produce the same prompts. Just try to avoid it. Do the split screen, have one set for just image generation. And specifically, let's make sure that we're using Nano Banana Pro because Nano Banana Pro has better image output than just Nano Banana. Cool, so we have some information here and it created our prompts. All we have to do here is just copy this entire thing and we just copy and paste it right in here. And you can go ahead and read through the prompts, but these are proven pieces of information that Google Gemini has gone and found on the internet. It does the research for you exactly the way that you would need to find compelling designs for your brand. So we can just start copying and pasting these. Also, you can read through them too. If there's like specific prompts that you don't like, you don't have to use them, right? So you can read through these, but for the example here, I'm just gonna be showing all of them and then showing you how you can generate more prompts from this. So we're waiting for this to generate and we will then copy this next variation over after this generates because we can't paste multiple prompts at the same time. We have to wait for each image to generate. What we could do here is if we're waiting, we can ask for more prompts. Give me more golf prompts. Ooh, I really like this style right here. The gaming 8-bit pixel art style for game over with a golf ball in the water. I think that could do really well. I myself have found some success with gaming slash niche crossovers because so many people game at this point. It does work pretty well. Any kind of like futuristic things, kind of like, if something related to the computer or something technical related to your niche where they can kind of bring both into one spot is normally the best of both worlds. So I kind of want to see what it will prompt when I do this. Normally this is a lot faster. I think that it's a little slow because I am screen recording. So yours will be a lot faster. Normally it only takes a couple of seconds for these images to output, but we will keep waiting to see what comes out. Maybe we'll just pause it and try again. There we go. Weekend hooker, slice it like a pro. That's pretty cool. And again, you can just start copying and pasting these over. Google does the hard work for us. It knows the slogans and words that are common in the niche. It can go and do that research. So we can heavily rely on this, but again, it's best to use your research too. If you know there's specific motifs or interests that cross over, you can tell Gemini, hey, golf times beer. Oh, this is a great design. This is such a good design. I think this would sell really well. Game over, press start to retry. So good. And see the golf ball hitting the water at like 8-bit kind of style. So good. But yeah, you can do from all the research you found in the WeScale Design and Research GPT, all you have to do, again, you don't have to type in fancy prompts or anything. You can just do golf times whatever items it told you. And we should find pretty good results from this. Again, Gemini is doing all this research for us. and we can quickly create 100 designs. Makes it simpler than ever before. Let's see what this one is. This one looks cool too. Oh, copy and paste it right into the other Gemini tab. And again, we should get some really good designs. And you can do these for each of those motifs or styles that you found using the WeScale Design Research GPT. For example, we found that golf times cigars was another popular item in golfing. This is pretty cool too. The 19th hole social club serving birdies and brews, pretty cool design. Even if you didn't like it like this, you could say, hey, give the design a grunge effect. So it's not so, so it's not so much ink in the design. I think this could look really cool with a grunge effect. Oh yeah, that's a great design. That looks so good with like the grunge on it. Probably even faded a little bit. Looks so good. Let's do this cigar one now. We have a couple of one, and each one of these gives you like so much different styles too. So we have like a proven performer from the golf niche, which is things that normally work well. And then we have some style shifts. So it's not like all the same styles. As you can see, these are two very different art styles. Again, with this one's a different art style. And we want that on our site. Again, this is okay, not the best. I don't really like the frame here. So I would probably get rid of the frame because it just doesn't make sense on a design, as we saw when we were looking at good and bad designs. But this Stogies and Bogies looks pretty cool. I would even get rid of this premium golf cigars at the bottom too when I was editing the design, and Stogies and Bogies with the cigar and the ball looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks great. That's a great design. Let's see how this one does too. But you can just see how quickly you can make 100 designs now, right? It doesn't take us hours and hours to make designs, or even days. It takes a couple of hours now, if that. You could probably make 100 in like 2 hours at this point, which is incredible speed compared to where we used to be when it came to creating designs. Oh, that's cool too. Yeah, that's cool. It looks like there's like a drum attached to the golf club, and you could just remove that too. So we could quickly. What else do we have? We know that when we were doing our research, it said that golf times skeletons was cool. So we'll see what we can create there. And you want to just go down through that whole list that we saved. Remember when we did the WeScale design research and it gave us a whole bunch of information, different motifs, animals, and that's a great design. Animals, things that golfers normally like on their t-shirts. You can literally run through that entire list and then start doing your niche times whatever is popular in your research. So we'll make another one here, and look how fast this is. We're just cranking through designs. They look really good. We obviously just clean up these backgrounds in Canva and then start putting them on our t-shirts. This one's great. I think this is a really, really good design. Oh yeah, it's another great design. Till death do us par. Great design. Yeah, it does that research. You can even pull the research from here too. Like if you wanted to do deadhead times golf, rubber hose times golf, anatomical study times golf, you can use the information in here to create more designs. Skateboarding times golf. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, this design's pretty good. I would probably change up the text. It doesn't really make sense to me, but you could go back to the research GPT. You could even take this image and plug it into the research GPT and ask for better text for the image. Again, I think this one would look better with some more grunge on it as well, so it's not a big solid design. And again, add grunge effect to the design. I wanted to try this one though. I think this will be really good. Again, if you don't want to use just Gemini for prompt generation, you can also use the WeScale Design GPT to generate as well. And we go to the WeScale Design and Research GPT, make me golf prompts. And it should be able to do the same thing. It should give you some really good prompts that you can either use here to create designs, or you can take it back into Gemini. I like to play with both. I think ChatGPT and Gemini give vastly different styles in image generation. So something that might look good in the WeScale Design GPT might not look as good in Gemini, or vice versa. So it's definitely interesting to play around with both, and I would recommend doing both. Let's go back over to Gemini. Added a little bit of grunge, but I would probably want a little more grunge here, but let's try this other design here. Again, I would still try this design, but just change the text and make it more golf centric so it's on brand here. This is an interesting style as well, rubber hose cartoon style. This was a, early Mickey Mouse style. It's no longer copyrighted. Again, I wouldn't do anything with Mickey Mouse, but the art style is no longer copyrighted, so definitely can play around with this art style now. And that's cool. Look at this. This is a great, I love this design. This is such a good design. I would get rid of the box. It doesn't need the square. You can easily take that out in Canva by just erasing it, but I would definitely try this as a design. Let's pop over to the WeScale Design GPT and see what else we have in here. But in this one, we can ask it to just create the image just like we did before. It doesn't have the same effect like it does in Gemini. You can create the images inside the GPT, and there's nothing wrong with that. Let's do some animal designs. But again, it gives you new information every single time. All these different styles you can try that I would highly recommend trying. Again, this is based all on recent data that Gemini is finding that is working for print on demand. So definitely recommend trying this along. Again, I can't say this enough, with using your research as well. Very interested to see what this design does. Ooh, this is a cool design. Very cool design. Again, I would just get rid of this background, which we can easily get rid of in Canva. And another one, vintage mascot bear. Animals normally work well when it comes to designs. Everyone loves animals. This is a cool design too. I really like this design. Again, we would just remove the background. It's nice and square. There's a ton of negative space in it. And this is how we do this, right? Like, we've generated a bunch of designs already, and we just keep doing this, and we will quickly make our 100 designs. So across the two tools, this is funny too, barely breaking 100. Let's see, we have this as well. So I like to do this paired with the research. So make sure that you're also using your research, what you find on Etsy, what you find on Amazon, wherever you're researching. You can also use that information to create designs. You can also upload the designs. For example, the ones that we found from our research. Let's go to the golf brand, Etsy inspiration. Let's say it's this one that we found, or let's do this one. Make me some prompt variations of this image. And again, we don't want to just use this image, this copyright. We don't even want anything that looks remotely similar to this image. Again, it's just unethical. We don't want to do that. And you can do this with all of your research images as well. So there's plenty of options when it comes to creating designs. Let's see how this one came out. This design's okay. I would probably remove the background, and also there's some gradient in here as well, which I would remove. Something interesting, ChatGPT can remove designs and Gemini cannot. Okay, so it took the image and says, here's 4 strategic variations based on Bigfoot golf concepts from your reference image. The walking Bigfoot pattern is the dominant motif, often adapts to carrying different objects, believes in birdies, finding fairways, Sasquatch Hills Golf Club, hide and seek champion. Okay, let's see what it makes us. And this will be interesting because all 4 of these prompts will be around this design that we uploaded. And then we would just pick the one that looks the most compelling for our brand. This one's removing the background right now. But as we're switching back and forth from these tools, we're just creating so many new designs for us to test for our brand. This is so simple, so exciting. I love this. And it looks like it still has that blue tint. I think Canva would probably be able to remove that. I think it would see it as the background and get rid of it. Let's go back over to Gemini. This looks pretty decent. It's different from the other one. As you can see, the trees are different. The Bigfoot is different. The golf clubs are different. So that's completely different enough from this original, but let's see what else this makes. Let's see here. I like the retro, like grunge effect in there too. It's just a good looking design. And there's a bunch of different variations in here too. Oh, this design looks so good. And if we remember our 5 design principles, this all fits in here, right? It's easy to read. There's not stuff all over the place. Bigfoot, you can see he's on the golf course. The alien UFO is sucking up the golf ball. This is a great design. I think this would work really well. There's negative space built in. It's just one color, right? We don't want like a million colors in a design. It fits the bill. Easily just remove this design and it's good to go. So as you can see here, this is how easy it is to create designs with Gemini and the WeScale Design Research GPT. So make sure you're using both tools as you create your designs. Now let's prep our designs. And it's going to be the same exact way we just did before with the 5 designs. We're going to do it in bulk. Okay, so we're back in Canva, and just like we did with the first 5 designs we made, we're going to do the same exact thing for the next 100 designs. Or I guess the next 95 designs, because we already did 5. So we're going to upload our designs, and now I'm going to download all those designs and upload them, so give me a second. Okay, so after we've created our designs and then now we're going to prep them inside Canva. And all we're going to do is just like last time, we're going to upload those files and they might be on your desktop somewhere. That's where you save them. And then we're just going to load them into a Canva like we did prior with our first 5 designs. And then I'm going to walk through the process of prepping them like I did for the others. Okay, so just like before, we're gonna add our designs into Canva, make sure that they're the full 5,000 by 5,000, remove the background. Nice, that looks good. I want this design to take up a little more space because there's that extra white room. Make sure it's centered. We're good, that's it. It's literally design ready. Or it's ready for print. And then we'll do this one. Again, we'll just drag it so it fits the entire block. Remove the background. Good. It's ready to go. It's literally this easy. It doesn't get any easier. And we'll do this last one here too. Yep, looks good. I'll do one more because I really like this design. I have a lot of hope for this design. I think it'll do extremely well. Looks good. It looks like there's a little bit of um, add some color back in here. Yeah, see how it's missing a little red there? We want to make sure that that is included in the design. So we just add it back in just like that. Same with the A over here. Sometimes they're not all straightforward. We just want to be as careful as possible to not include any of the background. Again, it's missing a little bit of the R over here. And we just fill it back in. Just like that. And we want to remove that little block right there. Get rid of that. Get rid of some of these artifacts. Nice. And it looks good. Could probably fix up this or the start button right here. So show original, restore. Yeah, see how some of that was removed? So we can restore this. Again, you want to just be careful if you get in that black line. If you do the outline like that, you can always just come back and easily erase it so it's not there anymore. Just get rid of that. Some over here. Then we come down here and can get rid of this too. We're good to go. And that looks great. Again, this design would look good on a darker t-shirt. I don't really worry about making two designs of the same thing to fit on both dark and light colors, especially in the beginning, because it just takes more time and we're purely just testing right now to find winners. And then if we find a winner, we can always create the other colors of the design, whether it's white, then make it black, or black and then white, so it fits on all the t-shirt colors that we want. But this is it. This is the simple process. Again, just showing you how to remove the background and clean up some of the designs to make your designs ready to be added to Printify to sell on your brand. Okay, so real talk. I used to take so much time on every single design I made, trying to get each one perfect. And some people out there think that we might just be throwing 100 designs out into the ether and we're just throwing spam into the world. And that doesn't really make sense. I don't understand why we would ever spend the time to create a 30-hour course and then now this new course to help people create spam. But I now realize it's literally just a numbers game. And this is a example from my design folder where I keep all of my designs for Sloth Hiking Club. And this is not all of them. This is just a small sample size of the designs I have for my brand. And it's literally just a numbers game. And I mean this in two ways. Number one, volume leads to quality. So I want to talk about the jar story. And here's a great story about a college professor that had a class in college where he split the class into two groups. And he told the one group to make the best possible jar over the course of the entire semester, as perfect as they could possibly make it, but just one jar. And then he had the other side of the classroom, the other group, make as many jars as they possibly could. And the outcome was that the side that created as many jars as they possibly could actually created the best jar possible. So the moral of the story here is that we have to learn through volume and don't let perfect be the enemy of progress. Number two, you never know which design is going to win. And I want to introduce you to one of our coaches. This is John, amazing coach inside the community. But I want to talk about this design that John almost deleted. And you're probably wondering, how much money did this design make? Well, it's staggering how much this design did. It helped John scale over $2 million in sales. This one single design led the charge for this scale. It was selling like hotcakes. And he almost deleted a winner. He almost deleted this by accident, but thankfully he kept it on his store. And like Chris says here in this post, volume leads to winners. And he says quantity leads to quality. You build fast, you launch these designs, you test them, and then you iterate on them, and then that's how you scale. And he also includes that most beginners, also including himself when he was a beginner, thinks quality comes from spending hours on a single design. But the better way to think about it is invest the time making perfect designs after we've gotten feedback from the market, not before. We have no idea what perfect means. The only way we'll know what perfect means is when the market buys the designs from us. And then we can spend the time perfecting and creating more perfect designs that fit our brand. And it might sound crazy, but the top 1% of print on demand sellers make 7 designs per day. So, what you just learned, that's exactly what it takes to be number one: 7 designs per day. And before you make yours, here's what slows down most beginners. These are key insights from working with hundreds of students, so I really want you to listen. Don't get hung up on making each design perfect. Goal is volume first, then refinement. Can always come back and fix things. We're simply testing what the market wants. We don't know what the market wants until we put the designs out there. The market will tell us what's good through the metrics on Facebook and also buying our designs. And it's not our personal taste. Again, I see this so many times with beginners. They will make designs for them and not for what the market likes. They try to tweak every single design until it feels perfect. They fear failure. What if my designs aren't good enough? Well, the market will tell you, and then we'll find out why they don't like the designs, and then we'll make better designs because of that. What if I'm being inconsistent? The only way you're being inconsistent is if you're not creating designs. And it will be natural for your first 10 designs to take longer, and it's completely normal. You're learning the workflow, and the last 90 go so much quicker. And you will start to build momentum as you create your designs. And the power of consistency is right in front of you. Again, this is my brand, Sloth Hiking Club, and it's generated over $764,000 in sales. And that's just from me creating new designs every single day and staying consistent with the brand. And this is your journey. I want you to do what works for you. And I want you to pause here until you have your first 100 designs created. Don't move forward without them. This is critical. If you're still watching, it means your 100 designs are done. And let's talk about the 100 design recap to make sure that they're actually done. They're 1, generated; 2, upscaled, so they're nice and high quality so you don't run into any printing issues. The background's removed, they are named, saved to the folder, and ready to upload. And congrats! 100 designs is an incredible milestone. It's a major, major milestone, and no matter how long it took you, some people it takes weeks, others it takes months. You just made at least $2,000 worth of designs. But now here's the thing. What you've created is great, but designs alone don't grab attention. We need a mockup. Like this. This is the mockup for Sloth Hiking Club. And the next lesson, we'll create mockups that sell. Let's go. I just made these 10 mockups in about 15 minutes using the tools you're about to get. These aren't just any mockups. They are designed to stand out in a social media feed. For example, this is what it looks like a mockup on Facebook, and you can see that it clearly stands out in the feed because it looks so real and compelling. And we're making mockups specifically optimized for the Facebook feed to get people's attention and to ensure the lowest cost per click. And this is what most print-on-demand sellers miss. While it may look simple, making a great mockup is extremely difficult. And mockups are one of the most important elements of our brand. And I want you to think about it like this. Mockups are like movie posters. A bad poster, just title on a colored background. Even great movies, nobody goes. Why? It doesn't communicate anything. And it looks low budget. But a good poster shows the vibe, the tone, and the quality. And you immediately know this is for me. And you can gauge production value. And it makes you want to see it. And that's why our team built the Mockup Gem, and specifically trained off of dozens of winning mockups designed to give you the best shot of creating a winning mockup from day one. And the mockups we're making are made of 3 parts. Number 1, the shirt, very important part of the mockup, obviously, because our designs are going on these shirts. Number 2, the background. And number 3, the props. And if you combine them, you have your finished mockup. A mockup is the background, the shirt, and any objects around it, not the design itself. And let's see some real examples of some bad mockups. And this is a absolutely atrocious mock-up. You can see that the t-shirt is just floating. There's a weird red outline on the t-shirt. Design's kind of hard to see because the t-shirt's super small. And the background, it doesn't even make sense. I would never ever spend money on this for Facebook. This mock-up, although sometimes people think this is a good mock-up, the design is off-center. It's super small in the image, and the design isn't even the main focus of this image. It's like the people walking in the background, people will have no idea that we're even selling t-shirts here. It just doesn't work for a mock-up when we're trying to drive customers to buy our products. The shirt is too small, and when the shirt's too small, it's very hard to see the design on a t-shirt, especially in mobile. We want the t-shirt to take up as much space as possible in the image. And there's too many objects, and this is of course on my mockup, but we've added all of these objects onto the mockup. They're super distracting, obviously, and it looks terrible. Another bad t-shirt. For example, the t-shirt itself also matters. So we need to try different variations of the t-shirt and also make sure the t-shirt doesn't look like it's floating on the background. For this case, this was one of the very first mock-ups I made for Sloth Hiking Club that didn't make it. I tested it and it did not work because it just doesn't look that good. Although the background and the props are the same, it just isn't that great because the t-shirt isn't compelling enough. And also the pants were up way too high too. We don't want any objects taking up too much space on the t-shirt. Compared to my current mockup, and look how great this mockup is. It takes up the entire space of the image and it pops because there is shadowing added to the t-shirt. It looks like it's actually laying on the piece of wood. There's light shining down onto it. There's nothing on top of the t-shirt where our designs will go. And also there's some added shadows to the props as well. This is a really nice mockup and has helped generate me all of the sales for Sloth Hiking Club. So let's talk about good mockups. And for example, this is Yoga Say. Again, a very similar vibe to Sloth Hiking Club, as in the t-shirt takes up a majority of the image. There's very a limited number of props, and the t-shirt is very compelling. It's knotted at the bottom for an added effect, kind of a feminine touch for a feminine niche. And I already talked about Sloth Hiking Club, but again, the t-shirt takes up a majority of the image and just a couple of props in the image along with the shadowing, which is super important for a t-shirt mock-up because we want the t-shirt to look as real as possible. Good versus bad, the difference. For the good mock-ups, it has a clean background, it's realistic, and the design is clearly visible versus a bad mock-up has a cluttered scene, it's fake looking, and the design is not readable. And just for you, we have a free PDF guide that breaks this down even further, and you download it when you join the community. It has detailed examples, side-by-side comparisons, and it's a free resource. And also, just as another reminder, our community is also free. Now, let's make it. And I want you to watch me do it first. Then you can do it yourself. Again, just like we did the bulk generation for our designs, we have another tool, which is the WeScale Mockup Gem, which will help create compelling mockups for us. You'll have access to this mockup gem inside the community, and it's very simple, just like the design gem. All we have to do is tell it the niche that we want, and it will start creating different mockups for us. It's trained off of compelling mockups that we have used that have worked and have also sold a ton of sales behind them. So this gem is, again, really good at making mockups. And all you have to do is type in golf mockup, and it will start the process of creating the prompts for golf mockups. Again, I recommend the split screen. If you don't remember how to, just go up to the top, right click on the tab, and make sure you arrange into split view. So you can do the prompts and also generate the mockups at the same time. And just like that, it started generating prompts. And we already have 3, and here is the 4th prompt for us to try. And all you do is you just copy and paste that prompt right into Nano Banana Pro, make sure that we're creating an image, and we hit enter. And just like that, we will start generating our mockups. The best thing about this too is it already has all of the pre-built settings you need for a compelling mockup. For example, we want 1080 by 1080 for the image size for a square format, 1:1 ratio. It knows that it should be a professional, realistic product from the top down, flat lay perspective, and it already gives you winning colors as well when we go to test. And this is a great looking mockup right off the bat. We could definitely use this to test, and we 100% will. And then again, we can create another one just by loading in the next prompt, and we can just go down the list as we create these mockups. And we're just running down the list. Now we'll add the third prompt. This one's good. Again, the mockup gem is not perfect, but it does do a really good job. We have to remember everything we've just learned when it comes to creating mockups. And this one doesn't pass the cut. There's this big black, it looks like a jacket in the corner. It's too distracting in this image, so this isn't a mockup I would use. But then this is a great mockup. It takes up perfect spacing inside it. There is just a couple of items. The t-shirt sleeves almost touch the corners. This is a really nice mockup. And then we'll create another one here and we'll see what we get. But 2 out of the 3 of these are immediately usable. This is a great looking one. And so is this one too. Very good looking mockup. And then we'll see what this creates from this prompt. But we can always ask for more too, right? Because we need 10. This is another good looking mockup. Very good. Objects on point with the golf niche. We got the plaid pants. We got the pick for fixing the greens. And then we got a nice little golf hat as well. And then we're waiting for the gem to load up another 4 mockups. This mockup's interesting. I don't know if I would use this one specifically, but it's always a good test, right? It's a very different background than what I'm used to for our t-shirts. Also, the t-shirt's not really taking up too much of the room in here, but again, we can always take this into Canva and upsize this so the t-shirt is all the way to the corner. So it probably is something that I would test because why not? We don't know what's going to work. We have to test on Facebook to see what our winning mockup is. And we're just going in and it's so simple. We're just copying and pasting these prompts right into Gemini. And we've quickly made what I think is 4 usable mockups out of 5. And then we would just do this until we get to 10 mockups. See, for example, this is not one I would use for my mockup test. This doesn't fit the niche at all. And clearly we want it to be on brand for us and the beach doesn't make sense for the golf niche. So it's not something I would use. Sometimes Gemini doesn't always get it right, but for the most part it does. So always remember that the mockup should be on brand and make sense for your niche. Again, this is another one I would test. Why not? It's not super specific to golf, but again, I think it's a good looking mock-up. It has the pants in there, it has a hoodie maybe, and a watch as well. And then we just went back into the other side of Gemini over here and asked for another 4 golf prompts, and we'll see what we get. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mock-ups already. Very fast. And again, just talking about this, creating mockups before used to take up so much time. I like this mockup, but this is one that I would say, hey, because if we're trying to sell to men here, this looks kind of like more of a manlier mockup. I'd say switch up the presentation of the shirt because I don't think knotted really makes sense for if we're doing like a male golf store. But if you're selling to women, then a knotted t-shirt does normally perform really well in feminine niches. So as we're waiting, we're just switching the presentation of the t-shirt here so it's not knotted. Again, this might not be perfect. It might still come back knotted. Yeah, see, it just gave us a lifestyle image, but we can just come back here and we can edit these prompts too. So somewhere in here, it says that the t-shirt is knotted at the bottom. So we can easily edit that in the prompt. So we can just go through here, entire frame. See, the bottom hem is casually knotted on one side. We can just get rid of this sentence, get rid of that extra period. And it should create us another variation of the mockup without the knot at the bottom. You want to go through and read these as well to make sure that they make sense for your niche. Much better. Again, it's not perfectly at the top, but we're going to show you how to take these into Canva and then you can blow them up to make sure the t-shirts are fully in the frame that we want them to be. And this one looks good too. Definitely will test it. And also in here, you can tell Gemini what kind of props you want too. Like for example, maybe we want one with a golf club in it. And I didn't do that on this run, but we can just generate again. I want a mock-up for the golf niche with a golf club in it. And I even spelled golf wrong here. I want to make sure that I spelled this right. I want a mock-up for the golf niche with a golf club in it. And if you want different items in your mockup, you can always tell the gem to include specific items that are on brand for your niche. For example, I just typed in, I want a mockup for the golf niche with a golf club in it. And these ones will add a golf club into it. So we can play around with this as well. You can tell it all, specifically all 3 items that you want in the mockup. If you want a specific background, you can tell it that too. So let's see what we get here. This looks great. Another great mockup. We'll do another one. Another good mockup. These are looking good. Get this in here. So how many do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All we need is one more mockup. And I like this one, but I don't like the knotted t-shirt. So again, I'm just going to go back in here, copy this, find where it says that it's knotted. The bottom is casually knotted on one side. Just going to get rid of this sentence and add it in here. Again, you might want knotted for your t-shirt, especially if it's for a, mostly women niche. Great, that looks perfect. Then we're just going to make sure that we download every single one of our mockups and then add them to the folder where our entire brand is living. And now since we've downloaded all 10 of our mockups, I just wanted to quickly iterate, look how simple this is. It looks so good. These mockups are great, very simple to do. And all we have to do now is just make them completely ready to add to our store when we add them inside Canva and blow them up a little bit. But again, super simple. These are all high quality mockups. Would take forever to create these mockups before, and they all look super realistic and will work for our brand. I just made mine. And now you're going to make yours. But before you do, here's what not to do with mockups. Avoid these mistakes. Using obvious stock photos, lifestyle mockups, we only want flat lay styles, overly cluttered backgrounds, bland colors, shirts that are too small, and ignore all other styles. And quality is about realism. And what we're aiming for is natural wrinkles in fabric, proper lighting and shadows. Design placement looks printed, not pasted, and makes people believe it's a real photo. Also, we want it to be smooth and in the center of the chest for the design. And why flat lay mockups, you might be asking? Well, they've been tested and proven time and time again. And we want people to picture themselves in the shirt, not seeing someone else wearing it, and the clean presentation style works. And ignore all the other styles. Lifestyle mockups with models, hanger shots, elaborate staging. After 600 plus people inside the community, we have found that flat lay works the best. And why are we making 10 variations? Well, it's the same reason we made 100 designs. We have more chances at finding success, and we're testing presentations of styles from different angles, different lighting, different backgrounds, different settings, and we don't know which one will work until we test it in the market. And if you have more questions, you can always ask the WeScale GPT for advice. But if you want feedback, accountability, and community support, then we recommend starting the 21-day challenge, which is only available inside the WeScale Accelerator. And pause the video here. Don't move forward until you've created 10 mockup variations. This is critical. And now I want you to look at what you just made. You've created 10 professional mockups, ready to test, designed to stand out, and optimized for the Facebook feed. And now you're probably wondering, well, which one of these is the winner? We're going to find out soon. That winner becomes your template for all 100 products. But first, we need a place to test. Right now, all of your designs are sitting on your computer and they don't exist anywhere else. There isn't a store, it's not connected to anything, and none of it can be purchased. You're not selling anything just yet. But this is where I got lost because it was confused. I didn't really understand the different products and I got confused about fulfillment. And I didn't really understand the print file versus display files and was spending a week researching instead of building. But this time, in the next 7 minutes, I'm going to break down exactly how your store works and how Shopify, Printify, and how they all talk to each other. The order flow from customers' purchase to automate it. And by the end, you'll understand exactly how the complete system works before we upload a single product. And with that, it's time to build your store.
Now that you've completed your 100 designs, it is now time to bring those products to life using the exact same system that we used on Sloth Hiking Club and the other 8 brands that we have run using this model. So that we're able to receive customer reviews like this: fast shipping, easy checkout, and good order updates. Because all of these reviews and everything that we're going to do on our site is essentially starting to build that overall brand experience that we're giving to our customers. And these are the kind of customers that come back and buy again and again because we've given them such an excellent experience. I don't know about you, but I love when my return customer rate is 22.8%. It's beautiful. On days like that, I know that I am making pretty much pure profit. If you forgot, this is exactly how our model works. Our customer is going to order from our site. Our order then gets sent to Printify. Printify will print and ship the order. The customer then receives it, and we get the profit. With this flow, we never have to touch any inventory. So you don't have to worry about storing tons of boxes in your house or in your garage. There's no trips to the post office, no packing boxes anywhere, and fully automated. So essentially, all of this is just running. All we need is ourselves and a laptop, and you can be running a 7-figure business without ever touching a piece of clothing. And honestly, it feels like magic the first time that you see it. I remember when the first order went through, I literally didn't have to do anything. It was just like a perfectly oiled machine. So with that, we're going to go over to Printify and start getting everything set up over there. We're going to be using the exact same settings that we use on our store. So once we do that, everything gets published without any hiccup. And our products will be live in Shopify. And we'll be ready to take real orders. So let's head over to Printify. You're going to pull up your Printify account. As you can see, I have mine set up here. And then we are going to go to Printify settings. So there's 2 places where we can adjust settings: the store settings as well as the account down here. So the settings that we'll end up configuring here in Printify are the payment information, our ship from address, our store name, our production settings, as well as our WeScale discount code. We'll get into that in a minute. So the first thing that we want to set up is our store name. So we'll go to store settings, and here we have our store name. As you can see, it just says WeScale brand. So we definitely want to change that to Slice Club because that's the name of our brand. And then down here, we have these general safety regulations. This is required if you are going to be selling in the EU. We're not going to be selling in the EU. We're just going to be selling in the US. So we don't need to do anything with these. So once we have our store name done, the next thing that we're going to do is set up our business information. This is going to be down here in account. We'll go to my account, name of business. This is where you would put your LLC if you have an LLC, the name of that. If you haven't created one yet, then you can just put the name of your brand. So once all of this information is filled out, you've filled out the name of your business, your name, your contact information, as well as your address. You'll then click submit. Once it's submitted, we know that it's saved. So now that all those business settings are completed, we're then going to go to our ship from address. So we'll go back to store settings, click ship from address, and then we can use Printify's default. Sometimes people like to put a custom address. Personally, I prefer Printify's default because then I don't have to give out my personal address anywhere. And then if you sell international, you can do the same thing for the UK as well as Germany. So all that's good. We'll click save. Oh, yep, that didn't save. So remember to always click save as you're going through these settings. Cool. That's saved. Ship from. Cool. Order settings. which is essentially our production settings as well. Same thing. We can enable order rerouting. We shouldn't really need to do anything with this because our supplier is Printify Choice. So they essentially pick like the cheapest and closest printer to our customer, but we'll enable order rerouting. I like to leave it around $2. That way it's keeping it within like the margin that I'm expecting. Like if I was waiting until like the max additional cost was $100, like that could be really expensive for me as the business owner. So I like to keep it around $2 because then it's around like the amount of profit that I would be making. And then we can choose, do we want exact product matches or similar? I like exact. I've done similar before, and then people will get confused. They're like, on the site, it said it was supposed to be a Gildan shirt, but I didn't receive a Gildan shirt. So I like to just do exact product matches only. And then, yes, we are going to keep Printify Choice because that's just going to make our life a whole lot easier. And then finally, we're going to come down here to order submission. So there's a few ways that you can set your orders to go through on Printify. You can set it to be manual where you physically have to submit each order. You could have it automatically do it every hour. So every hour on the hour, it would submit new orders. You can do it automatically every 24 hours. So at some point, it would just submit all of your orders or automatically when you set a time. I prefer to automatically set a time and then I set it for 11:55 p.m. So that way, right before the end of the day, all of my orders will get pushed through, start going into production, and then I can have an easy time looking at my credit card statement to get my cost of goods or essentially like pulling the numbers here from Printify. Like you can run a report and get those numbers, but it gives me a really clear idea of how much I've actually spent on my cost of goods. Okay, personalized orders. We'll just say manual because we're not setting any personalized up. If you are going to use personalization, I would just run through these settings on your own, see what other people have done. I personally have not done anything with personalization yet, so I don't want to go and give information that I'm not 100% sure about. And then tracking notifications, receive it as soon as it's available. And then delayed orders, I like to manually send them to production. This is kind of a personal choice. You can have it automatically send as well, but typically I like to set it up as manual. And then when you're in your orders tab, which I can show you, cool, we'll save. I always keep this receive daily emails on as well because then if there are any issues with orders, you can always go into your account and fix them. But essentially, if you go to the orders tab, it'll say like on hold, has an issue. Like there's tons of different things that it could be. So if there's an issue, it'll say has issues and it'll be red. So I like to manually handle it because it gives me an idea like I can check in and see okay, what actually is wrong with this order? Can I fix it on my own? Is it something that I need to reach out about? So I can kind of get used to handling those kinds of situations. So that's what I like to do personally. Publishing preferences. Here we can click general profile. This will set all of our shipping profiles to general. This is going to be something that we can fix later as well on Shopify's side, but we'll start here. Hopefully, everything will go to general profile, but we'll talk about it more on the Shopify side of things. Keep going down the line. Available Printify Premium. Here you go. This is where you can utilize your WeScale discount code. So Printify Premium essentially takes up to 20% off of the product cost. So right off the bat, we can be saving money on our cost of goods. Cost of goods is going to be our most expensive cost besides ads, but it still ranks higher. Typically, when we are just starting out, even with Printify Premium, we're about 45 to 50% cost of goods typically, which is definitely on the higher side. But Printify Premium helps to bring that percentage down. So, with getting up to 20% off of your products right off the bat, it puts us in a really better spot than if we didn't have Printify Premium. This is one of the things too about Printify that other print providers and like print on demand companies just can't compete with. I'm always looking and doing research and seeing if there's anybody that's capable of competing on price with Printify, and just nobody compares. So we can learn more about Printify Premium. It'll take us here to get started, but we have a subscription coupon, so we can just type in WeScale and apply that. Boom. There we go. We're free up until January 17th of 2026. So that's really exciting. But essentially, all you have to do is plug in WeScale. You'll get 1 month free of Printify Premium. After that, it's $29 per month. They do have a yearly program as well, so it'll take some money off of that monthly cost, but it's definitely worth it, especially when you start having consistent sales. It pretty much pays for itself within a few days. Okay. Congratulations. Printify is fully configured for you as far as the settings go. So now if somebody did place an order and it came over into Printify, everything would run smoothly and our customer would receive the order. So that's awesome. Okay, now it's time for us to upload our first product, which is really exciting. But before we do that, we're going to actually head over to Shopify so we can play around with a few things there. You'll understand in a minute. So head over to Shopify, go to your products page, and you're going to see all of our products. Now, these are all of the products that were uploaded from the Build My Pod automation. What I like to do with these, there's all 20 of them. Great. What I like to do is essentially tag them. Add tags. Here we go. I am going to add BMP products. Cool. So that tag is added. We can click save, and then we can set as draft if we want as well. So I'll set those to draft. You'll understand why after we upload our first product, exactly why I did this. But by doing this, it's going to give us an easier time when we're uploading our first product from Printify, because we're not going to have to differentiate from like a Build My Pod product versus a product that we uploaded. So now that that's done, great. We can go back to home. We'll go over to Printify. We are going to then go to catalog and create our first product. Now, I definitely want you to watch me go through this first. Just kind of soak it all in, see where I'm clicking. You don't need to worry about going step by step with me at this moment. After, you'll then do it yourself. Okay, so I have personally uploaded thousands of products on Printify and Shopify. Back in the day, before we ever had any employees working for us, I was the back end person. I basically was getting the designs from either designers, making them myself, then upload them into Printify, get them onto Shopify. Like I was the back end queen. So we're going to be setting things up the most optimal way. And this has just come from my experience of doing it so many times. So this is what I have found works the best. I'm sure over time you're going to find your own rhythm and be able to kind of have your own steps. I know our employee now who helps us with uploading designs, she does things slightly different than I do because she's figured out her rhythm. So just because I'm showing you one way does not mean that it is the only way that things can be done. You're going to find your own rhythm in doing these. Now, despite all the options that Printify gives you, because as you can see, there are lots and lots of different options that they give us, there are only 3 things that we need to know. Now, the first thing that we need to know is which t-shirt are we planning on selling? Because as you can see, Printify has a lot of options. There's tons of different brands. There's tons of different styles. There's, all over print. There's just your normal t-shirt. I mean, there's lots of options. Now, here's how we go by t-shirt selection. There's dozens of them on Printify, as we know. Only 3 really qualify when it comes to the price that I'm looking to pay, as well as the quality of the t-shirt. So let me show you. So the 3 that we're going to be looking at are essentially Comfort Colors, Gildan 64,000, and Bella Canvas 3001. These are the 3 t-shirts that I think kind of fit the mold of exactly what we're looking for print on demand. Each shirt has its pros and its cons. Like no shirt that you pick, I think people kind of get stuck here with a little bit of analysis paralysis because they think they need the perfect shirt that like they really like and that would fit other people really well and like that people are going to love and has great colors, and they kind of get stuck and they're like, but like I don't know which one to pick. Each one has pros and cons, and I can tell you right now, after years and years of running our customer service, you are never going to please everybody. That's just a fact, and that's just fact of business. Like, you could give the best customer service, you could have the best experience, and people would still find something to complain about. Like, as you build one of these brands, you kinda get the bell curve of society, and there's always gonna be people that no matter how you deliver, no matter how perfect and flawless the experience was, they're gonna have something to complain about. So don't get hung up on this. We have a nice decision framework for picking these. So we like to go with the Gildan 64,000, mostly because it fits within the profit margin that we are looking for. The Gildan 64,000 is going to be the best price that you can pay for the quality that you are receiving. Comfort Colors 1717 are the most expensive, and then Bella Canvas is up there as well. It's a little pricier, but it's sometimes a hit or miss depending on your niche. So, a great t-shirt to start out with because we are here to be making money. I don't know about you, but that's my goal when I started print on demand. I wanted to make money. So, the Gildan 64,000 is a great choice for that. It's proven affordable and a great quality. Now, maybe later down the line, which we've done on brands as well, we add premium t-shirts like Bella Canvas or Comfort Colors. So if you want to offer your customers a more premium t-shirt, you absolutely can. We just don't need to do that right off the bat. And then avoiding instantly all these cheap mystery brands, like we don't need to even pay them any attention. We know that these are three really high quality brands. If you look on Etsy, it's what people are selling as well. It's either Comfort Colors, Bella Canvas, or the Gildan 64,000. So you know you're picking a good brand by going with one of these. So why Gildan 64,000 over everything else? Well, it's quality that customers expect. It's still a soft style shirt. So you're getting that comfy kind of quality. It's not as heavy as the Gildan 5000. I like to think of the Gildan 5000 as like your traditional like t-shirt, like free t-shirt that you got at like a high school football game. Like that was a Gildan 5000. So it's not that super itchy type of material. It's nice and soft. Cost, it's relatively cheap and it fits our margin. Again, we are in this to make money. Has a fast production time. Typically, any of the printers are pretty fast, but overall, they get these t-shirts out very quickly. And then this is the shirt that 80% of people in the WeScale community are selling. So it has a really great success rate. Again, I've been selling this t-shirt brand for the past 6 years. So now that we have selected the Gildan 64,000 as our shirt that we're going to go with, we can click Start Designing. Now, when we are designing, explore by myself, cool, got it, great. While we are designing, it's important to pick 6 to 8 colors. And here's why. When I was first starting out, I added every color possible. Like I had 14 different colored shirts. Like Shopify used to max you out on the number of SKUs that you could have. It's now increased. So I would pick as many colors as I possibly could until Shopify literally gave me a warning and it was like, no, we cannot have any more colors. So I had every color imaginable. At the same time, my conversion rate was horrible on my first store, like in the dumps. This is not a good conversion rate. We want our conversion rate to be anywhere around 3 to 4%. 1.5 is bad. Why was that? Well, people got overloaded with decisions. I don't know about you, but there's been plenty of times that I've been on a website and I am trying to select, the color that I'm going to go with. And they have 27 different colors. And you're looking, you're like, well, I like the pink, but the blue's cool too. But, blue, I kind of wear black more often. So maybe I shouldn't go with the blue. Like you start to question things rather than just going, oh, I like that. That looks great. Oh, they have 3 colors. Oh, I like purple the best. Okay, I'm going to check out with that. So, what people actually want is about 6 to 8 colors. This is what we've tested. We've tried it with 14, we've tried it with 3. 6 to 8 is a really good range, not 20. Too many choices means decision paralysis. Fewer options means higher conversion. And that's what we want. We want more people actually completing checkout on our site. So, here are our recommended colors. The traditionals, black, white, navy. These are going to be the most popular colors that you sell. On my previous brands, navy blue has always outperformed. From there, you want to choose 3 to 4 more colors that will match your branding. So if you're somebody who's in a feminine niche, don't panic because it's not me saying like you can't have pink. You absolutely can. Definitely depends on the niche that you're in. So you'll pick 3 to 4 more colors that match your branding. And then we just don't want to get hung up on this. All of these can change later. We can always add more colors if we want. We can remove colors if we want. Nothing is permanent. I think that's the most beautiful part about print on demand is like, and just business in general. We can pivot, we can change, we can add things, we can remove things. Sometimes it's a little bit more work, but it'll take you an afternoon. It's not like rocket science. So the second thing that we need to know is where exactly do we place the design on our product? So this is a question that I never thought I would be asked so often because I always just eye it up. I've always just kind of been a very visual person. I kind of will throw the design on there, make sure it kind of looks pretty. I'll look at the preview. And then if it looks good, like I'm moving it on to the next step. But it's funny, a lot of people actually want like the very precise measurements. I just don't go by that. So I'll show you how I upload products. Again, this is going to be something you're going to get into your groove. You're going to find the ways that you like to upload products yourself. So, in order to do this, we are going to go get one of our designs from Canva. All the designs that are saved don't have the background removed. Okay, create a new blank t-shirt design. Go to uploads. We will create a design. Okay, there we go. We'll download this. I like to increase the size a little bit. And when you increase the size here, this helps us avoid having a low quality design on Printify. If your design is a low quality, they will give you a little message on the left-hand side and it'll say like medium resolution or low resolution. And the suggestion is always that our designs are at least 300 DPI. So by creating a bigger size, we help to avoid that. Then we want to make sure we're clicking transparent background. That way it's only going to download our design. So this bad lie with the skeleton. It's not going to have a white background behind it. So we'll download. Then we'll go over to Printify. We can just drag and drop that design right in. Awesome. So now that we're in, we can change the design. We can make it nice and small. We can make it really big, etc. So as you can see here, high resolution, 383 DPI. Awesome. We know that that's going to be a good print. And then I kind of just line it up because the whole goal with these designs and t-shirts, like we want it to be a big enough print, but we also need to remember like where the person is actually wearing the t-shirt. Because again, we're not trying to center something up to like hang on a wall. Like I wouldn't be like, okay, this is in the middle, lined up. Okay, perfect. That looks good. Because I'll show you an example. We're placing that something that essentially needs to be 6 inches below the person's chin. So essentially like where my W lines up, that's where we want our design to line up, just like every other t-shirt brand. We have to remember people are wearing this shirt sometimes for 12 hours a day while they're at work, while they're out with their family. They are also wearing it while they're moving. So we want to make sure it's a good position on the shirt. So as they're moving, it's not like, kind of being in a funky spot. And people are going to be looking at them. People don't buy graphic t-shirts for like nobody to say anything. One, they wear them because they look cool. Two, a lot of times people wear them so that people give them comments on it. Like, oh my gosh, that's the funniest shirt I have ever seen. People are looking at them, they're reading their shirt. So we want to make sure it's placed in a pretty decent spot. So with that in mind, good design placement. As you can see on this model here, this design is in a good spot because the writing is essentially a few inches down from the neckline. And it's up here on the chest where people can read it. And that's typically where we see prints. Versus a bad design, this print is like down here at his belly button. Like that would look really silly if somebody received this order. They would not be happy if the placement was that low. Like, unless it's a very specific design where, like, maybe it's like a pregnancy announcement type of t-shirt, like, no print needs to be that low down. Like, we want it to be here at the chest. That's where 99% of all designs are on graphic t-shirts. So, with that, I like to make sure that my image is nice and big. Sometimes people ask, is the print too big sometimes? Very rarely do I ever receive feedback from people saying that the design was way too big. It's happened a few times. Like, I won't deny that, but most of the time people are really happy that the design was nice and big, especially people who order larger sizes, because as the t-shirts get bigger, a lot of times the print stays the same. So the print size will be the same on a small as it would for like a 5XL. So it kind of sometimes looks a little silly, but people who order the larger size actually are really appreciative that the print is that big. So typically, I'll do something kind of like this. It's a few inches down. Like, I kind of use my own shirt as an example. And then you can always check by going to preview. Like, that's in a pretty decent spot. Could maybe even go up slightly. So, let's move it up slightly. Go back to preview. Yeah, that's definitely a better location. Yeah, and that looks good here. Okay, perfect. So, our location's in a pretty good spot. And then if we want to select our colors, now they give you this click, global fulfillment, not. Again, we're just going to be we're targeting the United States first, but sometimes people down the line prefer to sell international. You can just keep this on if you want. But again, you're kind of stuck on some of the colors versus if you're just filling in the US. I mean, look at all those colors. So we'll just keep it turned off for now. I like to use the same 6 to 8 across my entire website. I think that makes it easier. Sometimes there will be certain designs where you're like, oh, it really only looks good on like one color. So I'll only upload that one color. Like, if the design doesn't look good, like if this was a multicolored design and let's say like it was heavy on the color red, like it wouldn't pop off of a red t-shirt. So I wouldn't want to upload that design if it didn't look good on the color. So, for example, if I picked dark chocolate, that does not look good. Someone would not be happy with that because you can't see the design. So, I wouldn't upload that image. Now, there is a trick that you can do with creating your designs to essentially work for both your lighter colored shirts like white, sports gray, natural, sand, if you're using any of those. If you're using darker colors like black, navy, military green, you're going to want a lighter design like white or gray. So that way your design is actually popping off of that t shirt color. Now, there is a way to do this. If you go back here, because we have two colors selected, let's say for sports gray, I didn't want a black design, I wanted my white design. You can click make a specific design for sports gray. By doing this, I'm capable of now like deleting this design and uploading the white design here instead. That way, when you're switching between the two, the white shirt will have black, the gray shirt will have white, etc. Now, we're not able to do that at the moment with this particular design, so we'll just go back. So we'll finish picking our colors. I like white, I like sports gray. Also, like, I would pick black, but again, the design's not going to pop off the page. Charcoal, not bad. And again, I always will look at the design compared to the t-shirt. If it doesn't look good on Printify, it's not going to look good. Sometimes when we make our mock-up, the design will look pretty good on the mock-up, but then you'll look at it in Printify and you're like, oh, it just doesn't look good on that color. Do not upload it because people are going to be expecting what they see in the mock-up. So if it doesn't look good on Printify, just don't make it live on your store. Also, because this is a golf brand, I, yeah, I like the green. I think Kelly green more than Irish green. It's a little bit more yellowy. Okay, we'll go Kelly green, maybe light blue. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Okay, so we have our colors. Again, I would do like military green, black, navy, but again, it's not going to pop with this particular design. And we know that our design looks good. It's in a pretty good place. So now we can click Save Product. Now, there's one more thing that we need to know with uploading our designs, and that is the price that we set. So once we finalize this design, it takes us over here. Okay, we'll skip the tour. Takes us over here to select our mockups. Now, typically, you can clear all of them. This is all we need on the site. Printify gives you a lot of options, which I'm sure people really like, but we're just going to keep it simple. We're just going to pick this one design because we'll end up switching all of them out anyways. So once we've picked the mockups that we want to add, we'll click Save Selection, opt out, and then essentially we get sent to this page that we just need to kind of edit and tweak a little bit. But one of the things that we can do here is set our price. So there's two ways that you can do it. Printify gives you this kind of option like, hey, here's where you could sell your product. $10.99 is way too cheap. We're not doing that. You wouldn't even make any money off of that. So we are going to do it on this page. Now, some people like to include 4 and 5XL. You can include them. We can always remove those SKUs later. Personally, I sell sizes small through 3XL. So we'll run through all of that on Shopify and just know that, like, let's say you make something in Printify and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't fix that price setting. It's all good. We can bulk product edit it and essentially fix everything. So whether it's perfect in Printify or not, we can make it perfect on the Shopify side. So no need to stress. But about pricing, we have charged everywhere between $14.99 all the way up to $34.99 for t-shirts. We've played around with the pricing a lot, and we've found that these kind of prices in this range give the best balance for conversion and profit because we want to be making money and we want more people buying from us. So here's our pricing strategy. For small through XL, we like to charge $29.99. It probably sounds like a lot. I'm sure there's a few people who are sitting here watching this course going, $29.99 for a t-shirt? Like, you got to be kidding me. I could go to Target and get one for $9.99. You absolutely can. But you're not going to be able to find my really cool golf designs at Target. So we're able to basically ask for a premium price. And we're not competing with our competition on a marketplace next to anybody. So when you're on Etsy, a lot of people are selling like $19.99, $18.99, $17.99. We are able to make even more margin off of all that because we're not sitting next to our competition, which is fantastic. It's one of the reasons I love branded print on demand. When sizes go up, we then just add like another dollar to essentially the price. So for 2XL, $30.99, 3XL, $31.99. If you did 4 and 5XL, you just keep adding to it. The larger sizes cost more, as you can see, the retail price. They all are more to essentially for us to, or sorry, the production cost. They're all more for us to produce. So 2XL, $9.04. As you can see, like they all go up. So we do the same thing on our pricing model. Some people are okay with it. Other people don't love it. Again, you're not going to be able to please everybody. Most people who are buying larger sizes are pretty used to this. So it works. Now, here's how everything breaks down. Customer is going to pay us $29.99, around $30 roughly for their t-shirt. It's going to cost us about $12 to produce it. So the production cost, this is the cost for the t-shirt and printing in one print location. If you're printing in 2 print locations, Printify is going to add an extra $4 for that second print location. So we like to only print in one location because otherwise we need to be charging our customer even more. This is something you can do down the line when you've really truly built a brand and you can start kind of having like a front design, back design. But right off the bat, we don't need to be doing any of that. So our production cost, $7.91 plus our shipping, which is typically around $4.75. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. But then Shopify has its fees, which is roughly 3%. It's 2.9% plus 30 cents for every single order, which comes out to being about 90 cents. So our profit is anywhere between $16 to $20 before ads. So if someone just like organically popped up on our site, it's like our dream customer just popped up on our site. We didn't have to pay for them. They just found us and they checked out. We would be making $16 to $20 off of that sale. After ads, so once we include the cost for getting people to our site, it's roughly $8 to $12 per shirt. Typically, I don't like to think about profit with this kind of breakdown, and we'll get more into that when it comes to marketing, but there's a lot of people who their brains kind of work better when they're breaking down the profit like this. Again, shipping right here, roughly a wash. I like to choose standard shipping. Standard shipping is typically about 5 days to get to the customer. It's like kind of your sweet spot. Amazon has screwed people over, like small businesses, because everybody's like, oh, 2 days. Amazon can get it to me by 7 a.m. Like Amazon's a freak of nature when it comes to their shipping. We can't compete with that. We could pick like expedited shipping and still we couldn't compete with Amazon. So I like to pick standard shipping. It takes about 5 days for the customer to receive their order. They also have added economy, which is about $1 less. So you could save a little bit, but you kind of have to just watch how your customers like react to a shipping speed like that because you may get more customer service inquiries. So, standard shipping has worked out fabulous for us. Again, sometimes you get people who are like, "Where's my shirt?" You're like, "I'm not Amazon, like it's coming." But for the most part, standard shipping has been great for us. Let's go in. We will adjust these sizes. So, I will adjust the price. But again, guys, we can bulk edit all of this in Shopify. So just remember that. But, oh, that would have been an expensive shirt. I'll show you how I do all of my stuff. Okay. Those are set. $31.99, $32.99, and then $33.99. Cool. And we got to name this. We can delete all this. I basically delete all of the settings in Printify because I can just bulk edit all of it in Shopify. Fun fact, bulk editor is the best tool that you could use in Shopify. When I first started my brand, I had no idea what it was. And it wasn't until I was like sitting there individually editing every single like little product. And Chris was like, you can bulk edit that. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, how long have you been sitting there? I was like, 3 hours. He was like, yeah, this could be done in 5 minutes. So I will show you the best tool that Shopify has to offer. But essentially, like I get rid of all of these except for I'll make one that says t-shirt. But yeah, get rid of those. T-shirt. Cool. Add that. So that tag is added. We're not doing any personalization. We're going to do standard shipping. Here's our cost, $4.75, 2 to 5 days. General profile, beautiful. Our pricing is set. Product visibility. I like to show it right off the bat and then show all variants as available for purchase. Even if one is out of stock, this will show everything. And then we don't need to pick a collection. But once we've done all this, we can now click publish. Cool. There we go. So now we have our first golf t-shirt, Bad Lie. Awesome. So now that is publishing, as you can see, it's uploading the images. Let's go over to Shopify and see if we see it yet. Here we go. There we go. Bad Lie t-shirt, active. Love it. Beautiful. Okay. Now, you'll get into your flow of everything. So now that this is active, that's beautiful. We don't need to do anything else with that. We'll just leave that for a moment. But as you are going through setting up like all your designs in Printify, getting them in Shopify, you kind of get into a groove. I've talked about this before, but essentially you'll find what works best. A lot of times I'll have people ask me, do I go one by one and like get a product perfect and then go to the beginning and start the whole process over and over? Or do I work in batches? Honestly, it just takes playing around with it. I prefer to work in batches. I think that is a lot easier for me. Like if all I'm doing is like uploading all 20 of my designs that I've done into Printify and then doing all of my stuff into Shopify, I've found that I work best that way. But other people aren't like that. There's no right or wrong way of doing all this. So just keep that in mind as you're kind of playing around with stuff. Play around with it, try different things out, go one by one, try doing it in a batch of 5, and then see. Like you could even time yourself, like use your phone, time, and see which one do I work a little bit faster on. Is it faster when I do things in like a bulk upload, or is it faster when I go one by one? So it just depends on the person. But now that it is active, congratulations, you now have a product that is ready to be fulfilled. If somebody checked it out, they would have no issues. They would get that order. So that's awesome. But unfortunately, nobody can buy from us because we have all the Shopify stuff that we need to do. But the good news is Printify is all set up and ready to go. We can think about it like this. At this moment, our store is essentially like a restaurant. All the food is ready to go. It's all been made. It's pretty much like just ready to go out to the customers, but we haven't yet added it to the menu. So our next step is essentially fully publishing and flushing out everything from Printify to Shopify. As you can see, our design is already active. So that's great, but there's still a few things that we need to do on the Shopify side in order for everything to run smoothly. Now, we can check this live, which is something that's, I think, really fun. We can click into this shirt, go to preview, and it's going to take us to our theme. We'll hide that. Cool. As you can see, they're all out of stock. This is a bug that we are going to fix. This is a Shopify Printify thing. So that's what we're getting into in this next fun part. Okay. So now that we've run through this, though, I want you to take a moment and do this yourself. You just watched me go through the entire process of uploading a design, picking my colors, picking the mockups, and then going through adjusting the size, renaming it, etc. So I want you to go through and do the exact same thing right now. Again, you're going to upload your first product following what you just watched me do. Congratulations, you now officially have your design completely ready for fulfillment. Now that your product is live, it's alive, Frankenstein is here, we can see how simple that was. Again, you get into your groove, you get into your routine. It's not as scary as I think some people think it is. Like, okay, if I mess something up here, like my customer could receive something that I didn't want them to receive. Yes, but typically people are like okay with that. And Printify takes care of you if it's any kind of like big issue, like, oh my gosh, the shirt had a rip in it. They take care of you. They make sure that you are not just like eating that cost. But essentially, we were able to do this without buying any inventory, which is totally insane still to me. Like when I think of all of the t-shirts and just products that I have sold over the last 6 years, imagine adding in the complexity of fulfillment. Like that would be wild. So now our product is live and essentially available for real people to buy out there in the world. And this is what your dashboard is going to look sometime soon. They have this really cool live functionality in Shopify where you can literally watch your store live and you can watch and see when people check out, it'll send like a little almost like airplane looking animation to wherever your customer is. So it's really fun to watch. This is what your dashboard is going to look like very soon. Now, our store does not look pretty by any means. It's not branded correctly. We're not even the right niche at this point. There's a lot of stuff that we need to do. It's a little bit ugly, but we're going to set the rest of that up very shortly. Because we went through all of the Printify stuff, we're now going to upload the remaining 99 products to our store. But real talk, my first few times that I ever uploaded things into Printify, they felt really slow. It was kind of just like molasses. I wasn't quite sure where all the buttons were. I was learning things. I was tweaking the settings. Like they were slow, me getting my designs up. But then over time, as we've talked about, I've gotten faster and faster. I thought I used to be fast. Our employee now who helps us with uploading all of our designs and getting things done on the back end, she is so speedy. It is insane. But let me show you how I like to move quickly through uploading these products with a few speed hacks. One of which is uploading products, basically using it as a template to duplicate out products and then just like make my few tweaks and then upload to Shopify. Typically, when I was doing the uploading, I like to work in batches. Some people like to go one product by one product. It's completely fine. It's just finding whatever works for you. And once you find what works, then just keep doing that over and over again. But we'll run through an example. We're going to go back to that bad lie t-shirt. So the t-shirt that we just created. What we're going to do is click the duplicate button here. This is going to copy everything. It's basically taking every single setting, every single price that we already have, every color that we've already set, and duplicating out that product. This is a really quick way of essentially getting the majority of the settings that we want. There's still things that we're going to double check, but I'll show you how you can kind of quickly run through this. We're going to go to edit design. Essentially, all we need to do, delete this design. We're going to go back to Canva. Going to create a new shirt. There we go. Remove the background, take it to the top, make it bigger. Perfect. Download, increase the size, transparent background. Perfect. Okay, that is downloading. We're going to go back to Printify. There we go. Upload it. Beautiful. Now we can make our adjustment. Nice big in the middle. That looks pretty good. Let's do a preview. Looks pretty good. Great. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, gonna do it there. Perfect. So again, we have a darker color design. We want to make sure it looks good across all of our colors. See, charcoal, not so great. So when we go back to variants, we're going to deselect charcoal. Let's go back and see. Kelly green looks pretty good. Light blue looks good. Any other color? Maybe we could try military green and see. It's not my favorite. I feel like it's not going to look great. So I'd rather leave it off. So now that we have this, we're going to save this product. Then we'll double check our settings. Again, it brings us here. So we'll just go swing, repeat t-shirt. Nothing in the description. Great. Our tag is the same. Awesome. No need to do anything with personalization. Shipping standard. Awesome. Let's double check our prices. Great. And our prices are awesome as well. Beautiful. We then click publish. And then we just keep going through this process. So I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to duplicate out the bad lie shirt because it won't let you duplicate one that's publishing. So essentially, all we're doing is just speeding this process up. So we go and delete this, go back to Canva. We can delete that, get another shirt design, background remove, great. There we go. You just kind of want to line it up, make it look good. Okay, share, download, transparent, file size up, download. Go back to the soft style or back to Printify. Upload the product. Great. Preview. Looks good. Make sure across all of my designs. Okay. Well, charcoal doesn't look great again. So we go down, charcoal, deselect, save the product. Awesome. Then we move on. Change the title. Nothing into the description. It's still tagged for t-shirts. Standard shipping, general profile. All of my prices are staying the same. Awesome. Show all variants, even if out of stock. Beautiful. Publish. And this is essentially what you just keep doing. So this is why I like to work in batches, because I would typically design in batches. I would design 10, 15 designs at a time. Then I would take them, upload everything into Printify, run through this, and then I'd go to Shopify and do the exact same thing. So for me, working in batches worked tremendously. It sped up the process of doing this so much. Now, here's your 80/20 action plan because let's be honest, having 100 designs in front of us is a big task. So it's a lot easier when you chunk it down into like bite sized pieces. It makes it seem doable, doesn't make it seem like we're trying to climb a mountain. So here's your upload schedule. Day one, upload 20 products. Day two, upload another 20 products. I mean, you just saw how fast we just uploaded 3 in a matter of what, 5 minutes. So essentially, if it's taking you about 5 minutes for 5 designs, you should be done in about 20 minutes. It's about 1 minute per design, making sure, we're double checking those settings. Day 3 through 5, upload another 20. You are done then by the weekend. All of your designs are now uploaded into Shopify. And then we're just making some bulk edits on Shopify. And then we're essentially ready to run ads. Like that's how quick all of this moves. So don't overthink it. Just break things down into day by day chunks because it's so much easier. It's just like when you go to the gym. I kind of think about this like around New Year's, which, right now as we're filming this, we're going into the new year. People look at exercise like this. They go in with their fitness goals and they have them set high. It's like, I'm going to run a marathon and like, I'm going to do it in a month. When you've been like a couch potato munching on chips, like you're not, could you do it? Yes, because a lot of times it's the mentality of it. But do you really think you'll be physically ready in 1 month to fully run a marathon? Probably not, because you need to just chunk it down into bite sized pieces. That's the problem that people have. They take too big of a bite that they can't chew. And so they'll go to the gym and they'll work out super hard. They'll do a 2 hour lift and then they'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sore. I literally can't walk. Okay, well, if you can't walk, you're not then going to the gym the next day. But if we break it up into, I'm going to do 20-minute workouts each day this week, you're working your way up to them being able to do the 2 hour workout or go and run the marathon. So don't overthink it. Plus, you've already done the volume. I feel like the lengthiest part of this entire process is truly doing the design research and the designs. And Eric showed you ways to speed up that whole process. But at least for me, that to me was like the more mentally taxing part of this entire journey. And you've already done the hard part. So this is the easy part. It's basically dialing in, like sit down, turn on a really good playlist or a podcast and just get to work. Start uploading all these products because once it's done, there's a few things that we need to do on the Shopify side of things. And essentially, your store is ready to go. Now, by doing this, we are taking one step closer to finding the winners, finding the designs that resonate with people. If you're having trouble going through this, maybe you're somebody who's not as technically savvy or, it's just taking you a little bit longer and you're looking for more like truly step by step of like going through the motions, we have something for you. You can absolutely join our 21-day We Scale Accelerator. Again, I don't want to go and like try to sell it as some pitch. It's there if you want. It's within the We Scale Accelerator, our paid community. There we offer extra accountability with other people who are going through the 21-day accelerator. There's worksheets that go with each day, individual videos that break things down for every single day. Some people need that. Other people, they can go through this course, break it all down themselves, keep moving on with the process, but others are looking for that accountability. If you're looking for that and that day-to-day breakdown of getting your store launched in 21 days, then definitely think about joining the We Scale Accelerator. It's linked in the description below for you. Now, before moving on, I like to do one final check. We want to make sure that our Shopify products are published. So leave Printify, go to Shopify. As you can see, the 3 designs that we created are active. So that's great. Check 1, done. 2, you should upload and be able to see all 100 products in your products tab on Shopify. Next, you're going to click into each product. Now, we've already talked a little bit about bulk product editor. There's some things that you can do. There's other things that you can't fully do yet. So I'm going to walk you through it of things that you need to do in each one and then things that we can bulk edit later on down the line. Now, we want to make sure that t-shirts in clothing top, like this will help set certain meta fields, which is like just a fancy Shopify thing. But essentially, this is what's going to change. These, see how it says charcoal, sports gray, light blue, white, Kelly green. This is going to change it to be like sloth. When you click on a product, you can see the colors here. So by fixing this, we'll be able to have the same thing on our theme, which I just think makes it look a lot nicer. So we saw that. How we add that is after we connect a category, which is t-shirts, we then open up our variants and essentially connect a meta field. So you can say size, this meta field, we're going to click color. Okay, great. So it was already able to connect colors for us, but as you can see, charcoal seems super dark, which it was more of like a gray. That looks more like our charcoal to me. So we'll click save. Sports gray looks a little too dark. I want to make that a little lighter. There we go. Cool. Save. So essentially just make sure your colors kind of match up to what your t-shirts look like. But we're going to say done and done. We'll click save. Now when we preview, there we go. Now it's giving us the color option, which is awesome. So that's what we want to make sure we are doing to each of our products. So it's essentially a very quick process, but this is something that is recent to Shopify. They've recently added this functionality. So there isn't yet a way to bulk do this, but essentially everything looks good. Press save. And so you'll do this with each of your products, but I'll still run through how to bulk edit certain things because it does make your life a little bit easier. And again, you don't have to do the color swatches if you don't want. You could keep it text-based. Typically, though, with what we've found works best is having the colors. It just kind of makes your product page a little bit easier and more beautiful to me. And we'll kind of get into that later on down the line. Honestly, everything looks good. We're ready for the next steps. Your store should now have 100 live products. People can browse them. If you took the lock off your store, they can add to cart. They can pretty much do everything except one really important thing. If we sent 100 visitors to your site today, they would see a very generic theme, which we kind of just saw. There's definitely stuff that we need to tweak and make beautiful, like stock photos, placeholder text that doesn't really match any brand. It's just very generic. And when this happens, most people's stores would convert really low. So remember, we said 1.5 was low. 0.58 is horrendous. That is not good. We don't like that. But we've seen this across hundreds of stores now. So when we were building buildmypod.ai, we put in all the best practices into the template that you now have. So hopefully your store converts better than just completely starting from scratch. And we used to do this really huge checklist. If you're somebody who's familiar with our V2 course, the checklist was like thousands and thousands of things to like click and check, and you're going to switch this setting and this setting. We have essentially did all that for you. Your theme is now 95% of the way there. We just need to add in that little 5% to really build our brand for the most part. All the technical stuff is essentially done. This is by no means a guarantee, though, that your store will convert really high. You know, we would always love to be able to guarantee that, but at this point in time, we can't make that guarantee. So just because all of these changes are here does not mean that your store is going to convert beautifully or magically. We will learn more as we send marketing and traffic to our store. And that's where we get into reading all the data and the analytics so we can actually make changes to actually increase our conversion rate on our store. But we're sharing all the best practices that we've learned across the way and to give ourselves the best chance at being successful right off the bat. So the key to all of this is truly the theme. So we're going to dive into that. A really successful theme is on brand. So it makes sense when people come to our store, like when they come to Sloth Hiking, they know it's a hiking store. They're not getting hit with like exercise t-shirts and ocean t-shirts and then like nature stuff. Like all of the t-shirts have to do with hiking, nature, being outdoors. And all of the words that we use and the language that we use to speak to people, it all matches. It's optimized for where our traffic comes from. This is something that's really important with branded print on demand because, you know, we'll talk about it later on down the line, but the majority of our traffic is coming from Facebook and Instagram. Most people are on Facebook and Instagram on their phone. So We want to make sure that we are optimizing for a mobile experience for our customers. That's going to be something that's really important. We want a theme that converts visitors into customers because if we can convert people into customers, they'll come back time and time again. So in the next few minutes, we are transforming your store from a template to a true brand using simple AI tools. That would have cost $5,000 to an agency for them to make all these tweaks and changes for you. So let's dive in and build it. Before we dive in, I want to talk about my first stores. I went through and basically window shopped all across the App Store. If it sounded really cool, then I was adding it. Like, I mean, even if you read some of these on the screen, they seem really cool. So I was adding literally as much as I possibly could, thinking that, oh, if I had just more apps, it would make my theme look better. It would convert better. It would do all the things. But it just didn't. I installed a bunch of stuff, converted terribly, actually slowed down my site so much that my conversion rate was absolutely horrible. And all that stuff that I focused on never actually mattered. But I didn't know it didn't matter because I was new to all of this. Luckily for you, I'm not new anymore. I've been doing this for 6 years. And I can tell you all that stuff that I used to focus on in the beginning that I thought was important is not, does nothing, doesn't move the needle, doesn't change the, number of sales that I get. It doesn't matter. This is how beginners can upload products, spend a bunch of time on their theme, on the products, on the designs, on everything, and then the sales never happen. So, what we're about to set up, just know it is after millions of dollars in ad spend. Literally, on my ad account, I've spent $1.26 million on ads and years of testing. Simple sells. And this is something that I now like kick myself over from, like thinking back in the day. Like I made things so hard and so complex. If you keep it simple, it not only helps your customer, it helps you. So just take it from me, keep things simple. We can always add more stuff on. That is always an option. It's a lot harder to remove stuff and take stuff away. Steve Jobs actually talks about this a lot. He was like, complex is really easy. Like, we can just throw everything and do everything, and every shiny object that comes to your mind, we can do all of that. He was like, it's simple. That's really hard. It's stripping away all of the things that like we don't need. He's like, that's where things get really hard. So keep that in mind as you are going through all this. Simple sells. We're going to be building our simple brand experience. So think about it like this. Walking into a branded store, this is Sloth. Feels outdoorsy. You have the cargo pants, you've got, the hiking boots. All the shirts have to do with being outside. You're like, okay, this makes sense. Like, this is hiking. Versus walking into a generic store. Look at some of these t-shirts. We have a Dune shirt. Hang on, let me overthink this. Okay, that's like a mental health type of thing, like anxiety. You have I chose violence with a rubber ducky to something with raccoons and a possum and a skunk, and then two knights fighting. So it to me, I look at this and I'm confused. Like if I were a customer and I clicked on an ad, let's say I clicked on the hang on, let me overthink this. And then I showed up on a site that was like, I chose violence. I've got Dune stuff, two knights fighting. I'm like, well, okay, I guess I'm just getting the hang on, let me overthink this. Like if there were more shirts that were like, let me overthink this, and like maybe something like overthinker with like arrows or something like that, that would make more sense. It would speak to me more than just these random designs that don't really make sense. The difference, a branded store, you feel trust immediately. Like, okay, I know I'm going to get something hiking related from Sloth Hiking Club. Versus generic, something just feels off. It doesn't feel cohesive. It doesn't like give you that hug or feel like it's speaking to you. Versus branded, professional, polished, that cohesive feel, everything, it just feels right. And then you have generic, it looks more like a test site. Like they aren't quite sure, or almost like a Redbubble where it's like, hey, anybody and everybody upload a design. And then they're just trying to sort it out the best way possible. So here's what we've learned over the years. I used to get right into the theme and just blindly build without fully understanding what tools I should actually be using in Shopify. As you can see, that's my brain. I don't want that happening to you. That should not be your brain. We can ignore 80% of them. So leave the apps behind. Don't need them. We can always add them later if we want them. We do not need them at this point. And good for you. You keep your overhead really low because the more apps that you add, guess what? The more money that you end up spending on them. So our goal is to keep it low. When I look at Shopify, here's what you see. You see Shopify's main dashboard. Shopify is built for lots of different businesses. It's not just for AI. I mean, some of the biggest brands in the world are on Shopify. Kylie Cosmetic is on Shopify. Gymshark is on Shopify. The Oodie is on Shopify. There are hundreds and hundreds of big brands on Shopify. So they have to build an app, they have to build a software that can fit all of those businesses. And we are just one really small business in comparison to all the businesses that Shopify has. So Shopify gives us all these options that essentially we don't need. So there are a lot of tools that we can ultimately ignore. Here are the ones that we use daily. I'm always on the homepage, always looking at orders, always looking at products because when I'm uploading products, like you're going to the products tab, and then I'm looking at my analytics and my online store. And the online store is where you are able to edit your theme. So those are really the only tabs that I am looking at on a daily basis. So we can pretend, like, ignore the rest of them. We can pretend that this is what our dashboard should look like. Like, I honestly wish Shopify gave you the ability to like toggle on and off certain tabs because they can overwhelm and you definitely don't need to be looking at all of them every single day. So what changes are we actually making? Well, we're going to be changing our logo and our brand name, which we've already created. So you should already have that saved. We'll update our homepage banner, update our product page, make sure it's nice and optimized for this little guy here. We will then go through the collection page, make sure that looks good. And then we'll do a bulk edit of descriptions and price, which was the one app. This is literally the one app that like you truly need to have. And then our branded domain. We'll walk through purchasing a domain and then uploading that to your store. Now, we are just going to be following these succinct steps. So let's head over into Shopify. We're going to go into online store so that we can get into our theme editor. Beautiful. Here's our theme from Build My Pod. We're going to jump right in. Okay. As you can see, it is set up right now for mobile. Typically, it doesn't do that. It usually just goes right into desktop. So that was a pleasant surprise. I'm not going to lie. Okay. First thing that we're going to do is upload our logo and then brand name if you have like a logo with both. So logo, we're going to change this, select from library, and then we're going to add our file. So I think this one's going to look really nice on the theme. So one thing to know about getting your Shopify theme ready. At the top, this is one of the little tweaks that we've already made with the Build My Pod theme. We like to keep the top pretty thin and small because when we're on mobile, our goal is that we have as much as we possibly can on the full screen so people don't have to scroll a lot to like finally see, your products or finally get to your add to cart page. And one of the biggest culprits of taking up a lot of room is your menu. And one of which typically is the main culprit is your logo. So, I'm going to do this one because it's nice and like more like a landscape or horizontal size. So, we're going to add that. We may need to do a little bit of tweaking to it. Okay, great. We may need to take it into Canva. No, I can edit it here. Perfect. Okay. So what we essentially want to do, we're going to crop it. Freeform. There. Man. Okay. So see, we kind of hug our logo. It's going to fit really nicely. Perfect. Okay. We're going to click save. Now we can exit here. Did it do it? Okay, I guess didn't crop it. Oh, you have to click apply. Wouldn't you just think if you clicked save, it would, do all the things? But guess not. Okay, apply. Great. Now we'll save it. So don't forget to click apply. Okay, awesome. Okay, look at that. Now our logo jumps out at us. So it's nice and big. People are going to be able to recognize it, but at the same time, it didn't increase the size of the top there. Now, we don't need an inverse logo. Favicon. Your favicon or favorite icon essentially is this. When you're on a website and you have your browsers open, we want to add that because it's just a nice little branding touch. So, what we're going to do the exact same thing. This is our fav icon. You should have already made this as well. That was one of the Canva templates. Definitely utilize those templates. That way you have all the correct sizing that you need. But that looks good. We'll click done. Awesome. Okay. Now our logo and brand name have all been updated, which is great. We replaced that build my POD placeholder. We uploaded our logo from lesson 1. Step 2, homepage. We want to not have a nature, a little nature background here. Instead, oh, yeah, our bestsellers, nothing's going to show up because we deactivated those Build My Pod designs, which is fine. We'll add them in a minute. But let's get to the homepage. Here, this is the great part about the Build My Pod theme. After, I don't even know how many stores I've made now on Shopify, one of the really nice things about Build My Pod is essentially what you see. You can click it and it will take you to editing like what you need to edit. So click the text, you'll edit the text. Now, if you went through Shopify's, like Dawn theme or even their new Horizon theme, it's a little clunkier. So this is one of the things that I really like that we've done with Build My Pod is essentially if you want to change something, you click it and it takes you to exactly where you need to change those things. Let's create an image for our homepage. Okay, so we'll go to Gemini, and this is where we can essentially go out on the web and find something that we like, or we can ask Gemini to essentially make a banner for us that works for our niche. So let's just start by asking Gemini to create this for us. So we'll click create image, and then we'll say, I need to create a Shopify banner for my homepage for desktop specifically. I want this to be a golf niche looking banner, and it needs to emphasize the graphic t-shirts or just t-shirts in general. That's essentially what we're selling. Okay, let's see what Gemini comes up with, or Nano Banana, whatever you want to call it. Okay, honestly, it looks pretty good. Now, the only thing that we need to make sure is like we actually have all of these designs, which we can swap out later. This looks great though. I actually really like the look of this. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to download it. Wow. AI is insane. Okay. Then you're going to go to the templates because we have all these templates for you. This is the one that we're going to create. Open an editor. Awesome. Because this is already sized perfectly for our homepage banner for desktop. We'll slide that in, expand it. Now, I don't need to see the shop now. That to me isn't too important. I'm more focused on being able to see the text and the majority of people's heads. So this works for me. I think this honestly looks really nice. Great. Now we'll download this. Sometimes it takes a little bit too, going back and forth with Nano Banana. Now, if I'm making, trying to perfect this, I would upload individual, designs or at least my logo and put my logo across each one of their shirts that they're wearing, something along those lines. But for the purpose of this, like this is a beautiful background that I have no problem with just downloading it. Increase the file size, download. Then we're going to go back to Shopify. We're going to click change. Select from library. Here we go. Drag and drop in. Maybe not. Great. Why is it failing? Maybe I need to keep the file size a little smaller. Yeah, that must have been it. The file size was too big. Great. Done. Awesome. That looks awesome. Now for this, I essentially can remove it. I can remove all of these pieces of text. I can even, remove the button. Delete it. Perfect. So now when people are on our site, this is essentially what they see. Now, if we want an overlay, see how it makes it a little bit darker? If you were using the text, that's something that is important. Our text is off to the side. So you can turn that off. See, look, the text is weird though. Okay. Text is wonky. Let's go back to Gemini. Remove the text. Let's see if it makes the same thing. Just add another page. Back to Gemini. Not gonna lie, this is the part of like brand building and doing all the stuff on the store. Like, I actually really enjoy this part. I like the really creative pieces of building a brand. There we go. And honestly, I think it's really important that you find ways to have fun with the process. Like, if I hadn't found things that I enjoyed or had a good time doing with my first brand, I don't know if I would have continued going on because no matter what, like, it's not an easy like process. If it was, everybody would have, a brand, a store, a business. There's going to be good days, there's going to be bad days. So you have to find ways that you have fun with it. Like for me, doing all the creative stuff was always really fun. And I still like hopping in there. I still like doing design, even though now, like, we have designers who help us. We have, Eric does a ton of stuff with all of the AI tools that we're showing you. I'm not fully in like the day to day anymore, but I always loved doing all this. So this looks really good. Now we could put that overlay back on. I know I deleted like the text and stuff, but you could have the text. Honestly, it doesn't make or break your brand, so it's completely up to you and what you like, but I like the look of this. I think it's fun. And overall looks pretty professional already. Next, we will change the mobile image. So, what we will do, we can exit out of this one. This is the template for our mobile page. As you can see, it's sized a little bit differently because we'll have a specific image for desktop and then a specific image on mobile. Sometimes your one for the desktop, like, it'll be huge on mobile. So this was something that was really important to us when we were creating Build My Pod. We wanted to make sure that it kind of like looked good everywhere. Now, I wonder if we can do the text on this one. That'd be pretty fun. Okay. Honestly, we're going to see if it turns out. And this is what you do. You just keep playing around with stuff over and over again until you get your brand to look the way that you want it to look. Drag that in. Done. Cool. Now, nice. Okay. That looks pretty darn good. Now, if you wanted to, you could add another picture here. You don't have to. You can just keep this one. See, show on all devices, show on mobile only. Okay. Here we go. Turn that off. There we go. That way we won't have to switch like back and forth. But guys, like, look at this. This is starting to look like a real this is starting to look like a real brand. And all we did was add one picture. So that's pretty exciting. Okay. Definitely click save. We don't want to lose anything. Okay. We replaced our homepage images. Awesome. Went to the online store, customize homepage, image selection, uploaded an AI image. Next, product page, because this is really all that we need to do here on the homepage. Like, where are we located? We're a US based company. You can always edit all these things. And that's the beauty of buildmybeauty.ai. Just click, your text, and there you go. Like, you can edit all of this. Now, pro tip, you know how you created that Claude project with your brand voice? You could essentially copy this, go into Claude, find your projects, Slice Club, say, rewrite this in my brand voice. Paste. Now, Claude does all the hard work for us. Okay. We need to give it a little bit more information. casual and funny, passionate, funny, laid back. And then any specific style preferences, shorter and punchy. There we go. So you can put in anything that you want about your brand. If it's a yoga brand, maybe it's relaxation, tranquility. Those are kind of words that come into my mind. There we go. 100% made in the USA. Gotta love that. Thank you, Claude, for doing the hard work for me. Thank you, AI overlords. That's literally it. You can move this because then people know that it was made with AI. But that was it. It took 2 minutes and then it's done. Do you ship internationally? Absolutely. Okay. We want to change this because we're not, nature, but do the same for this. It's really crazy how much AI has sped up just the entire process. When I think back to now, would you want hell yes? I mean, it depends on the brand. When I think back to all the manual work that we honestly were doing not that long ago, like even 12 months ago, guys, like this was not a thing. I feel like worldwide should be capitalized, maybe. But these tools didn't exist. We weren't doing this. Chris and I used to like work with copywriters to help get the brand voice the way that it needs to be. Like we used to take weeks changing the text on every single page. And now it's literally just copy, go to Claude, to my project where they know everything about my brand and paste. And Claude spits it out perfectly. And then I just copy and then I paste. Like that's it. And all of these sound fantastic. Okay. Nope. I don't know why. Okay. Fantastic. And then it gave me pets. I'm a golf brand, not pets. Okay, great. That one. Okay. Awesome. All of the text should be about golf. Fix them. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now we have the correct tracking. Okay. Let's go back. Yes. Okay. Cool. Now, let's go back here. Okay, worldwide. Then what are our shirts made of? Do the same thing. I think the first one. You know what? We'll just swap out the printing too. Where are you located? Cool. Fantastic. Now, the beauty of saving these, any page that has these FAQs, all of that has already been adjusted for it. So now our homepage looks awesome. Next, let's go to the product page. Essentially, we're going to make ours look really nice, like sauce. Okay. Sweet. Our pages look really nice. Now, remember when I was talking, this was a little while back, so you may have forgotten, but I was saying on my brand, I sell small through 3XL. So we have Sloth and then we have another brand. On the other brand, we do small through 3XL. And the reason for that is because do you see how we have so many options that it takes up 2 spaces? Remember, it's really important when you are optimizing for mobile to keep as much as we can what we call above the fold. So what disappears kind of down below here. We want that add to cart button to be as close to the top or like as close to the person's thumb as possible. So they shouldn't have to go scrolling. So something to keep in mind is, we've if you have so many colors or you have so many sizes, then it's taking up and eating up more of that room. So I like to do small through 3XL because then you're removing 3 and it's all going to fit really nicely on one line and not take up a lot of space. But for the most part, all the optimizing here has fully been done. We would want to adjust this text. So we're not selling nature tees anymore. We're selling golf tees. We also wouldn't want to say like golf tees sold. What would I want to say here instead of 10,000? Because we don't want to say like we've sold stuff that we haven't sold or just saying like, oh, 5 out of 5 stars, even though you don't have a single review. Like that's definitely misleading. We could say golfer approved. That's then, updated. So something like that. Or you can say like 30-day money back guarantee, whatever it might be. This is looking really good. Now, I know for a fact, like when you look at Sloth's product page, you see like the beautiful mock-up. We are going to get there. Ours, we don't need that yet at this moment because we have, as you can see, the Printify mock-up. We don't need to go and swap and change everything because guess what? All of it's going to get changed once we have our winning mock-up later down the line. So we don't have to worry about that. But so that'll get changed. I know that'll add to like what we're seeing on our site and everything. But essentially it's all right here that we're looking at. So colors look good, mock-ups look good. Everything up top here looks good. Next thing we can adjust is our sizing guide. It's going to give you a general sizing guide, which is great. I love that buildmypod.ai does this. So you can keep this one. I don't love how small the text is though. So something that you can do is we've given you a template. Go to editor. We've given you a template where you can edit all of this stuff. So if you're somebody doing 4 and 5 XL or extra small, this is essentially like an Excel sheet. You can just add more rows, add those sizes in, but all of this is adjustable. You can change the graphic. So like you could have a picture of like your mock-up or make it look more realistic or add emojis all over this that fit your niche, whatever you want to do. I think this is a lot easier for people to read and fully helps them understand, especially because one of the biggest reasons that people reach out is I want to make sure that this shirt fits. Hey, makes sense. Well, the sizing that we use for print on demand or like the way that it's explained is a little bit confusing because a lot of people think like, oh, I measure around. No, we actually measure like across and down. But a lot of people, like when you get fitted for a tux, like you measure around. So then people are like, no, your sizes are really confusing. It doesn't make sense. So this helps to explain it a little bit. Hopefully leads to a little bit less customer service tickets that you have to answer. But essentially, we can just download this. Download. And then back here. Okay, let's just go back. Exit out of that. That may be something outside of the theme. We'll double check that when we go into our settings, but let's just click save for now. Let's go back to our product page. Let's check these. Let's make these about our brand. Again, we're just going to copy paste right into that Claude project. Okay, softer, stronger. Cool. Paste that. Beautiful. Awesome. Yeah, it's killing it with these golf references too. Beautiful. Then take this over to Claude as well. Honestly, there's not a ton that you can do with this one, but it does definitely help to get like the brand voice across. Beautiful. Let's click save. One of the really cool things that you can do with the Build My Pod theme is you can either create your own icons to fit and like upload the image, or you can just change the icon like this. Oh, well, you have to have that turned off, but then change the icon. So I think something that's really cool that adds a level of branding is doing something similar to what we did on Sloth, where it had each individual, like it used the mascot in each of the like, what do you even call that? Trust badges. There we go. That's the word. In each of those trust badges. So we can come back to Gemini. Maybe we'll do a new chat. You can ask it to create an image. I want you to create a simple line art trust badge for my golf graphic t-shirt store. Satisfaction guaranteed. And it needs to fit within the golf niche. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. It may not be that great, but we'll see. If it really gets this, we'll be able to fly. Great. That looks awesome. Download that. What's the next one? Free returns. Okay, do the same thing for free returns. Okay. Back here, let's add in that photo. And we're going to need to edit it. Crop, freeform. Now that we know how to do this. Okay. Again, we're going to hit apply. Then we're going to click save. Perfect. Exit. Yeah, I was going to say it should be a little bit bigger. Wow, that looks great. Awesome. Okay, free returns. Let's see what Gemini did. Wow. I am literally so amazed by AI. It is insane. I am not kidding when I say like it took weeks and months to get stores ready. It's to me just feels like a dream. Okay. I know this was 72 just so that we keep the sizes the same. Okay, we're going to edit this. Crop, freeform. Wow. Apply. Got to remember to click apply and then click save. Perfect. Okay, we may just want to do this. See how that helps like keep them in line. And then we'll do the last one for free shipping. Ah, guarantee is spelled wrong. Okay. Make sure your spelling's correct. Finally, we need to make one for fast shipping. We'll have to redo that one. See, why can it do it for fast shipping? Download that. Okay. Everything else is spelled right. See if it does a golf cart. Okay, fast shipping. Flying. Done. Again. 72. Edit the image. Increase that slightly. Okay, apply and save. Cool. Exit. That looks great. And then finally back to Gemini. Yes, that looks good. I'm going with it. Change. Good old drag and drop. Done. Edit. Apply. Save. There we go. Exit. 72. They all look the same size. All in line. Looks pretty, guys. She is looking pretty. We've changed all of these. Often bought together. We would tag a collection here. We'll make the collections. Like say collection products. We just don't have collection yet. Like it's not added to that collection. We will add them. So don't worry about that. Right now we're just kind of making everything look pretty. We don't have to do anything with FAQs. This section's the exact same. And then really it's just okay. There we go. Okay, we don't need to adjust anything with that. Beautiful. Okay. So last thing is just we need to switch out this image, which honestly, let's go to Gemini. 10. Let's start a new chat. Sometimes Gemini can get a little bit weird, especially if you're generating images. If you're using the same chat, like it'll start thinking of like old prompts that you used and like applying those changes. So we'll just say, I want a 1080 by 1080 funny golf picture of a person wearing a golf graphic t-shirt for my golf graphic t-shirt apparel store. Let's see what it comes up with. Okay. Well, we're not teehee threads, but our brand is called Slice Club. So we don't want teehee threads with toilet paper. I like the thinking though. Okay. Let's see what else it comes up with. Okay. It's okay. I think I want more of the focus to be on the t-shirt rather than the surroundings. I do like the golf cart off to the side though. Like as if the person crashed it. I think that's kind of funny. And honestly, this is how I talk to all AI. Like I think sometimes we overthink the prompting. I think the best part is just having a back and forth conversation. Okay, like see what I mean? It just keeps doing the toilet paper. So new chat. I need a 1080 by 1080 funny image of somebody wearing a graphic t-shirt in the golf niche. My golf brand is called Slice Club. Okay, this works. I like this a lot. Okay, we'll download this. Again, is it perfect? No. You can take your time and run through all of, making sure you get your image the way that you like it, but this is funny. It works for the brand. Cool. Okay. Perfect. Product page is looking good, guys. Looking good. Turning it into a real brand, baby. Okay, next we're going to check out collection page. Honestly, collection, I was going to say it's not going to have a ton. The biggest thing that we need to change is right here, this 10,000 happy customers. And then we can also, the title is pulling in the collection the collection title. So we'll adjust that. But 10,000 happy customers. Can't say that. We're going to say 30-day money guarantee. Cool. We'll save that. That looks good. Now, as you can see down here, there's like a few little details. Oh, and also this announcement bar, we'll change this to, let's add an emoji, golf, say free shipping, $75 plus. That looks great. Oh, don't want to add a block. I just want to adjust this. Add a space there. Okay. Sweet. So it adds to the golf niche. We did a little golf emoji. Now, our policy. I think we have. Mission statement. We exist. Okay. Yikes. Because golf is better when you can laugh at yourself. Okay. Slogan for the brand. Let's see. I kind of like this. Play terrible, look great. That's kind of funny. Swing bad, laugh good. Let's grab that. I like that. Then paste it in. Guess I should have kept the quotations. Swing bad, laugh good. Cool. Let's see. Okay. Essentially, guys, our theme is done. There's nothing we should need to do in the cart, as you can see, because this is set to $75. Now, last thing I guess you could potentially change is colors. So you could change your colors here. I like the red. I think it like pops. The best colors that we've used on our brands have been red, green, because it signals like buying and money, purchasing. And then another one is black. Those are probably the three best colors when it comes to we call them CTAs or call to action buttons. So it's kind of like our header at the top. If we go to our product page, it's also the add to cart button. As you can see, when we were on the cart, it was black, it matched. The important thing is that each button that you want your customer to click Keep it the same color, keep it consistent because then they know, okay, when I see a black button, like I should push that. Or when I see a red button, like I should push it because that's going to get me to checkout. So you don't want to like be changing up the colors, just keep it consistent. But red, green, and black have been the best colors for call to action buttons. There's a ton of studies on this as well. So if you're interested in seeing what would be best for you and your brand, definitely just do a quick like ChatGPT search. So essentially, everything that we need to do within the theme is done. The size guide, we're going to check that on a product page because I think we need to upload the picture there. Wait, like, look how pretty it is, guys. Like, look, that is our brand, man. It looks good. It looks professional. And it's going to look so much better when the mockups are fully uploaded. Like, this is going to be fantastic. The next step that we need to do within Shopify is actually create our all designs collection, as we just kind of saw within the theme. But essentially, what we're going to do now that we just went and deleted the Build My Pod project products, we can delete that because that doesn't matter. Type is equal to t-shirt. Awesome. All of them are here. We click save and then we can change the name of this. So like you can make it something funny, you can make it all designs, you can make it like t-shirt sale. So typically I just like to do like the niche golf. We don't even need to add the one sentence description because we could edit that within the theme. So that's an old Shopify thing. But then yeah, rename the collection golf t-shirt sale. You could even add a little emoji if we wanted. I still like the little golf guy. I think that's the best. Okay, we'll save that. Great. And then add an emoji at the beginning, which we just did. Awesome. Okay, check to make sure it all fits. Let's go back to the online store. Edit our theme. Go to collection. There we go. Golf t-shirt sale. It's all in one line. 30-day money back guarantee. Beautiful. Look at that. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay, sweet. Exit. That looks awesome. Now, let's customize our products. Now we need to go and actually get an app, and that is called Hextom. Haha. Nope. Bulk. Product edit. Install. Install. This is going to be the best app that you ever do in your life. Okay. Now we are in the app. We go over to the side, click bulk edit. Then it's essentially going to ask us what exactly do we want to edit? Products. So, going to give you a whole big drop down. Typically, I like to start with my pricing. So, I will say product type is type in t-shirt. Okay. For some reason, that's not finding it. So let's do product title contains t-shirt because they all do. You can click preview the matching products, which it should very easily pull all of ours up. Great. Like they're all there. This is only really important. Like it's less, I feel like less important as you have more and more products because like you're not going to go through like 12 pages of products. But essentially, we'll do option value is, and then we can say small because it's going to be size. And then from here, change the price to, and then you put in the price that you want. Now, we already put in all the correct prices on Printify. That was kind of one of the little hacks that I liked to do before I knew bulk product edit was like ever a thing. Now, what we do today, we don't worry about anything on the Printify side. We bulk edit everything on Shopify. So I don't worry about the prices because before anything goes live, I run a bulk edit. So we can run this one, but essentially you duplicate, we'll run this now because it should be extremely fast. What you can do after this runs is going to have a button here that says like rerun. You click it and then just change option value to medium. You go through and you change all the sizes, but it's something that you can run really, really fast. Next, we're going to bulk edit. Again, we're going to do products and we're going to do pricing. Product title contains t-shirt, all variants, and then something that we're going to do change compare at price. So this was something that you didn't see on the theme, but it's important for our ads because we like to say that like we're running a sale. So we will have a compare at price that then shows. So we can say like adjust by percentage, increase by 30%. Cool. Start bulk edit. And this is the best part because once you run it once, see, so it matched 3. It didn't edit any of them because the price was already set to $29.99. But essentially, once this is done, you can just keep coming back to the bulk edits that you've already run and click rerun, and it'll just run them for you. So you essentially set it up once and then just keep going down the line. Every time you do like a bulk upload of, let's say, like 20 products at a time, just run through, click rerun, and then run them. And the bulk edits are completed. Okay. Last thing that we need to do, last big thing. So we have compare at, we already have the prices set. The last big thing is going to be the description. And again, I've said this before, link down below. You can go to the school community where we have all of the resources for the course. We have a whole PDF guide of the breakdown of everything. And one of them is how to actually set up your bulk products, like how to run these and the correct settings. So if you want to collect that, definitely click the link in the description below. Head over to the school community so that you can grab all the great resources that we have there. Okay, bulk edit, description, beautiful. Product title, contains, t-shirt. Doing that is pretty easy. Okay. Place entire description. This is where we can go back to Claude. And then we can also Sloth Hiking Club. Go to sale. This is also the beauty of the time that we live in. Okay. You can essentially, there it is, screenshot turned into a include emojis. Let's see what Claude does. We sell the Gildan 64,000. Okay, let's do something like this. Now, there are a few ways that you can have your description. On Sloth, it's more of a paragraph. On our other brand, we kind of break things down into different lines, similar to seasonal collections. This was another brand that we ran. The description here, so we could do the same thing. Again, I would just kind of figure out what you want for your brand. Description for my golf niche. There we go. Okay. I actually think I like this one better. So you can do either. Really, it's up to you of what you personally like. I think too, I'm just going to keep them all the same. Perfect. We don't need to worry about the HTML. Just do the rendered view, and that this is essentially what people are going to see. Start bulk edit. Because look at that. Yeah, we don't need that. Why did it not? Okay, let's just say change it to $39.99. There we go. Updated those. Oh, edited 3 products. Okay, I just can't read. Woo. Okay. So now that we've updated those, we've updated prices, descriptions, inventory, because that'll fix that out of stock bug. Bulk edit. Inventory. Title. Contains. T-shirt. All variants. Choose an option. Continue while selling even when out of stock. Allow customers to purchase. We like to do that one. Go back. Bulk edit. Inventory. Product title contains t-shirt. All variants. And then update inventory. Available inventory quantity. I just do a ton. Correction. Okay, let's see. Location. We'll double check all these, but looks good. Compare it. Done. Beautiful. Okay, now let's just go back and check. Double check these. See, now we have a sales badge on our products, and you see that the price is crossed out and they see our actual price. So that's awesome. And then you can change these, but everything looks really good here. Okay, so and then let's go into one so that we can see the description because that's another important one. Oh, wait. Okay. Accordion row. Oh, I guess this was similar to the description that we did. You could do description, icon, just do a checkbox. That's fine. Cool. Get rid of that. Essentially, there's two ways that you could do it. You could connect a dynamic source, description, then we would just need to add, there we go, our description in. Perfect. So let's do that because that way, if you do add more products, your description could change for the different products, which is important. So you'd have this one for t-shirts, you could have, one for hoodies, one for crew necks, etc. And then whenever the product changes, the description updates for that. So other than that, everything looks really good on the theme. Nothing else that we need to change there. Next, we need to have a branded domain. So right now, if we go to settings, you'll see our current domain is wescale/brand.myshopify.com. People are not going to want to go to that site. So we go to GoDaddy and our brand, Slice Club. Now you can try .com. We'll see. Oh, $10,000. No, thank you. We are not doing that. Okay. I always check the .com. If it's available, I'll get it. But .co, .store, pretty much any of them. I mean, stay away from like .edu because that's like education, etc. But typically, I have had a .com, a .co, a .store. Doesn't matter. They all work the same. I haven't had like any major like, wow, if you have a .com, like you just have so many more sales than a .co. It's not a thing. So .co, totally fine. We're going to get this. Yay, look at that. Cool, looks good. Let's keep going. Now, I like to use GoDaddy. That's the domain company that I've used, but there are other options out there. Google has one. There may be one now through Shopify, if I'm remembering correctly. Buy a new domain. Yeah, so you could actually buy it right here with Shopify. Typically, I have bought through GoDaddy. But I mean, if you can buy through Shopify, let's do it. Cool. So it's completely up to you. Buy through Shopify, buy through GoDaddy, really shouldn't matter. Actually, DNS settings. I wonder if that would manage your domain all in one place with Shopify. You know what? I'm just going to buy through GoDaddy because later on, when we get to emails, sometimes you have to update DNS settings, which are these just fancy settings in GoDaddy or just like whoever hosts your domain. So I'm going to do GoDaddy just because I know that GoDaddy gives me all of that. I am sure Shopify does because like they would need to, but I've just never done that before through them. So I'm going to do it through GoDaddy. But again, do your research. Google has one, GoDaddy, Shopify now has it. So, okay. So we have the domain now. We went through all the steps. We bought it off of GoDaddy. As you can see, I did buy the registration just for 1 year. You can always up it. You can always increase the time later on down the road. And I also do the full domain protection. That way, like people can't reverse search the domain and find that it's like connected to you. It just like connects you, it protects you personally. So those are the things that I like to buy. Any other upsells that GoDaddy's trying to give me, I don't do. Continue. Great. This is GoDaddy trying to do stuff, trying to get you to buy all their upsells. We're going to say, no, 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 no. We don't want them. Again, no. Oh, look at that. No. And no. No. Wow. Talk about a ton of upsells. That is crazy. Also, it thinks we're a pizza brand. So that's funny. Okay. Okay. Back to Shopify. Let's go over. Back to domains. Connect an existing domain. Sliceclub.co. Click next. It's going to be able to find it. Log into your provider. Open the DNS settings. Okay, cool. Okay, so back to GoDaddy. Let's go over into domain. Cool. DNS. This is where we're going to find all the DNS settings. Now, back to Shopify. Log into your provider. Open the DNS management settings. Great, we're there. Add these new DNS records. Okay. Copy. I know. Add new record. Okay. It's type A at value empty. Update it to this. Okay. Update it to that. Delete that. Add more records. Here we go. CNAME. CNAME. www. Copy and then paste. Great. Then we're going to click save. We're going to double check, make sure everything looks good at www. Beautiful. Okay. Save. Interesting. Record name www conflicts with another record. How? I don't see it. Okay. Let's just save this one for now. Continue and verify. Okay. You'll verify it. It'll update it. Great. Now, let's try adding that one again. CNAME. Man. Definitely don't want to delete that. Here we go. Okay, CNAME. You need to update this one. Update these existing. Current value here. Update to this. Okay. Save. Verify. Man, gotta love it. But you know what? This is a part of the game. You know what? It's funny when we surveyed people for how would you want this course? Like, what's the best way that you learn? So many people said that they wanted an over the shoulder view into building a brand, and this is a part of it, like 100%. You know, you run into little things like this that can sometimes cause hiccups, but the best thing is typically every single support for any of the sites that like brands, apps, sites that we use are all fantastic. And ChatGPT has been such a game changer. So anytime that I have questions or anything, like I just go to ChatGPT and it's awesome. Oh, needs setup. There we go. Okay, this is usually what happens. Connect automatically. Usually it's very straightforward like this. Like you connect through GoDaddy and it's just like boop, done. Okay, cool, you're good. So sometimes things happen, you know? Connect. Okay, so once you log in to your account, it'll connect them. Beautiful. Our domain's connected. That's so exciting. Now, check this out. Oh, beautiful. Okay. You gotta love the over the shoulder. Okay, we'll check that again in a couple minutes. Yeah, it's gonna take 5 minutes for this. We'll double check on that. Cool, but let's move on. We'll come back and make sure that that's completed. But yeah, branded domain is now connected. Hopefully you don't run into as many issues as I just did. It should be very similar like that. Like it finds it in GoDaddy and it's like, "Oh, let's connect it." That was kind of weird that I had to mess around with some of those DNS settings, but again, they give you the step by step of like, "Hey, add this." So just make sure you're reading the instructions carefully and following it step by step. But again, we solved it. We figured it out. So our store is now pretty much officially set up. But before we move on, there is a few things that we need to finish up. We need to do a final store quality check, like making sure our pages load properly, our add to cart works, our mobile looks good. There's no placeholder text remaining. So, all that text that we swapped out and changed it to match our golf niche, no generic branding remaining. So, let's double check on those things. Let's go here. Let's go to the online store. We'll preview it. Everything should look really beautiful. Wow. I'm a fan. But yes, we're essentially going to go down. We're going to check that all of these things look good. They all make sense. Another thing that we could have updated. Oh, free shipping. Let's edit that. Okay, edit this. Down here, these guys. We want to make sure that this matches. Free shipping over $75. Secure checkout is fine. Sustainable materials. Again, you can add, you can remove, you can change the icons, change what these things say. You could do what we did on the product page and update these to match your niche. So updating them to golf. But overall, like they look good. They're just these little extra trust badges that we could add. So yeah, run through, make sure everything looks good, makes sense, nothing's missing. But that's essentially the kind of last minute checklist that I like to run through just to make sure things look good. And again, you should have all 100 products uploaded, not like me only having 3 as of right now. I will have it changed. But what about the apps? Like I said before, the first store that I ever launched was loaded with apps. These were all the apps that I had at one point. Like this slowed down my site significantly. These are the only apps that you truly need, as you can see right here at the very beginning. As time goes on, we will add more apps only as we need them. But right off the bat, we don't want to slow down our site. We want it to be really simple. We want to understand all the things without all the ads kind of cluttering things up and making, being able to add more. Remember, we said simple is hard, complicated is easy. It's very easy to add more and more and more. So let's just keep it really simple as possible. So now when we look at it, this is what a branded e-commerce site looks like. You come to this and you see golf. Now, again, our mockup is going to completely change everything as well. But you're on this site, you're like, okay, this is like a legit golf brand. Like, I wouldn't come on here and be like, it seems like it's print on demand. Like, no, it's a legit golf brand, which is really awesome. So now you have your custom logo, your custom images, your branded experience, professional product pages. This is the kind of store that took us years to figure out, literal years. Now, you could text this URL to anybody and show it to them, and they would probably think that you'd been working on this business for months. We just did this in an hour? But as of right now, nobody is able to check out, and our shipping profiles need to be revised. So, back to these boring settings. They are truly the real conversion rate killers that we need to watch. In fact, for myself, one wrong shipping setting literally cost me $3,000. And I'll explain it. And it's the biggest kind of hiccup that people fall into in our community. We'll take a look at the analytics. There's this thing called add to cart analytic, initiated checkout, and then conversion rate, how many people actually purchased. If your shipping rate is wrong, your add to cart will be good. Your initiate checkout will be good, but your conversion rate will be terrible. It'll be down. And it's all because there is a glitch with your shipping and you are charging way too much. So in the next few minutes, we are going to be locking down our Shopify payments, our shipping profiles, our store policies, and then our LLCs. All the stuff that normally prevents people from ever launching. This is kind of like the little hiccups of, it just gives me anxiety. I don't know. We're going to go through, we're going to solve all of that right now. Right now, our store is like a partially ready restaurant. We have a menu, we have ingredients, we have the dining room. everything except for our cash register, our policies, and our delivery setup. All the fun stuff, the stuff that you don't necessarily think about when you're like, I want to open a restaurant. But don't worry, it's actually not that bad. Most people either skip this step though, or they aren't sure where to begin. I was number 2. I didn't know where to begin. So we're going to do this together and we're going to get through it. Essentially, you're just going to be following me and we're going to be clicking buttons. And then we never have to worry about touching these again. Okay, so what do we need? There are 3 things that we need to set up: our LLC, payment settings, shipping settings, store policies. Okay, the good news is we're setting stuff up one time. Now, the first question: do we need an LLC? Now, there's a few questions that I often receive about this. 1, what is an LLC? 2, do I need one? 3, how much does it cost? And 4, how do I get one? So, what is an LLC? An LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. Essentially, it is a very simple way for an individual to set up a simple business, like in the eyes of the government. Do you need one? This is a very personal question. I am not a licensed professional. I can't give advice on this. I can only talk from my experience. My experience, I got an LLC before I ever took a sale. For me, I looked at it as one, like an investment and like a true step in like, I am going to build a business. And 2, I looked at it as a motivator because for me, I was like, I bought the LLC. I was like, okay, now I need to make this happen. Like, I need to make this business work. And so for me, it worked in that kind of like mental headspace of like, well, I have an LLC. Like, I am now determined. I am in this to figure this out. It's not going to be like, oh, like I took, a month of playing around and nothing happened. No, like I took it seriously. And so I purchased the LLC and I added it. I also didn't want the headache of going back and changing things and, rearranging stuff. People have. There are people in our community who have done it under their personal name. There's other people who have done it under their LLC. My recommendation: have a talk with ChatGPT. Go back and forth of whether you think you need one or not. I can't make that decision for you. Only you can. But I can talk from my experience. I had an LLC prior to ever making a sale. And that was my preference. That's what I preferred. Having an LLC is very similar to almost like an insurance policy. It's not insurance by any means, but if for some reason, let's say you were to get like sued, you copyrighted a design, whatever, you got sued. They then could come after your personal assets. That's probably the biggest reason why people have an LLC, because if something like that ever happened, extremely rare. But if it happened, your personal assets are then on the line, not just your business assets. So that's the biggest reason why most people go and get an LLC. I started off with one. Again, have a conversation with ChatGPT, see what's best for you. How much does it cost? It is different for each state. So each state requires some different things. The most expensive one that I've heard is California. You can get them in different states. I just got it in the state that I live in. Do your own research, see what's going to work best for you. Lastly, how do I get one? Great. Go to busy.com. Busy.com is going to be great. I use them as well. I got my LLC when they were originally formerly Inkfile, but now they're Busy. They rebranded like 2 years ago. Essentially, you pick your state, they walk you through it. It's very simple. Go to busy.com, step-by-step walkthrough. You'll get a registered agent, which is pretty much just like somebody who will answer on like your business's behalf. Some states require it, other states don't. Look into what your state requires. And then typically it's a 1 to 2 week turnaround. Do not buy any upsells. Just like GoDaddy tried to get us to upsell and buy everything, Busy's going to do the exact same thing. You can ignore it. I just chose my home state. Do your own research of what will be best for you. If you have any questions about this, or for answering questions about specific countries, because I know we have some international people watching this, ChatGPT is a great resource. Guys, I wish I had more experience for our international sellers. I just don't, because I'm not an international seller. So ChatGPT, some stuff, comment in the community, make some posts, ask to talk to some other international sellers. What did they do? Pick their brain. That is why I love our community, because everybody's just so supportive. And I am not a licensed expert, so I can't personally give that kind of advice. But now that we have that sorted out, if you have an LLC or you're not getting an LLC, have the conversation with ChatGPT, figure out what's best for you. Let's fix our store so customers can actually check out and we can actually make some money. Let's do the Shopify payment setup. I am not going to walk you through this because it would be blurred out literally the entire time. But you are going to come here to payments and you are going to click complete account setup. Shopify is going to walk you through every single step. Now, if you've got an LLC or you're doing it personally, your information is going to be different depending on how you're setting it up. If you have an LLC, it's going to ask for like your EIN, all that jazz. If it's your personal, it's going to ask for your social security number, your bank account, etc. Because the whole goal is that we can actually take money from customers and then Shopify will remit the profit, the payments into our bank account. So we have to set those up so that we can actually make money. But if I walked us through this, it would be all legal information that would literally be blurred out. So go step by step. Shopify has made it super easy for you to get your payments all set up. Now, talking about payments, what do we actually get charged? AKA our processing fees. This is not like Etsy. Etsy has a ton of fees. I have talked about this on my channel. I know Chris has talked about it on his. Etsy versus Shopify. Etsy, you have a listing fee, which is 20 cents. You have a transaction fee. I don't even remember how much it is. I think it's like 6% or something. Processing fee, which is like your credit card processing, that's standard for just taking any payments online. And then offsite ads if you make over $10,000. Shopify, we have just the industry standard processing. So in order for people to check out and use their credit card, we pay the credit card processing fee. No listing fees, no commission. Here's the processing fees. As you can see, there's, the basic plan, the grow plan, the advanced plan. We are on basic. This is what we need until we're ready to start hiring people. And then we need to go up here to 5 staff accounts. Basic will do everything we need. So we pay the $29 per month. And then every order, we pay a 2.9 plus 30-cent processing fee. And that is standard. That is every industry. Pretty much every single credit card processor charges that. You can look at Stripe, look at PayPal. PayPal is even higher, but the processing fees, that's the only fee that we're paying here. We already talked about that 2.9 plus 30 cents per transaction. That's it. Industry standard pricing. Congrats. You now have payments set up. You can now start taking sales, which is amazing. Now, your customers are able to check out. If only it was all that easy. And that's all it took for sales to come flooding in. But we still have some more work to do, so hang in with me. Next, we're going to fix the biggest conversion rate killer, which we already kind of talked about, was the shipping settings because we have a bug. But have you ever considered buying a product? Then you get to checkout. You're really excited. You're like, oh, I was so happy that this was on sale. Like I can finally purchase it. And then the shipping is like $12. And you're like, oh, just puts a bad taste in your mouth. You're like, I thought I was actually getting this on sale. Turns out I'm not getting it on sale because the shipping is just insane. And then we end up leaving. We don't actually buy what we intended to buy. We have tested shipping settings extensively. We've tested shipping prices extensively. We're going to be setting up your shipping the same way that we set it up on our stores. Now, free shipping. We already set this up on our theme. You saw the threshold. It was $75. Why do we do that? Well, it helps to increase our average order value or how many items people are purchasing because the more that they purchase, the more we profit. So our goal is that every single person who's coming through our site is getting 2 to 3 t-shirts. So if we increase the order value so that they have to purchase 3 shirts to get free shipping, we are making some good moolah there. But we'll talk about more of this in a second. We're setting it strategically so that people have to add those 3 products in order to reach that free shipping, which means they are buying more. Now, if you're wondering about international shipping, we like to start with the US only. I think it just kind of makes things even more confusing when you add on other countries, especially in the beginning. Just focus on one. We suggest the US just because the US is the largest market and we love to buy stuff because that's just our culture. So that's why we would suggest everybody start in the US, add international later once the US is working. And then we can talk about this more later as well. But this helps to simplify our testing phase. Now, let's set up those store policies. Let's go into Shopify now and get these shipping settings all set up. So we're going to go to shipping. As you can see, we have a general profile. We have a profile for Printify as well. Great, 0 products. So looks like the bug may have been fixed, but I'll walk you through this just in case. We do not want any products on Printify's because of the fact if it's on Printify, it'll adjust to Printify's shipping. Printify likes to put the shipping on our customer. Well, guess what? When that happens, our customer gets hit with like $12 shipping and then people leave. They don't like to check out. Makes sense because you don't like it either. So we go into the general profile. As you can see, our 3 shirts are all added here, so that's great. Our bug is, I guess, fixed, or maybe because we did the general profile in Printify, whatever it is, it's fixed, which is awesome. But there's a few things that we need to do. We already have a shipping profile set up. As you can see, it's set up for free shipping over $50. So we want to change this threshold. So we're going to change the minimum price to $74.99. So once they hit anything above $74.99, they get free shipping. Great. We're going to say standard because we did standard shipping. Awesome. Now, these weight-based, see how it says economy 0 to 5 pounds? We're going to delete these because we don't do any weight-based shipping. Delete those. Fantastic. Finally, there's something else down here. Add a rate. Here we go. We want to use a flat rate. So up until somebody hits that threshold of $74.99, once they hit $75, they get free shipping. What we want to do, we're still going to do standard, use a flat rate, and then $4.89. Now you can change it to $4.99. Anywhere around $4.75 to $5 works. $4.89 is fine for this. So we'll click done, and then we're going to click save. So when customers come to our site, they are going to pay $4.89. That's going to be their flat. So whether they buy 1 shirt, 2 shirts, they're paying this. Till they hit 3, then they're getting free. But if it's connected to the Printify one, Printify is essentially just going to jack this up. It's going to be like $4.75. And then the next item, they're going to pay like $7 for shipping. People don't do that. So that's why this is really important. But now our shipping is completely set up. So great job. Now we're going to set up our store policies, which are also here in the settings. We can go to policies all the way here at the bottom. Okay. And as you can see, none of these policies are set. Now, if you haven't already, go to the school community, grab those resources. We have templates for a lot of these policies so that you can just plug and play right into Claude. As you can see, we have this PDF here. We have our refund policy. We've got shipping. We've got washing instructions. Everything that you could possibly need is right in here. So let's first set our refund because here we have it. Okay. Let Claude work its magic. Here at Slice Club. Great. Now we come back to Shopify, paste that in. Essentially, you will already have yours set up, but it'll be this support at sliceclub.co. Here we go. Support at sliceclub.co. Great. Okay. There we go. That looks great. Publish. Privacy policy is already set up. Terms of service, we can put in Shopify's template, and then you would just need to put your business information down here that you have. But essentially, we can just publish this for now. But you would update that with all of your specifics. I would update it with mine, but it would all be blurred out anyways. So just go ahead and set that yourself. And then our shipping policy. Here we go. I'm going to do the same thing. Back to Claude. Throw it in. Okay. Great. Paste that in. $75. Ship free. Say 4 to 8 business days. Beautiful. Publish that. Awesome. Contact information. Insert template. This is where we would put all of our information. So if people did need to contact us, they have that. I'm going to click cancel for now though. And then, so there's our policies. Those are all set up and those look good. Now, there's the last few things. You can create, there's these pages that are already created. They were made by Build My POD. So an about us. This is where we would essentially plug this in here. And you're going to be able to have a lot more about your brand because like who you are and why this is important to you and all of that kind of stuff. So your about us can be very specific to you and like your passions. But I mean, I'm just going to quickly throw this into Claude and we'll just go with that. Okay. Save. So just a little bit about the brand. If people click that, they really like it. It's great. And then we also have contact us, which we don't need to do anything with because it's just like you fill out the stuff. But the last thing so that you can see them, menus. Here we go. Okay, so we have our main menu. This is where we would add about us. And then pages about us. Save. Cool. Beautiful. So now when we go to our online store, we go to preview. Sweet. See how it has, we have contact. People just fill in their information, sends us an email. And then we also have, oh, okay, well, that needs to be fixed. Look at that. Okay, well, we'll fix that. But essentially, that'll look a lot nicer. It's not going to look crazy like that. We will make sure that that is adjusted. If you do run into this is a great part for me to pause. If you find something like that, like an issue like this, it should not be like that. So please go to buildmypod.ai, talk to our support team so that we can not only get this fixed for you, but fixed for everybody else. So if you're running into something weird and wonky like this, definitely reach out to us. We're always happy to help and make sure that your theme looks beautiful and perfect, just the way that you had it envisioned. Okay. All of our policies are now set up though, which is beautiful. So make sure we are good to go. We can check down here, privacy policy, search. Actually, that probably is another thing we need to check on. Menus, footer. Here we go. Policies, privacy. Add to menu. Policies, refund. Policies, shipping. I think we have them all. Refund, shipping, terms of service. Cool. I'm going to get rid of search. I don't really use search. Your privacy, your choices. I don't usually have that either, but you know what? Whatever. We'll keep it. Save it. Cool. Back to the theme. There we go. Now we have all those policies. See? Beautiful. Gotta love it. Shipping policy. Okay. Shipping policy's messed up too. Okay. We are going to get these fixed. These will be fixed. Sorry about that. If yours looks like that again, please reach out to us. We'll fix it. So, why do we do a 30-day money back guarantee? Well, or a refund rate, even with a 30-day guarantee. It helps to prevent like returns and everything. It eases people's minds. So, when they come to a store, if you were like, we don't accept returns, a lot of people be like, huh, okay. Do I really want to purchase from here? Like, if I don't like it, I'm stuck with it. So it's really important that we have that money back guarantee because it essentially is just building trust with our consumer. Now, people then wonder, what is our return rate? Our return rate is 1%. 1% of people reach out wanting a refund. Typically, things are all handled. And a lot of times, if it is an issue with like the shirt was messed up or ripped or the print was terrible and it was clearly an issue with the printer, Printify takes care of that. Their customer service is fantastic. So our return rate, like the amount that we are actually refunding people back, it's 1%. So it is minimal. Now, think about it. You check out from a store, something is wrong with your order. If they hardball you, if they're giving you a really hard time when it comes to handing you back a refund, just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Just like the super expensive shipping. So we want to make sure we are taking care of our customers because we are ultimately building a brand. This is our reputation that we're talking about here. What kind of like values do you want your brand to have? Do you want one that just doesn't care about its customers? No, we want to take care of them, which comes down to our relationships. Now, our general settings that we can verify, our store name is correct, store email is set, time zone is accurate, currency, USD. Let's double check these things. Settings, general. Now we just set it up as We Scale Brand. It would be support@sliceclub.co. I'm in Central Time, but again, adjust it to where you live. And then we don't need to do anything with order processing here. Nothing down there. Essentially, just we want to run through all of these things and just make sure everything looks good. Phone number or email. We're just going to say email. Just say save. Full name. Hire first and last. Okay. Great. Email. Save. Tipping. No, we don't need to be tipped. Would be nice, but no. Shipping we dealt with. Taxes we don't have to worry about at this point. Markets, no. Apps already done. Okay. So essentially all that is set up correctly. If you want help with this setup, again, the 20-day accelerator challenge is amazing and can help you stay on track. So, like I said, every single day is curated with exactly what you need to do for your brand to make sure that your brand is up and running in 21 days. So if you're somebody who's like, I just need that accountability, I need somebody, telling me exactly day by day what I should be doing, what I should be focusing on, the 21-day accelerator is going to be a great option for you. Again, that's linked in the description below. But join for direct feedback, get help from the coaches, get help as you're setting up your store. You can hop on the live calls, ask questions. You'll have step-by-step guidance. Congratulations, you have now completed your store. Look at what you accomplished. Our store is like literally ready to go. I have to get our other, 97 products uploaded. But once that's done, like we are ready for marketing, baby. Like I am pumped. Now you have a live business. Did you ever think that this would happen? That you would have a live business like this? Also, we can change this to Slice Club. Save. Cool. But did you ever think that you would have a business set up this quickly? Like that your shop would essentially be ready to go, take orders, they'd immediately go to Printify, get fulfilled, and you just kind of like sit here, hang out. Like it's pretty crazy. Like how all of e-commerce and print on demand works. That people can now check out and buy from anywhere in the world, literally anywhere. Every setting is locked in. Payment processing is now live. But right now, the store has 0 traffic. Now, think about it like this. It is a beautiful house in the middle of the desert with no road leading to it. This was one of the biggest misconceptions that I ever had when I was starting print on demand. I was like, okay, I unlocked my site, took the password off, and I was like, okay, people are going to come flooding. And then it just didn't happen. And Chris was like, well, yeah, Meg, what did you think was going to happen? So yeah, learn that the hard way. You need to drive traffic. We need to kind of like get our billboard out there so people see. And we're like, hey, come on, come buy golf t-shirts from me or buy dog t-shirts, whatever niche you're in. That's essentially what we are doing on Facebook. So you could have the best designs. You could have the best branding. You could have the best products. None of it matters if nobody sees it. If you can't get anybody there to actually lay eyes on what you've created, you're not going to sell anything. So we are building the road ourselves, and we are not waiting for one to appear. In the next few minutes, Chris will be breaking down the complete marketing strategy. That way you can show your products off to everybody. And you'll get to see it all click by click. I know that this next section tends to give people a lot of anxiety. We have done everything to make this so simple that you will follow click by click and you will have your account completely set up and ready to go. So this will take us one step closer to that first sale, baby, that first 1K. So let's start building the road.
Now we're setting up the ad system, the framework that Sloth used that helped the brand grow from zero to $800,000 in its first year online. We're going to see Sloth's actual ads, the campaigns we were running, the structures, the budgets, when we started running them, and how we knew it was time to scale. But as we mentioned in the beginning, seeing the ads is great, and it's obviously a super helpful real world example. But the real secret to this is understanding the fundamentals behind it, how the system works. Now, I ran ads for years and years, honestly, just clicking buttons in the ad account and hoping for better results. But they finally clicked for me when I heard it explained to me like this. I want you to close your eyes and imagine for a second that the store we just set up, all the products we design, and everything that we're building about our business, instead of it being online on Shopify, we just have a brick and mortar store. We are old fashioned, Main Street USA, good old business. And our business is positioned next to a highway. Now, on this highway, there are lots and lots of cars driving by, going about their day. They've got plans, they got sights to see. And our job as marketers now, with our marketer hat on, is to answer the question of how do we get people to take a quick detour off the highway and come visit our store? Because until we do that, like we don't have any traffic, obviously. So the way we answer this question is by figuring out what billboard ads we want to put up. And we don't want to just put up any billboard. We want to put up a billboard that is going to drive traffic to our store, opposed to them just continuing on their journey. So the question is, what should we use for the billboards? Now, there's lots of different options, everything from Meta to Google Ads to TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, X. There's a dime a dozen out there. And personally, starting out, I tested all of them because I thought that I needed all of them in order to scale. But now, after testing through platform after platform, I can very confidently say that Meta, which is also Instagram, if you didn't know, is the best place to get started. Because in all honesty, you only need one traffic source to scale to $1 million per year. That's exactly what we did on Sloth. That's exactly what we've done with 8 other brands that we grew from 0 to $1 million in the first year online. And it is widely considered the top social media advertising platform because even though Meta or Facebook may have fallen out of the coolness factor a couple of years ago, despite what many people may believe, the cost of running ads has truly never been better. Because you can see over the past several years, starting back in January 21, the average cost for ads has stayed pretty much the same, if not actually dropped a little. And that's despite inflation. So the good news here is that you're going to see all of the ads, which honestly, this never happens. People share general examples, but seeing the actual ads that drove that revenue is something completely different. Now, some people assume that when they hear that Sloth spent $300,000 on ads to generate that $800,000 in sales, that it meant that we had that in the bank. Like we had a couple hundred grand just sitting around. We're like, hey, why don't we throw it at a brand, see what happens? And then it begs the question of, well, how is this supposed to work with people with lower budgets, like with a reasonable income, some savings, but we don't want to, set the world on fire with this? Well, of course not. We don't do that at all. And that's not the way that we've started any of our brands. And you can't fault anybody for thinking that because I didn't know this until I actually ran it. But what we actually do is we create a flywheel so our customers are financing our ads for us. So to show you what I mean, so say, for example, we start off by spending $100 with Meta, $100 to send traffic to our store that then converts to about $300 in sales. And we're going to talk about how we do that in just a second. And then out of those $300 that we make, we then have to pay Printify to fulfill the orders and ship them to our customers. Then on top of that, we have our overhead expenses, transaction fees, all the normal keep the lights on type stuff. But what that leaves us with is $50 in excess profit. And something not many people realize is that the money we receive from Shopify, it deposits to our account within 1 to 2 days, meaning we're getting that money pretty much just as quickly as we're making it. And then we can use the excess that's left over to then pour back into more ads. So then we restart the cycle again with $150 put in. And again, we only started off with 100 in this example. Now that 150 in spend then turns into about $450 in sales. Then after you back out cost of goods sold, other keep the lights on type of expenses, we're left with $75 this time in excess profit. Well, you can probably guess where this is going. Then we restart the flywheel and increase our budget to $225. That then puts out about $600 to $700 in sales with $113 in excess profit. $1,113 would be great, but it's slow and steady. And then we take that $113, put it back into ads. And the math underestimated a bit here, to be honest. This would leave us with about $260 to put back into the ads again. Now let's see a real world example of how this actually works out using Sloth as our case study. So Sloth Hiking Club, Sloth is not an easy word to roll off the tongue, but it launched in January and did about $900 in sales. Then picturing back to our flywheel, we then reinvest the profits into increasing our budgets, which then left us with February about $3,300 in sales. Then in March, things ramped up again by more than double to $7,000 in sales. Then April more than doubled again to just under $17,000 in sales. Then in May, things really started to take off and we generated $50,000 in sales. And then finally in June, we hit our first $100,000 month, which came from over 2,000 orders or roughly 4,000 t-shirts in total. And from $115,000 in sales, Sloth spent about $47,000 on ads. So now we know, does that mean that we started with that amount of money? No, absolutely not. We started with the amount needed for this, which was about a couple $100. Point being, we start with enough to start the snowball effect. The snowball effect that compounds in our favor. And this is how we're able to start brands with a couple $100 to a few $1,000s max and scale very quickly to hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales every month. And now when it comes to our starting budget, we want to be more specific. So let's talk about it. Because the first time I ran campaigns, I spent way too much. And the reason for this was simple. And this is something that I actually learned from interviewing somebody from the accelerator who scaled his brand from zero to a couple $100,000 in sales. I asked him, what was the key to your starting mentality when you're running ads? And he said, honestly, it was pretty simple. I just started off with a dollar amount in mind and a set amount of time that I was willing to see this through, which is such a beautiful and simple frame because what that allows us to do is set aside a dollar amount and cut ties with it and view that as our investing budget rather than every dollar that's being spent viewed as a dollar that's being taken out of our life savings. So just that simple mindset reshift allows us to see this from a totally different lens. And we're fixing that right now because I want you to choose the amount that you are comfortable spending so that you have complete control over this and you will never spend more than that amount. That is until things are working and the snowball has started compounding in our favor and we're profitable, but we'll talk about all that later on. So our recommendation here is starting with $50 per weekend until we're profitable, and then we start to ramp things up. So set aside that dollar amount in your mind as the money that you are investing in your learning. And keep in mind that you could spend $5,000 on a Facebook ads course, and some of them charge way more than that, or you can learn it yourself from real world data while testing out your brand, figuring out which designs and mockups work best. So I want us to view this as an investment in not only your brand and your products, but most importantly, in yourself. And now the $800,000 question is how? Like, how do we go from starting off with a small amount of money and starting the snowball effect until it turns into customer finance acquisition and we have a machine that's chugging along? Well, I'm so glad you asked because we start with this right here. This right here is where we are building a machine. This is the whole game. Getting to the point where when we build this, every time we put in $100, we are getting $300 returned back to us. That is the machine that we are building, and that is what we have done over the past 8 brands and then plus Sloth on top of that. None of this is to say that it is easy or in any way a guarantee. And to be completely honest and upfront with you, we have done this for years and years. And I had 10 plus failed brands before things finally started to click. But what I can promise you is that while your results will vary, and it entirely comes down to the action that you take, and our results are not typical, this is repeatable, at least from my own experience. And the beautiful part about it is that it is simple, but that's not to say that it's easy. And the way we get there is something that all of us can wrap our arms around. It's by testing one thing at a time and embracing the testing mindset. And we do this through our 3-phase testing strategy. We test one single variable at a time, and we only move on to the next until we know that we've got that one dialed in. So in phase 1, we test the mock-up. Then phase 2, we're testing our designs. And then ultimately, we end up in phase 3, store optimization. So in phase 1 of the mock-up test, this is where we are using the same design across numerous mock-ups like you built already with Eric. And the goal here is that we are starting by isolating the frame because this picture that you're looking at here As you saw from the examples earlier, this not only becomes our ads, like the actual pictures we're using, so we get the double dip, we get to use the same pictures pretty much everywhere, which is super nice, not some insane ad creative process. But on top of that, it's used on every product and it's shown across the entire store. So testing this first sets us up for success. And then once we have that dialed in, we move on to phase two. That is our design test. And we're basically asking and answering the question of which designs that we created are resonating with people the most. And we're going to give you the exact framework, the decision making, what numbers we're looking at, and break things down so it's super simple. And you'll be able to pull action out of that information. Specifically, how should we grow our product catalog? Then once we have a winning mockup, we have new ideas for our products and we're growing our catalog. Then we move on to the third and final stage, which is store optimization. Basically answering the question of how do we get people to buy? And once they're buying, how do we get them to buy more? I mentioned earlier that the $100,000 month from Sloth was about 2,000 orders and 4,000 shirts. Well, there's a slight tweak that we make on our site that almost doubles the number of products that people are ordering. And through this whole process, we are working like a mechanic. And one final frame to keep in mind that certainly would have helped me a ton when I was first running ads, if I knew this, is that if you're feeling at all nervous about this or you're hesitant, like it's a big moment, showing our products to the world, those nerves are actually a good thing because running ads for most of us is completely new. And just remember that nerves equals excited, just depending on how you decide to look at it. And it should give you confidence that 100% of the students inside of WeScale all run paid ads, and almost none of them had any kind of media buying or ad experience at all before. They were just like you and me. Like they came from normal backgrounds, normal jobs, and they just had a goal of building a brand and they were willing to figure out whatever new skill set it took in order to get there. And the other comforting piece is that you have complete control over your ad account. We can always pause them. We're going to show you how to do that. And in fact, the first campaign that we're about to run, we're actually scheduling it, meaning that we turn it on and it's set to turn off. And through this whole process, our success is not what you think it depends on. It is not about your creative skills or your media buying prowess or being Don Draper. It's actually none of those things. That was what I was shooting for. Woke up every day, put on a suit, sat down at the ads manager. I thought that was the golden ticket. Turns out it wasn't. Our success is actually dependent on your ability to use a system and take feedback, which sounds way easier said than done. But here's what it looks like. So we are building a system and inputting our effort into a strategy. And then from that strategy, the media buying system we're setting up, we're then going to get tons of data, like very exciting data that only we have. And then we're going to use that data to make better decisions. And we just rinse and repeat this again and again. And as long as we can do that, we're in great shape. So remain objective, keep the testing mindset, and enjoy the process. And that all sounds great, right? But as of right now, obviously we can't run a single ad until we built our Facebook infrastructure. And this took me a long time to learn, but the good news is that you're just going to follow me click by click as we set it up together. And once it's done, you'll never have to touch it again, unless if any little bugs or errors pop up, but that's pretty rare and we have tools to help you solve those. So then you'll have the exact same setup that is used by thousands of students, and you'll be able to launch your first campaign. So what you're looking at right here is our completed business manager setup that yours is going to look like in just a couple of minutes. And we're going to be setting this up following the same structure that thousands of students have used. And again, you can just think of Meta like the billboard company that has signage on the highway next to our store. And we are going to be working with them in order to buy ads that send people to our store. So we're essentially setting up the accounts that will let us, actually tap into that. And the good news is that there's only 4 things that we need in order to set this up. So the business manager, which acts as just a general, basically a folder. That's an easy way to think of it. A folder, and then that is holding all of the actual assets. Like the business manager, you don't actually do anything with, you just tweak settings. But then we have the ad account. This is like our control panel where we're actually choosing which ads are going to go live. Then we have our Facebook page. This is where we are setting like the brand image and the reputation that we want to put forth. This goes in the top corner of all of our ads. And then we have our pixel, which the Pixel is where my eyes just completely glazed over the first time I heard this. It's like, okay, I immediately don't understand what's going on. But it's actually really simple. It's just a little line of code that goes on your website that tells Facebook what's going on and who they should send more people of. And then finally, we have the product catalog. Now, the product catalog is really cool. We're going to be using that later on. But the good news is that these two steps we knock out at the same time. So, first up, the business manager. This is the basically the folder that is holding all of our accounts. We're going to go through and set this up. Then we're doing the ad account where we're able to see all of our ads actually running. Then the Facebook page, and then the product catalog and Pixel together. So let's do it. So step one is the business manager. So in order to create this, we're going to go to a new tab and open up business.facebook.com/settings. And then you're going to see a login screen that looks something like this. And then you're going to click login with Facebook. And a quick note, they change these pages all the time. So if you're seeing something slightly different, then, don't worry about it. This is the right page to be on. And you're going to click login with Facebook. Now, a quick note is that Facebook, when we run ads, something that's slightly different about it that I didn't realize compared to most ad platforms is we're not able to just use, create a normal account, like, enter our email password and then we're off to the races. Meta, as an extra step of verification, they want you to link an actual Facebook profile. So this doesn't have to be any more complicated, or it's simple. Basically, if you have a Facebook profile that you've used for a year or two even, and it doesn't have to be you're posting all the time. I haven't logged into mine in, years, but you're just using your personal Facebook because that's how they know you're a real person. You're good to go. If you don't have a Facebook account, then I would recommend creating one and starting to post and, get get some friends. It's not, didn't mean it the way that sounded, but basically add some friends, show that it's a real account before setting this up. Now that like 95% of people already have an account, but just wanted to mention that. So you're going to click login. You're going to go through a couple of steps and then, and it's really self-explanatory stuff. And the name of the business manager and everything doesn't really matter. But then you're going to get to a page that looks like this. So you can name it whatever you want. Like ours is this right here. So then once you get inside, you're going to see a bunch of different options down the left here. And this covers everything from where we create our pages to our ad accounts. Again, just think of this as folders within folders, and we're going to walk through all the settings together. So we went to business.facebook.com/settings, enter your business name, enter your name and email, and then bookmark this page. So I'm going to move on to the next step now, once you've done that, which is our Facebook page. And this is the brand page for our store. This is basically what people see when they search for you. And more importantly, or way more commonly, they see it in our ads. And it's really simple to set up. In order to do this, we don't need to overblow this at all. Like when I create pages, I just have a page name, a profile picture, and a cover photo. Do not conflate this with thinking that we are also doing all these social media posts and stuff. Just like we talked about at the beginning, we do paid ads. That's our bread and butter. We just set up the bare essentials to be able to do that, which is the name, the logo, cover photo, and a couple of simple settings. And then we're going to do the ad account. So let's create the page right now. So to do that, I'm going to come down here to pages and then click create new Facebook page. Then you're going to get a pop-up that, here, I'll zoom in. We're just going to name it the name of our brand. And then for category, apparel and clothing. And then a bio. This is just optional, but just for fun, I'm going to jump over to Claude real quick and say, write a less than 100 character bio for Slice Club. No, you. Okay, so if it does that, then you just say, based on the information you have in our project, this is my brand. You don't even have to type grammatically correct, which is both a blessing and a curse. Okay. .100 character. Okay, there we go. So we got a couple of different options. I'm gonna pick one that I like. Okay, drop that in. Again, it doesn't really matter. We can always change this later. There we go. Create page. There we go. Done. Nice. So here's our page. Now, first thing when you see your page, you want to make sure that you are added to it. And if you're not, just add yourself by doing assign people. But now we're going to view it on Facebook. There we go. All right. So we have the start of our Facebook page. Now we are going to switch to the profile. There we go. Welcome to our new page. Thank you so much. Do not send me emails. Yes, keep page notifications. There we go. All right, so it says we need some work. I think Facebook needs some work. Here we go. So let's first start off with our profile picture. Here we go. So our logos. Zoom in. I just try to make it as large as possible. Be pretty helpful if they let you actually see the circle. That's okay. Save. Yeah, that's off center. All right. Take two. Just going to try leaving it dead center, and there we go. Okay, that's a little high, but that's fine. Now I'm going to add a cover photo. We need to create one of these. So I'm just going to jump into Canva real quick and see what we can whip up. So I'm going to go to social media, Facebook cover. Perfect. Then golf. Oh, that's not quite golf. Good try, though. Actually, let's try something more fun. I'm going in Slice Club's Claude. I'm going to say, write a nano banana prompt to generate a Facebook cover photo for our brand called Slice Club Golfing. And the Facebook profile picture should just, or cover photo should just be very simple. Just cover the best practices and make it for the optimal size for a Facebook cover photo. There we go. Copy the prompt. Go back to Gemini. Well, that's the design gem. So I'm just going to come here, say that, then upload files. I've attached our logo to include in the center of the cover photo. All right, I might end up upgrading this. This is taking so long. Circle in the bottom left. Remove the text Slice Club at the top. Just leave the logo in the middle. And the screen just switched from white to dark because I upgraded, I assume. I feel like I'm really getting my money's worth with the darker background. All right, beautiful. That was super easy. Not at all time consuming. So now we go back to Canva. After, if it wants to download. Thank you so much, Google. Beautiful. Like about there. Now magic eraser. Whoops. Eraser. Magic 1. Yes. Erase. Nice. Okay. Download. Now we click here. upload photo. Then we go to that, upload photo, see how it looks. There we go. Beautiful. All right, page is coming along. All right, we've moved up to fair. I will take it. Next, let's edit our details. So we are going to update information. Just want to add our website, sliceclub.co. Let's make sure I did that right. Yep, beautiful. Save that. So now we added the website. You can add an email for the support address. What I recommend doing for this is you can either create a branded Gmail, which would be like sliceclub.co, or you can just keep it free for now and just do like sliceclubsupport@gmail.com. But I'm just going to leave it blank for now. And then next thing we're going to do is clean up the sections. See how it has a lot of extra stuff that doesn't relate to our brand. So turn all of that off. Name of the game, the big rule of thumb is just anything that is excess or unnecessary, we take out. Okay, don't need an avatar. Don't need any of this. Oh. There we go. Then I would bookmark this page as well. But other than that, our page is pretty much set up. Now we just need the last thing it's asking us for is to write a welcome post. So classic fashion, I'm going to say, write a brief Facebook welcome post introducing Slice Club to the world. And if you just paste it normally, it pastes it like that. So if you do Command Shift V, oh, I guess it just removed all the formatting. Thanks, Facebook. There we go. Now let's add a photo. Just going to post our logo for now. In general, the only thing we normally post on our page, then never click boost post, by the way. Just make it public. There we go. Now our page is set up. So next thing we're going to do, come back here, hit refresh, and the profile picture, beautiful, should be updated. Next thing we're going to do is create a ad account. So come up here. So we go back to business.facebook.com/settings. This is the hub where I recommend starting everything. And next we're going to create the ad account. So you come down here, ad accounts, add, create a new ad account. And you would just type in the name of your brand, Slice Club. And for time zone, I recommend setting this to the time zone that you are in and setting it to your native currency. That's the only best practice I would recommend here. So I'm going to click next. I'm going to say for my business, here we go. I agree. Create ad account. I'm not going to add payment info for now. I'm just going to first see the connected assets, and you'll see that we don't have any. We're going to fix that in just a second. So here's our ad account, and we're going to go through the settings and everything that we set up here when we launch our first ad. But right now, we're just going to move on to the next step, which is for data sets. So the way that we're going to do this, so now we're connecting the pixel and the catalog. Go through the slides so you see what we're doing. We just set up the ad account. So this is where we set our budget, create our campaigns, basically where the magic happens. Now, step 4, connecting the pixel, super straightforward. It's great how easy they made this. So we go to Shopify, then we come down here to apps, then go to apps and sales channels, then Shopify App Store. Now we're just going to type in Meta. There we go. Facebook and Instagram. Install. Click install again. Now it's going to prompt us to connect our Facebook account. So this is our Facebook profile specifically. So we're going to do connect. There we go. Now it gives us the options to connect our shop and Facebook account. So we're going to do that. And there we go. Here it is. So scroll down, and if you have other pages, you're going to see them in here. We just scroll down to the page we want, which is Slice Club. Click connect. Next, it gives us the data sharing, which this is the pixel. And you just leave all these settings as default, and then you go to save. And then you're going to come all the way down here to create metapixel and click create new, and then confirm. And then for advertising, you unselect every account and just leave the one that you're actually going to use. And then you can leave this as the email that you've been using for everything else, or if it's your personal email, I would recommend setting up one like this, just a free Gmail account at some point. Done. I agree. There we go. And submit for review. Okay, so we got an error. Okay, so it connected the pixel. We can see that there. And it connected the page. Let's see what the error was. Oh, it went away. Okay, perfect. Great. And now we will go back to the pixel and double check that it's been set up properly. So we're just going to refresh. And then we should see the new pixel in here. Here it is. Great. So now I'm going to assign it to myself, which I'm running ads as Meg. Give full permissions. Assign. Yay. It's kind of a weird confetti thing. You just like completed the most technical setup and they throw a little party for you. Okay. Next we need. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is create a business asset group. This is basically a folder within the business manager that links everything together. And again, once we set this up, it's the last time you need to touch any of this, but we just go up here, click add, create, and we click separate brands or lines of business. Slice Club asset group. We don't need that. Create. Then we add the assets. So choose the page. Then the ad account, which it's the one we just created. We don't have a Instagram account yet. That's fine. And catalog. I don't think this synced yet, which is fine. So we'll come back to that later. So we just chose the page, the ad account, and the pixel. Now we're going to assign it to ourselves. Give full access, full access, full access. Assign, done, perfect. Now we go back to the pixel. And if you get hung up on any of these steps, just ChatGPT knows how to do this just as well as I do. So we're going to go to Events Manager, which this is where we're able to change the settings And the only settings we have to change in here is just come down here, turn on automatic advanced matching, track events automatically, and the conversion API gateway we don't even have to worry about because we are using a direct integration with Shopify. There we go. So now we're in Shopify. Let's go back to Facebook. I already did that. Okay, so it's still loading. Nice. Next, and then just finish. Great. That is all we need to do. So as a final check, and I recommend out of everything we just did, bookmark the business manager. So you have the business manager created, Facebook page is live with a logo, cover photo, bonus points if you create the first post, your pixels installed. And again, you saw I had a couple of errors that popped up. Just be patient with it. Sometimes, especially depending if you've never run ads before, it'll take a little bit longer or shorter to get approved. And ChatGPT can help with this a ton. And the Shopify catalog synced, we are going to come back to that in the next lesson. And as a free resource, we have a meta setup checklist that you can follow along. It covers everything that we just went through. But congratulations, you are now officially ready to place billboards that aren't just going to be seen by a single highway, like in our example. They are able to reach anybody anywhere in the world who has a phone, laptop, and a Meta account. So literally from your fingertips, which hopefully that's never lost on you. I'm still amazed by it, but it's basically what you just set up. It's really remarkable. And again, questions, ask ChatGPT, Meta support, or you can join a live Q&A call in the accelerator. So now comes the time, super exciting time, when we are about to run our very first ads. So I'm going to show you how we prep our very first campaign, and we're going to get it launched right now. So here's what it's going to look like after we finish prepping our assets to run our mockup test. Because as of right now, you should have 10 different mockups with your 100 designs created. And here's a preview of all the designs that Eric made. These look really good. I love the variety in them. But okay, so we are going to be setting these up because the first time I ever made ads, I was just like a kid in a candy shop. And I just jumped in and started making stuff right out of the gate. And I did that for literally years. Instead, we are going to take it just a couple extra minutes right now because I finally learned that clicking the buttons in the ad account is actually the last and least important step. That step is honestly easy once we have all of our assets organized. This is just a good best practice to keep in mind going forward. Think of it like you're making a meal. Gathering the ingredients, putting the dish together, etc. That's like 90% of the effort. Knowing what you're going to make, all of that. That's Meg's favorite part. She's like, I love actually making it, but deciding what to make, like, I wish ChatGPT would outsource that for me. She's an incredible cook. Like, she can just go in and just throw random stuff together. Meanwhile, I can barely make a PB&J. Anyways, putting it in the oven is actually just the last 10%. It's like the final mile. So just our mindset for this is get everything organized, and then the ad account is just the very last step. So these extra couple of minutes right now make things so much easier once we start running the ads. So what we're testing first, everybody, we hopefully remember the 3-phase testing strategy. So we are testing the mockups first, and then the designs, and then the store optimization. And the reason why we're doing the mockup, in case it's not clear, this is a really important concept. Like, basically, once this clicks, you see the importance of mockups, and then you know how big of a factor they play in our success. And I say that to empower us because ultimately creating a great mockup just comes down to our ability to receive the feedback well. So if somebody was like a Hollywood casting director was putting together a movie, they would not hire 10 actors and film 10 different scripts and show it to 10 different audiences because they've learned nothing. There's just too many variables in that example. What they do instead is they hire 10 actors, test them all in the same script, same scene, same everything, except for the actor. So they isolate one variable. So now they can clearly see which actor is best for bringing that character to life. And the mockup test works exactly the same way. So we have one variable only, and the one actor we're using is our best design. We're going to see how to pick that in a second. Our proven ad copy and the same scene, meaning the same audience, and we're only testing the mockup style. So the question is, what do we need in order to actually test? Well, here we have a example of Sloth Hiking Club. This is the actual ad that Sloth is running right now. And the different components that we need here are first the page, then the ad copy, then the mockup, then the design, obviously, and then the headline at the bottom. And then finally, the Shop Now button. Now, the good news is that out of all these variables, and this is actually what the ad looks like. So a lot of other companies, they have to create all these fancy ad creatives. We get the luxury of literally just repurposing our same products because we've tested lots of different ad creatives, and these are still, even post Andromeda. Anybody who's curious about that, if you don't know what that is, don't worry about it, but it's Facebook's latest update. Even post Andromeda, we are still seeing these creatives outperform the rest. So that's why we're using it. And so far, we have a good chunk of this done. So we already have the page, which we set up in the previous lesson. We created our mockups. Now we've done our designs, but we just need to pick what's going to be our hero design that we show across all of them. And the Shop Now button never changes. So we need to focus on the ad copy and the headline first. So the question is, what about the ad copy? Well, we've tested tons of different ad copy, and we are just going to jump right to the best performer for us. And then we're not just going to use the same copy exactly. We're going to take the best practices from it and then have our Claude project generate branded copy for us. So we're going to go over to our Claude project, and just in the same chat, we're just going to drop this in. So I'm just remaking Sloth's exact ad copy. And then I'm going to copy in this prompt, which you can find this down below. Okay. And we're going to paste. Great. So now it generated copy for us. I realized I didn't give it the actual URL. Our URL is sliceclub.co. Keep the first line short enough that it only takes up one line. It shouldn't go on to the next line. And this is Facebook ad copy. So use the character limit for that and put a second emoji at the end of the first line. There we go. So here's really good ad copy. So golfers who slice, this one's for you. And I like it because it quickly addresses the niche and it has like a funny play on words or a golfer joke, which is nice. And then have an emoji at the beginning and an emoji at the end. But do not use generic emojis like the dreaded star, like this thing. We just want to use things that are on brand. And if you're not sure which ones to use, one, it picks them out for you. But I personally like using emojis that kind of grab attention and having a supporting one. And then the second line, this is where we have the discount or basically the reason to shop now. And there's lots of different offers that we can run. This is just a good, like we set the compare app price to be basically 30% higher, 35% higher than the actual price. So it's always on sale. And then on the final line, we just say shop now. It's the call to action. So it goes attention grabber. Second line is like the reason that they have to buy right now, that they can't keep scrolling. And then the final line is the call to action with a link. And we specifically use the sale link rather than the full URL. Like if we go to sliceclub.co and then we would go to catalog, see how this is the full URL. We don't use that because that takes up too much space. So we keep it short. And we're going to be reviewing how to set that up again, in case you don't already know. But for now, I'm just going to pick my favorite ad copy. I like a combination of this one and that line. So I go Command-Shift-V. And then for my first ad, I'm going to go without a discount just to make sure that we warm up the ad account and that because basically what Facebook's looking for is people that are running like 90% off, like just fire sale type stuff. And 35% shouldn't get us flagged for anything, but just to keep it as safe as possible, for the first ad, I recommend running it without it. So now we have our ad copy. And a good thing to keep in mind is that as we're doing this, I'm explaining lightly like how it works. But in all reality, we just use what Claude generates for us nowadays. Like there's tons and tons of books, but this is the ad copy that's worked the best. And after the ad copy, we also need the piece that we see at the bottom here, which is the headline. So in this case, it's a catalog ad, so it's just the name of the product. But I'm going to set up ad copy for the mockup test specifically. So I'm just going to prompt and say, I'm using this one. Now write me a headline that says something to the effect of new golf t-shirt collection. Okay, so I'm just going to go with the shortest one using this one. Now rewrite both and remember for the future. Perfect. All right, so now we have our ad copy and our headline, and you can always tweak this later, but now the next step is we need to pick which design we're going to use. This is an exciting step because this is where we are, we have our 10 mockups. Let's see the ones we have for golf. Yeah, for slice. I personally like the ones with the green background, but I like the variety that we have. Eric did a great job on these because the shirt it hits almost near the edges. Tried to minimize the number of wrinkles. There's very few supporting objects, and all of them look photorealistic. So we're checking all the boxes here. I hope we have a Gemini logo on that one. I'd have to take that off. But in general, what I'm looking for now is we could, run a test with every one of these designs on it. But that would be so many different ads to make. So what we want to do is instead pick the design that we think is the best. Now, this is where it can get a little dicey because we don't want to be just subjective and just pick our personal favorite. We want to pick the hero product that is based off of the one that basically we did the most research on. So we're putting this across all of the mockups, and the way we recommend doing it is coming up with your 10 favorites based off research. Ideally includes typography. We surveyed people that have done in the accelerator, out of the people who have done 10K plus in sales, their top selling products, it was like 50% said it was all typography, which would be like this kind of design. That's all typography based. And then the other 50% said that it was typography plus graphic. So that would be like this one where there's words and then a graphic along with it. Almost nobody said that their bestseller was just graphic alone, which for graphic alone, we're looking at things like on seasonal collections like this. So it works for some niches, but by and large, the best practice and the way to expedite this whole testing scenario is to go with a typography one. And bonus points if it's based on humor, because that resonates. Like our goal of these ads is that we pick designs that when somebody sees it, they feel something. Easiest way to communicate that or make somebody feel something is with words. And monocolor, so not a overdone design, meaning I wouldn't go with, and this is not really as much of an issue anymore, but some designs just have like let's see if we have any. Some designs just have way too much, like this one, open your mind, fix your swing. Some people might like it, but see how there's just so many like colors. Like it's just, there's a lot going on. The best performers, again, we're just basing this pick off of best practices, typography or typography plus graphic, and as few colors as possible. And will look really good on the mockups. So now we're going to narrow it down to 10, and then we're going to upload it into the design GPT and ask it which one it thinks is the best. So the way I'm going to do this is you can either look at it on your site or you can scroll through here. And I'm just going to go for the ones that I think are the funniest. Out of office. There we go. Okay. And to make this faster, I'm just going to pull up ChatGPT as I'm doing it and then just drop them right in here. Keep the tabs nice and clean. All right, let's do it. So Screenshot that. And I'm not going to pick any that are related to like cigars or smoking or anything. Those are good to just steer away from. You can advertise them, but I recommend doing it later on. Oh, this one's funny. After you've warmed up your account. I like this one. Just speed this up by making it a separate view. Okay. That one's okay. Till death do us par. Like that. Because it's simple. It's not quite monocolor, but it's close enough. Weekend Warrior. That could be a good one, but it's got a ton of colors going on. So I'm going to leave it. World's okayest golfer. I like this one a lot. As it's simple. It's to the point. It's got humor. Okay, let's go back up to the top. Let's see. Bogey Boys. I'm here for the Cart Girl. That's funny, but not the first ad I want to run. Here we go. This is a good one. These clean typography styles are a great one to go with. As the way I view it is designs that have a ton of colors. The more colors, it's really like, unless if it's used really well, it's really just giving people more reasons not to click. Is we got to keep in mind, we're not just going for the thing that looks the best here on the screen. We're going for the thing that people will want to have, 6 inches beneath their chin, 12 hours out of the day. So, and if somebody is putting this on their shirt, it's basically going to draw a ton of attention to themselves. Some people are, looking for that, but it rules out a lot more people than it speaks to, opposed to somebody who wears something super colorful. It's very unlikely that they have a hard rule in their mind that they won't wear something that's monocolor. So it goes one way, but not the other. Okay, let's just start looking through these. Okay. This one's funny. Okay, a couple more. That's a cool design, but again, too many colors. I would like this one, but it mentions alcohol. Yeah, this is good. Okay. We could do a couple more, but I like the options we have. Now I want to tell it, out of the designs that I've just uploaded, I want you to evaluate which ones would be best for running a mockup test on our golf inspired brand Slice Club. The goal of the mockup test is basically I want you to pick the most research backed design based on best selling print on demand trends, which design you think is going to have the best chance of success. Now, obviously, you don't have to write the prompts like that, but let's see what it comes back with. Honestly, using Whisper has changed a lot. It's like typing is a thing of the past. There we go. Swing, swear, repeat. We got the winner. So it said it's text first golf humor in the #1 POD golf seller category. Text first golf humor is the #1 POD golf seller category. All right. Honestly, we could pretty much stop there. And then it goes on to say some of the colors that it works well on, but that's awesome. So now that you have it pick the best one, now we need to place the winning design on each of the mockups in Canva. So I'm going to come over to, first I'm going to download this file, then go over to Canva and upload. Whoops. Upload files. So now we want to place it across. We upload the design into Canva. It's an upscale design with the background already removed, as you can see. And now we want to place it across our different mockups. And what you'll notice is that this design, it looks good on some of the colors, but it doesn't look great on all of them. So we're going to have a little bit of light editing to do. Yeah, we have a bunch of dark colors. So I'm going to copy this onto the ones where it looks good. There we go. That looks great. No, doesn't look good on any of the navies. Okay, so now what we're going to do. Okay, so I tried changing the text to be a white design using Canva, and it worked really well. As you can see, this is perfect. We're now ready to move forward. No, that is terrible. So let's see if Gemini does any better. Perfect. That is so much better. All right, so now we download full size. So I just used Gemini, and then I also fired off GPT, see which one comes back with a better output. But honestly, the Gemini one looks really good. So as long as we're able to remove the background on this effectively, then we should be in good shape. Perfect. Nice. So we just remove the background. Now we delete this one. I actually just want to match it up to the placement we did here. Perfect. Now I come back up here. And that's a little bright, so I might lower it just slightly. See how like that just really jumps off? It kind of looks a little photoshopped. There we go. And if you have any mockups where you have wrinkles in the center like that, one, I would recommend just keeping them all like as wrinkle free as possible. Like you can see here, it's not really any wrinkles on that. But like for this one, you could just take this over into, I don't think this one's going to be the winner anyway, but you could just take this over into Nano Banana and ask it to smooth out the lines there. Okay. I think that looks really good. Nice, just placing them on everywhere. And then I'm just slightly, since some of the mockups, the shirt's in a slightly different spot. They're pretty similar, but I just want to center it up so that it's directly under the neckline, and then not like the first like 100 designs I ever uploaded, I put them like down here. I was like, oh, it should be centered. No, you want it to be like, just go look at any graphic t-shirt you own where they print it. It's normally about here. I just realized, I think we have repeats. Oh, no, we just have different colors. All right. Now I'm going to rename these and then just copy the name to go through it a little bit faster. Nice. Okay. So now I have my hero product placed across, or my hero design rather, placed across all of the mockups. Now we say to do 10 if you like a different color, like navy is the best practice, as Eric talked about. But a couple of additional things you could do is take the time, like on any of the designs where like there's wrinkles, just take it over to Nano Banana and that make sure to smooth those out. But we have plenty of variations, so I'm not going to take the time now. This is a really good looking design on black shirt. And don't get too hung up on the placements. Like these aren't all perfect. We're just testing in broad strokes right now. Awesome. All right. So now we are downloading. Download, leave all the settings the same. We're downloading all 14 of them. And the reason we took the extra time to rename it is so that then it makes it easier. Like they'll all save or download with those names already saved in. There we go. And move this to our golf brand folder. And then open up the mockups. Perfect. I'm going to say mockup test. Beautiful. Now we have it all nice and organized. Now, we want to do a quick final quality check on our mockups. So, we want to take a quick look at them and compare to the proven examples that we did in our research to make sure that we're really close to what was best practice and that we're not just skipping over like the fixes that we should be doing, because it's much better, like I said at the beginning, to do these, knock them out now before we actually do the test. And so, to take a quick look at our mockups, like what I'm really looking for is, do we have too many objects? Here's the best check. When you look at it, where do your eyes jump to first? It should be the design here in the center. Anybody who has, and I've seen this a lot, like people will sometimes have like too many objects up here, too many things here. The shirt doesn't really look photorealistic. Basically, your eyes are drawn everywhere else besides the design. So we want the eyes to be drawn to the design, and then the shirt, and then the objects should just act as like a nice buffer at the end. It shouldn't at all be like our eyes are drawn to that. And the mockups we're looking at here, these are just examples. There are a million different ways to make great mockups, and especially with the AI tools now. Like on the first course we did, Meg, in her example, she had a red flower down here, and she mentioned how it was good to have a red object because it draws attention. Then everybody had a mockup with a red object here, which was kind of funny. So I just want to highlight that these are examples, but make your own mockup. Make it your brand, 2 to 3 objects max, and have fun with it. And just like that, we now have the building blocks. We have the ad copy. We have our mockup are already prepared with the hero design placed on it. And we have our building blocks to launch our first campaign. So we're going to do that by applying all of the best practices that we've learned from working with thousands of students. So we're jumping right to the ideal campaign structure, which ultimately gets us closer to our first $1,000 in sales. Not a financial guarantee, but that is what we are working towards right now. So without further ado, let's launch. And here's what our finished mockup test is going to look like within the next couple of minutes as we are making our first ads go live. So it's now officially live and gathering data for us, and we're scheduling it to spend $50 this weekend. So now we're going to set up yours. And as we're about to launch, I want you to keep in mind one important thing, that out of all of the different buttons and options you see in the ads manager, there's only 3 actions we ever take in the ad account. And the goal of sharing this is just to simplify everything that you're looking at. And those 3 actions are: first, we make ads. Sounds pretty obvious, right? Second, we pause ads. Third, we adjust budgets. So we're either making something, turning it off, or adjusting the amount that we're spending on it. That's it. So we already know what our budget is. We talked about this earlier. Now we just have to make the ads, and we're making them inside of our ad account. And to give you a quick rundown of what's going on inside the ad account, this metaphor really helps solidify things for myself. Is there's these things called campaigns at the top, and then you see there's ad sets, and then there's ads. So what's the difference? Sound like they all might be kind of related, and they are, but it's honestly way easier when you picture it like this. Your ad account is just a tree, and at the root you have campaigns. The branches are the ad sets, and then the individual ads are the leaves. Meaning we have a campaign, we have ad sets within the campaign, and then we have ads. The good news, you're seeing a lot of different ads here, a lot of ad sets. Our setup is even simpler than this that you're going to see in a second. But the thing to know about this is that there are different settings we can adjust in each. So at the campaign level, that's where we set the objective. So telling Facebook that we want to get purchases. Then at the ad set level, that's where we choose our targeting, who we want to show our ad to, and where we want to show that ad, like on Facebook, on Instagram, that kind of thing. And then at the ad level, that's where we are uploading the image and the ad copy that we want to actually run on our ad. So now let's set it up for ourselves. So I'm in a brand new ad account, Slice Club. Let's do it. So first thing we're going to do is come up here, click create. And as you just saw, I got a message that I need to verify the ad account. That's very normal. You're likely going to get a similar pop up, especially if it's the first time you ever run ads. Or when I click the link, it brings us to the account overview. So all that I have to do here is add payment method. And then I'm going to set my time zone. Let me first double check that I believe that's right. Maybe just do Chicago. There we go. Next. So add payment method, then next. Now you're just going to enter your credit card information. All right, so now we've entered our payment information and we're going to go back to our campaign setup. Perfect. All right, so now we're going to click create. Oh, still says account info needed. There we go. Okay, so now we should be good to go. And rather than clicking the button there, I want us to do it from the right place. So now we're going to do create. We're going to do sales objective, continue. Now we're going to name our campaign Mockup Test. And we're going to turn off Advantage Plus catalog ads. Going to use ad set budget, turn that off. And really important to note as we're going through this, Facebook loves to change the UI, the user interface, the buttons that you're seeing, the text. They are updating things almost week to week. At the time you're watching this, you see slightly different options here. It's all good. Like it does not mean that what we're showing, like we're just using the fundamentals. The things that we're showing are always going to be available. I shouldn't say always. Maybe they'll change it at some point, but you will definitely be able to launch ads following a similar setup. The way that if it looks completely different for whatever reason, just take a screenshot of the change that I make. This is if you're not able to find a button, take a screenshot of the change that I just made, and then take a screenshot of your ad account or your campaign and drop it into ChatGPT or the WeScale GPT that's available in the free community that's been trained on the whole course, and ask it to troubleshoot or like help you find the button. Okay, so we don't have to worry about A/B testing. None of this down here. We're not doing special ad categories. Great. Now we choose our conversion location. We set it to website and we set it to maximum number of conversions. And the conversion event that we're aiming for is purchase. But we haven't placed any orders on the site yet. So you're probably going to get this error message, but that doesn't matter because as soon as a purchase comes in, we'll be in good shape. Then value rules, leave no. Cost per result, don't worry about any of that. Like 90% of the options in any of the tools that we're looking at, you don't actually need to use. Then down here is audience. And audience, we just use open targeting and we use open placements. They call it Advantage Plus, fancy name for a pretty mundane topic, but we just leave it as United States targeting and minimum age 18 plus. So it's literally targeting everybody. We'll talk more about why we're doing that in a second. Test number 1. There we go. And we click next. Mockup number 1. So now we are naming our ad, and now we're just going to go through each of the settings. And by the end of doing this, we're going to have our first ad set up. So, and we're just going to be basically plopping in the creatives and the ad copy that we already wrote. Just going right down the list here. So it's giving us an error saying that we don't have an Instagram account connected. That's actually okay because we're able to just run ads to Instagram and Facebook from one page. We can set up the Instagram account later on, but it's honestly much less important than you might think because we're not aiming to grow a organic following yet. Our goal is just to create the accounts that we need in order to place billboards with the company. So we're going to leave that, and the error message should be going away. Facebook sometimes glitches and they'll continue showing an error even after it's been resolved. So if we encounter that when we go to publish, we'll address it then. Next up, we have the ad setup. This is where the magic happens. So create ad. We're going to be doing manual and single image. And we're going to turn off multi-advertiser. And then for website, we are going to enter. The easiest way to do this, I've found, is just go to the site and grab the exact URL. And we are driving traffic to the collection page. And here we use the whole URL. In the ad copy is where we use the shortened version. And see, it's already starting to try to pull in our creatives, which is pretty cool. Now we come down here and we're going to turn off personalized destinations or make sure that it's off, which it is. Now we're going to set up the creative. This is where Facebook loves to change things around. They like adding lots of new settings. So I just want you to follow along closely with what we're doing. We're just trying to upload the image. That's it. And the ad copy. And they try to push all these new AI features on us. At the time of recording this, we don't use hardly any of the AI enhancements that as they call them. So we're just going to follow along and do exactly as I do. So we skip promotions. Don't worry about anything with the branding. Site links, we want to turn this off. Products, we also want to turn this off. We can leave the description and then delete all of these selling points. There we go. So now I click upload and we're going to go to our folder that had all of the mockups in it. And we're just going to upload all of them to make things simple. So we choose our first mockup and click next. And then for the cropping, just leave it for original for all of them. And then next. Now here's where we use our ad copy that we wrote. So we're going to go back to Claude where we left it all nice and neat, ready for us. Place it in there. And now, yeah, here's where it's going to give us all these variations. Just turn that off. And then grab the headline. And then for description, this is what goes right above or right below the headline rather. So a couple of things you can write here, printed in the, and then like American flag, that looks good. Or 30-day guarantee, 30-day happiness guarantee. The goal of this, like the purpose of the creative is to stop people from scrolling. The purpose of the headline is to give them a short, succinct idea of what this ad is about. And then the purpose of the ad copy is to get them to click. And as they go down to click, they see the link description right next to the button. So this is just how do we seal the deal right as they're, evaluating whether they want to click or not. So it's show social proof, a guarantee, something like that. So I'm just going to do 30-day guarantee. Once you have reviews or once you have any sales, I recommend switching to this, like 100 teas sold, that kind of thing. But until you do, just 30-day guarantee works fine. Actually, we could do the stars. Okay, and then once we click next, we now see one of Meta's additional AI features where it's generating variations for us. Now, we're not going to use any of these because we already have our mockups, but the cool thing is that these designs or the creatives they made used to be just terrible, and they've gotten so much better over time. Like a couple of these wouldn't be a bad mockup to go with. Obviously, this one has like tons of extra golf balls. That's kind of weird. We don't want a person in ours. That dude does not skip leg day. Good for him. But something like that wouldn't be bad. But anyway, we already have our media. Now, all of these enhancements, we just want to make sure that they are all turned off. Add animation. Nope. All you need to know about these enhancements, the reason we're turning them off is that I think at some point they'll be really effective, but until then, we just leave them off. And now we've entered all of our information. We can see a preview of the ad on the right, which what was the thing that we said about the ad copy is that we want it to be on one line, just like we saw in the sloth example. So you can see here see how it's taking up multiple lines. And this even took up multiple lines down here. So we have a little bit of cleanup to do. And now after we did the creative setup, it now brought it out here for us. So I need to cut that down to be one line. And then I also need to cut down this somehow. Oh, no. Yeah, it went down to one line. Yeah, great. That logo looks really good. like in the I'm not patting myself on the back. It looks good in the feed. It's like really stands out and looks clean. Okay, now new golf t-shirts. Let's put our marketing hat on, make new stand out. And then I kind of like, there we go. Now, just before I hit publish, I want to test this URL out and make sure that we have it set up. And if we don't, then we're going to set up. Oh, yep, we don't. Okay, so here's how we set up the URL redirect. So from our Shopify account, we're going to come up here to content, menus, and then URL redirects, and then create URL redirect. And now what we have here is this is basically setting up our /sale to go to the main collection. So first thing I'm going to get is the URL for the main collection, which is this right here. And we want it to redirect to, whoops, I did that in the wrong order. So when somebody lands on that page, it's going to send them to that automatically. Now let's test it out. Beautiful. Site's looking really clean. All right, so now we know it works. So we tested that. We see the ad preview, everything's on one line. And now we have the big moment, the big reveal. We hit publish, no error messages. Now it's prompting. Your local tax agency has required us to collect some additional info about your business. Please provide the info below. There we go. So I just submitted our business info. And if you don't have a business yet, then you can just use your personal name. Okay, we just got another error. Okay, so this did not go away. Use Facebook page should be working. See, this is live. We're building it for real. So from our business manager settings, we're going to come down here to accounts and then Instagram accounts and then click add. It's going to ask you to confirm and then say add Instagram account. Okay, it keeps giving me an error. This could be that I'm using a VPN. It's not even loading. If I just go to Instagram. All right, Instagram's having some weird issues. So here's what we're going to do. And the good news is that when we run ads, normally 70 to 80% of our traffic is coming from Facebook and not Instagram itself. So for the sake of these initial tests, I'm just going to turn off Instagram. But what I would normally recommend doing is you go on your phone, you create a new Instagram account, and you turn it into a professional account, which is what's required in order to connect it. It's just an option that you change. And you go through the same setup that we just did for the Facebook page. You just upload a profile picture, you add like a couple of like a description, link your website, and then you're going to come back to the business manager settings, go to Instagram accounts, and then click connect. And then you shouldn't have to do what I'm doing, which is removing Instagram as a option. So come down here to this, click uncheck Instagram. There we go. And now the error should go away. Huh. You kidding? Yeah, it just went away. Okay, well, there's a fun workaround. Fake it out. Pretend like you're going to leave Instagram out in the wind and not use it. And then it magically fixed the error. So there we go. Now publish. Okay, and now what we're going to do is rather than uploading the remaining 10 right now, to warm up the ad account, I recommend waiting until this ad has gone through the approval process. So right now it's in processing. We'll see a short description over here. So pending/processing is that it's being set up, but it's not running yet. Here's processing. The ad is being updated. So this basically means it's in upload processing. Makes sense. Then next, it's going to go to preparing, meaning that it's successfully passed review. And now it's just deciding, it's basically prepping itself to run. And then it'll go to active or learning. Basically, I'm just going to keep hitting refresh, waiting for it to get out of processing. And then once it does, then I'm going to upload the remaining mockups. Just as a side note, the first time you upload your very first ad, it's likely going to take a little bit longer. And yeah, there we go. Now it's in review. Here's a preview of our ad. Okay, so while that's in review, I'm going to show us how we can set up the rest of our mockups really fast, not taking nearly as long as the ones we just did. So I'm just going to click, basically we just need to create copies of this, and then we're going to swap out the picture. So come here, click duplicate, or you can do it up here. Quick reference, you're able to use these options up here is basically, these are basically bulk tools. But so there's multiple ways to do things inside the ad account. So duplicate your ad, click continue, leave these options the same. And then I'm just going to do 4 right now. So I'll launch 5 in total. Then you can turn off show existing reactions, comments. Well, it doesn't really matter because we're going to change the ad anyway. And now come here. So I use these options like going back and forth faster than I notice a lot of people their first time in the ad account, they click like here and here. So just in the interest of speed, I click across here way more often. And it took me a while to learn the ins and outs of the ad account. Like I remember we used to run like hundreds of ads at a time. Like the algorithm changed that used to have to do that. There we go. We just got approved. Active. Nice. Anyway, quick side quest story. So we would launch hundreds of ads, and anytime I would want to make changes, I would come in and click all of the buttons. And I remember one of my roommates when I lived in the e-commerce house, the incubator, if you will. He was looking over my shoulder and he said, "Why don't you just shift click?" I looked at him like he had 3 heads, and I was like, "What do you mean?" And I had been clicking and clicking and clicking, and he was like, "What are you doing? Just go like this." So click the first one, then shift click. My mind was blown, which is not even a like meta specific thing. That's just, I don't know, I guess knowing how to use a computer, which I did not. Anyways, now shift click, get all of them. Before we swap out the pictures, I like changing the name, so then that makes it easier to match up the ad. So save, and now we edit. Come down here, and where is creative? Here we go. Perfect. So now we can do it in bulk. So for mockup 2, I'm going to select mockup 2, mockup 3, mockup 4, mockup 5. Beautiful. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. I forgot to schedule it. So I'm going to set a end date for this first campaign. We're just letting it run through to Sunday. So I'm going to do Sunday at 11:55. There we go. So we want to schedule this to start on Thursday and run through Sunday. So it'll literally turn off on its own. You can do that in the ad set settings, but you're just not able to change the start date after you've already published it. So just going to leave it there. All right, now we can see the other versions of the mockup, and I'm just doing 5 at a time. It's safer in the beginning with a new account to basically just piecemeal it, to not launch 100 ads or even 10 ads at a time. We're basically building the relationship with Facebook. We want to show them that, we're a good advertiser and we're not here to scam anybody. Which, if you're wondering, like, why is this such like a focus? Like, why is there a risk even of getting banned on Facebook? It's because they have so many advertisers that in order to like, that would be an inhuman task to possibly monitor every single ad that's being launched. So they have basically algorithms that watch for traits of scammers, and sometimes they incorrectly flag accounts. One of those traits, if you put yourself in the mind of a scammer, somebody who just wants to make a quick buck, doesn't really care about morals or ethics, what would you do? You would have a store that has products listed on it that you're not actually planning on fulfilling. And as being the scammer, that it's unlikely that your account is going to stay up long. So you would just try to make the most of it while you can. And you try to just launch a ton of ads before Facebook can catch you. So now Facebook caught on to that. And now they flag people for you. It's highly unlikely it would happen for launching 10 ads. But if this is your first time ever running ads on the account, then it's a good idea. Then we're going to click review and publish. And there we go. Then it goes into processing and goes through the same routine that we just saw it go through. So in general, I'm really happy with the mockups we just launched and how everything came together because it really stands out in the feed, and like the logo looks great. The emojis at the beginning and the end, it's not cluttered up at all. We have the shop now button. We have the URL. The stars at the bottom in the link description look really nice. And seeing this does not mean copy this. Like that does not help you and it doesn't help anybody. We want to take the principles here of like a great mockup, simple headline, that sort of thing. Now we see, yeah, it's processing. And so we're launching this for a Friday to Sunday test or Thursday to Sunday, like Thursday morning. So we are running it over the weekend because when are most people scrolling on Facebook and Instagram? It's over the weekend when they're not at their job, or Thursday, Friday when they're tired of their job. So there's a lot more people that we can hit, which means cheaper ad costs. And then the inverse is true for Mondays and Tuesdays. Everybody's back in the office, they're focused for the week, less people scrolling. So therefore, worse ad performance. We still run ads on those days, but when we're testing, we just want to be to keep our budget as low as possible. We have basically we go for the cream of the crop, the best times to be running ads. And the way that we were doing our targeting, as you just saw, is we just do United States open targeting, open to everybody, and let Facebook find your audience for you. But the common question when it comes to this is, well, don't I have to tell Facebook who my audience is? And here's the thing. Here's to put this out of your mind entirely. Like, yes, there are the options to target golfers specifically. We don't have to do any of that because the way that Facebook works is they have a massive data set of all of their users. This is just conceptual so we can understand basically what's working in our favor. Its job is to look at all the people that click on your ad and then see what happens when it sends them into our funnel, meaning they get out of all the people that we send, which people actually converted. And so it sees the traits of the people that we sent in, and then it takes note of that. And then it looks at the traits of the people who actually converted, so people who purchased, and takes note of that. And then it knows from those people, and this is how the pixel is working. That's why we set this up. It then knows to go back to its giant audience of people and look for people that are similar to the ones that converted. So it's basically pattern recognition. And then it learns over time way faster than any manual targeting ever could. Because Facebook's AI is now way smarter than manual targeting. So we can trust the algorithm. It is very, very good. And our pixel over time is going to find buyers automatically. And for placements, we do the same thing. It's an Advantage Plus open, meaning we're not specifying because this includes Facebook feeds, Instagram feeds, and we let the algorithm decide because it knows where your audience is. And so reviewing your ad set, you want to make sure that it was set up for purchase conversions. So I'm going to show this. Is nice. All the ads got approved. Beautiful. So in reviewing your ad set, the most important thing is making sure that it is set for purchases and not for content or view content or traffic. If you accidentally chose traffic, then just duplicate this. You're not able to change it after it's published. Just duplicate it and then remake it. But it has to be optimized for purchases because just like the algorithm is really good at finding people that purchase, it's also really good at finding people who will just click on things and not actually do anything with it. So we want to make sure that we're sending the right kind of traffic. And so what we just set up is we have a budget of $12.50 a day, going to spend $50 over the next 4 days. And we set the objective to purchase broad US. And congrats, your first campaign is now live. And of course, I only published the 5 just for the sake of example, but we want to launch all 10. Yeah. And we can see it's scheduled to end. Now, what happens next is Facebook reviews the ads, as we already saw. And the first time you do this, it could take anywhere from 1 to 2 hours. You might see the verification prompt that we already went through, and you just fill out the information, then you should be ready to run. And If you're anything like me, I was super anxious, very excited, launching my first campaign, and it felt a lot like Christmas Eve. Like this is the coming to fruition moment, I thought. It's like this is a huge deal. So I checked mine constantly. I was refreshing like every hour, just waiting for purchases to come flooding in. We just want to keep in mind that that is not the goal of what we are doing here. We are working like a mechanic, the three-phase optimization strategy that we go through. We first dial in the mockup, then the designs, then the store, and then the conversions start rolling in. So tweaking one thing at a time, then the sales come. And also, Facebook needs time in order to gather data. So what we don't want to do while this test is running is turn it off after 6 hours or change ad copy or any other variables or increase the budgets because we're going to cover when and why we increase the budgets. But for now, $12.50 a day is all you need, $50 over a weekend. And you definitely don't need to be checking Ads Manager every hour. So you can just think of it if you're at all nervous. Hopefully you're not. But I know the first time that I did, I was like, I hope this goes well. Just think of it like jumping off a diving board. You've seen others do it, but you're still worried. What if I belly flop? What if I look silly? Well, there's two options in that scenario. And the same thing is true here. Option one, you can stand there for 20 minutes thinking about every possibility, every way it could go wrong. Or option two, just have a half second of courage and then you're in the water and you realize that it's not the moment that you build it up to be in your head. And it wasn't until my third or fourth brand that I realized that launching ads only felt like a big deal, but it really isn't. It's just the next logical step in the process we're following. And I was prepared for this just like you have. Honestly, you are way better prepared than I ever was. I launched my first campaign with probably 5 designs on the site, a bunch of different random product types, no clear branding, hadn't done research, had no like my logo was just a jumbled mess. So you've done everything that you can with the information you have up until this point just by following the steps. So let's do that. You launched your campaign. It's now live. Facebook is showing it to real people, which is awesome. Like bringing it all back to at the end of the day, we use these online tools, but it's real people on the other side of the brands that we're building. So real humans on the other side, even some potential customers, and our business has officially started. And before we get to the point of trying to optimize for getting conversions, let's first see the results of our mockup test. Now we're going to be reviewing the results of our mockup test to find which mockup, if any, are going to turn into our winner. And once we find that, our site is going to turn into something like this here, where the same theme that you set up with Meg a couple of lessons ago is now a full bona fide brand because it has our high quality branded mockup. Now, this mockup just overall elevates the overall perceived value of the brand and obviously the products themselves. So it's a really important step. That's why we're taking the time now to review the data properly before moving forward. So by running this mockup test, I just identified our winner using the data, exactly like you're about to be doing. And the simplest way to think about this is not like a mockup test at all. Just think of it as we are reviewing the results of an election. So 10 candidates were entered to run, and the people have voted. They cast their ballot, and now our job is simply to count which candidates, our mockups, got the most votes and at the cheapest cost because we're isolating variables. So our opinions and anything else doesn't matter. We're simply getting data. And so the time that we're reviewing this is Monday morning. Our ads are now paused, and we should have spent about $50 in total. And what we're looking for is which mockups got the most link clicks. That's what we're counting as votes from our audience, and ideally ones that got less than $1 cost per click. And so I'm going to first show you an example of how I'm reviewing our data, and then you're going to follow along and do it yourself afterwards. But for now, just focus on what I'm about to show you inside of the ad account. So in the ad account, the first thing we want to do is simplify all of the columns that we have. Facebook gives you a lot of different numbers by default, and most of them we don't need to be concerning ourselves with. So instead of using that, we're going to set up our own. So we go to customize columns, and then down the right-hand side, you're going to see a long list of metrics. We can just delete all of these. Delete, delete, delete. Perfect. And now we're going to come up here and search for link clicks, cost per click, purchases, ROAS, and then amount spent. Should be up here. and our budget. There we go. And then you're going to click save as column preset. I already did this, so I have to add the number 3, but you can just name it WeScale for easy reference, then click save. And then for bonus points, you can also bookmark this page so that anytime you come back to it, you're going to jump right to this column view, because this is how we look at our metrics on a day-to-day basis. We never have to go back to any of the other views. And so the main number that we're looking at here is CPC, which stands for cost per link click. And a quick note in the setup is that you want to make sure that you don't use the wrong CPC. CPC all, that includes people who click on the profile picture or your page, which we don't count that. We just want people who clicked the Shop Now button or the link in the ad copy. So just double check that you have that. So cost per link click, what it's telling us is the amount that we pay for each session to our site. And to use our store example, the way you would calculate this is, say we paid $100 to that billboard company and 100 people ended up coming into our store. Well, $100 spent for 100 people, that would be $1 cost per click. And the reason that it matters is that this is top of funnel. Like, our first order of business is getting people into the store, and so that we can eventually turn them into customers. And the simple formula for this, not that you need to know it, it already says it in your dashboard exactly what the number is, but it's just if you take ad spend divided by number of link clicks. So you can see here in this account, we spent $1.67 for one link click. So that's pretty easy math. $1.67 cost per click. And the reason that we're looking for 5 clicks specifically, because 1 to 3 is not statistically significant. Like, it could be an errant, click. We want to get enough confidence that enough people clicked on this that we can really count on the results to hold true, essentially. And for the amount that we're spending, $12.50, 5 is a pretty good amount to start off with. Now, obviously, if we wanted to be super safe, we could let this run up to 100 clicks. And based on what your budget is, you can certainly do that if you want to be really safe. Like, if you want to let it run up to 100 clicks, you can certainly do that. But from our experience working with students, around 5 clicks is all that we need. And the second thing we're looking for is mockups that had less than $1 cost per click. So 5 clicks, less than $1. Why $1? Why not $10? Why not 10 cents? This is the beauty of having the community behind us, because we're able to see across everybody's stores basically what are the benchmarks that we're shooting for. So we're able to look at industry benchmarks, like what the average cost per acquisition is, the average cost per click. We're able to see all these things because we've seen across hundreds of stores, and the average store that is scaling and doing $10,000 plus is around 40 to 60 cents. And that's after their design test, which we're about to get to. But from their mockup test, anything under $1 typically turns into a winner. So now we're going to jump into the ad account and see how to review our mockup test results. Now, for Slice, at the time of recording this, I did not have time to let it run the full weekend. As you can see, we have only spent $1.73. But good news is that's also why we have our 2 case study stores that we can refer to. So for this example, we're going to be looking at our 0 to 7 figure brand, which in the past 365 days generated $1.7 million in revenue. And in the past 30 days, has generated $438,000. Now, full disclaimer, this is during Q4, and I've been doing this for a long time, so that's why the results are the way that they are. And we're going to be looking at the mockup test that we just recently ran for this brand, as we started this back in 23, and over time, mockup styles come in and out of fashion, so we decided that it was time for a revamp. Now, that doesn't normally happen for at least a couple of years, so you don't have to worry about it, but that's the results that we're going to be looking at together. So here we are inside the ad account for our 0 to 7 figure brand, and we're looking at the mockup test. So again, the mockup test ad set is where we have our ads inside of it. So we can see the ad sets here. Now we're going to click over to the ads. And the first thing we want to do is sort by number of link clicks. And with the simplified dashboard, this becomes super straightforward to be able to find. So instead of having, what do we have here? 6 mockups, we launched 10 in our ad set together. So don't worry about the specific. So that's a prime example of how there's no one size fits all. Like, you can have 5 ad set, you can have 5 ads in an ad set, you can have 10. But in this example, we sort by number of link clicks. And now what we're looking for is which mockups got the most link clicks. So we can see right off the bat, this one spent $28 and got 21 link clicks. This one got 2 link clicks And these down here got barely any spend at all. Now, we might be asking, like, what the heck? Like, I worked hard on those mockups. Why didn't they get any budget? It doesn't matter. That's Facebook's job. It's not a slot machine. It's the algorithm working to try to identify the best mockup. Now, looking at this, we're looking for something that's over $5 and less than $1 cost per link click. So this one, something that got more than 5 clicks and is under $1 cost per link click. So this one got 21 clicks. It's pretty solid, but the cost per link click is $1.35. So it's still a little too high. Nice bonus points. We did get a purchase, but that's because we'd already optimized the store. This one only got 2 and at $1.50, so we don't care anyway. And these down here got none. So that's basically it. You're sorting by number of link clicks, then you're just going down the list and seeing which ones got 5, and then out of the ones that got 5, did any get under $1 cost per click? And now, in all honesty, out of everybody watching this, maybe 20% of you are looking at a winner right off the bat. You're looking at one that has anywhere from 5 to 10 link clicks and is maybe in the 80 to 90 cent range. But for everybody else who, and I've seen cost per clicks on mockup tests upwards of $5, so nothing is off the table. And do not worry about it if your results are above what we're aiming for, because there are steps that we follow and it is completely to be expected. Again, we are working like a mechanic. We are tweaking one thing at a time. And once we get this cost per click down to under $1, then we're able to start sending floods of traffic to our site. So in our case, we didn't have a winner right off the bat. So what do? We ran another mockup test. So we did the exact same thing all over again. We just launched a second ad set, same setup, do $12.50, schedule it for Thursday to Sunday. And now the question is, what do we put in that mockup test? Well, we just put more mockups. That's it. And we let it run for another Thursday to Sunday cycle. And then we review the results. And this time around, we came way, way closer. Got 78 link clicks on this one at $1.01. That's really close. This one got 8 link clicks. And then from here down, it didn't get enough clicks, so we don't even look at those. And then now we know we're deciding between these two, $1.01, $1.05. So here we have a decision. We're really close, and I would say anything up to $1.10, $1.15 you can get away with. But if it's me, I like rinsing and repeating this until I know that I have a clear winner. So you might have guessed, we went back and we did it again. Mockup test number 3. And keep in mind, the budgets that we're setting, we're just trying to get data faster. So that's why we set the slightly higher budget. But $12.50 is all you need to get started. If I was launching a store for the first time, that's all that I would be doing. And then on this third round of mockup tests, we now have our winner. We found one that got 45 link clicks at 98 cents, just squeaked by. I could go an extra mile and do a whole nother round, but at this point, I'm getting to be pretty confident in the results that we're seeing here. But the main point of this is that the one mockup test we launched, it is not an expectation that that one has the winner in it right out of the gate. And I would say like 20, maybe 30% of people, absolute max, are looking at a winner right off the bat. And as we mentioned earlier, it's okay if Facebook did not spend on all of them because it's an algorithm. It's doing its job. So do not get it in your head that, oh, because it didn't spend on, this mockup down here, like this only got $1. Like, how does it know it's not good? AI. It's as far as we need to take it. It's AI. Just trust that it is, because what you could do, say, I really think this one is a winner and I want to force it to spend. I want to force the issue. How could I guarantee that it gets more spend? Well, I could just make a new ad set and put it in its own ad set. All of the budget would be forced to go there because when we set the budget here, that is getting split across all of the ads that's in here. Okay. So imagine if we had an ad set with just one ad, none of these were in here, and it was just this one running, all the budget would go here. Now you can do that, and the only risk of doing it would be about $50. So if you want to play the game, then go ahead. But I'm here to tell you why you don't have to do that, because every time I have, dozens of times, a little stubborn, it never gets any better results than if I just left it alone. Facebook knows what's going to work and what's not. So we are not playing with the slot machine. That's Facebook doing its job, trying to find a winner for us. So at this point, like I said, 10, maybe 20%, we'll be looking at a winner right off the bat. But for the other 90%, let's talk about what do we do for additional testing. So like you saw just the ad sets in there. I want to go step by step through exactly what we do to get better results the next time. So we're going to run through what I call the optimization checklist. There's also a copy of this and other resources below the lesson in the free community. But the first thing we want to do is look at the mockups and make sure that they match the proven examples and really ask ourselves, did I capture the essence of a winning mockup? Meaning, is it photorealistic? Does the design pop off the screen faster than anything else? Like, this is the winning mockup that, again, I've selected since we didn't have time to run the full test. That's why we looked at our store for the example data. But this is a fantastic mockup. I'm only able to say that from looking at 1,000+ mockup tests at this point. The reason this one works, and it's not great for that color shirt specifically, but when we switch to like a white, for example, yeah, this is a great mockup because the background stands out and it has high contrast against the feed. The shirt then grabs your attention. It has nice shadows underneath it. The shadows is really the element that makes it like the photorealistic effect. Like what we used to do on like seasonal collections, these kind of mock-ups have kind of faded out of style where you can tell that this is maybe not completely photo generated, but it's not a realistic picture. So this kind of style used to work really well. Now we're seeing photorealistic is what's performing the best. So we're aiming for something like this, not this. And here's the flower that I mentioned earlier. So you can see how like the shadows just don't quite make it look realistic. It looks like it's just been plopped on the mock-up. And so the design pops off the screen. The shirt is the full size, like it's touching the edges. It's not, tiny in the middle like this. That would be terrible. Here's the final check for it. As soon as somebody gets hit with our ad, we have about a second, if not less than a second, before they've decided if they're going to stay or leave. Because the human brain has an incredible ability to detect even the minor, basically tell if it's fake or not. And the good news, the fastest way to get through this is to just make a great mockup using Nano Banana and just generate a bunch and then put them into the design GPT if you're not sure. Because I know that this may feel like a lot of details, but it's really photorealistic, full t-shirt, filling the whole area, and then minor supporting objects that don't distract. Like when I look at this mockup, like if I scroll down and scroll up, see how where's the first place your eyes fall to? You go right to the design. Opposed to if you have too many objects or bad color contrast, it can be like our eyes go somewhere different. So we're asking ourselves, did I capture the essence of a winning mockup? And the way that we optimize this is we make 10 more mockups. And when you make the 10 new mockups, you want to really challenge yourself, like really put on your objective thinking hat and compare to what you saw working on Etsy, those photorealistic mockups, and then compare to what Eric showed in the training, and then look at yours. And if you're having a hard time identifying the difference between the two, then plop it in the design GPT or ask a friend or family member and say, which one do you like better? Don't tell them which one is yours and get their feedback. Because sometimes just an extra set of eyes on it is all that we need to, see something that we were missing ourselves, especially when it's our work. But the other big thing that we have to address is how do we know that we had a good design? Like maybe I use this design for my mockup test. If it was just a terrible design, I could have 10 of the most gorgeous mockups in the world, check every box, and it's still underperform. So how the heck are we supposed to know the difference between it was the design that underperformed or it was the mockup itself? And the simple truth of it is we don't. Welcome to marketing. Marketing is taking as many of our best shots as possible and then seeing what sticks. So what I recommend doing is whenever I see people struggle at this stage, it always comes down to two things. Either A, the mockup just looks cartoony and like AI generated, even though this was AI generated, but it looks photorealistic. Or two, they just picked a design that was overly colorful, just a bad design in general. And truth be told, I've made way more bad designs than I've ever made good designs in my life. And this is a skill that you're going to build up over time, and it'll start to make more sense the more and more ads you run. That's why we're keeping our testing budget low and investing in our learning. So 2 things to focus on for your next round of mockup tests is photorealism. And I'm repeating this a lot because this is the most important and it's so much simpler than sometimes it's made out to be. Photorealistic, high contrast, t-shirt fills the whole area, good shadows, supporting objects, and a design that is typography based. Typography plus graphic is optional and focuses on a joke or something relatable about the niche and is ideally monocolor. Now, with all that in mind, it is a huge win, regardless of the numbers you're looking at. It is a huge win that you gathered this data. That was the whole goal of the mockup test, is gather data, not sales, not getting the perfect numbers right out of the gate. It's to gather data so we're able to make data-driven decisions. Because so many people, the majority of beginner sellers, myself included, just continue blindly without making calculated improvements, which is exactly what we're walking through here. Again, we are building a machine. So it makes sense that we'd have the opportunity to test multiple times. It's not like a mechanic tries one thing and it works perfectly, especially if he's starting out and in training. He would expect that he's going to take his best shot, get feedback, and then rinse and repeat until he figures it out. So you're just going to continue the testing cycle one more time. And the fastest way to break out of the loop is just test another mockup and just make it better. If you find that, and on average, after choosing a great mockup and great designs, you already know the steps. It sometimes takes a couple of rounds before we really dial it in. And on average, to give a helpful benchmark, we see people have to run this about 3 times. Now, to be clear, I've seen people run it 10 times and they're still looking for the winner. But when you look at their mockup tests from week to week and the designs they're using, they're just basically rerunning the same test. There's not that many changes. There's not that much improvement, basically showing they skipped the important step of looking at the data we got and then seeing if we are needing to make a big change or a tiny change. And that's something I want to cover right now is, say we're looking at, let's go to the first mockup test we ran. All of these mockups, they're wildly different from each other, very similar to the slice ones that we created. They're wildly different. And the reason we did that, and that's what Eric covered as well, is because that gives us an opportunity to narrow in on what's actually working. Because if we start off with things that are like very, very similar to each other, then we don't have a whole lot of room to expand. Opposed to if we start off with things that are very different, and then we see, this one worked, then we iterate around that one. So if you have any mockups that are just around $1, try just lightly tweaking like the layout of that mockup. Maybe tweak the colors, maybe tweak the shadows, maybe test a different design on it. But if you're looking at numbers that are, and to give an example of that, say that this mockup, I got $1.10. I don't need to go and try completely different mockups at that point. I know that I'm pretty close. I know that the design can't be that bad because I wouldn't be getting close to $1. Instead, what I would try is asking myself, how can I clean this up? How can I make it slightly better? So I might move the golf club out of the way a little bit because it's covering up the shirt. So I might move this over there. Maybe I bend the club the other way so it hugs the frame rather than subconsciously directing people off the page. Maybe the glove, I would try cleaning it up and moving that further off and then adding a little logo there. Maybe I think that these T's would actually look a little bit better up there. You just play around with it. And just by dropping this into Nano Banana and asking it to optimize for a photorealistic flat lay print on demand mockup, you're going to get completely different results every time. So that's if we have close to $1. I would say in the $1 to $1.50 range is when you're iterating. But I still launch at least 3 or 4 of the next mockups will be completely different still. About 4 or 5 of them will be iterations. But what if we're looking at like $3, $4, $5 cost per clicks? If you're anything over $3, I would guess that it's something to do with the design. So probably not a great design, probably too many colors, something along those lines. And if you're over $5, then we're just doing completely different mockups, completely different designs, like fresh batch of everything. So the number one loop to not get stuck in here is to hyperfixate on the data outside of just the cost per link click and the number of link clicks. Don't get hung up on it didn't spend on these. Why didn't it spend? Like, I think this one's pretty good. Like, how do I know that it just don't play that game? That's just another form of procrastination, convincing ourselves that, something is against us. It's not. Just look at these numbers, make your decisions based off that. If the cost per click is really high, like $3 to $5, different design, check your ad copy, make sure that everything is on one line, you have simple emojis, you followed the structure that we covered. Then if you're in the $1 to $2 range, then you're in the area where the next round of mockups, you do 10 more. I would keep the same design. You should have 5 that are iterations off of whichever one was closest. Then you should have 5 that are still completely different because we don't want to get into an echo chamber where we're just lightly iterating and making like superficial tweaks because that's not going to move the dial the way we want it to. And so I want us to all pause here and keep rinsing and repeating that cycle until you get to a mockup that's less than $1 cost per click. And if you have any questions on this at all, or if you'd like a coach to look at your ad account and your mockups and give you feedback. Then you can join the WeScale Accelerator. It's where you can post a case study, join the live calls, and have a coach, myself, Meg, somebody's going to look at your store and give you direct feedback on what is the number one opportunity for you to improve, and hopefully get you closer to that. The next mockup test is the one that gets under $1 cost per click. So pause here until you get to that point. So if you're watching at this point, you should now have a mockup that got at least 5 link clicks and less than $1. So now we're going to apply that winning mockup to all 100 designs. So when somebody lands on our site, they are seeing the same mockup everywhere, and it feels like a real branded experience. And to help us with this, we're going to recruit Meg. She is the queen product uploader, designs, mockups, all of that. That is her bread and butter. I'm more on the ad side of things. I just stick to my lane. Anyways, here's Meg to help show us how it's done. All right, and now Meg is joining us to help us finalize that mockup. So the one that we just looked at the results for, we are now going to be taking the next steps so that our store ultimately has the winning mockup across all the products. Meg, thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so as we kind of talked about before, your mockup is just going to completely elevate and I think change the way that your entire site looks and feels. So it's really important that we have it. Now, one of the main questions that I've gotten asked over the past 2 years has been, okay, I have my winning mockup. I have the single colored shirt. How do I change the shirt color but keep my mockup exactly the same? And this is one of the amazing parts about AI because 12 months ago, this didn't exist. And now your life has gotten so much easier with Nano Banana. And I'm going to show you exactly how to change the colors of your winning mockup to match all of your colors across your store. So, for example, I already kind of ran through with our winning mockup and I added it across all the different colors that we have on the store. But essentially, this is how your mockups are going to look after we get through this section as well. So, what I like to do, you can either take a screenshot or you can download the file and then upload it into Gemini where we use Nano Banana. But we can screenshot it, go to Gemini, drag that mockup image in. Now, you're probably wondering, well, how do I get it to match the exact color in Printify? If you click the link in the description below, go to the school community, you're going to be able to grab all of the resources that go along with the course. One of those resources is a link to Gildan 64,000's colors. So every single color that Gildan creates is right here. You can click the little information button and it's going to give you the hex code as well as the RGB. Like there's all these different colored settings. I like to just grab the hex code, but we're just going to copy that hex code, paste it into Nano Banana, and we're going to say, hey, I want everything about this image to remain exactly the same. All I want to do is change the color of my t-shirt. So we will take, for example, we'll just take pink because we don't have that. Go back to Gemini. And we're going to ask Gemini, aka Nano Banana, create image. This image. Keep everything the same. To change the color of the t-shirt to be this hex code. Okay, we're gonna let it run. And then essentially once it says run, you can continue to say, I want you to do this again, but for this hex code. I want you to do this again, but do it for this hex code. And it should be fine in just one single chat. If you're kind of finding that Nano Banana's changing a few things, just start a new chat, put the original prompt in that I just did, and you should continue to get a flawless output every single time. And there we go. So what I like to do is I will download the full-size image. We'll go back to Canva. Add a page, and then we'll wait for that to download. Now, one of the funky things about Nano Banana that it does is it puts the watermark down here in the corner. So we're going to get rid of that.
Yeah, I just use the magic eraser for that.
Yep. That's what I do too.
And would you recommend that, obviously, like on that Gildan page, there's, I don't know, 1,000 colors. Obviously, we don't need all of them. And we use different colors sometime, on average 6 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
But we use slightly different ones depending on the design. So would you recommend people just make all the colors first, even if it, does that make sense?
Like every single color on there, or just the colors that we have in Printify?
Yeah, just the colors that they're going to be using, like in Printify.
Yeah, I like to just batch, get all of my colors exactly how like I want them to look. And then when it comes to actually getting our design and putting it on there, it's relatively quick. You could do every single color just to be like, I have every color in case I need it, but I've never gone back and added like 12 different colors back to Printify. Like once I pick my colors, I'm sticking with them.
Yeah.
So, and you always have your original here. So you can always continue to take your original mock-up, put it into Nano Banana, and add those colors later down the line.
Yeah.
Sweet. So now we have our mock-up. The next thing that we need to do is add our design to it.
So you would just I'm learning too. So you would just repeat this again and again
with every color that you are adding to your store.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and is there anything in particular that you're looking for in making sure the color matches? Or like, how much do you care about that? Basically, what I'm getting at is, can we trust Nano Banana enough, or should we be doing some extra checks to make sure it matches close enough?
Yeah, you can always do an extra check in Printify. Okay, so for example, I pulled up a design here. This way we can kind of double check those colors. For the most part though, they're pretty accurate. Again, I made this azalea color. Like we don't have this on the store, but just to show you guys the hex code. But this is the color of our navy mock-up. And then if we go over to Printify and look at the navy, it's pretty close. And the most important part, like when we're putting in the hex code, it should be pretty darn close to what is in Printify. The biggest thing I would say with mock-ups, you want it to look pretty close to what people are getting. It's never going to be exact just because, you know, unless we were physically taking this mock-up or physically ordering the shirt and then taking our own picture to use in our mock-ups, there's going to be slight variations. The most important thing with the mock-up is you want it to be what the customer is going to be expecting. So I'll give you a story. One of my first stores that I ever launched, I had a design that sold in two colors. It was red and tropical blue. When people ordered the red, our mock-up was more of kind of like a rustic looking red. When they got the shirt, it was like fire engine red. And so we had to go back, we had to modify the mock-up. And it was just because like we were like, oh, well, the mock-up, it looks nicer with the, you know, the more rustic looking red. Customers were not happy. So just try to make sure that the color that's in Printify is close to what we are putting on our actual mock-up. Again, there could be slight variation. Very rarely would you have somebody who's like pulling up your ad and holding up the t-shirt and like comparing. Unless, you know, you had a huge design and then they got the shirt and it was like a design here, just small in the middle.
Yeah. So rule of thumb, aim for within 20 to 30% similarity, both in terms of the color and the design placement. Besides that, just forget about it and keep moving.
Yeah.
So, all right. So people will have roughly 12 of these colors-ish because 6 to 8 per design. Normally
6 to 8, yeah.
Yeah, normally using about 12 in total. Great. What's the next step?
Next step is actually uploading our mock-up onto our site. So we will upload our design, which I'm going to do this design here. Move the background. Perfect. And then we are going to size this up on our shirt. You want it to be, you know, looking pretty good. Nice. Okay, so once we have our design placed where we want it to be, we want our design to stand out. We want it to pop off of that mock-up page. The next thing that we can do is you can just copy this design. And as you're scrolling down and you're clicking paste, it's going to paste that design in the exact same spot on every single mock-up. So you don't have to worry about, you know, continuing to add the design in, adjusting the size, trying to line it up and making each mock-up look exactly the same. This is the easiest way to just quickly get your design across in the same spot on every single one of your mock-ups. And then after I do this, I like to download the file, download all of them. We'll then save the file to our drive, and then we can delete the design and just go into and do the next design. Probably the fastest way to do this is going to be with working in batches. That's what I've found to be the quickest way to do this. But now that we have our design.
I think a little tip that might help people is that you can rename the page title. So you could rename this to be whatever color that is, and then you just rename the folder or the file. So like this would be Bad Lie Design, and then you would name this green, black, charcoal, And then when they download it, it'll have like the completed name.
Good point. Once you have that design file downloaded and either uploaded to your drive or uploaded to your desktop, we can then go over to Shopify and get this product completely ready to be put into a catalog ad. So we find our design, Bad Lie t-shirt. We're going to go and delete all of the media that is in here. So check all of them, remove. Great. Now we're going to upload. We're going to add our designs, and we can select the colors that we currently have by shift clicking. We have almost all of these. We'll double check, but I know we don't have azalea. So we'll open, this will upload all of our designs. Great. And then we can double check the colors. So get rid of navy. Remove. Great. And then we didn't have military green on this one. So we'll remove that. I think the green looks the best. And typically I will drag the mock-up that I think kind of catches somebody's eye the most when I'm first going through this. Once we run our catalog ad and we start getting some data back of, hey, which color are people clicking on, really liking, I come back to the design. Let's say it was light blue is getting the best clicks in our ads. I will make sure that that is the color t-shirt that they see when we're in our collection on Shopify. But I like the look of the green. So keep it green. And then we will come down here and we're going to swap out these mock-ups because this is what on our product page, this is when we click a color, it's going to change the picture and we want it to match up with the color that we currently have selected. So first we're going to do charcoal. Sports gray.
Yeah, I definitely think saving the you just know these colors like the back of your hand. I definitely think for like if I was doing this again, I would want to save the name to make it faster. And I would also probably just do every color for every design just to avoid like having to go back and like remake them even if I end up okay, so you would recommend people do that?
Yeah, so like let's say you have a total of 12 different colors like what you were saying.
Yeah.
Across your different designs. I would make all 12 and then have them for every single design. And then when I'm coming here to upload, yes, I have 12. Maybe I only have 6 colors on one particular design. I'll just go through and double check that I have the correct colors. And then I'm good to go. But they're already made. So
yeah,
just makes your life a little bit easier. Perfect. So that's looking really good. And then finally, the last thing that we want to do. So let's take a view. Let's first save this. We'll preview it. And then I'll show you a trick for our color variants. So view it, looking pretty good. Got Irish green.
And you see how
blue.
it's swapping there? Shopify is not smart enough to do that on its own. It's only doing that because of the last step Meg just showed.
Yep. So that's a really important step. You don't want to miss that. Okay. So see how we have the text here up top for our color variant. Something that we can do to make it look a little bit more aesthetically pleasing and helps with our conversion rate, we can open up color and connect a meta field. So when we click this, we'll click color. It's going to essentially match up all the colors. If a color for your one shirt is not there, you can always click this, edit the color, and then change it to the correct hex code. So that's another reason why we put that resource there for Gildan, Comfort Colors, Bella Canvas, whatever t-shirt you are selling, you'll be able to get the perfect color match on your color swatch. And then, so we'll say done. The last thing that I like to do, here we go, drag. This is an important step. So when somebody, because we have this big mock-up picture here, this is our primary mock-up. When people are in our collection, this is the mock-up that they're seeing. Now, when they click on that design, I want the same color to show up when they hit that product.
Mind if I show a quick example?
Sure.
So this helps a ton with conversion rate optimization, and it's a very subtle thing. So here, let's refresh the page. Yeah, see how it's the green right now? Did you already reorder it?
Yeah, I already reordered it.
So the picture that shows here, like on this page, the collection page, is set here. So if I were to drag this there and then click, is it okay if I save?
Sure.
Not going to mess you up?
You shouldn't.
Cool. So now if we refresh, Yeah, see how it just changed? Now, if she clicks, or I click, it will bring up, oh, it's actually, oh, on this theme, we have the quick preview. So it's not, it's basically loading that version of it.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Most
Well,
most
it's
themes it doesn't do that. So
nice. Good job. Build my pod. So, yeah, it's still a good best practice to make sure that it's set here as well, so that it's in the same order. Because it'd be a weird experience if, say, you're a customer, you click on the green in the collection page, then as soon as you land on the product page, it's a white picture. Just a little weird. We're going to cover all the conversion rate stuff in future lessons, but that's a quick one that you can knock out as you're making these uploads.
yeah, so we'll just save. And there you have it.
Awesome.
Now, this is definitely a little bit of a tedious task. It's a lot of repetitive kind of moves over and over again. It takes time, but you get into a groove and you get really quick with it.
Yeah.
So definitely just kind of put on your favorite playlist, get in the zone, and just start knocking them out. Once you get into a routine, it gets really quick.
So, two questions. One, you mentioned batches earlier.
Mhm.
Roughly how many designs would you recommend doing? Or I'll ask you, like from your experience, how many designs do you do normally at the same time? Is it 5, 50?
Kind of
Imagine
find what works for you. I particularly like to work in batches of 10 just because it allows me to continue to, dot my I's, cross my T's, make sure all those little tiny details aren't getting missed. Where if I batch kind of a big group, I tend to get a little lazy sometimes and it'll be like, oh, like I'll come back and do that. So if I'm doing 10, it allows me to, one, get a good amount done and uploaded, but at the same time, I'm making sure that I'm not, cutting any corners.
So what that looks like in practice, just to make sure we're all on the same page, is so we have this Canva file that we saw at the beginning. I would have 12 designs here, and then this one design is now done. Is it better for me to create a new Canva file, or do you just delete this design off of here and replace it, and you just keep working through the same one?
Yeah, I just delete it and I delete the design and then I'll just work off of the same file. That's why I download them. With each time I switch out the design, I'll download my entire file, put it into my Google Drive because once I'm done, like I should be good. I shouldn't need to come back and tweak anything. And if I did, like I always have the design, I have my, single finalized mock-up file so I can recreate anything that I need to recreate.
Awesome. So it's just basically hammering through, just
Yeah.
making all of them. If I was personally doing this, I would probably make the mockups for all of them first, keep them named, and then just be organizing the folders. So I would have one folder per design with each mockup and the design file in there. And then I would move over to uploading in Shopify, but that's just me personally.
Yeah, you find your routine of what works for you, the best way that you want to save and file your stuff. Some people like to save it to their desktop, some like to make a Google Drive, some people save everything just in Canva. So, it's all up to you. It's really your preference and how you're going to work best.
Beautiful. Well, you heard it here first, folks. That's a wrap. No, thank you. That's super helpful. And if you have any questions about this, the WeScale GPT has been trained on everything Meg just talked about, like everything else in the course. So feel free to ask it. But other than that, we're going to jump back into mockup analysis.
Awesome.
So after Meg's super helpful tutorial, we have gone through and started swapping out the winning mockup across all of our products, just rinsing and repeating the same thing that you saw her do. And now you can see the brand is really starting to take shape. It's crazy the difference just having a high quality mockup makes to the overall appearance of the brand. So now you do it. And on average, this takes anywhere from like 4 to 5 hours. But the good news is that because we tested, you'd never have to do it again, except for when we upload products. But you'll never have to go back and redo those same mockups. So congratulations, you just made your first data-driven business decision. And honestly, just having one under your belt puts you head and shoulders above the vast majority of beginner sellers. So congrats. Now we have the winning frame that goes around all of our designs. Now we get to answer the question of which designs are actually going to sell. So we're going to be testing all 100 manually. No, I'm going to be showing you how we can set up our first catalog ad that is going to automatically test hundreds of designs, well, the 100 that we have so far, simultaneously, and help find our winners for us. Here's what our finished catalog ad that finds our winning designs for us automatically is going to look like. It looks like this, and it's honestly very similar to the mockup ads that we just made in terms of the setup. except for one key difference. And that is that we replace the static image, which is just the picture, like the picture that we dragged in, uploaded, that kind of thing. Instead, we connect it to our product catalog so that it tests all of them simultaneously. So our mockup ads were an example of making the ads one by one. That's static, meaning they don't change at all. What our catalog ads do is we set up one ad one time, and then it constantly is cycling through all of them. So Facebook is automatically testing all of our products and showing each design to real potential buyers. And the AI learns which designs get clicks and sales. And it's like if we were to make the mockup test, but with 100 different images. And we only have to set it up once. So let's move on to phase two, the design test. So you're going to watch me do this first, set up the catalog ad, and then you're going to try it on your own. So from our ad account, which has our simplified column set up, we are going to click create and make a new campaign just for the catalog ad. So we're going to do sales, continue. Great. And now we're going to, so we just named the campaign design test, and we leave the objective as sales objective and auction. And then here, Advantage Plus catalog ads, this is where we are syncing the product catalog from our store. So we're first going to check to make sure that we're pulling the right catalog. And the way we do that is by going to our Shopify store, then Facebook and Instagram. So we go to the Facebook and Instagram app. I'm going to pin it to navigation in case we have to come back to it again. And then over here on the right, you're going to see the synced product catalog. So here's the name of the product catalog. And you can see that all of these products, which we have 84 uploaded so far, the remaining 16 are in progress right now. But we're able to see all of the products that it's syncing. And the reason that we're running this after the mockup test is it's already pulling in the updated mockups, which is really cool. I think it's cool. I don't know. Maybe it's just an ads nerd thing. And if you see any errors over here on the catalog, don't worry about it. Just follow the plan, take a screenshot, upload it into the WeScale GPT, ask for feedback, and it's normal troubleshooting settings, and you're going to be in good shape. Now I'm going to go to our business manager so we can see where that catalog is syncing to. So from here, we go down to data sources and then catalogs. And you can see you can rename this. Open in Commerce Manager. So here we can see the full catalog. Honestly, I very rarely come into this view. So you go to settings and catalog name. Just going to edit this to say Slice Club product catalog. There we go. Nice. Then back in the business manager, refresh. Nice. All right. Now we're going to go to our business asset group, which is where we basically are organizing the page and the ad account together so that Facebook knows they're all related. Click assign assets, then catalog, Slice Club. There we go. Now done. Now back over to our ad account. We hit refresh. This should change the name here. There we go. Perfect. Now our product catalog is synced and we're able to use it in the ads. Now for budget, just set it to ad set budget and then turn that off. We don't need anything else here. Design test, ad set. And here's an important thing we want to make sure we select the right option for. We talked about this before on the mockup test, but here it is in its full glory. Facebook trying to get us to optimize for number of link clicks. We do not want that. We want to do maximize number of conversions. So the product set, we're just doing all products. So we have 84 so far. And the 3,800 variants is if you take 84 products times the number of colors times the number of sizes. That's how you get 3,400. And if you want, we don't do this, but you could create a subset of products, but you can ignore that for now. Then for budget, we're going to set this to $12.50. Audience, we talked about why we leave that open. And placements, we leave that open. And now we go to the ad, catalog ad. Nice, it's pulling in. And for format, we're going to do single image. Any recommendation I'm sharing comes from my personal experience of thinking it was a good idea or just running a test. I won't beat myself up too bad, but running a test side by side and seeing that this outperforms that. If you're wondering like how we're coming up with anything, then that's where it is. And then for destination, we want to do manual destination and enter our website URL, which the way I always do this is I just go make sure I'm grabbing the right one. Perfect. Drop that in. Personalization, shop off. Perfect. Ad creative from catalog. That means it's pulling in and it's using the catalog to make the ad creative. Now we're going to use the primary text that we used on the previous ad. So how I'm going to grab that is just go out. I could go back to Claude and get it. Instead, I'm just going to go over to my mockup test, click edit, and grab that. Command C. And a fun little quirk about Facebook is any ad that's in draft, which is what it means when it's green like this, even though, see, I select the campaign, I go to ad sets, like this ad set, it's in this campaign. But whenever it's in draft, it shows up everywhere. See how it's showing up there? And same thing with the ads. So even though the catalog ad, like I just choose mockup test, catalog ad is obviously not in that, you're going to see it anyway. So just so you know, it doesn't throw you off. Now let's go back to the catalog ad, click edit, and I have the ad copy in my clipboard. I paste. Now for the headline, this is a fun one. We add, click this plus sign here, and then you add the product name. Oh, there it is. There we go. You see it dynamically populated to show the name of that product specifically. Now come further down and for, where's the, oh yeah, description. Perfect. So we're going to do stars again. I thought that looked nice. Not only did I think it looked nice, we split tested that against a bunch of different things and it worked well. 30-day guarantee. Okay, then highlight your promotion. Don't need either of those. Now let's turn off all these enhancements it loves adding. So relevant comments, hide price, turn them all off. There we go. Save. Website events. There we go. Let me just triple check that that's the same pixel. So you see the pixel ID here? I just want to triple check that that's the same one linked here. 1549, 1549, 1549, 15. Perfect. Nice. So website events is turned on here. And now we scroll back up. There we go. So just recapping our settings, we have it set to single image, manual destination, enter your collection URL, and media setup should be from catalog. Enter the same ad copy as your winning mockup test, and then add product name as the headline, then description, a reason for them. And I highly encourage you to use Claude to experiment with these so you're not just copying. I don't want to get hit with a ton of ads. It's just like 5 stars at the bottom. Nobody wants to see that. Try to come up with something like creative. Like you could use an emoji related to your niche. You could use a flag for like family owned business and then flag for whatever country you're from. Have fun with it. And the way that I learned everything that I'm sharing, as you've heard me talk about several times at this point, is through testing, from coming up with an idea and then just seeing what happens. Because at any point, the only potential downside is whatever the tiny budget is that we're setting. So to recap the budget, we set it for $12.50 per day. And you would schedule this to start on Thursday. Say you're making this on a Monday or Tuesday, schedule it to start Thursday, and then it's going to run through Sunday. But now we're not going to schedule an end date because this is a campaign that we are going to turn back on for continual design testing. And we're going to explain why that is in a second. Come up here, click review and publish, design test, publish. There we go. Now it's going to run through the same processing steps as it did before. Great. So, one final check for your campaign before you hit publish is budget should be $12.50 a day. 100 products should be connected, and you're using the same ad copy from the winning mockup test. And the winning mockup should be getting pulled in automatically. Then you click publish. So now with that, you've seen me do it. Now pause the video here and take action, set up the catalog ad for yourself, and feel free to use the WeScale GPT if you have any questions along the way. But in totals, take about 10-15 minutes. And what we can expect going forward from here, and so much of our success in advertising or many things is simply our mindset about it. So we want to get that dialed in before moving on to the next piece because our goal here is not profit yet. Our goal is to find 2 to 3 winning designs. Just like on the mockup test, we made 10. When we get one that's a winner, we're extremely happy. When we launch 100 designs, I'm extremely happy if I have 2 to 3 winners. And we continue testing in these small controlled tests. We're slowly dialing things in, tweaking one by one until eventually we have the quote unquote machine that we're able to put in $100 and get $200 to $300 back. That's what we're building up to, not a financial guarantee of any kind. But what we want to not do here is turn off the ads after just one weekend test. So we run it from Thursday to Sunday, then we review on Monday, or increase the budgets to $50 a day or higher. Like we don't want to leave the ads running Monday through Wednesday because those are bad ad days. And you could leave it on. Like there wouldn't be anything wrong with that, except for we'd be spending an extra $37.50 that we don't have to because we know that the thing that's going to get the cost per clicks we want is more designs, which we're covering in the next lesson. But you also don't want to change the creative templates or just reinvent the wheel. Just simply let the catalog run at least for the first weekend. And you also don't want to try and remove any of the products that haven't sold yet, anything of the sort. We're also not expecting sales. But this is a huge milestone, having this set up and running because your testing system is now going through 100 designs automatically. So you should celebrate this. This is a huge stepping point, and your catalog ad is now live, and Facebook's algorithm is testing all 100. So over the next week, sharing like what not to do, take it from me. I check my ads every single day, like every hour of the day. And some days, there were some designs that did well, some days they didn't. The only thing to focus on is we are still gathering data to make better decisions. But obviously, data without action is useless. So we're going to use the exact same design iteration system that we use on all of our brands and follow it step by step. So we are turning those data points that we're gathering into action and start getting the sales up. So the first time that we launched catalog ads on Sloth Hiking Club, we learned a lot because the cost per click that we're aiming for, very similar to the mockup test. We're looking for designs that are getting under $1. We were looking at $5 cost per clicks. And this was in January at the start of this year. So really want to highlight this because we got barely any sales from the first round. Now, the good news, we set low budgets and we know that we're just testing. We keep our testing mindset because when we do that, when we stay objective, we focus on just reading what the data is telling us over the lifetime, we then open ourselves up to the opportunity of it growing into something like this, where not only were we now getting 37-cent cost per clicks down from $5 originally, 37-cent cost per clicks, which is like way under the dollar cost per click target, which is great. But we are also getting purchases. And at a ROAS, return on ad spend of 2.3, that means we were getting $2.37 back for every dollar we spent. But it didn't get there by just launching 100 designs. It came from using the simple system that leverages all of the proprietary data we just gathered. Proprietary meaning nobody else has this. It's unique to us. And we use that to evolve our product catalog, meaning we add new products to Shopify. And the beauty of the catalog ad is it's auto updating, meaning anything new that we add to the store automatically shows up in that ad without us having to do anything. So they start getting tested immediately. And when we do this based on our own data, the proprietary data that nobody else has, and we give the market more of what they're telling us they want, we're then furthering the uniqueness of our brand. We're no longer making design decisions based off of just general market research. which is what every other print on demand seller and like marketplace sellers, that's what everybody does because you're able to tell like through using tools what their sales are. Nobody can do that with us. They can't see the data that we have inside our ad account. So we're going to set up that workflow right now so that week over week, we're able to start seeing better and better results with the catalog ad. And the result we're aiming for is just less than $1 cost per click. So step one of this is to review the data. So out of the 100 different designs that the catalog ad was testing, here's how to analyze the results. Step one is you're going to go to campaigns in the top left. So your design campaign, and then you're going to go to the ad set. Then you're going to go to the ad level. Then you're going to click breakdown here, and you're going to make sure that you have the ad selected. Then go to breakdown, delivery. Then you're going to scroll to the bottom. They hide the most useful features. the hard They make it the most fun to find. And you scroll all the way down to product ID, and you select that. And then what you're going to see is down the left-hand side, you're going to see a list of every single one of your products, every variant that it tested. But as you can tell, it's sorted in no particular order. It's just by numerical or alphabetical order. And so we're looking at random data. Again, just like the mockup test, how it spent conservatively and made sure to allocate the spend to the best designs or what it thought were the best. It does the same thing for the catalog, just like times 10. Next thing we want to do is sort by amount spent. And we are looking for designs that got less than $1 cost per click. So in this example, and this was from our 0 to 7 figure store, out of all the designs we tested, I then basically zoom in and see which designs were getting less than $1 cost per click. And even though like this one up here got 49 clicks at $2.37, I'm really most interested in these because what we're looking for is the exact same thing as the mockup test in terms of the metrics. So the winning criteria is designs getting less than $1 cost per click and typically 3 to 5 link clicks. And you might be asking, wait, why 3 this time and not a solid 5? Good number. Solid 5 like last time. Well, because iterating on the mockup test, which we already did together, you saw how much time goes into it. And there's 2 main reasons for this. Reason number 1, we are trying to keep our budget as low as possible. And so spending $12.50 per day, we're not expecting designs that are getting 20, 30, 40 link clicks over a weekend. We're expecting more in the range of like 3 to 5. And the second reason is that you experience from the mockup test and then swapping them all out. Imagine if we got that decision wrong and then you have to go back and change them all. That would be a royal pain. You saw how much time goes into it. Meg has had to do that too many times on our stores. Like if I ever thought that we might need to change the mockup, I would just like kind of hide in the corner before I told her for a shoe or something come flying my way because it's a lot of work. But if we launch a design and it doesn't go well, it doesn't really matter because we have hundreds more that we're able to test. So that's why we're looking for 3 to 5. Now, typically at this point, it's very normal to see maybe 1 or 2, if any, designs that are under $1 cost per click. Again, we are mechanics. We're moving methodically, tweaking one thing at a time, and we are not expecting results to just come dropping into our lap. We expect this to take iteration and more testing, keeping that mindset. But if you have even 1 to 2 designs that are at 3 to 5 clicks and less than $1, like, and if you have even more than that, like, awesome job. Like, I truly see it as a massive win. If a student they launch 100 designs and they have just 1 design that got 5, maybe 7 link clicks at less than $1, that is a great sign. I do not see 99 losers. I see 99 lessons of what we can learn from for our next round. And then I see 1 winning design. And that is all that we need. That is the only thread that we need to pull on in order to start growing our catalog. So, like at the beginning, Sloth, you saw the results when it had 100 designs. As we scaled the catalog, went from 100 to 150 to 200, that is when the results changed. And that is when the cost per click started to drop like a rock. And it really only takes 1 design to completely change the game, which sounds great. How the heck do we find that design? So glad you asked.
And that is by iterating on our winning designs plus introducing fresh research. So if you remember how the catalog ad is updating automatically, well, this allows us to just keep launching designs, and it is then testing them for us automatically. And here's an example of what that means. And this is really through everything we've talked about, one of the most important concepts, because once you understand this, you understand like fundamentally how we're able to constantly improve and get better and better results inside our ad account and more sales. And the easiest way to think about what we're doing here is that if we were a brick and mortar store and we have people, like right now, we have people coming into our store, and for whatever reason, there's one or maybe two products in particular that they are picking up more than the average. Like everybody who comes in the door, you're watching them and you see they go in and like pick up that product. What would you do if you were a business owner in that like 90% of your store is being ignored, one or two designs are being like focused on, you have a string of people coming in, pick them up. Well, you'd be curious, like, why are they picking that one up? And, what would you do if once you know that answer? Well, first you would go and talk to them and say, like, hey, why are you interested? So you would find the winner. You would see what are they picking up more than the rest. Then you would analyze, like, why are they picking that up? And so you might strike up a conversation with them, ask them questions, and then finally, based on that information you gather from them, you would then iterate, like, okay, they said XYZ, that's why they liked it. Now I'm going to go make more products like that based on their answers. Well, in lieu of being able to physically ask our customers, which we talk more about like feedback forms and like ideas later on, but like that's when we have a lot more traffic. For now, we just analyze it ourselves and try to infer what it is about customers, like about that product that our customers are enjoying. And then we iterate ourselves. And here's a real world example from our store, Yoga Stay, that we sold to Open Store several years ago now at this point. This was the winning design. It's a person in a yoga pose blended with a tree, monocolor design, kind of grunge. So this was the design that in our catalog ad, it was being tested and getting way cheaper clicks than anywhere else. So it was getting a bunch of clicks at like 30 to 50 cents. Good metrics. So I'm curious, like, what is it about this design that made it a winner? Like, why are people clicking on this? And then what can I do to make more designs like that? So I find the winner, which just looking at the cost per click, like we just talked about, then we analyze. And when I analyze, I focus first on the concept. The simplest way to put this is that there are a lot of ways that I could have designed this, meaning different colors, like different number of leaves, maybe remove these roots, maybe blend the roots with their foot, maybe give them hair to make them like more clearly a female, like lots of different minor iterations, minor tweaks. I'm focusing on what are the big reasons, like the big blocks that really make this design what it is. So that is the concept. So the concept to me is it's a popular yoga pose that is intertwined with nature. And then second is the style. So it is, and style and colors I kind of combine in my mind. So it's monocolor, rustic, or grunge. You can see this is a screenshot from the site, but it's kind of blurry, but you can see that it's not just plain white. It's got some of these like specks in it. So it like blends in with the fabric a little bit more. That's the style. And then the color is just all white, monocolor. So we got the concept is intertwined with nature, a yoga pose, then the style, then we iterate. So when I iterate, I'm not saying, okay, let me remove a couple leaves, because that would be a minor tweak. That would be roughly the same design looking at it. So what is a bigger tweak is we changed the yoga pose. So we changed it to different popular poses and intertwined it with nature. Now, this is honestly kind of funny. The piece that I kind of missed on this is that this is a like tree pose, and the designers had aptly made the person into a tree. So that the actual proper way to iterate on this would have been to take like another yoga pose, like a boat pose, and make the person into a boat, or like downward dog, like maybe give the person like a tail. That would be kind of weird, but that's that would have been like the true proper way. But when you know a lot about the yoga niche, you probably would have gotten that. But anyway, this was my, like, I did yoga, once a quarter, enough to say that I do yoga. Anyways, I iterated on it slightly incorrectly because I didn't have enough like domain knowledge about yoga. I just share that as kind of a funny side story, because these designs still performed well, which moral of the story is that it still performed well because the most important thing when it comes to iterating is just iterating at all. And most people just don't do enough of this. So now I'm going to run through a lot of examples with you, like how I would iterate on these, and then I'll show you my workflow for how I crank out new designs like this in high volumes. So that's the example. We're finding winners, looking for designs that are getting 3 to 5 link clicks at, anything under $1 is a good sign. And we analyze why is it that we think it's working. Then we iterate from there. So looking at Sloth Hiking Club, let's run through and I'm going to iterate, just explaining the concepts of how I would iterate on some of the best-selling designs. So best-selling, let's look at this. So Out of Breath Hiking Society. Don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. To iterate on this design, what would be a minor tweak? A minor tweak would be removing the sun. It would be getting rid of the compass. It would be changing the font. It would be slightly tweaking the colors. I never, ever, ever make iterations like that. Never. I focus on completely like blue ocean iterations. Reason being, I am already capturing the majority of the market of people that are interested in this shirt just by having this shirt. How many more people are going to be interested in this shirt when it doesn't have a sun or when it's slightly different font? Very, very few. If I do that, I am basically marketing to the same exact group of people and saying like, hey, instead of, this shirt that you saw is a 9 out of 10, what about this one that's now a 9.1? It's like same exact conversation. I want to dip into a blue ocean, completely fresh conversation while carrying over the same characteristics or concepts here. So when I look at this, what I see is I first focus on what is the core concept. Is it humor? Is it sarcasm? Is it maybe there's no typography? But I start there. So for this one, Out of Breath Hiking Society, don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. So it's very funny, very relatable, like kind of tongue-in-cheek humor. And where does this humor come from? It comes from a common saying that would be mentioned like while on the trail. Like when they see this design, they're like, oh, I've said that before. That's hilarious. And it's like down to earth, like that kind of thing. So in my mind, I'm trying to brainstorm what are other common like complaints or sayings or comments that people might make while they're on the trail. And then I'll come up with, so I'm ignoring this. This is basically Out of Breath Hiking Society. That's basically a byproduct of this. Like, don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. So what would be iterations of this? And I focus on rapid fire. I'm explaining this in detail, but when I actually do this, I just start creating a list really fast. And the reason I say really fast is that it is a numbers game. So the more designs I'm able to get out, the better. Again, there is literally zero cost for uploading and creating these designs. Zero. We have zero cost. So do not let perfect be the enemy of progress with this. But what I do is, so don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. What's something else that's relatable? Like, are we there yet? That's another one. Another one, and I'm reflecting on like my hiking experience. Like I'm constantly underprepared, like underpacked, like not enough water. There might be something there, not like losing direction, losing track of where we are, not being sure like how to read a compass. That's relatable. There could be a joke around like I was in Boy Scouts like very briefly growing up. And when I go hiking, I like loosely try to draw on that experience, but always pretty ineffectively, trying to remember, does moss grow on the north, the west, east, south side of the tree? Like that kind of stuff. Honestly, couldn't tell you. But like those kind of jokes. And I start with this and then I focus on the graphic next. And so first focus on iterating on the concept, like what are branches of this? And then I would look at the graphic. Keeping the same one, if I were to keep Out of Breath Hiking Society, don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. The only way that I would change the graphic is if I completely changed it and maybe made it into a person who's like monocolor, kind of like this person is, but make them the full image and then make them like hunched over, like reaching forward with one hand, like, don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. And they're like dripping sweat. That's more relatable. That kind of like exemplifies the joke more. Let's go to the next one. Go outside. Worst case scenario, a bear kills you. This one's pretty funny. It's not a coincidence that the majority of the bestsellers are humor based. I love peeing outside. I love that design. No bad trails, just bad knees. Yeah, very relatable, down to earth. So we're getting some good angles that we can work with or seeing like a common trend. So go outside. Worst case scenario, a bear kills you. So we could do a whole series around this. Go outside. Worst case scenario, you fall into a hot spring, and then we could show like somebody who's like been melted, like down to the skin and bones, just, lighthearted, family friendly fun, that kind of thing. Or we could also do like, what's the essence of this one? It's like the trite saying like, go outside, touch grass, that kind of thing. Like you could do one around go camping, they said. It'll be fun, they said. And then just show a picture of somebody being completely miserable, like surrounded in mosquitoes, sleeping on like a hard ground, like it's raining, water's getting in the tent, like that kind of graphic. That would be funny. Then you could do a whole series around that, like go hiking, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Go backpacking, they said. It'll be fun, they said. For trail running, you could do like Twisted Ankle Society, and like never doing this again. And this is also just me brainstorming off the top of my head from just this design, not even using AI. Now, what I do, like truly to iterate on this, is I take it into AI, but I want to show more examples first. So I haven't been everywhere, but it's on my list. So this is like simple, and I completely set aside like when I'm first looking at something, I completely set aside the art style and the colors, because you could take this design, like that concept. I haven't been everywhere, but it's on my list. You could take this and stash it underneath here. The design still works. You could take this saying and put it here, and obviously remove the bear because that's design specific, and the design still works. You could take I haven't been everywhere, but it's on my list, and put it like remove the moose, the meese from this one, and put it there and like wrap it around, and it still kind of works. Like picture just that graphic without the moose, the mises, and put it in the middle, and it still works. So the reason I'm highlighting that is so you can see that it's much less about the actual graphic itself, and it's way more about the concept. The graphic is really the secondary point. Still plays outside. Like that's a good one. We could do another one that's like grass toucher, and it shows a person like bending down, touching grass. This is the common saying, like go out and touch grass. So now what I like to do is, so I showed you an example of how I would analyze the designs myself, but we don't have to do that because now we have the beauty of AI. So I'm going to drop it in here and say, these were top performing graphic t-shirt designs. I want you to analyze them and then come up with similar sayings, jokes, puns, basically typography that would go well on a graphic t-shirt design that follows a similar thread or like line of thinking. So lean into common sayings, relatable puns, that sort of thing. And then we'll come up with the graphic idea after. Okay. And now to speed this up, because when I work, I like to get the highest output for every hour of my time that I'm putting into it. Because I can sit here and wait for it to come back with a full output, or I can copy this same thing into Gemini and see what this comes up with. Here we go, submit. Why these worked. Outdoor niche, yada, yada. I don't really look at this. Slow Hikers Appreciation Club, Weekend Adventurers Union, Certified Trail Complainer, National Park Amateur Division. Great. And now I just start copying the ones that I like. Basically anything that I think is relatable or could see somebody finding funny. Slow Hiker Appreciation Club. Now, something I'm noting here is that it kind of over-indexed on like it needs to be an organization. Unprepared but enthusiastic, but excited to be here. Established by people who need breaks. Nature is not your friend. Here, survival is not guaranteed. Adventure These aren't really funny. It kind of lost the thread here. Like it's just kind of making death threats, which isn't, it's not that funny. Let's see what else I came up with. Cardio was a mistake. I thought this was flat. Still warming up. Mile 6. Hiking look easier online. Oh, it'd be funny to do one about like people who buy all the latest hiking gear and stuff before they even have gone on a single hike. Elevation is a personal attack. I paused my watch for this. Just one more break. Fresh air, bad decisions. Like that. Find yourself and lose your breath. Oh, I like that. Because like the live, laugh, love type concept, I feel like that really, people kind of bundle that with nature and like getting outdoors. You could do like live, laugh, sweat, live, laugh, cry, or live, laugh, hike. That would be one that would be like less humor based, but I think people would like it. Live, laugh, get eaten by a bear. Built different. Something about Mother Nature is, I don't know, is something funny. Not all who wonder are prepared. That's funny. They're like playing off not all who wonder are not all who wander are lost. That's easy to say. This is how horror movies start. Show someone hiking into the woods. And notice again how I'm starting just strictly from the concept and just being creative, having fun with it. All this came from a single prompt. Let's see what Gemini came back with. My knees hurt hiking club established this morning. That's funny. What are some funny, like when somebody complains on a hike, what are some common lines that they hear back? It's just me thinking out loud. Professional trail napper, hiking, just walking where it's okay to pee. That's funny. Any ones that, like, when you're looking at it, you're like, you get a little chuckle? It's always a winner. Slow hiker, I'm not lost. I'm just behind you. No. Look at me conquering mountains. And by mountains, I mean this small hill. No. It's a little bit too on the nose. Petting zoo, forbidden edition. That's kind of funny. And I'm just bringing all of them together into a single list. That's why I'm copying them into ChatGPT. Camping, spending a fortune to live like a homeless person. I wouldn't add the homeless person, but spending a fortune to live like a caveman. Danger Noodle Appreciation Society. That's funny. Oh, there's actually a great YouTube video that I think we could really use on this. Danger Noodle. I won't bring it up. Forest rules. Don't die. Okay. Ew, people. I hike to burn off the crazy. That's good. Social distancing champion. These are funny. Sorry I'm late. I didn't want to come. Now come up with simple text to image graphic t-shirt design prompts that an AI image model could use to generate these. And now I'm just going to only do like 5 or 10 at a time. Basically, if you do more than like 5 to 10 at a time, then by, the 20th, it just kind of gives up. All right. And now go over here and just start dropping them in. Create image. And again, goal is to maximize the amount of designs we are getting per hour of our time. So you can even get really fancy and start generating multiple designs like from different browsers at the same time. I'm not going to do that right now, but it's an option as well. And as bonus points, you can upload your top performers. Like if you take screenshots of this, that, then say, I've also included 3 screenshots of our top performing designs. I want you to analyze these for the art and design style so that you are creating the prompts based off of proven bestsellers. And note, you should only be looking at the art style. You shouldn't be looking at like the art style, the colors, the placement. You should not be looking at the concepts for these. You should only be using the concepts from down below. All right. So there we go. That one's pretty decent. I like that it did a good use of negative space. See how it didn't. This one, like, I don't like how the badge fills in all the colors. I wouldn't put that on the site, but this kind of thing, it's doing pretty good job. What did it do here? Yeah, there's too many colors there. So if I notice it doing that, I'll say, like, make sure there is a good use of negative space in the design. It should be optimized to be placed on a graphic t-shirt. And sometimes you just have to work with it. That's why I like using AI, so you can go back and forth and kind of build up, like you have an ongoing dialogue with it. Okay, yeah. So now you can see, and you might run into this as well. It's starting to see how it's combining designs. If it ever does that, then you just go to a new chat. overall, we have a great list of ideas from these, which this is honestly the hardest part to come up with. Then I would just go back and forth with the models until I'm getting like fresh air, bad decisions. What I would want out of this kind of design is like something like this. I'm just going to do this. This design to be about, let me pick one. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, yeah, much better design. Just obviously tone way down the, oh man, that is nightmare fuel. So aside from that graphic, it's a honestly is a great design. Like it used good text. I don't like that it did two different types of fonts. What it did do a good job of is using, like, it kept it simple. It used negative space, and it maintained like the essence of the original design. But basically from here, it's just using the latest AI models and experimenting. I would just keep prompting and dropping these in. I'm just not going to now for the sake of time, but I would keep prompting until I had versions of these designs, like My Knees Hurt, Hiking Club. These are really funny. Petting Zoo, Forbidden Edition, camping, spending a fortune to live like a caveman. I would just keep generating designs, Danger Noodle Appreciation Society, that's funny, until I have design outputs that look like this, meaning monocolor, simple, consistent text formatting, got negative space. It's not this overly done like badge style. This is just Gemini just having a day right now, like outputting 4 designs. I'm not sure what it's doing. And models do that. They go through like cycles where like they might have an update where it just completely ruins it. And it normally gets fixed within like a day or two. And it seems like we're just kind of going through that right now. But notice how all the best-selling designs, they're all like very simple, lots of negative space. Most of them have a funny saying or phrase on it. And I would just keep generating until I have that kind of output for each one of these design concepts and one that does not, do that. And so that's how we would learn from the winning designs, look and how we would come up with new ideas.
Then on the flip side, we're able to learn from our losers as well, just as much as the winners. So when we go to the last page, when we're sorting by bestsellers on Sloth, we're able to see completely different designs. Some of these were the originals that did not work. And so looking at these and imagining again, if this was in our catalog ad, what we would see is this design getting no clicks. So then we analyze, why didn't this get any clicks? Well, the focus of this, like the genre of the design is completely opposite from the ones that perform well. Like it's not humor, it's more peaceful, reminiscent, eco-friendly type vibes, which is not at all like humor, sarcasm, mainly the topics that convert really well on like print on demand shirts. So that's a good note for us to keep in mind. Also the graphic, it's a lot of colors and it has like the name of the brand randomly placed in there. And then Hiking the Cosmos, kind of a okay design, a lot going on, and it's kind of vague. I think this could be better if it had a like the classic picture of Bigfoot like going through the forest. But if instead of a forest, it was like monocolor of hiking through outer space, I think that would be cool. And then Summit Snacks, Priority Straight. Yeah, so that's like an attempt at a joke, but it doesn't really fully show it. So we are creating variations of the winners to be able to test those new concepts. But that process we just went through is what we do with the designs that are less than $1 cost per click. But we also want to make sure that we avoid an echo chamber. So you want to think about it like this. If you had a tiny split test in the beginning when you're really far from the goal, you'd end up taking forever. So instead, we take much bigger swings. The way that we break this down and to make it as actionable as possible is the next round of designs you make roughly have a 50-50 split. What I mean by that is half of our designs can come from iterations off of the ones that got less than $1 cost per click. Half of the new designs, so 50% from iterations, 50% from net new research. So the research never stops. We should always, and this is one of the simplest ways that you can zig where other people have zagged. I see a lot of people who just rinse and repeat basically changing nothing from design to design. And I've seen people get up to 1,000 designs on a store and not have anything that's getting less than $1 cost per click. And then you look at their store, it's basically the same design. It would be like if we took, barely surviving, then we just had 1,000 designs that were an okay pun with like a cartoony graphic. And then they're wondering, why don't I have anything that's getting less than $1 cost per click? It's because we haven't tested anything really different. So keep in mind that the research never stops, and the multiplier effect is what we're really going for. So the winners compound because one winner turns into 3 to 5 variations. So off of that, the first design we were looking at, Out of Breath Hiking Society, we would have at least 3 to 5 designs that are, again, not just the exact same graphic, different font. It's completely different angles. So different types of jokes, different types of graphics, but keeping the same general structure. And then one of those becomes a winner, ideally. It's not a exact science, but then that winner turns into 3 to 5 more variations, and the winners compound. So the question is, we know how to analyze the designs, we know how to find the ones that are less than $1 cost per click, and we know how to iterate on those. And if you have any questions about this, there's lots more training in the free community. And then we have lots of coaching calls in the accelerator specifically about the iteration process and like design calls, tons of resources if you have any further questions. But the question for right now is, how many designs should we be making? So 1,000,000 designs would be great. Again, this is print on demand. We want to leverage the biggest competitive advantage we have working in our favor, which is we don't need inventory. It costs us literally nothing to upload 1,000,000 designs, aside from our time, obviously. But 1,000,000, it would be great. There's literally no downside. People ask the question, well, once I have 1,000,000 designs on the site or use 1,000, then how would people be able to find any of the designs? Don't worry about it. Just make more designs. But 1,000,000 is not doable. So is one design enough? No. So what is the magic number? Well, studies have found, and this is backed by what we've seen in our community as well, the top 1% of print on demand sellers are the ones who are making 7 designs per day. So that's exactly our goal. In fact, we're going to overshoot it slightly because now with the power of AI, we can do more than a little bit better. Between now and Wednesday, so Monday to Wednesday, while our catalog ad is turned off, our goal is to make and upload 25 new designs. And you can obviously be designing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like design, research, design, rinse and repeat day in and day out. So our weekly testing cycle, our rhythm here is Thursday to Sunday, our catalog ads are turned on. So let's look at the ad account. Every Thursday to Sunday, our mockup test is turned off at this point. Our design test, if this was Thursday to Sunday, would be running. So this is running Thursday to Sunday to get the cream of the crop, the juiciest, cheapest cost per clicks possible, because that's when everybody's scrolling. This runs Thursday to Sunday. Then come Monday, we analyze the designs. So we look at the breakdown. We go breakdown by delivery, product ID, and it would show you the list. This one hasn't spent yet, but it would show you the list of designs. You then sort and see which ones got the cheapest cost per click. Actually, let's look at a real example. So here's an example of what that would look like in a real live catalog. This was one that we just recently ran for our brand. And so you can see I sorted by number of link clicks, and we have all of the products here. And notice how so many of the products only have 1 link click. All of these down here have no spend at all. You are going to see the exact same thing in your ad account. I promise you. And again, that is the algorithm doing its job. I'm getting energized talking about this because I've heard this question so many times. And I don't mind answering the question. I just don't want people to get hung up on the wrong things. Do not care about which designs are getting spent or not. Only focus on what we are learning. Like when I see all of this, I don't care that, oh, these only got 1, these got none. All that I see is all up here. All that I see is these designs. And I go, awesome, this one got 37 cents. Awesome, this one got 61 cents. Awesome, 15 cents, 47, 30 cents. I just see that and my eyes start lighting up because I'm like 3 to 5 iterations off that. One of those maybe turns into a winner. Awesome. 3 to 5 variations off that. One of those turns into a winner, possibly. It might be one, like our win success ratio is like 1 to 20 or 30. And that's after doing this for years. So volume is the best way to learn. But this is an example of what it looks like in an actual ad account. So Monday to Wednesday, you're creating the new designs, and then you're repeating every single week. And to give an estimated timeline here, the mock-up test, people on average run it about 3 times. So about 3 weeks. I've seen it go much longer. I've seen people nail it on the first shot. Very rare it happens on the first shot. Catalog ad tests, rinsing and repeating until the overall catalog is less than $1 cost per click. That's the goal. But we never stop making designs. But an estimated timeline here is anywhere from 2 to 4 cycles of this. But it entirely depends on the number, the quantity and quality of the new designs you're making. So what you can ignore here is you can completely ignore whether or not you're making sales. Because remember, the final phase of this, phase 3, is store optimization. That is where we dial in the store to start getting conversions. If you have a couple now, fantastic. That's, kudos to you. That's icing on top. But right now, our goal is nothing else besides getting traffic in the door. You can only have one thing you're focusing on at a time. If you have more than one thing, it's not called focus, it's called split focus. It's called shiny objects. So trust the process. You don't have to fully understand why just making new designs is the path forward, but it is. Because this is the process. If you don't have any that are under $1, it does not mean that you did a bad job. Do not take this personally. We are mechanics. Our number one goal is just fixing the engine. We set emotions to the side and we just look at the data because you're already in the 1% by just getting this far in the course. To be completely honest with you, most people follow a shiny object or they convince themselves that it's too hard or whatever it may be. Like, not throwing shade at anybody, but give yourself credit for making it this far. You have the most important skill, which is the determination to see something through for an extended period of time, long after the mood in which you set out to do the thing has left you. But what it does mean is that we have an exciting opportunity for improvement. Most people just overcomplicate and slow down this process with negative self talk, procrastination, and just overcomplication. So if you catch yourself doing this, simply ask, why am I doing this? What am I afraid of? And what's the worst that could happen? Because the first time I did this and I got expensive cost per clicks and certainly no sales, I was really just focused on the sales. And I didn't really know what numbers to be looking at like you already do. I assumed that something was wrong with my ad setup or the algorithm was out to get me. But then I realized it's none of that. It's just a process that takes time. I just need to continue feeding it the inputs, especially because we're isolating the variables one by one. You are following the right process. You are taking the right steps. Not to say that the results are guaranteed, but you are following a process that is, from personal experience, worked on the past 8 stores that we've run. And it's based off of all the best practices that we've learned from working with thousands of students. And this is the weekly habit. Just doing this and this alone that built Sloth to $800,000 in sales. Eric did the exact same thing every single week. So Eric's weekly routine through this whole process was Monday, he would review the data and then start making designs. Then Tuesday to Wednesday, he's definitely making designs. Thursday morning, ideally, he's uploading everything and then turning on the ads. Thursday to Sunday, they're running. You could do Thursday or Friday. We don't have to split hairs. Like, I sometimes get people asking me, like, can I launch it on Wednesday? Sure. Like, can I launch it? Is Saturday morning too late? No. It's just there's ideal or optimal and then required. The only requirement is just making designs, but you can certainly run it on different days. And worst case scenario, you'll learn something from it. But Thursday to Sunday is what we've seen people have best results from. Most important thing is 25 new designs every single week and never stop testing. We want to have consistency over intensity. We don't want to try to overshoot it and launch 100 designs the second week if that means we're going to burn out. I would much rather see somebody just put out 25 designs per week, every single week, and they get slightly better every time. We get slightly better at doing the research, coming up with the ideas. We start seeing, being the comedian, what jokes are landing and what's not. That is the whole game. We are a student of our ad account. And that's it. You literally just lock into this process and keep your full focus on the inputs. Inputs over outputs. What this means is simply focusing on what you can control. The daily actions. You cannot win the game by watching the scoreboard. You win the game by focusing on the game, by practicing, by putting in the reps, rather than just obsessing over the results. And why does this matter? It matters because you can't force results, but consistent inputs over time create the foundation for success. And the way you use this is by setting clear, actionable goals. We already have this. Make 7 new designs per day and trust that the outcomes are going to follow. And here is a perfect example of this from a coach inside of the accelerator, Joe, who shared his story about how he had 5 orders in June. And then he had 1,756 orders by November. It's a beautiful post with lots of insights. The main thing to highlight here is none of this matters unless you do the basics first. There is no secret sauce. It is research, design, iterate, test, find real winners. The exact process we just talked about. Or here's another one from a member who just hit a $250,000 store, and they said their key insights were if you found a design that sells, iterate on it. Even if it's a simple color variation, I personally like going broader strokes, but it's not one size fits all because, again, it's print on demand. There's no cost to launching more designs. And if you haven't found a design that sells, revisit your research and iterate on something that is selling. Here's another one from a member who just shared that they are making a living about $5,000 a month in profit from their store. And the key insight that they shared is keep the focus on more and better designs, doing better research, analyzing the patterns of what topics and styles are selling most, improving your visual design skills, increasing your volume of design output. Nothing else will help nearly as much as a new winning design. The biggest key to success is selling products that people really, really want to have. Who would have thought? And here's another member who hit a $50,000 month. And the key insight from their post was that what turned it around was that they found a winning design. My current best-selling tee launched mid-August and has been crushing it consistently. Other designs are selling too, but one's the star. So if you ever feel stuck under your own glass ceiling, keep designing, keep testing. Things can change in just a week. I think that says it better than I ever could. So I'll leave you with one last point and the reason I'm emphasizing this is that this is the game. This is where branded POD stores are made, is in these 2 lessons, the mock-up test and the design test. And this is where your brain is going to logically start finding all these different reasons that you should be doing things besides making new, better designs. But just remember this, the success you're looking for is in the work you're running from. That's not a quote from me. I think it's Naval Ravikant, to give credit where credit's due. And discipline equals freedom. That's from Jocko Willink. So hopefully by the end of hearing all this, nobody should be like Pablo Escobar here, waiting for his best selling print-on-demand design. We should be out there testing, keeping in mind the 3-phase testing strategy and the example we had at the beginning. Our goal is to get to the point where we are putting in $1 and getting $2 back. The first step in that is getting our cost per clicks down, getting people in the door. This is when we're in the testing phase. And then once we break through the gate and we're at a 2.0 plus ROAS, then we go into scaling. But we can't put the cart before the horse, because when you're able to lock in and just consistently commit to a repetitive process and get better and better and not think that it has to stay exciting, that this is not your Netflix subscription, that's where you stay entertained. This is where you come to get results. And results, like in any other area of life, always comes from doing the right action again and again. And when you're able to lock into that and consistently commit to a process, here's an example of our Q4 growth. This was our brand last year. We did $400,000 in sales. And the same Q4, or the same time period, Q4 this year, we did $676,000. So over a 50% increase year over year. And all that we did from last year to this year was we just added new designs. When you're in the testing phase, it's new designs. Once you're scaling, it's new designs, just by showing up every day and expanding our product catalog. So what's going to happen from here is you analyze your cost per click, you make 25 new designs, you launch, you run Thursday to Sunday, and then you repeat. And you repeat again, and you repeat again, until eventually we get to less than $1 cost per click overall in the catalog. That is the action that took Sloth from this to this. So view the first 100 designs as a training ground. We are learning the market. We are learning what our customers resonate with. And if you ever feel yourself getting frustrated looking at the ad account thinking, and I've felt this way 1,000 times, like first time I ran ads, I put a lot of effort into the designs and launched it and got nothing. Big old bupkis, big old goose egg. And instead of letting my ego down and asking, well, maybe there's something I could be doing better. Maybe there's something I missed. Like asking questions, just staying curious, staying in the testing mindset. Instead of doing that, I just continued on doing the same exact thing, which then just dramatically increases the cost because then I'm paying with my time, I'm paying with money, and my ego. I'm still protecting it, but I'm eventually going to learn the lesson just the hard way. And then it's an even bigger hit to the ego. Opposed to, we can just shortcut the entire freaking process and just be open minded, objective, and be self aware about how good of a job are we doing? What are our areas of opportunity? And when we see a $2 or $3 overall cost per click, which is high, maybe that means that there's a lot more that we can learn. How beautiful an opportunity that is to learn something new. So take the coaching from the market and you save yourself all that time and money. Just be asking yourself when you're looking at the ad account, what am I missing? Is there anything that I could be doing better? Like, are the numbers improving? Then great. Stay after it. Keep the same approach. Keep doing what you're doing because winners will start to emerge over time, but only after the inputs are there. And something that personally changed my life when it came to being able to crank out a high volume of designs, which is what the business model requires, is time blocking. So, time blocking versus just open ended work, which is what 90% of people do, is when you schedule specific time slots for each task or category of work. The reason it matters is that you know exactly what you should be working on and when, which overall reduces your procrastination. And the way you use it is at the start of your week, map out when you're going to be handling key tasks and just keep it realistic. So I recommend right now scheduling the things we know we're going to be doing. Schedule time on Monday for analyzing the designs. Should only be about, or analyzing the results, should only be about 30 minutes. Then schedule an hour on Monday for making designs, an hour on Tuesday, hour on Wednesday, and then time either Wednesday night or Thursday morning to upload them. And when you do that, you have to treat that time with as much respect as you would if it was a doctor's appointment, meaning you wouldn't let somebody interrupt you when you're at a doctor's appointment. You wouldn't have other appointments that can usurp that time. No, this is your time. And if you were not protecting it for yourself, then nobody else is. So you need to be extremely disciplined about this, meaning your phone is on do not disturb. You are locked in, you know what you're doing, and you have all your tabs closed, desk cleared, and you're going all in. If you want to hear more of this mindset stuff, there's 4 hours of it in the last course. Didn't put it in this one. I could go on for days, as you can tell. So the daily routine for myself, that really helped the most. And the reason we're covering this now is that so much of your success at this level or at this point is just going to be your ability to be productive. Like, how good can you get at putting out 25 new designs? Like, which honestly is not even that many. You could do 50 per week and it wouldn't be enough. You could do 100 and that would be exciting. So the faster you can lock into a good routine, the faster you're going to be able to get the results that you want. And for me, what works is something along these lines. So I wake up at about 6 a.m., then I weigh in, I take my supplements, I drink a gallon of water, I drink athletic greens, and I max out at 2 cups of coffee. And I try to keep like a caloric intake around 2 to 2,500 calories. And I have 45 minutes of phone time. These are just like good daily habits that help me be my most productive self. And I just have them in a checklist so that every day I wake up and I check the list so that I know that everything is taken care of. So if you ever feel like your mindset is wandering, look first at how your daily habits are stacking up. Like, are you getting good sleep? Are you getting the same sleep every night? Is it the same 6 to 8 hours? Are you drinking lots of water? Are you eating lots of carbs over like high protein food? Are you getting outside at all? Are you meditating? Are you journaling? Like, those are the things. Like, normally when somebody gets hung up at this stage, it is not about the designs. It is about their mindset and their ability to just show up every day and be objective, which objectivity just and self-awareness gets thrown completely out the window when we're in this heightened state of like fight or flight because we're getting terrible sleep, which is just like handicapping us from the gate. And we're drinking sugary food or sugary drinks, drinking a ton of caffeine, and just putting junk into our body. It would be ridiculous for us to expect ourselves to be able to show up and make 25 to 50 new designs per week. And then people end up saying that it's the designs or it's just not, it's my niche, or they start pointing the finger every other place. I'm here to tell you it's not your niche. It's not the mockup, assuming you followed the structure we used before. It's not your store. We're not even at that point yet. And it's nothing else. It's not the design tools, the algorithm out to get you. It is literally just your designs. You just need more and better designs. Just lock into that. And if you join the accelerator, you don't have to. You just saw some posts. But if you join the accelerator, you will see win after win after win of people saying, coming full circle, saying, I tried literally everything. I hemmed and hawed, and then eventually realized, it's just about the designs. So I want us to pause the video here until you get less than $1 cost per click on your catalog campaign. So you will have a Thursday to Sunday cycle. One Monday, you're going to log in and you're going to see less than $1 overall for the catalog campaign. Until you get to that point, pause here and enjoy the journey. And if you want any help along the journey, or you're looking for something to jumpstart it or accountability, then feel free to join the accelerator, where you can join the 21-day challenge, where you will get on coaching calls with Meg and you go through a day by day process, taking you from the launch of your store all the way through your mock-up test to your design tests. And we will look at your store with you, give you feedback on your designs, and help you identify the next step forward. But again, part of the reason I elaborated so heavily in this lesson is in the interest of making everything possible that we can free. So there you have it. But 21-day challenge, if you're looking for a way to jumpstart things, I highly recommend it, and you will not regret it. Once we get to the dollar cost per click, we're now transitioning to phase 3, which is the third and final variable, the store. Let's optimize for conversions. So up until now, we've just been getting clicks to our site. So we've successfully figured out how to drive people from the highway over to our store. And we've maybe gotten a handful of sales, which, is nice and all, but we're here for the real sales. So this is where we isolate the third and final variable, our store. And when we do that, our customers start to take notice. And here are actual reviews from Sloth Hiking Club, like Becky, who said it was very easy to order. Beth said it was easy to order. Susan said website is very easy to navigate and ordering was a breeze. This is what we're going for. That is what we are looking for our store to be able to do for our customers. So let's make that happen right now. So the tweaks that we're going to make on our site can be taught. What can't be taught is the mindset, continuing to keep the mentality of a mechanic. So we are just going to continue tweaking things until it finally works. So step 1 in optimizing our store, we are trying to answer the question of people are coming to our site. We know that they're interested in the products, otherwise they wouldn't be clicking. We know that they're very interested because we tested until we got less than $1 cost per click, which compared to industry averages is really good. Tells us that they are interested enough that they would buy, but there's a reason that they're not. So first we have to identify what that issue is. And step 2, we fix the issue. Now, the challenge of this, and why without some kind of training it would have taken me years, is that looking at a store and trying to go, okay, why are people not buying? It's like, where do I even begin? It's like, is it the font? Is it what I said here? Is it the logo? Is it, what I have up here? Is it, the size of the pictures? And don't even get me started on the product page. Like, is it the shape of the add to cart button? Is it the color? Is it the way the font looks? Is it the icons? Do they hate my sloth? Like, it's none of those things. No, we're going to be doing it together step by step. And we're using the theme from Build My Pod that applied many changes and helped save us a boatload of time, but in no way guarantees sales. That's why we have this lesson here, so we can see what Build My Pod gave us and then what changes we need to make beyond that to really dial things in for our niche specifically. Because just giving a great theme is an awesome jumpstart, but we can't, like, no Shopify theme developer could ever promise, like, use our theme or guaranteed sales. That'd be ridiculous because there's so many nuances to your specific niche, to your store, and we're going to learn what we need to change about your store specifically. And the way we're going to do that is because it can be kind of challenging because our store is virtual. It'd be way, way easier to tell what we need to change if we were in a brick and mortar store. But because we're not, so we're not able to see what our customers are physically doing. We're not like at the register watching them walk around like a stalker. Like, why didn't they pick up the products? What's going on? You'll be able to see pretty obvious things like, oh, the carpet, like they tripped on the carpet there. We need to get that out of there. They came in the door and they looked around and couldn't find the product they were looking for, so they left. Like, those in the real world, it's very easy to identify those. So we're going to cover a few basic metrics that act as our eyes and ears inside of our store, so we can get the benefit of being a real store, but while also getting the benefit of still being online, obviously, so that we can effectively guide our customers from click to sale. So the final equation, bringing this all together in a simple emoji format, is we have first the cost per click. We're very familiar with this one at this point. This is impacted by the mockup and the designs. This is getting people in the door. Then next, we have what's called CR, which stands for conversion rate. Then we have average order value. Then we have ROAS. Each one of these represents the 3 steps in the funnel. How do we get traffic, people in the door? How do we get people to buy? Then how do we get them to buy more? So conversion rate is the percentage of people who land on our site and purchase. So if 100 people walk into our store, how many times does the register go cha-ching? And the reason that this matters is that we can have the best billboards in the world, and we do. We got less than $1 cost per clicks. If your cost per clicks are over $1, then go back to that lesson. And if you're not sure, then you can either ask ChatGPT, the WeScale GPT, or you can join the accelerator and ask us directly. We can have the best billboards in the world, but if nobody buys, then they're useless. Like imagine sending people off the highway in droves, and then we have like the registers broken. People can't buy. That would be a complete waste of money. And the other reason it matters is it's the bottleneck to average order value. So we're not able to increase the amount that people are buying, meaning getting them to go from 1 shirt to buying 2 shirts, twice as much money. That's exciting. But we're not able to get to that point and work on that until we have people buying in the first place. So hopefully you're seeing by this point, we just work one piece at a time. We get people in the door, then we get them to buy, then we try to get them to buy more. The biggest mistake people make here is they try to do all of them at the same time. So they end up making like they should be working, they just launched, they should be getting their cost per click down, but they install an app on their cart that's going to recommend products. We don't have people coming in the store. Why are we making any tweaks on the site? Which really just saying this to myself because that's exactly what I did. So the way we find it is by taking total orders divided by total sessions. So again, if 100 people came in, if 3 people bought, that's a 3% conversion rate. And we're going to cover all the different ways that we can improve that. Next up is average order value. This is AOV, as we're going to refer to it from now on. This is how many products are people buying. Are they buying 1 shirt? Are they buying 2, 3? So to keep using our store example, if in one day 10 people bought, and if we had 100 sessions and 10 people bought, that would be a 10% conversion rate. And in total, we made $500. So 10 sales to $500. That would be an AOV of $50. Easy math. The reason it matters is that it is substantially easier to get someone to buy more than it is to get somebody to buy at all. And the way you calculate this, one, it's in the Shopify dashboard, but just so you know the math behind it, you take total sales, like our revenue for the day, divided by number of orders. So we took $500 in sales divided by 10 gives us 50. And the way you change this is more better products, free shipping incentives, frequently bought together, and product recommendations. We're going to go through all of those in a second. And then the final number that was in our beautiful emoji chart graphic. Emojis speak 1,000 words. It's great. The final one is ROAS. Notice that it's not a plus, it's not a variable, it is the output. It is just a math formula, meaning ROAS is return on ad spend. This is the main thing that we were shooting for. This is back to the chart where we saw $100 in, $300 out. That would be a 3 ROAS, 3x return on ad spend. So this is how much money we are making for every $1 spent. So if I spent $100 on billboards and made $200 in sales, it'd be a 2x ROAS. Note, this does not include cost of goods, overhead, or anything. This is just top line sales. And the reason that this matters is this gives us the overall picture of how optimized our funnel is. And the way we find it is by taking total sales divided by total ad spend. Now, how do you change it? 3 ways. It's the cost per click. We make this go down, meaning we're getting cheaper traffic. We increase the conversion rate, meaning for the same traffic, more people are buying. Or we increase average order value, meaning same traffic, same number of purchases, we get them to buy more. If you're curious, all these acronyms are in the free cheat sheet that's linked down below this lesson. So first, we're going to take a look at conversion rate, which we're able to find by going to our store. So here we are in Sloth's dashboard. So in your dashboard, you can go from the home screen down to analytics. Then on the analytics dashboard, this is our hub. This is where we're able to see all the numbers we're talking about. And honestly, just like Facebook, it gives us a lot of extra stuff that we don't necessarily need to be focusing on. The only 2 things that I really look at on this screen are average order value and conversion rate. And for this time period, I'm looking at Sloth launched in January, but I want to have a little bit more data to go off of. Yeah, January it had a 0.74 conversion rate. And average order value was $70, but I don't really count it because it was only 12 orders. So it's not statistically significant. Once we get up to about 100 orders, then it is. But for right now, this is where we're able to find conversion rate. And you're also able to reorder your dashboard so that the most important ones are towards the top. So we can pull up like conversion rate and average order value. Yeah, let's just move these up here. Beautiful. And then you can click save. I don't want to mess this up though, but we'll just leave it there. So conversion rate. And what you'll notice looking at conversion rate is that it's shows one overall number, but it's actually broken up into 3 separate metrics. So it's add to cart, reach checkout, sessions converted. Now we're going to cover what these mean in a second. And so what add to cart rate is telling us is out of all the people who went into the store, how many of them put something in their shopping cart? So using sloths as an example again, we can see this was in January. Let's look at January to February. Yeah, so sloths from January to February, we had a 5% add to cart rate, 5.28 to be specific. So that means out of all of these sessions, so we sent 3,500 link clicks and had 187 people add to cart. We're going to talk about like what we should be aiming for in a second. So out of, if 100 people went into the store, it means 5 of them were adding something to their cart. Then reach checkout rate, the next metric, tells us how many people walked into the store, put something in their cart, and then made the long walk all the way down the aisle to the front of the store where the cash register is. That is the reach checkout rate. So on Sloss, we had out of 100 people, 5 of them were putting something in their cart. And then out of the ones who put something in their basket, roughly 3 of them were making it all the way through to checkout. And what that looks like on the store is I would land on this page as a customer and I click on the product that I want, then clicking add to cart. That's when I get added into that number. In fact, I just made that number go up for today. Then when I click this button here, checkout, that's me now adding to that number. Is this starting to make sense? He says, as if anybody can reply, talking to himself. So, and then the third and final number is sessions converted. This is also known as conversion rate or completed checkout. That's this last number here. So out of 100 people who came in the door, 5 of them added something to cart, 3 of them got all the way to checkout, and then only 1 of them, as of right now, 1.33%, are actually converting. What that looks like on the store is I add something to cart, click checkout, and then enter all my information here to complete the order. So the store example of this is these are people who added something to cart, got to the cash register, handed them their credit card, and completed the transaction. People do that on the checkout page. So the 3 pages, there's the collection page, the product page, and the checkout page. So here's what it looks like from the whole funnel. So we have the ad, then we have the product page, then the cart, and then checkout. And on mobile, it looks like this. So the collection page, this is where we drive all of the traffic to. The product page is once they land on that page. And the reason that we drive all the traffic to the collection page and not the product page is because we consider the source of the traffic, meaning people are coming from Facebook where they are in a scroll mindset. They're passively consuming content. If we just drop them right onto a product page, that would be like dropping them right into a article, which a lot of people think, well, if they clicked on one product, why wouldn't you just show them that? It's like, one, you can test it. Keep testing mindset. What's the downside? Just whatever the ad spend is. You can always turn it off after a day or two. But we have tested this again and again, ad nauseum. Collection page converts better. My theory on it is because people are scrolling, and when we drop them on a collection page, they're able to continue that passive browsing experience. So it feels congruent with what they were just doing. We're meeting the market where they are in all regards. Then on the product page, this is really where they are considering if they want to add to cart or not. So this is where we load up the details, the social proof, all that kind of stuff. and then the cart page, talk about later, and then checkout. So I want to ask you this before, and this frame would have helped me, would have saved me so many nights of just randomly hitting buttons and hoping that it would change things on the site. Think about it like a store. You already know this. You've been in stores before. Which step do you think has the biggest drop off? We kind of just saw an example of it, so it's not a trick question. Think about it like this. How many times have you walked into a store and not picked up a single product? Probably, pretty decent amount. Well, now think about how many times have you walked into a store, put a product in it, and then put it back and left. Decided for whatever reason you didn't want to walk to the cash register. You're like, I'm done. So that would be our drop off from add to cart. That is what's happening when we have people who add to cart but don't reach the checkout. And finally, how many times have you ever added something to your cart, picked up a product off the shelf, gone all the way to the checkout? You walked a long aisle back to the front of the store with the products in hand, and then when you're at the cashier, they're looking you dead in the eyes. You just drop everything. You refuse to give them your card. You put down the products and leave. Like, probably the least likely out of all of them. So the frame for this is it basically tells us our priority, that it's common for a lot of people to walk in and just look around and not leave, but it's way less likely for them to add something to their cart and then for whatever reason just put it back. Then it's even less likely that they add something to their cart, get all the way to checkout, and then they don't convert. So this basically tells us our priorities. We first want to optimize the add to cart rate, which is the biggest drop off. Then we optimize reach checkout, and then sessions converted. But here's the thing. There's one difference that I didn't mention earlier. In those examples, you obviously meant to go into the store. It's very rare that you would just like stumble into like a strip shopping center and just walk into a store randomly. Like, you had a plan. You had something in mind that you wanted to buy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone in there in the first place. That's why out of that example, you're like, maybe done these things. But think instead, you're driving down a highway, just on your way, going about your day. Maybe you're going to a supermarket. Then as you're driving there, you see this really great billboard with something that you really want. You're like, oh, that looks interesting. That seems like it's me. So on a whim, again, busy day, got lots going on, but on a whim, you're like, that looks like me, or, oh, I could buy that for somebody. You decide to pull off the highway into the store to find that product. So what's the difference between those two stores? The difference is a planned versus impulse visit. So a planned store is branded with lots of objects and stuff around. Think of like the big box stores where we know people are coming in to shop. We know that they're coming in for our products. Opposed to the impulse store, they would keep things extremely simple because they know that you are in a rush. They know that you are a impulse buyer. And that's what the impulse store knows. That you aren't that sure about being there. You never heard of this company before. You just saw the product, caught your eye. So they want to make your life easy. They don't try to convince themselves that they are a big branded store. Instead, they meet you where you are. So what they do, they just simply lay out the products you're looking for, a few others that are related, and they shorten the aisle as much as possible. So there's no distracting objects, no widgets or things possibly distracting you. And they keep the process as clean and easy as possible. So that's exactly what we're doing with our stores. So cost per click, conversion rate, average order value, and ROAS. First one that we're fixing is the add to cart rate. Looking at your add to cart rate, whatever metrics you have over the past 30 days, whenever you started running ads, you're going to come to the analytics dashboard. And this is how we diagnose what changes we should make. So you're going to look at, say you launched at the beginning of January, just look at the whole date range. And then you come down here to conversion rate breakdown. You're going to click this and open it up. And then down here, it's an important little filter. Want to make sure that we turn off bot sessions. Bots is one of the ways that Meta makes sure that advertisers, basically to protect their users, and they will look at your site and see if you are, basically they check out your site, make sure you're doing everything by the books. Long story short, we only look at the human sessions. Now what we're looking at is a day-by-day breakdown of the add to cart rate. We don't really care about the day-by-day breakdown. I just care about the information we have up here. I care about the whole because right now we haven't driven a ton of traffic, probably a couple hundred sessions, maybe a few thousand. And what we're looking for here is starting with the add to cart rate. And just by following this step by step, like procedural thinking, you are head and shoulders above most people who just look at this and their eyes glaze over and they go back about their day. Instead, we focus on the add to cart and we know that our target is 6 to 8%. How do we know that? Industry benchmarks. Magical thing basically tells us this is what we can reasonably shoot for. So at 6 to 8%, meaning 100 people come in the door, trying to get 6 or 8 of them to pick up a product. So then the question is, where's your add to cart rate right now? So if your add to cart rate is low, say 2, 3, 4%, we want to get that up before we focus on anything else. Just like we started with cost per click, we're now in conversion rate, and conversion rate has add to cart, reach checkout, sessions converted. Not even talking about average order value or anything else. We're just going step by step. So add to cart rate. So say your add to cart rate is 3%. What do we do about that? Well, there's only 2 pages that we look at. The 2 pages we optimize are the collection page and the product page. Now, I'm going to run through a list of things that you can keep in mind when looking at your page to see if any of these apply to you. Because conversion rate optimization, it is not a silver bullet. It is a million golden BBs. It is a lot of little teeny tiny tweaks that ultimately add up to a high converting store. And it's not a perfect science that like you're probably getting by now. None of like running a business really is, but here are the things that we can look out for. And then there's a full conversion rate optimization checklist linked down below that will walk you through add to cart rate, reach checkout, sessions converted, tweaks you can make. But some of the main ones to keep in mind is first, we want to be looking at it on mobile. 80+% of our traffic is going to come from mobile. So start with this. So if we have a 3% add to cart rate, we know that people are landing on this page and either not finding a product that they like, not liking something about the page, or there's something happening on the product page that is making them not hit add to cart. So because of that, in a beautiful way, we're able to rule out that it's nothing to do with this and it's nothing to do with this because that would happen after somebody's already added to cart. And it's also not the homepage. I see a lot of people when they start out, they say, I'm not getting conversion. I'm not getting people buying on the site. So I updated my homepage banner. Nobody's landing on your homepage banner. Where does our traffic go? It goes to the collection page. Where do they go after that? They go to the product page. So if you have a low add to cart rate, you fix those 2 pages. Those are the only 2 pages that make the number go up. So on your catalog page, a bunch of things to consider. Number 1, start with the mobile view. And you want the announcement bar at the top to be your free shipping offer. Repeat before you iterate. Just start with free shipping. Just make it $75 plus or something that requires people to add 3 products to your cart. Next thing is the size of the logo. And Bill My Pod has taken care of a lot of this for us, but just things to keep in mind is if you upload a logo that is a super large size, meaning it's got extra white space up here and down here, then that will push down this announcement bar or this menu really far. And you want to keep in mind that people are looking at this on their phones. So there's a concept called above the fold. It comes from newspapers, like the prime spot on the newspaper was what would be above the fold when it was delivered. It's like this real estate that the most people see. Same thing applies to mobile device optimization and just website optimization, meaning we want to hyperfixate on giving people a great experience above the fold. So what would be a bad experience is if when I click to your site, down to here is all just like menu bar. And I've literally seen this on people's sites before. They have such a large logo that they have to scroll before they actually see any products. We don't want that. We are an impulse store. We want to make it as clean and seamless of a buying process as possible. So keep everything as compressed and minimal as we possibly can. Next, we have our products, this is the name of the collection. I'm actually going to change this right now. So I want this to be, oh, there we go. Oh, we do have this. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. So this should be the collection that every ounce of traffic is going to. There we go. Then we have the collection description. You want this to be super sleek, minimal, and something that is building trust with the customer. Bonus points if you do something along the same lines or building off of your link description. So examples here would be 30-day money back guarantee, number of products you've sold, like on Sloth. See how we have 25,000 customers, 30-day happiness guarantee. I personally, especially for your first store, like when we're optimizing, just go everything by the book, just do one. So I would do 30-day happiness guarantee or like number of customers, which is probably only a handful right now. Then going further down the page, we have the card section. And again, Bill My Pod took care of a lot of this for us, but we want to make sure that basically nothing clogging up the works, meaning we don't have product titles that are super long. They should be 2 to 3 words max plus the word t-shirt. We don't want to have like the currency code sometimes is turned on by default, and then that pushes down the product or the product price. So it takes up 2 lines. We don't want that either. And we don't want an infinite scroll that hurts conversions. We want people to be able to see the pages here. And the good part about the collection page is that by having a really great mockup, like we took the time to create and then, test, it really does a lot of the selling for us on the collection page. As you can see, like 90% of it is just taken up by the mockups, which is us leaning into being an impulse buy store. We know people came in to see the products, so let's show them the damn products. Let's make their lives easy. And then we move on to the product page. The product page is where above the fold matters a ton because a lot of default Shopify themes, they just have like extra. Let's look at seasonal collections. Yeah. So see the difference between this page. So giant title pushes everything down. And then size chart is on its own line, which then pushes this even further down compared to this page, where even with the theme editor thing, which is only there because it's my store. Well, this is my store too. I'm just not logged into it. See how everything that the customer would need to see is as close to the top as possible, opposed to here, they literally have to scroll. These are the minor details that make all the difference when we're optimizing our conversion rate. And again, Build My Pod takes care of almost all of this for us. I'm just pointing it out so that you are armed with the tools so you can make decisions for yourself rather than just relying on a theme to do the heavy lifting. The design this one. So in the setup that you basically followed what Meg was showing, you set up the color swatches compared to this. Take a look at this. So we have color swatches, which makes it super easy for people to see which color they want to go with. And as a side note, like another improvement that was made on Build My Pod is notice how when you scroll down, you click a color, it yanks you back up to the top. It's kind of a clunky experience. Opposed to on the Build My Pod theme, you can scroll down, click light blue, and it stays right where it is. So it doesn't jerk you around. And the best part is that the color buttons are so close to the top that they don't even have to scroll, which it's these like minor details that I could geek out on all night long, but these are the details that matter the most. And then we have our size guide off to the right opposed to up here. And then the colors take up a lot less space. Just overall, a much cleaner experience. And then the add to cart button. So it is a different color than is visible anywhere else on the site. And so it should be black, red, green. Pick one of those 3, ask ChatGPT for the ideal hex codes and make sure you're using that. And make sure that the text is all caps. And then below that, we have something that adds, think of this like the link description in our ads, but for the add to cart rate button or the add to cart button. So we don't have any of that here. This just looks so bland. And this was a really good theme. And this is like a default theme that, most people start with. The theme you have has honestly everything built into it. But then we have these, the link description basically for the add to cart button is just building trust before somebody's considering clicking. So I recommend having like 5 stars, like 30-day money back guarantee or free returns, and eventually the number of sales that you have. Like you can see on Sloth, 50,000 plus Sloth hiking club tees sold. That looks great. If I'm somebody who's considering buying, but I'm not really sure, then at the last second, I see this. Like that's something that might push me over the edge to actually click add to cart. So now going down further, we then have the trust seals, or the icons that we created custom ones. So it's nice and branded. Good things to have here is we don't want them to be overwhelming. We don't want them to be bright and like obnoxious. I think the way Sloth does it is like the most colorful way that you can do it while it's still like tasteful, like this. And then we have the drop downs here for description, premium everyday comfort, and then often bought together. So on this page, instead of, this is a minor tweak that we can make so that it's more branded. Go to our products. Well, we go to online store and then edit theme, and then go to products. And then inside the theme, you're able to, so I want to make this slightly more branded. So let's see what icons we have here. So instead of it just saying like frequently bought together, we're going to add a little branded flair by saying golfers also loved, and then add a emoji, golf. And then we can make it even more branded by addressing them as our avatar of slicers. Also loved. Now let's keep scrolling down the page. Then here, let's look at it on mobile. Then here we have our branded section block, which is telling them basically like a few selling points about the brand. So then I personally like injecting a nice little emoji wherever I can. And then another principle to keep in mind when optimizing your site is less text, the better. Nobody likes reading a wall of text. And then down here, we have our customers also loved. So let's make this a little bit more branded. We don't have to go overboard with it, but instead of customers also love, like something like there we go, our hole-in-ones, like our best sellers. Then we have FAQs down here. But in general, the best practices that we're following is simple, make it easy for them to choose the product that they want. Like all the options are at the top of the fold, and that pretty much covers the add to cart rate. So if you are still having any issues with this, then I recommend, after like making the changes and evaluating and the like everything we just went through on your own store, if you're still looking at a 3%, then go through the full conversion rate optimization checklist. Then next, after we've dialed in the add to cart rate, then we focus on reach checkout rate. And the target here is 5 to 6%. And there's only one thing that we look at, and that's the cart drawer. So the cart drawer, and we don't even have to look at the full cart page, is, again, looking at it on mobile. When somebody adds to cart, we're basically asking the question of why would they not have clicked this checkout button. So the beauty of it is that the number of variables that could impact something lessens over time. Like if you picture the cost per click, how many decisions did you make to get that cost per click where it is? You chose the niche, you chose the mockup, tested a bunch of mockups, you made a bunch of designs, you had the ad copy, the headline, all of that. Then add to cart rate, there was 2 pages, bunch of little tweaks on them, but a lot less than for getting the cost per click down. Then on reach checkout, it's even less. And then the final page, it's like barely anything we can do. So it gets easier and easier. So we're basically asking the question of why would somebody not, add to cart here, or why would somebody not click the checkout button here? Very few things that we could do to tweak this, but there's a lot of things we can do to make this just a bad experience. So you basically want to keep it the way that it's set up here, because this follows all the best practices. It has the checkout button is the same exact color and like design as the add to cart rate. So it keeps consistency throughout the whole experience. And then it has the free shipping threshold bar up here, which is encouraging people to get to $75. But we don't have a ton of recommended products. We don't have like a order guarantee, anything like that. We just have like the bare minimum, because we don't need to distract people from clicking the checkout button. You'll notice on Sloth, for example, what we have here in our theme is called the cart drawer. What we have on Sloth is called like the popover. And you can use either one. I personally prefer the cart drawer. I found this converts better. This is what the majority of people do in the community, but I mean, Sloth is certainly not hurting. So, and also you'll notice there's some things that are slightly different on this theme compared to what Sloth has, like slightly larger text here. We have these reviews at the top, which don't worry about customer reviews. They will come over time. Like these icons, they're like very colorful and animated. Or not animated, but they have some life to them. Here we just went with monocolor. I recommend keeping them clean and sleek. You don't have to use the emblem style like this. You can do something more branded. And then we have a couple of different blocks about like the branding and the community behind it. And then we have customer reviews down at the bottom. So customer reviews will come. The main changes right now that you might notice is like the minor details, like the size of the circle around the color swatch, or like the size chart has a slightly different icon than this one, or the buttons here are slightly more rounded than the ones we have here. By and large, it's main reason I'm highlighting this is to show that there are lots of different ways that you can get to a good conversion rate. Like if you look at Lululemon or Viore or any like big apparel brands, actually those are all yoga brands, but you can see that there's a million different ways to optimize the site. Then finally is sessions converted, the third and final number, which the target here is 2.5 to 3%. It's possible to go much higher than that. Like on, let's see what Sloth got up to. Like what's it at past 30 days? Yeah, we're at 2.44%. Yeah, add to cart rate to reach checkout is kind of low. We should probably switch the cart drawer. But let's see. Let's go to our other brand. Last 30 days, conversion rate breakdown, human only. Yeah, we're at a 3.78. So it's possible to go much higher. Now, this is also partially because we're in holiday season, so things pick up a little bit. But we had some days where we were at 4.7, 5.5, 3.6, 5. So it's possible to string together days of it being over, but the average that we're shooting for is about 2.5 to 3%. And so for that, there's only one page that we're looking at, and that is the checkout page. So the checkout page is when they click add to cart, they get to checkout, and then enter their information here. The only two things that you need to change here is number one, make sure you're on 3-step checkout, which we have by default. So you go here, check out customer accounts. Now for the logo, we want to make sure we swap out the logo there. There we go. Slice Club. I like to center it. Then don't worry about doing a background image or anything. Just come down here. There we go. 3-page checkout. And then for the button colors here, we want to use the same color that we used for the add to cart and checkout button. And then for accents, which is these little blue icons here, I just go with a gray, something where it turns the check mark into a white. And there we go. This is a optimized checkout page. It's got the same button color. It's got the logo at the top, not too large, centered. And we made the accent colors not stand out nearly as much. And we switched it to 3-page checkout. Now, the final thing here is to make sure that you set up the shipping settings the same way that Meg showed, meaning we're not charging people exorbitant rates. We're just charging them the flat rate $487 or free for anybody who gets over 75. Now we've dialed in the conversion rate, going from add to cart, reach checkout, sessions converted, and you should just keep fixing those again and again until you notice things go up. Like you should just focus on one thing at a time. Do not keep just trucking along through this until you fix that number. And anytime I make a change, I will normally give it about at least 1 to 2 days before like deciding if it was a winner or not. The fastest way to optimize your conversion rate is to simply look at an example of a top performing store, one that you know is converting well. Like, here's a list of them. House of Chingasos. This one. Life is good. Into the AM. I didn't even type that in. They're running those sneaky dogs. They're running ads against Life is Good. I was going to say Into the AM too, but Life is Good. There we go. This is another good store. Into the AM and Busted Tees. These are some good ones to reference if you're ever looking for inspiration. Again, just super, super simple. They don't even have color options, but this shows that there's lots of different ways to optimize it. And out of everybody in the mastermind, meaning all the sellers who are at like 50K plus in sales, looking at their sites, they all follow like the same best practices, but they all look slightly different. Like you're following your brand and it's going to evolve over time. That's the whole goal. So now we're going to fix AOV. And the fastest way to fix AOV, it's the simplest out of cost per click, conversion rate, average order value. It's the easiest to increase because the only thing that we really need to do, two things. One, have free shipping. So we need an incentive for people to buy more. And two, we need a reason that we need products that people would actually want to buy together. So in the beginning, it's very normal to have an average order value of like around $30 to $35, meaning people are just buying one shirt. But over time, as we're iterating, we're finding more winners that are based off of that bestseller. Our collection starts to take a cohesive form, meaning like when we first launched Yoga Stay, for example, all of our designs were like just like basically graphics of yoga mats and stuff like that. And then we had a design that was more whimsical and it was based on like positivity and mindfulness. And that took off. Took off as in it started getting really cheap clicks. Then it started getting conversions on the site after we made these changes. But the problem was people are only buying that shirt because everything else was unrelated to that. So picture Sloth if they had one like funny hiking based design, then everything else was things like this, where it's not funny, not typography. Somebody who comes into the store looking for this kind of design, they want to see other stuff like that. And so it's no coincidence at all that the majority of the top sellers are all in the same vein. They are humorous, plays on like relatable jokes about hiking and not really wanting to be hiking in the first place. So the fastest way to increase the average order value, and again, if you've gotten to this point, you should already have less than $1 cost per click. Your conversion rate should be heading in the direction of 2.5% to 3%. And then you focus on the average order value. And the way you increase that is by increasing or setting up free shipping threshold and having it in the announcement bar, and then just having lots of related products. And so it's just very simply looking at your top seller that's normally driving the majority of the traffic. And it's a normal pattern to have one design that shoots to the top and like nothing else is getting sales. It almost always happens this way. We'll be testing and testing and testing. And then finally one design will start really catching fire. And that becomes all the sales. And then the whole game is then how quickly can we catch up to that? How quickly can we make other designs that, support it? So make more designs that if it's a humorous person, somebody who likes comedy who's coming to your site in your niche, then make more designs like that. If it's more graphical, like whimsical designs, and that's what's working for you, then lean into that. Like your brand is going to start to take its own life and you're going to start to deviate further and further away from the mean that we're looking for. So like on Slice, for example, that's why we start off with such a wide variety to give us the best shot at finding some winners. But then if, say Bad Lie is the winner, well, I'm going to stop doing things like 19th Hole Legend. That's a different art style entirely. Or 4, that's like more of an artistic spin. If somebody lands on the site expecting to see like more of this kind of dark humor about golfing, and then they see just like artistic representations of, I don't even know what this is, but they're not going to buy. Well, they might buy this one, but you're never going to have an average order value above 35. Opposed to, and that's just using that as an example. If this is the winner, then I would fill the store with whatever you would call this. So then there's lots of things for that person to buy. So I think we've covered that. And there's 2 tools to help you at this stage. First, we have the WeScale calculator, which you basically just drop in. You should learn how to do this yourself, but the way that this helps you is you just drop in your metrics and it's linked down below, and then it will spit out what you should be working on. Then second is the WeScale GPT. You can just take a screenshot of your collection page, product page, and upload it and ask it for ideas of what you should optimize. But the diagnostic framework here, bringing this all together, is if cost per click is less than $1, but conversion rate is low, means we have a store problem. It's nothing with the ads. You don't look at the ads. You know that they're doing their job. You look at the store. And then you diagnose, is it add to cart, reach checkout, or sessions converted? I'm going to say that again. If your conversion rate is low, the first step, you don't do anything else. You don't pass go, don't collect $200. We're trying to. You look at add to cart, and if add to cart is less than 6%, you focus on the collection page and the product page. If add to cart is higher than that, then you look at reach checkout. And if reach checkout is lower than 4 to 6% or 5 to 6%, then you focus on reach checkout. And then if add to cart rate, and you make tweaks until that number goes up. You make some changes, you wait a couple days, see if it goes up, and then you move on to the next. And then once reach checkout is done, then you move on to session converted. And if people are adding to cart, they're reaching checkout, but they're not converting, then you know that your problem is on that last page. So why the heck would we make tweaks anywhere else besides where this is our ability to have eyes and ears inside the store. So many people ignore this. They make changes like randomly. It's just start with the number that needs improving and move from there. And then once cost per click is under $1 and conversion rate is good, but AOV is low, then first consider your pricing. As long as you follow like $30 to $35, you should be in a good spot. But if you have it at 30 to 35 and it's still low, then it's probably the free shipping threshold is not set up. You don't have designs that are related to each other, so there's not more than one that they would want to buy. And then finally, if you have high cost per clicks, you shouldn't have even been here in the first place. You shouldn't be looking at the store. You should be focusing on design testing until that comes down. And so the green light criteria is that all three of these must be true. Cost per click consistently under $1, conversion rate above 2.5%, and average order value above, that should say 45. Those are the three things we focus on. Because once you have that, your ROAS should be above 2.0 because it's just math. ROAS is not an actual metric. It's just an equation. It's the cost of the traffic, how many people converted, then how much they bought. So now we're going to do a practice problem. I love these. So I want us to identify the number one opportunity based on these metrics. So take store A, for example. This is practicing everything we just learned. They have 78-cent cost per clicks. Conversion rate is 1.8. Average order value is 42. So think, what should they focus on? And keep that in your mind. Now we're going to look at another one. We have 65-cent cost per clicks, 3.1% conversion rate, $28 average order value. And one final example. Store C, $1.25 cost per clicks, 2.9% conversion rate, $45 AOV. What should each store owner, what should they focus on first? So store A, what should they focus on? Store B, store C. And an easy way to remember this is the order of operations, like PEMDAS from back in school. Like you first, like in solving a math problem, you first focus on the parentheses, then exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. Yes, I did have to chat GPT because I couldn't remember the full acronym, but we all, hopefully we all remember what we're talking about. We have a order of operations for the way that we optimize our stores. So keep that in mind. Now the solutions, store A should fix the conversion rate because we got good cost per clicks. Average order value could come up first, but we want to focus on the conversion rate before we do that. Then store B should fix the average order value. It's got great cost of traffic, great conversion rate, but people are only buying one shirt. So what should they be doing? Looking at their free shipping, which that's like very straightforward. It's just average order value has like three things we can change. It's just free shipping, add more designs that are like the ones that people are buying, and make sure that your shipping settings are not messed up, because printify shipping settings, it leads to really low average order values because it's a reasonable rate for one product, but it gets exorbitant as soon as it's two or three. It's like they charge, this is what they upload into your account that we changed. They charge like $477 for one product. Then it shoots up to like $715 or $730 for two, and then something crazy beyond there. So shipping settings applies to average order value as well. Now for store C, they need to fix their cost per click because their average order value is fine. Their conversion rate is fine. They are just getting way too expensive cost for traffic. So the way we should be looking at these is always look first, what's the cost per click? And if this is anything over $1, we don't move on to the store. We focus on this. And even once we've gotten to this point, there'll be times like where it goes up and down and up and down. Like Once we have enough winning designs, it starts to level out and we bring consistency to the account. And then once we've identified that cost per click is good, then we look at conversion rate and we don't look at anything else until that is dialed in. And then once conversion rate is good, then we look at average order value. And an important piece to keep in mind that we are doing all of this in addition to 7 new designs per day. That never stops. There should never be a time period where we are not adding more designs. So now we're just going to keep on tweaking and making changes until the rates start to go up. And what most people get wrong here, or more specifically, what I got wrong here, is I started adding a bunch of apps. I did not have the logical flow that you just went through that really just simplifies everything. And it tells us like, oh, I just need to fix that specific page. And I started adding different product types. And in fact, it's just none of those things. So what we are doing is we are optimizing a funnel. And we are able to spot leaks with just a small amount of water. This is particularly relevant to you if you're asking the question, do I need to increase my budgets? I never increase the budgets until we are over a 2 ROAS, because you don't need to. Because just like a funnel, you're able to just a tiny like trickle of water, you can see where the leaks are. So a non-optimized funnel looks like this. Water's going in, but we're just losing people. And what we want to do when we're doing our job well is we, being the experimental scientists we are, testing mindset, we look at the funnel and we identify the leaks. Then we start at the top and work our way down the funnel, and everything's good. But most people don't do that. They just focus on one area. Maybe it's the area they like the most. Maybe it's the area that they feel the most comfortable with. I don't know. I'm here to tell you from personal experience, being the guy behind the welding mask there. There might be a technical term for it. I don't know. Welding mask. I loved doing the ads. For whatever reason, maybe it's because I felt like I was the closest to getting sales when I was working in the ad account, because there's always a chance of a purchase popping up. I don't know. Fact remains that when I was running my first stores, I would just focus on the ads and I would completely ignore everything down here. I didn't know how to tweak the site. So I ended up just trying to sledgehammer, fix the whole store by only looking at the ads. But now we know you're not going to be able to get sales if we're only getting the traffic off the highway. That's a great accomplishment, but we don't want to just keep sending new billboards to the billboard company, like media buying essentially, if we're not going to be converting people. So we want to focus on what the business actually needs so that we're not hemorrhaging money or water, however you want to look at it. And keep in mind through all of this, design volume equals sales volume. At the very least, it equals the sales ceiling. And we've studied this with people that are in the scale cohort who have done over 10K in sales, people in the mastermind who've done 50K plus in sales. The number one correlation between any kind of input and success, aside from being objective and having a solid mindset and judging yourself off the inputs, not the outputs, is volume of designs. And so you just keep repeating these cycles, Thursday to Sunday, turn off on Sunday, review data on Monday. So now on Monday, we're looking at which designs perform best, keeping that design flow going. And then we're looking at the store, add to cart rate, reach checkout, sessions converted, and average order value. And then we make any necessary changes. And you can use the WeScale calculator if you're unsure how to identify the right area. And eventually, we keep running this until our ROAS on Facebook is above a 2. And now this will go up and down. It's very normal to have a day where you get 2 sales, 3 sales, and then none. It's very normal. You gain stability through scale. The consistent, profitable back-to-back-to-back days and months and then years comes from volume. But at this stage, we are just looking for 2 back-to-back days of a 2.0 plus ROAS. And I want you to stay here and keep tweaking again and again. And if you get stuck here and you ever catch yourself just mad at the world, mad at Zuckerberg, which I totally get, feeling like, this is you with your business and you have an idea that, oh, I want to grow this business. Let's do it. And you're like, I could use Meta for that. And then if it ever feels like you're just going to Meta saying, hey, I want to do this, here's my money. And then Meta goes, great, thanks. Lights it on fire. Says, that's it. That's all we got. If it ever feels like you were just handing money to Meta and lighting it on fire, it means that you have strayed away from the mechanic, the testing mindset. It is just data that we are getting back. And then no matter what the data says, whether if it's High cost per clicks, low cost per clicks, high conversion rate, low conversion rate. There is always something to be learned from that. There's always an action we can take. It's just a matter of learning the skills to know what action to take. So rewatch this lesson back, learn it again and again. Like the principles we covered here is from 8, 9 years of doing this, working with thousands of students, and it works. Not a financial guarantee of any kind, but it's the mundane, the non glorious activities that ultimately result in the outcomes that we're shooting for. So it should never feel like this. And if it ever does, you can post a case study in the community to get feedback from one of our coaches and everybody else who's in the community. It's a awesome group talking about the paid community, the accelerator. This is not a pitch. You do not have to do this. You're more than welcome to keep doing the process alone. But all that I can say is from personal experience, my results before I joined any kind of community were flatlined because I was growing at the rate of one. As soon as I joined a community and was surrounded by like minded individuals who were all striving towards the same goal, most importantly, sharing openly and supporting each other and celebrating each other's wins, that's when everything changed for me. Now, that is not a financial guarantee of any kind. Your results will vary, but that is why we have a community and not some random, high ticket course or something like that. We are here to get people results. And so I can promise you that you will either join and get 10 times the value of what you paid, or you will get your money back. Absolutely guaranteed. So pause here, rinse and repeat until you have 2 back-to-back days of a 2.0 plus ROAS. And keep in mind, the fastest way to progress through this point is to make better designs. Having a great best-selling design that everybody wants is the great equalizer. It is the way to spike conversion rate, increase average order value, plummet cost per clicks. Because if you have a product in your cart that you're like, there's like gradations of products that people want. Something that's kind of lukewarm. They're like, I like it. I could take it or leave it. That person gets into your store. They're looking for any reason not to buy. Like they're on high alert. They're not that convinced. So you're going to have a much lower conversion rate, even with a fantastic site. Opposed to you have a product that is incredible. It speaks to them on a personal level. It is funny. It is sentimental. It expresses like the ethos of your niche, of your brand, like your tribe of people. That is the kind of design that when somebody has it in their cart, they're like, oh, I need this. This is so me. They're imagining the reactions from their friends, their family members, all of that. Conversion rate, I've seen conversion rates double overnight with one new design like that added. So through everything we just talked about, never lose sight of the fact that designs are the path forward. You are one design away from starting to see the results that you were looking for. If you're watching at this point, it means you have a 2+ ROAS for at least 2 days in a row. And that is one of the biggest milestones in the entire course. That is dialing in the first portion of the customer finance acquisition we are building towards. It's one of the biggest milestones in the entire course. Now, at this point, you're going to leave your catalog ad running every day of the week. We're no longer doing Thursday to Sunday. We're going to build upon it from there. Because what you have by now is likely about 150, 250 designs. I've seen 350, 400. Don't compare yourself to this at all. It's all relative. But you should now be getting sales pretty consistently. But we obviously want to ramp things up dramatically from where they are. And it might feel incremental right now. And that is entirely because we are still building our machine. We still have to do the second half of it. The last piece that we have to add is a nozzle to the end of the machine that amps things up, takes it to a whole nother level. So instead of putting in $1 and getting 2 back like we're aiming for right now, we're now getting $3 to $4 back, which that's an additional $1 to $2 of profit. And that's what we're covering in the next section. And we're going to be using the exact email templates, the decision-making frameworks that we used on Sloth and all of our other brands. So let's freaking scale this thing. And now we get to the part where things get really exciting, scaling. And before we get into that, let's address the elephant in the room. I know this is quite the look. No, I did not just get out of woodshop class. If you want to wear the look, just head over to Amazon. These are like $15. Looks super cool. But no, it's late at night, but we are getting it done. So first off, we're taking a look here at basically what's ahead. And it's a really simple roadmap, but there are a lot of nuances to it. And that's why this is personally one of my my favorite lessons to talk about, because this is where the devil's in the details. But once we dial those in, it's where we really start to reap the benefits of everything that we've done in a huge way. So the first milestone that we crossed of reaching a 2.0 ROAS is huge. Like in the grand scheme of things, I would say that's at least half the battle, if not more. But I don't want to downplay what's coming next because if you think about how many variables you isolated in order to get here, like cost per click, the mockup designs, conversion rate, add to cart rate, reach checkout, sessions converted, average order value. And even if you might not feel like you have a full grasp of those concepts just yet, like nobody feels like they have things completely dialed in. Like we still have giant spikes and dips and spikes and dips in sales, and we want to bring consistency. And that's where we're going to get to. Because now we are talking about now that we're at the point of putting in 100, maybe $1,000, getting roughly 2,000 back. Now we're talking about how do we scale it up so that we are increasing profitability while we're increasing volume. And we really get that flywheel working in our favor. And one of the best parts about this whole section is that despite the fact that we're going to be able to do this, not financial guarantee, but that's the topic, that's the goal of the section, there's only one additional component to the business that we haven't touched yet that we're adding in. Other than that, it's just us rehearsing and mastering the components we've already learned and just raising our level of expertise so that we understand them at a different level. And I want to share a quick case study from our brand about basically what the road ahead can look like coming from our first month and some of the additional skills that we're going to be mixing in so you can have a 10,000-foot view of how this might start to piece together for yourself. So, as of right now, the business that we're familiar with is we drive traffic from Meta to Shopify, and then our products are fulfilled by Printify. And obviously, we have our whole big design component, but this is the basic flow of our customer journey right now. And the only additional component that we're adding into this is email marketing. And this is not akin to Meta. It's not a whole new traffic channel. This is essentially just how we are continuing the conversation with our customers. And it's one of the highest leverage points of this entire business model because every customer that we get from this is completely free because we already paid for them on Meta. So all of those purchases that we're getting there, the whole goal and how we really build the flywheel and send the snowball tumbling down the mountain, compounding in our favor, is when we turn those purchases from Meta into two, into three, into four, and on all those additional ones, we're not paying the advertising expense. And then when this really gets going, we start to just see Meta as a customer acquisition channel. And Klaviyo, our email software that we're going to be setting up in just a minute, is really the profit center of the business. And this is how we can get to the point that, like I mentioned way earlier in the course, that how great it feels to know that the next batch of 50 designs or 100 designs you're creating, it's not just going out to get tested behind ad spend. You can send a free email to your customers and have people instantly on your site, like literally within minutes. Obviously, this depends on the size of your list and how long you've been doing it, but that's what we're working up to. So, all in all, it's really exciting. And so the case study I wanted to look at with you is basically the journey of launching our brand, the 0 to 7 figure one that we've looked at a couple times. That, as you saw in, I think we just looked at the Q4 view, but it's about 400. Yeah, it did 443,000 in the last 30 days. And if you're curious, here's how that broke down in terms of, well, obviously the revenue, but the number of orders we had. We had a $45 average order value. And overall, that brought in $93,000 in profit. But now, quick disclaimer, this is using a estimate for cost of goods right here. So cost of goods, as we're about to dive into, is normally about 38 to 40%. So yeah, it's been about $73,000 in profit off of 431,000 in revenue in the past 30 days. And so we're going to be diving into like how we generate this email revenue, how we scale up the Facebook ads, how we keep the expenses low so that at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is driving this number up as large as possible. And the journey that it went on, we started in July of 23 at $31,000 in sales. And now, another disclaimer, this was Meg and I both working on the store together pretty much full time at the time. We were like making content, but this was just after I'd exited from a couple of brands and just decided to get right back into it. So this is we had time for both of us to work on this. But anyway, so first month we did 31,000. Then we started emails pretty quickly and brought in 3,000. And I want us to notice how quickly this starts to grow. And then we ran our P&L, which we're going to dive into later on. Like I said, email is the profit center. This is the true profit center. This is how we make sure that the sales we're generating are turning into dollars in our pocket. That's what this is all for. So on the first month, we had a 20% net profit margin. We're going to go through what all of these mean later on. But in August of 23, we scaled up to 53,000. Notice how it's following somewhat similar. Yeah, almost spot on. Similar growth trajectory to Sloth that we looked at. Yeah, like January. It really started picking up in like March. 7,000. Yeah, once it hits about 30K, which I think was, so it went from 16, then it hit 50, and then hit 100 something in June. So yeah, it went from 50 straight to 100, and yeah, that's about the same as what ours did. So then fast forwarding to September, we hit $100,000 in sales. So about 4 months after, so slightly faster than we did on Sloth. And then email revenue, which started out at just $3,000, it's now up to $13,000, which is awesome because, again, no marketing expense. That's basically 50% net profit. And that month we held steady at about 22% margin and brought in $22,000 in net profit. And mainly just sharing this to see like how it scales. And again, this is from our experience. Your results will vary. This is not typical. I just want to give all the disclaimers so that everybody's set up. Like having realistic expectations is one of the best tools to have. If you're willing to really lock in and just make designs nonstop, as we're going to talk about, then it's definitely not impossible. But if you're looking to go at this at a normal rate of speed without having the experience, part of the reason that we're able to move faster is that we have the muscle memory of like watching the numbers, but you're able to, but we weren't putting out like an insane amount of designs. And also, this was back before AI. So we were working with designers back before, back in the Stone Ages. So we were working with designers. You can move so much faster than we could. Yeah. So Clavio scaled up to 18,000 by October. And notice how this is just slowly compounding. Our list is building more and more. And then November, now this is Black Friday. You can see a little peak there, not a huge one, but we did $150,000 in sales and $28,000 in Clavio revenue. So we did $27,000 in net profit then. And then December, we capped out at 160,000, and Clavio did about the same, a little bit less. And our Clavio numbers here, we can see it right here. Yeah, Clavio. Yeah, look at the difference. That is crazy. I'm not even saying that like pat myself on the back. I'm actually doing the opposite. Like we did not send enough emails at all. Now the list was nowhere near the same size as today, but a big part of this, I would say it's about 4 times the size that it was, but like the revenue is 6 or 7 times higher. So we could have done about $50,000 in sales if I had known the things that we're going to talk about coming up. So, anyways, last thing I want to share from this is to dispel the myth that January and February, like AKA Q1, are bad times to be selling. It's actually a great time if you are a direct to consumer paid advertiser because ad costs get a lot cheaper. So, even in January, although it's certainly not what we did in December, still brought in $91,000 in sales, 99 in February, and brought in $8,000 of profit in January and 11 and a half. So $20,000 in profit in the first 2 months that are supposedly like the bad months to be selling. So now taking what we just covered, the high level, we touched on the finances, the emails, and gave a general sense of how things can ramp up. And the thing that I didn't really touch on because we mentioned it so much earlier is this whole time we were just ramping up the Facebook ad spend. We're going to dive into more specifics of exactly how we do that. But the way we were able to do that was we were just adding more designs. And that allowed us to start scaling because as we find new winners, the ad performance goes up. We're then able to bump the budget and then we then reinvest that into making more designs and the flywheel goes round and round. You start building emails. That's the whole premise of what we are building here. So hopefully with that 10,000 foot view, it helps solidify the direction we're going in. And trust me, you have come this far. You are so much closer than you might think to, I don't want to give anybody numbers in our head, but if you are willing to continue to put in the amount of effort that you already have just getting to this point, then honestly, the sky's the limit because that mindset can take you really far. And it always ends up happening Like you can have months where you're looking at $1,000 in sales, then 5,000, then 6,000, then maybe down to 5,000. And then suddenly, like maybe it's one new design, maybe it's a new concept clicks. When you just keep plugging away, it almost always happens where it's like just a rocket ship. Now, not a financial disclaimer, but just want to say from personal experience, it pays off when you least expect it to. So, at the very least, just keep sticking with it. And let's dive into the email training with Eric, where we are going to start building our list and getting that flywheel working in our favor. Let's do it.
Okay, let's talk about the email revenue from Sloth Hiking Club last year, which did about $125,000 in sales. And the best part of this is how simple it is to set up. I did it with an email pop up, and then we send our customers emails after they get hit with the pop up and what it looks like on the site. So here's the example of the pop-up setup for desktop version of my website. You can imagine the mobile version. If you just look at the left-hand side of the screen where my logo's at the top, that's exactly what it looks like on mobile. Now here's what's crazy. The cost to generate that $125,000 of email revenue was approximately $0. We spent $0 on ads for these customers. They already bought from us. We captured their email, their contact info, and then we activate them again. So here's the email marketing flow. It's the email pop up, which we capture their contact information, the automated flows, and some examples are the welcome and cart recovery, campaigns, which are regular touch points with our customers, all running on autopilot. And not only does this work for Sloth Hiking Club, email marketing is still one of the most effective forms of marketing when it comes to e commerce. And it's basically free. Our revenue increases as our email lists grow. So you're going to set up your pop up just like Sloth Hiking Club and start adding dozens of people to your email list. We're going to give you the exact templates we send from our brands, but let's start with building your email pop up. And we're going to be using Klaviyo. And there's a lot of different email tools out there like OmniSend, ActiveCampaign, MailChimp, Brevo, but we're going to be using Klaviyo because it's an industry standard email platform and it's free up to 250 subscribers, which makes it nice as we're just starting out our brands, and it integrates directly with Shopify and it's built specifically for e-commerce. And you can connect Klaviyo with Gmail for your print on demand brand. So we want to bookmark Klaviyo and then let's hop into the pop-up creation right now. Okay, so inside of Shopify, we're going to download Klaviyo, and we do so by going to apps and then typing in Klaviyo right here. And then we install Klaviyo like that. Super simple. And then we just click install when it pops up. Then we're going to add in all of our information about our brand. And then we're going to click get started. Then we're going to want to make sure that both of these are checked. Sync your Shopify subscribers to Klaviyo and sync your Klaviyo profiles to Shopify. Then click continue. And then we want to confirm our sender information. You can either put your brand name or maybe your first name at your brand name. For example, Chris at Slice Club, or you can just leave it as Slice Club. Either one doesn't matter. And we definitely want to use a branded email address here as well. So it'll be Slice Club or support at sliceclub.co as an example. You don't want to use just a Gmail. We want to have it be professional. So make sure you have that professional domain for Klaviyo. So we want to do email and SMS and then click continue. And then we will go and activate our Klaviyo account from our email address. Now for the plans, like I said, Klaviyo is free up to the first 250 active profiles, so we can just keep the current free plan, and then as we scale up, we can buy a new plan in Klaviyo. Now that Klaviyo is installed on our Shopify store, we can go to audiences and click on lists and segments, and we want to click create a list, and we're going to name it email, pop-up, and then click create list. And then we're going to go to settings, and we're going to go to consent, and we're going to make sure that we have single opt-in checked here. And then we're going to create another list, and we're going to call this one SMS pop-up, and then click create list. And again, we're going to go to settings, go to consent, and click single opt-in, and then click save. Okay, now we're going to go to website and sign up forms. And then we're going to browse templates and we're going to search email and SMS. And we're going to click the first one that pops up. We're going to name it email and SMS pop up. And then for email subscriber list, we're going to check that new list that we created and then also the new SMS list that we created as well. And then click create form. Then we're going to go to the teaser. And we're going to click show before displaying form and after form is closed. And then also this is only for desktop. Then we want to go to targeting and behavior, and we want the show form based on rules, and we're going to turn off when visitor is exiting the page, and we're going to keep selected after time delay, and we want to change it to 8 seconds. We found that to be the most optimal time. Then we're going to click on targeting. We're going to click don't show on certain URLs, and we're going to add /cart, and then also add /checkout because we don't want this pop-up coming up as someone's trying to check out. It's just a distraction, kills conversion rate. Now we're going to click on email opt-in, and we're going to change the offer text, and we're going to change it to unlock 15% off your order. Reduce the sizing a little bit here so it's on 2 lines. And just like that. Now we're going to get rid of the second layer of text here because we don't need it. And we're going to get rid of the email portion of the pop-up because it's a 2-step pop-up here. So we're going to go back to our pop-up draft and then head into the flow. And we're going to change that button so it is now show next step. And we're going to change the text to claim my discount. Then we're going to add a second button here so people can close the pop-up. And we're going to make it white and only be able to see the text color. So you can make the button white and then the text black like this. And then we're going to change the button text to no, thanks, I'd rather pay full price. And we want to make sure that that action is close the form for if they click no thanks, I'd rather pay full price. And then we also like to change the color of the discount that they're getting if they sign up. So it pops and it's easier for the customer to read. Next, we're going to go to where it says email opt-in and we're going to click clone step. And then we're going to change it to email opt-in step 2 and then click clone step. Then we're going to make sure that the second step is selected and we're going to add the email input. And then we're going to label it email address. And then we're going to go to the SMS opt-in portion of it. And we're going to leave everything as is. All this stuff protects us for when we're sending text messages to our customers. And then lastly, we're going to change that image that is attached so it's more on brand, just like I did for Sloth Hiking Club. We're going to want to change both of the images for email opt-in and also the SMS opt-in portion of the pop-up. And the last thing you can do here as well is add your logo to the top of the pop-up, which you can do so right here. And in this example, since we're doing it for Slice Club, we added the logo for Slice Club, and it makes the pop-up look a little more branded. You're going to want to add your logo to each portion. It won't carry over for each step, so you're going to have to go in and add the logo and the images that you want for each step. Then lastly, on the success, we can just get rid of this little image right here. We don't need it. Again, you want to change the image for every single step. So for example, with the 3 guys here, you want to make it on brand for you. You You can add your logo here too. And we want to change this last portion of text to check your email inbox to receive your discount code. If you don't see it, be sure to check your spam folder. That way, our customers can find the discount code. And after that, it's all set up. We just click publish. But before we click publish, you'll have to go through and finish setting up Klaviyo. So you're going to go in and add all of your company information, and that's it. Okay, so now that we've set up the email pop-up, now it's your turn to do it. And here's some pop-up best practices. And what works best for us is keeping it simple, clear value proposition so the customer or potential customer knows exactly what they're getting in exchange for their email. And we recommend 15% off. We've tested all different percent offs for our brands and we have found that 15% works the best. And a single call to action so there's no multiple fields or complicated forms. So we want you to follow this video until you set up your email pop-up. So an important note here is to monitor your conversion rate when adding an email pop-up. Some people see a slight dip initially, and that's completely normal. The long-term value of adding a pop-up to your website is 100% worth it. So you're probably wondering, okay, what do we do with emails from here? Well, we wait until the email list starts to build up. And then we'll start sending flows and email campaigns to our customers. Now, what email should we send to these people? And that's a good question. And I have a little infographic here. I'm not going to go into complete detail about this infographic, but we have flows, content emails, and sales emails. Flows are pretty much a set it and forget it journey versus campaigns, which include content emails and sales emails, where content being educational and tips, customer stories, and community aspects that fall within your niche, and sales emails where we're trying to get people to directly convert from our emails. But we're going to start with flows. We're setting up 6 flows, and the 6 flows are the welcome flow, which is the introduction to our brand, the abandoned cart flow to help recover lost sales, the abandoned checkout, which is when someone is checking out on our site, which is different from abandoned cart. Someone adds to cart, but when someone is checking out, they're going through the process of adding their payment information. So we want to capture those as well. The abandoned browse for anyone that looked at a product on our site, and the site abandonment is anyone that made it to our site. And then finally, the sunset flow, which is anyone that has become unengaged with our brand in the last 120 days. We want to make sure we try and re engage them to our brand. So the email flows, so we have the core flows, which is the welcome flow, abandoned cart, abandoned checkout, browse abandonment, site abandonment, and sunset flow. And then the advanced flows, you can set these up after you hit $10,000 in sales, which is the post purchase flow, birthday flow, VIP customer flow, and win-back flow, which are all available in the templates. Okay, so let's talk about sending email campaigns. And you're probably wondering, what is an email campaign? That's a good question. So email campaigns are one-off sends that provide brand info or advertising our products. And here's an example of a campaign I sent out for Sloth Hiking Club. And this was for my new arrivals, which was I added a bunch of new products to my site and I wanted to showcase them to my customers. So I sent out an email showcasing all of the new products we added to the site. And you're probably wondering, well, how often should we send these campaign emails? And we recommend once per week in the beginning. Campaigns should be a mix of content emails and sales emails, and we want to send these in equal ratios. Example, 1 content and 1 sales email per week. And we want to start sending emails as soon as we have at least 20 subscribers on our email list. And the reason for this is that we don't want our list to go cold. As soon as we add someone to our email list, we want to be engaging with them to make sure that they open our emails. Let's talk about content emails first. And the whole point of a content email is to provide information on our brands, and they build trust without the objective of getting the customer to purchase. Okay, let's talk about sales emails now, which is an email that advertises products, collections, or with the express goal of getting a customer to purchase from us, and sometimes they can include a discount code as well. Now, with that being said, watch me create one right now. Okay, to set up our welcome series flow, we need to go to flows and then click build your own. And then we're going to search welcome series, which is actually right here for us. So we just click welcome series, and then we're going to select the trigger email pop-up because we just made that pop-up. So we want to have our customers go through this welcome series flow. And then we just click use template. And then we are going to get rid of the conditional split here, and we're going to delete it and then click yes path and then click delete path. And then we'll just have our email series flow here. We're going to change the time delay here to 1 day, turn off delay until specific time of day. And then the first email we want to go out immediately, but for this email, we're going to go over to our email flows template, which you'll have access to, and we're going to copy the text from the first email here and then take it into the email marketing brain GPT. And then we're going to have it rewrite it for our brand. So we're going to type in rewrite this first welcome email for my brand. We're going to copy the information from the welcome flow template here, and we'll have that information so the GPT can rewrite it. And then we'll grab the URL from for our brand, so it has context about our brand. Paste it right here, and then we're going to give it more brand information. So the brand sells golf theme t-shirts to men and women uh, aged 35 to 65 primarily. These customers are fans of casual golf and have a thorough understanding of the game. And you can add more information about your brand here. The more information you add, the better, but I want the tone to be friendly and casual. And again, you can add more brand information here as well. And the best thing about this GPT is it's going to rewrite the email perfectly for you. And then you can just copy and paste this information back into Klaviyo to set up your welcome flow. So we're going to go over to the email and click edit. And we are going to change this to a text only email. So we're going to go to manage templates and click change template. And then we're going to go to the three dots in the top right and click change template and make it a text only email. Then all we're going to do is just copy and paste the information that we got from ChatGPT into the email. And we also want to add a personalization here. So we just click add personalization. And for the default, you can make it whatever you want, but we're just going to use friend here. It should be on brand. And make sure you click that save as default value for first name, and it adds in that personalization right there. And then we're just going to clean up this email a little bit to make it look nicer as it goes out to our potential customers. Now we have this welcome 15, but we don't have the discount yet. So we have to create that in Shopify. So we are going to go over to Shopify and create the discount code. We can also change the text here. Arial's a little bit easier to read, and we found better performance with Arial text, but we go into Shopify and then we go to discounts and we click create discount and we do amount off order. And then we type in the code welcome 15 and then change the percentage to 15% off. We want to scroll down to limit to one use per customer and also combine with shipping discounts. We don't want to set an end date because we're going to be using this ongoing. And then we just click save. Then we're going to click promote and get a shareable link and then copy that link, take it back into Klaviyo and set it right here with the extension shop 15% off. We actually only want one call to action for this email. So we're just going to delete that second shop 15% off and we can just have that one call to action. And then we're going to bold the discount as well, just in case the customers want to type it in themselves. And then we're going to click save. Make sure that our links are set up correctly. They should be blue. And then we're just going to change the subject line as well so it matches what ChatGPT told us to include in the email. So we're going to change the subject line and then update the name of the email and we'll call it discount. Make sure we have our sender email address set up correctly as well, and then we can click done. And then we're going to want to make this live so it actually goes out to our customers. And then we're just going to do the same exact thing. We're just going to follow the templates, copy the information, take it back into Chat GPT to update each email in the flow. So we're going to paste that second template email in there, make sure that we grab all the brand information from before, paste that in there, and we want to change it from first to second email. This email is a personalized email from the founder, and then we click OK. And this is so easy. It just rewrites the email for us. We literally don't have to do anything except copying, pasting, and moving things around a little bit. So we're going to copy this over to the second email, and then we're going to edit this email. Again, we're going to make it a text only email for simplicity. If you're more interested in setting up image emails, we talk about it a lot inside the accelerator. But for now, we're just going to change this to text only. And then we're just going to copy and paste the information for the second email here. Then we're going to just edit it slightly to make it look nice so it's not all blocky text. Give some spacing in between each line, just like that. We're going to change it to Arial. Again, it's a little bit easier to read. And that's pretty much it. We just want to check to make sure there's no errors in the email, and then we just click save. Then we're going to change the subject line again so it fits, and then we'll change it to personalized founder message. And then we just click done. And then we make it live. And then we're going to do this for each part of the welcome flow. So we're going to clone this part out. Again, move it down below, clone out the second email so we can have it for the third email, move that down below. And we want to just follow the exact setup inside the templates. So we'll change this to email number 3, get rid of the copy of, and then change it to what the next message should be in the email flow. So we'll go back to the template, and then we'll just keep working down. We'll go to email number 3. If you don't have any social proof yet, you can just change it to making it about your products, different features, how great your t-shirts are. So you don't have to worry about, having reviews yet. If you have reviews, you can definitely use that. And then we just keep working down, copying and pasting and building out the flow for each part. And there's 6 total emails in the welcome flow series. Again, you want to make sure that they're live, changing each one to live. And that's how you set up the welcome flow. Now, when it comes to abandoned cart, we need to set up integrations. So we'll set up the integration here. We'll click Shopify. And then we want to make sure that we turn these on. So we want to make sure that add viewed product tracking to my site is turned on and all the additional tracking features. So we want to click that, click turn on, and then it'll prompt us to Shopify. And then in the top left-hand corner, we want to make sure that's checked, that's turned on. We click save. And we want to click get started here. Make sure that behavioral events is checked. It's super important. Click save. And then update integration. And then we want to make sure that this is turned green and both of these add viewed products and track behavioral events are turned on. This is important for the rest of our flows. And I'll see you in the next flow setup. All right, we're gonna be setting up our abandoned checkout and abandoned cart flows here. So we're gonna go to click create flow. Then we're gonna type in abandoned, and we're going to select abandoned checkout reminder standard email and SMS. So we're gonna click that. Then we're gonna click use template. And we're going to get rid of the conditional split and get rid of the yes path, just delete the path. And remember, this is for checkout. So we want to make sure that trigger is when someone checkout started. And for some reason, Klaviyo has it as abandoned cart, but this is actually our abandoned checkout flow. So make sure we change the name so we remember that this is the checkout flow. And we can see that from the trigger up top. Now we're going to go back to the templates and go to the abandoned cart /checkout flow. and we're going to copy and paste the first email here right into our GPT. And again, we're going to give the GPT all of our brand information and tell it to rewrite it so it makes sense for our brand. And again, just make sure that we change this to abandon checkout so it doesn't say the other thing. And then we're going to click OK. And it's writing it for us right now. And this is perfect. It makes it so easy for us to set up all these flows so we don't have to write each one individually, but we're going to copy that into Klaviyo here. So we're going to click edit, go to the email and copy and paste that information in, paste with formatting. Then we're going to duplicate this here. Then we're going to duplicate it here, pull this down underneath the back to my cart button. Then we're going to edit the text and get rid of all of this information that we don't need before the button because it'll be underneath the button. And again, we can change the colors and text of these buttons as well. So we're going to change it to return to cart. Again, if you haven't changed the colors to be on brand, you can always do so for each button. We're going to edit this text for everything that needs to go beneath the button. Lastly, we're going to drag this underneath the dynamic product, get rid of this last button here, and edit this text. So it's just the sign off here. And then we're going to add our, dynamic product here as well, which it'll do it automatically because since it's dynamic, it'll just pull from wherever the customer was shopping. And that's pretty much it. Again, it'll pull automatically here. And we're going to just delete all this extra information down here below. We don't need it for this email. So we're going to delete these sections and it's good to go. So we can just click exit and we're going to change the subject line so it makes sense for our brand. And then we're going to just add some preview text here as well. Again, this isn't the biggest thing in the world. You can always just add a little sentence here. And we always want to make sure that we preview and check the links to make sure that they all work. Then we're just going to click done. And then again, we want to make sure that we set it to live so it actually sends out. And then we want to just change the time delays for each one so it matches the templates that we've provided. So we're going to change this to 1 hour, click save. And then again, this one says send 24 hours after number one. So we need to change the time delay to 1 day. Click save. And again, for this email, we're just going to copy and paste this information into the GPT and change it up. We just have to remember what it says on the templates, whether it's text only or we're including images. So make sure to double check that in the template as well. So we're going to clone this. We're doing a text email instead. Clone this out. And then we can just delete that second email here. And we're just going to make it live. Then we're going to click create flow. We're going to do a ban cart reminder with the Shopify trigger. Super important when someone added to cart, which is different from our checkout one. So we just want to make sure our triggers are on point here. And this will only happen once you start getting events through your Shopify store. So if you haven't had any adds to cart yet, then you're not going to be able to set this up. But once you have the events happening, then you can set this up for your brand. As you can see at the bottom, we've not received any recent add to carts events for this setup, but we can go back here and copy and paste for abandoned cart. They're very similar, the checkout and abandoned cart, but just slight difference in nuances when it comes to the copy. And that's pretty much it. Same process over and over again. We're just changing text. We can set this up once we have events. So we're going to set up our browse and site abandonment flows, but first I want to talk about the image and brand templates for our brand. So if you want to use templates, you go to content and then go to image and brand and go to defaults. And this will be the template for all of our emails. And we can just go and edit it. Make sure you want to add your logo in here. And we typically use a white background for all of our emails. We haven't seen a lot of success changing the colors, but completely up to you if you want to change it. And if you want to change the heading colors to be more on brand, you can do so as well. Again, we typically use like black and white normally for our emails, but the buttons are normally the color you want to change to make on brand. But you can go ahead and change all of these in the template by going to each section and making the colors that fit your brand. You want to just save that, and then we are going to go to flows and we're going to create the flow. So we're going to start with browse abandonment, and we're going to go to browse abandonment standard. Click that, and then we're going to click use template. And we want the trigger to be when someone viewed product, which is set up here correctly. And then we're going to go to the flows and find browse abandonment for email number 1. We're just going to copy the text here, make sure we're using the templates here, super important. Then we're going to go over to the email GPT. Again, this will be linked so you have it. And again, we want to just make sure that we add our brand information, also have the GPT rewrite the email. So we're going to say rewrite this first email in my browse abandonment flow for my brand. And then, you're going to use your brand here, but you can just copy and paste the URL into the GPT so it knows exactly what to look for. And then give it some more brand information, explaining exactly who your brand is for. Then we just copy and paste that in, and it will rewrite that first email so it exactly fits for your brand. Super easy, super simple. Then we just copy this information over back into Klaviyo, and we go into the email, and we're going to click edit. Then we're just going to copy and paste that information right into the first text line. And we can click paste with formatting, and then delete all the old information. And we can also delete this information right here and just make it more general instead of having that dynamic product. You want to just make sure you go through and proofread these as well, so it makes sense for the email. Also make sure that we are deleting this, but we're using that dynamic product. And the best part of this is depending on the product that the person viewed, it's going to show up right in this email, which is great for us because it'll bring them right back to what they were looking at. So then we can exit this and come back here and change the subject line so it makes sense for the email. We can just use the same one from the GPT. Then preview text isn't that big of a deal, but we'll just add in here, come back and buy before it's too late. Then we click done. And then we want to set this live so it actually goes out. And we also want to go back and double check the send time. So for the first email, we want to send 1 hour after browse abandon. So we want to make sure that we change the time delay for that to 1 hour. And then we click save. So that's set up. And then we just clone this for the second email, move it down to the bottom. Then we're also going to change this to 1 day like it says in the templates. Then we want to just clone this email as well. And then we're going to drag this email down below. And then we're going to just change the name of this so we know the email flow name. So browse abandonment email number 2. And then we're going to go back to the templates and we're just going to copy this second email. And it's okay if you don't have reviews yet. You can just talk about the product specs and how great your products are. But this is just a template. You can easily just take it back into the GPT and have it change the information. If you want product specs instead, if you don't have 20 reviews yet, perfectly fine. Again, we're just doing the same exact process. We're just copying and pasting it into the GPT, and then that's it. For site abandonment, we're going to click the browse abandonment standard and we're going to clone it here. And we're going to change the name to site abandonment. Click continue. And then we're going to change the trigger. This is super important. We're going to change it to active on site and then clone flow. And then for site abandonment, we're going to click in and then again, check the trigger to make sure that it's active on site. And we're doing the same exact process here. We're just going back to the flows, site abandonment flow, and then we're going to copy this template here, copy it, take it back into the email marketing brain GPT. We're going to paste it in here. And then again, we want to make sure that we add our brand information at the top so it knows exactly how it's going to write this email. And we tell it rewrite this for first email in my site abandonment flow for my brand. And then we're just going to copy and paste that same brand information we gave it earlier. And then we just hit OK. And it rewrites the email for us. Super easy. It's so nice to have. And once it's done writing, we're going to copy all of this information back into the email. Then we're going to edit this email. Go again, bottom right, click edit. And we're going to change this information in the email. I'm going to paste with formatting. And again, we want to double check all this information. And it tells us that we want to set up a bestsellers product grid. So we're going to do that right now. And how we're going to do that is by clicking columns, adding the columns in. We're going to do 3 columns, all equal, and then add the columns. Then we're going to add the product to each column. And we can just delete those extra images at the bottom. You can also delete this too because it's for dynamic. And again, we're going to be using static products here. So just get rid of that. And then we're going to copy and paste the top text and put it below the products at the bottom. We're going to delete all this information here for the first part of the email, introducing the products. And then we'll go ahead and fix the rest at the end of this, but we can also get rid of the shop now button and also get rid of this you might also like but text. And then we're going to click static in product and then click add products. And then you're going to add your best sellers here. So for this example, we're just adding products, but you're going to want to add your best sellers here. And then in layout, we're going to change it to stack on mobile. And then we can move these products down so they look nice and then delete the content here. And there we go. It's all centered and aligned. Then we add another static product. Again, you want to pick your best sellers, add the product in, and then fix the layout. So we want to align it center and vertically. And then for the last one, same thing, add a product. Again, your best sellers, add the product, and then orient text vertically and centered so it makes sense on mobile. And now we can change the button sizes as well. So we just go down to the button text and we can just make it slightly smaller. And there we go. So the button looks nice. Change it to 12 for this one as well. And then change it for 12. Change it to 12 for the last one as well. And then lastly, we want to edit this text and get rid of all that information that is going below the products so it makes sense in the email. And that looks pretty good. Last thing we want to do is make sure that we hyperlink that shop bestseller. So we're going to copy over it and then add a link in the top right hand corner. And depending on where you send your traffic to is what link you're going to add here. We always send the traffic to the collection page of our products. So we're going to copy and paste that URL in, add it right here and click apply. And then it makes that clickable. And that's it. So then we can just hit exit. And we want to change the subject line again so it makes sense. So copy it from the email GPT. And then we're going to paste it right where the subject line goes. That looks good. And then lastly, we want to change the preview text again. Again, this isn't the biggest deal if you don't add any preview text, but you can always add a little bit. So we're going to add shop golf tees, and that's fine. Then we click done. And we want to change the name so we know what it is, site abandonment email number 1. Click save. And then again, we want to follow the times for it. So we use the templates and we go back and we change this to 3 hours and click save. And then we want to make sure we make it live. And then again, we're going to go back to the templates and it says send 24 hours after number 1. So we're going to change this to wait 1 day, which is already set up for us, which is really nice. And then for the email number 2, it's text only. So we have to change the template for this email. But first, we're going to copy the text and then bring it back into the email GPT and do that whole process again. But to change the template, we just click the 3 dots over here and click change template. And then we click the 3 dots and click change template here. And then we click text only because this is a text only email. And then we're just going to copy and paste that information from the GPT and then clean this up so it looks nice. So it's not all just on one line. And then there we go. Again, going to want to add that link to your bestsellers or your collection page there to that line where it says bestsellers. And then we're going to make it live as well. And that's it. That's how to set up the site abandonment flow. Again, you just want to change the names of the emails as well so they make sense, like we did for the first one, site abandonment, and then site abandonment for the second one as well. And that's it. Now we're going to set up the sunset flow, which is the last flow of our flow creation process. So we're going to go to flows and type in sunset. And then we're going to click sunset unengaged subscribers. And then we're going to change the trigger to unengaged 120, which we set up earlier for our lists and segments. Then we're going to click use template. Then again, we want to make sure the trigger is set up correctly when someone is added to unengaged 120. Then we're going to go over to the email flows again and go to where it says sunset. Then for sunset flow, we're going to copy and paste this again into the email marketing brain GPT, ask it to rewrite it for our brand. And again, for the first email here, so rewrite this first email in my sunset flow for my brand, then paste it in there, grab the URL from your brand, and then add the information about your brand and then click OK, and it will rewrite it again for the sunset flow. And we're just doing the same process that we've been doing over and over again. We're just going to copy this information back into Klaviyo. Then we're going to update this first email, click edit, and then add the information in here so we can edit this and paste it in. So we're going to change this to subscription preferences and then copy where it is down here and then change the link for the bold one. So we're just going to copy this, click the link, paste that same link in here and update it. So then we can get rid of the rest of this information. Something important to note here is that they don't actually have to click the subscription preferences. If they open this email, then they're going to be removed from the unengaged 120, which is really nice for us, and then go right back into our engaged 90. So this is all good here. Again, we just want to check and make sure that everything's spelled correctly. We can click exit. Then we want to update the subject line again from ChatGPT. Post that into the subject line, and then we can just add a little preview text as well. Then we just click done. And then we're going to go through and do the same exact thing for each email in the sunset flow. Again, we want to use that 120 unengaged list, but we're just going to copy and paste all this information from the templates back into the GPT so it updates for our brand, and then change all that information in the flow. We can have discount codes. I would just follow the templates exactly, update the triggers so that they make sense. Again, follow the template for the time delays. We're going to change this to 5 days. And for every flow that you have, super important, make sure that you have skip recent email profiles turned off for every single flow. It's extremely important we have that turned off. Then we're just going to make this live. And again, we'll do this for every single email in the series. Lastly, what you can do is delete this profile property update. Again, if anyone opens any of the emails in this flow, they're going to get sent back into the engaged 90. So we don't have to worry about that. So we can click exit. Then we'll go back to our audience, go to lists and segments. And this is important too, to keep your costs down on your unengaged list. So once a month, all you can do is go over to these three dots, and then we can click suppress current members. And what this does is it saves all of their information, but it doesn't count as an email in your profile. So it lowers the total amount of emails in your Klaviyo account, which is super nice because it saves us money in the long term. So I go ahead and do this once a month just to clean up the list a little bit and save myself a little bit of money. Okay, now that we've created the example of the campaign email, who do we send these emails to? And we want to send them to our 90-day engaged list because this keeps our deliverability rate high while also letting us remove people who are no longer interested in our brands. And I want to show you quickly how easy it is to set up segments inside Klaviyo. All right, so right now I'm going to show you how to use segments in Klaviyo when it comes to emailing our customers. We're going to go to audience and then we'll go to lists and segments. And for a majority of our emails, we're going to use the engage 90. And it's nice that Klaviyo sets up the engage 90, engage 60, and engage 30 days for us already. So we don't have to do anything there. The only time we're ever going to email our entire list is during huge sales like Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So with that being said, let's go over and create our first segment here. So we'll go to create in the top right hand corner, click create segment, and we're going to do the sunset flow here. So it'll be unengaged 120, which means the last 120 days. And then we'll go to select a condition and we will click what someone has done or not done. And we will go to open email 0 times in the last, and then we want to make sure that we change this to 120 days. And again, we're going to use this for our sunset flow, and then we just click create segment, and it will create that segment for us. So super easy, and you can use this anytime you want to create a segment inside of Klaviyo if you want to email specific people. And yeah, super easy. And you might be wondering, when do we send emails to our entire list? And that's a great question. And we only do it during major shopping times like Black Friday and Cyber Monday. There's special occasions and not typically how we send our campaigns. So let's discuss our campaign schedule for the rest of the year. And for this example, it's just one campaign a week. Sloth Hiking Club is currently sending 3 email campaigns a week. But for this example, I'm just going to show you what it would look like to have one campaign a week. Just beginning and starting out, one campaign per week is fine. And it might look something like this. So week 1 is branded content. Maybe it's a specific story behind a design. And then in week 2, we send a discount or new designs added email. And we want to alternate between value and offers. So that content style email and those sales kind of emails. We want to keep it consistent. And you might be thinking, okay, so what kind of metrics am I tracking that pairs with my emails? And that's a great question. And we have our email KPI targets right here, which is open rate, submit rate, click rate, subscribe rate, and unsubscribe rate. And we have a nice little email metrics cheat sheet here that you can use for all of the metrics you need to be tracking, along with benchmarks and why it matters as well. And with that being said, I'm going to show you inside of Sloth Hiking Club's Klaviyo account so we can look at all the different metrics and where to find them right now. Okay, so this is the inside of Sloth Hiking Club's Klaviyo account, and just quickly want to show you some important information. Now, if we take a look here at attributed revenue of campaigns and flows, it just shows the overall importance of each. Now, the campaigns are those one-off sends, and they've generated over $45,000 in email revenue. And the flows are the money makers and why they're so important to set up for your brand, where it's almost done double the amount of revenue, 45,000 versus 87,000. And you can see the percentage breakdown in the revenue coming in. The flows have generated almost 66% of all of my email revenue versus just the one off sending campaigns. And remember, the flows are automatic. Once we set them up once, they just continuously run, which is great for us. Then we can go and check the top performing flows, and I have pretty much all of the same flows set up for Sloth Hiking Club as what you'll be seeing in a second when it comes to all of the flow creations for our brands. You can see I have the welcome series, abandoned browse, abandoned cart, abandoned checkout, post purchase, and abandoned site as well. And these are all super important to set up. And again, we'll show you how to set these up in a second. But this is great. This is all automatic revenue coming in for me that I set up one time and then don't have to do ever again. If we go to the dashboard here and go to business review, we can see the attributed revenue from email for Sloth Hiking Club. Very important to note here, I didn't set up email until July. I had almost generated $400,000 in sales before I set up email. You do not want to do that. That's a massive mistake that I made for the brand. I was late to the email game and also just overall general laziness when it came to setting up email for Sloth Hiking Club. If I would have set this up in the beginning, as soon as I started bringing customers to my website, there would have been way more revenue from emails. So definitely don't skip out on setting it up from the beginning. It's super important. As you can see here, look at all this email revenue that came after I set it up. I could have had all that during these other months as well, but I just chose not to do so. So definitely set it up. It's super important. And then in here, we can also see all of the breakdowns by campaign performance summary. We can just see this incremental growth that happened. Again, I didn't set it up for all these months prior, but then finally found the time to set it up. And then you can see the flow performance as well, deliverability, which is super important. We want our deliverability to be high, along with some industry benchmarks as well. Not all of these are going to be excellent. Fair is okay. Obviously, I need to work on the spam complaint rate a little bit, but that's primarily down to Black Friday and Cyber Monday, where I was sending my customers a lot of emails. So, this is just a quick breakdown of the metrics inside of Klaviyo for Sloth Hiking Club so you have a better understanding of what it looks like. Okay, now that we've saw the inside of Sloth Hiking Club's Klaviyo account, we're going to talk more about this in the scaling roadmap section of the course. Let's talk about what you've accomplished so far. You've set up the ability to follow up with your customers basically for free. Your pop-up is live, the welcome flow is sending right now, and you're capturing emails from every visitor, turning them into customers on autopilot. And we'll cover email campaign scheduling later on, but for now, we'll just let the pop-up capture and the email flows generate. So here's what we need to understand next about scaling. Catalog ads are great for discovery, but they don't scale as well. Why? Because Facebook is a social media platform, and right now we have the media going out. Now we need to gather the social piece, and the social piece includes comments, likes, and shares on our ads, which is commonly referred to as viral ads. And this pours rocket fuel on our ads to start compounding. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and create some viral content.
Here's just a small taste of the kind of engagement we are able to drive when we create static ads that we set up to turn into viral ads through our ad account. So here's just one ad that we created that generated 2,200 likes, 116 comments, and 133 shares. Now, that is just a tiny taste of the power that one of these ads can have for your brand. Before we set up these ads, and we're about to set up these ads on your brand, and we're going to walk through how to pick which products we should turn into them and how we weave them into our overall marketing strategy. But first, let's answer the basic question. What is a static ad and how is it different than a catalog ad? It's honestly exactly what we set up earlier for the mockup test. The question is, like, why do we make them? When I say it's exactly the same as mockup test, I mean that it's the same structure. We're not testing the mockup again, but the buttons that we clicked and the way that we set up that ad set and then we uploaded the individual picture, that is all that a static ad is. And the reason that we make them is because catalog ads are meant to discover and static ads are meant to scale. And you can think of it like say there's a new Chinese restaurant that just opened up around the street, around the corner from you, and nobody's in line. Nobody's inside. And as you walk by, you're like, oh, should we take a look? Then you see, ooh, it's a ghost town. Nobody wants to be the first person to try out the new place. unless maybe you're a foodie or something. But opposed to if you go walking by that same restaurant, same opening night, and instead you see a line that is wrapped around the block. People are packed wall to wall. There's a wait list a mile long in order to just get a table. Which scenario, same exact restaurant, which one are you going to walk into? Yeah, you don't want to go into that one at all. And the psychological effect that line has on us is it makes us curious. Like, what is it that people are talking about? We are social creatures. That's why seeing reviews, 82% of consumers trust online ratings and reviews as much as or more than recommendations from family or friends. That's powerful. That's just how our brain is wired. It causes us, without even knowing anything about the restaurant, to assume that it's good. And that's how engagement works. And we are advertising on a social network. This is literally exactly what it is built for. You can think of it as like your catalog ad is going out and prospecting for recruits for like a baseball team, and it's having tryouts and it's pitting all of the best players and all of the new coming players against each other. And it's helping to find who are the players that are destined for the big leagues. And then the static ads is where we test out if they're ready for the big leagues. Now, as we all know, sometimes when people get called up, it goes really well, and other times it doesn't. And the team manager just simply learns from that. So, dropping the metaphor, that's exactly what we're doing. We are using the catalog ad to prospect and rapidly try out all of our designs. And then the ones that we want to really spotlight, or another version of this is think of it as you're having an audition through your catalog. And then out of the audition, you take the best musicians, and those are the ones that get to go on concert tour. Two different ways of looking at it. Point is, catalog tests, static ads is where we bring them up so that they get more distribution. And the way that we identify the stars for our tour or players we're going to call up to the big leagues is we simply look at the past 7 days of catalog data, which at this point, our catalog should be running all the time. It should not be getting turned off. We should be hovering around a 2.0 ROAS. That's why we're looking at past 7 days instead of just saying like this past weekend. And what we're looking for are any designs that are getting purchases, any designs that are getting consistently less than $1 cost per clicks. And then we also make a note of which color is performing the best. And then I make a new campaign and call it static ad test with, again, a $12.50 a day budget. And I simply run it just in tandem with the catalog ad test. And we're going to put 5 designs in the ad set. And here, even though the catalog is going to be running all the time, here we're going to be running these again from Thursday to Sunday because we're just testing them out in the big leagues. And then we're going to quickly cut any of the players that are not making it. And we're just going to continue moving forward with the winners. Now, let's go find our stars. The way we analyze the design test results, this should feel familiar. We go to our design campaign, go to the ad set, then go to the ad. You click breakdown, delivery, product ID, and the results are now broken down by design. And then you sort by amount spent and find the designs with less than $1 cost per click. Now, the piece that we're adding on is we are also looking for designs now that have gotten purchases. So now I'm going to build out our static ads, picking out 5 winners, show you how I'm going to build them, set the budgets, and then we're going to come back and you're going to do it yourself. And we're going to be looking at our other 7-figure brand from the past 7 days, looking at our catalog, for example. I would love to be doing this with Slice Club data, but yeah, we just don't have enough time to. We would have to run it for 3 to 4 weeks in order to get it. Maybe if you're interested in that, then comment down below. Maybe I'll post it as a series like in the free community or something. Anyways, so we're looking at this, and this is plenty of data to go off of anyway. So this is our catalog that over the past 7 days has spent $1,900 and 3,000 link clicks, 64 cents cost per click, 120 purchases, and 2.8. So that's a solid amount of data. Even if you're just looking at this much data, you can still, meaning like $300 spent, 12 purchases, 1.8. This would honestly be pretty realistic for like a week of spend, if not worse results, but a week of spend right now for catalog. But notice how, we say it's for prospecting just because what it's best at or better than anybody else being the other campaigns, doesn't mean it doesn't still pull its own when it comes to getting sales. It's dual purpose. So anyway, last 7 days, let's look at breakdown, product ID. So now that we have the breakdown, we sort by link clicks, and you might notice here that it doesn't have any purchase data. But we said earlier that we're basing this off of designs that have link clicks and are getting purchases. And what gives? Where do we find the purchases? We get that from Shopify. So we are looking here at just what's getting the cheapest clicks, and then we look in Shopify and we have essentially two lists to work off of. So scrolling down the list here, the things that immediately stand out to me is one, this one got a ton of link clicks, but it was pretty expensive. So I'm hoping that Facebook was getting a good conversion rate. But then all of these right here, these are awesome stats. This one's good. Yeah, there's a bunch in here. Now, again, this is us spending a decent amount more. So more realistic is like something like this, where, yeah, this is good. So 80 link clicks at $2.24, 56 at 81. So this one I'm just leaving out because it's super, yeah, it got a lot of link clicks, but it's really expensive. But then going down to about here, I see a good list of designs that we could turn into statics. So again, we're just looking for designs that stand out from the bunch, and then we turn them into static ads. So now let's go take a look to see sales examples. Let's go take a look at Sloth. Yeah, so for Sloth, we go to total sales by product. So we look at past 7 days for link clicks, or you can also look at past 30 if it's not enough data. But then for sales, we normally just go with like the widest time range, and then I might look at past 7, but I want to see as much data as I can. And so we can see this is in June. The Out of Breath shirt was doing really well, Sunrise Pines, and Stump of Life t-shirt. So now, if this design is getting all of these conversions just from the catalog ad, meaning every time somebody is seeing it, it looks like it hasn't been touched before. There's no engagement. So if it's getting this many sales from just the catalog, how many more sales do we think it would get if it was able to go on tour by itself and rack up all that engagement and basically have a line around the block? How many more people would that pique their interest? That's what we're here to find out. So say we combining the two examples, if this was Slice, we would find, okay, what design is this? What design is this? What design is that? And then I would grab this one, and this one. So that's how we would look at the cost per link click data and the sales data from Shopify. And then we create the ads. So at this point, your design test should be running all the time. And now we're going to create a additional ad. And actually, the fastest way to do this, if you want a little hack, these are the super cool orange glasses ad hacks. This is what cool looks like. All right, so instead of creating all of them again one by one, we can just select the ads that we want to use. And then actually, we could even do the ad set. Heck, why not the whole campaign? Let's do it. So duplicate, duplicate. Great. Now we just have a bunch of, this is why not, static ad or test. Advantage plus catalog budget, leave it off. Or catalog ads, ad set budget. There we go. $12.50 budget. Placements everywhere. Nice. And now here, what's the first thing we're going to do with these? How do we keep our life nice and organized, keep things simple? If you guessed change the name, you are correct. Now there are 3 different ways we can change the name. Getting more familiar with the ad account. We could click here and edit it there. We could click that and edit it here. Or we can go like this and then use the bulk actions here. Everything in here is just a bulk action for something you can do somewhere else. Fun fact. It looks like a totally different like set of tools, but it's all like media. That's just changing the image. Primary text, that's updating the ad copy. That's turning off the annoying checkbox we always turn off. Advantage plus creative, like that's the other fun stuff we turn off. So fun stuff. Now let's change the name. And we're going to name this static ad number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save the draft. Then click edit. Then, assuming that we don't have to change our ad copy, which basically your ad copy is not a problem if you have made it this far. And pretty much as long as you follow these best practices that we talked about, then your ad copy will never really be an issue. But what we do want to do is change each ad's media. So we're going to come here and I would use the color that this variant is. So you get the number from there, and then you go into your Shopify store and you search that number, and it'll show you the exact color that's getting the most clicks. Because keep in mind, this is testing all the variants. So it could be our Bad Lie shirt, and we think the best color is, white. Like I thought it looked pretty good, but it turns out that the one that's getting all the clicks is the navy. So we want to make sure that we grab the right color, and then we would upload them in here, and then you just let's go with mockup 6, 8, 9, 10. Continue. There we go. And then the one thing that I want to make sure is off. Yeah, turn off the end date. At this stage, I don't use I never use scheduling. I just control it myself. But when we're launching our first campaign, it can be helpful in terms of ease of mind. Yeah, now we have our static ad set next to our catalog ad. And as a side note, you can feel free to rename these to whatever you like. You can even, for bonus points, you can pin your favorite campaign. There you go. Lots of fun stuff here side of Meta Adland. Then you just click publish. Show me an error. I dare you. Oh, you showed me a grayed out publish button. That's just as good. Try again. All right. Refresh. Nope. There we go. And if your ad account ever really glitches, you can do this. This is like when you're really pissed off at your laptop and you just like jam down the power button. That's like doing that to your whole ad account. So I've only had to use it like once in past couple years. Like if something gets really stuck and I can't, like if it keeps saying review and publish, but there's nothing to publish, that kind of thing. But that rarely happens. So we now have our static ad test set up, 5 ads in the ad set. So to recap our spend, our catalog ad, once it starts running at a 2x ROAS, we have now left it running. And keep in mind that fluctuations like 30 to 40% day to day are completely normal in terms of your cost per click, number of purchases. We're looking at the 7-day average. So that's now running all the time. And the static ads that we just launched have a $12.50 a day budget as well. So these 3 campaigns, and the mockup test is now turned off, are pretty much the only ones you need to run. You have 3 campaigns: catalog ad, static ad, and then your email flows. So we have the catalog ad that finds the winners. Static ads are testing to build up engagement. And in the scaling roadmap, we are going to be talking about what we do with these winners. Like when we run it, say now it's Monday, what do we do with the static ads? That's what we're going to be answering next. But the question that I had at this stage primarily was, so I have all these different pieces. I know I can send emails and I have some flows set up and I have ads running and I make some designs, but what is the complete system? How do these all work together? Where should my focus be placed? And when and how do I scale up? And on the flip side, when do I cut? And how do I consistently grow and bring profitable days back to back to back inside my ad account? And ultimately scale from 3K to 5K to 10K per month. And without a clear scaling system and decision-making framework to follow, students, and myself included, end up just making random decisions. So let's fix that right now. So how do we bring consistency to the ad account to be able to scale up the budgets? Because right now we might be spending anywhere from $50 to $100 per day. And as long as we're spending at relatively low levels, we're always going to have very inconsistent results. We want to scale things up to get over the $1,000 to $2,000 per day mark as quickly as possible so we can really start to bring in consistent sales. Because until we get to that point, say we have like 5 sales per day. If you miss one sale, it's a 20% drop. It's a pretty tough game to play. The good news is once we get over that, it's kind of like a boat when it's trying to get up on plane. As long as it's just, down in the water, it's feeling every single wave hitting against the bow until it gets escape velocity essentially. It gets going and it's up on plane, so it starts skipping across the waves. We're able to do basically the same thing with our ad account. The question is, what should we be tweaking? Where should we be placing our focus in order to get there? The first things first, we start off by reviewing the static ads and looking for any ads that were running at a profitable ROAS over the weekend test. And then we pull those out and we put them in a winning ad set. So the whole game here, just keep the tryout metaphor fresh in your mind. We are the coach. Our number one goal is to get the best team possible, even if that means recruiting endlessly. And we will never settle for a subpar player. Same thing goes for our ads. So we pull them into a winner ad set. So we're just testing and then pulling together the winners and letting them run together. And then launch more, pull them together, let them run. And then over time, it builds up and up until you have a really, really good group of ads. And when I say really good, I mean the kind of ads that are able to get hundreds and thousands of purchases at a 2.5 to a 3.0 ROAS without burning out. And as we are consolidating, we are then prepping more static ads to launch. Now, the question that might come up is, what do we do if when we looked at the catalog ad, there were none that were in the cost per click range that we're looking for? We just pick the ones that are doing the best, or we leave none of them running. And so we put them in the winning ad set. And at the same time, we were prepping more static ads to launch. What do we do if when we're reviewing our static ads, we see that none of them got purchases and they all got really expensive cost per clicks? That happens. It's entirely possible that your best performing design that was getting lots of clicks in the catalog will not get any clicks in, not any, but it won't perform to the same level in static ads. So that's just the nature of the game. The good news, there's no cost to us uploading another 100 designs. The only cost of that is being willing to set aside our expectations, our unfounded expectations of how fast this should or shouldn't happen and how many designs it should or shouldn't take. The sooner we can set that aside and just lock into the process, the faster we're going to get there. So if it's underperforming, then we just pick the ones that are doing the best, or we can leave none of them running. But we just keep rinsing and repeating. Okay, and for all of us visual learners out there, this one is for us because this is a visual breakdown, the simplest possible way that we can cover this. Really make this click, hopefully, so that then you'll know exactly how to be moving around the static ads, exactly what we mean by making new ad sets. But first, as I was drawing this out, I realized, especially using the ad account the first time, it'd be really helpful if we add the word campaign to the campaigns. So I recommend now updating all your campaign names to be this. And this is what we're going to be referring to them as from now on. So we have the catalog ad test campaign, the static ad test campaign, and the mockup test campaign. And mockup test campaign, obviously, we're not using anymore. And then the ad sets, I recommend naming it catalog ad test ad set. That's a mouthful. And then the static ad test number 1 ad set. And then have the word ad in at the ad level. The reason being, it can be so easy, and I know this from personal experience, getting confused between am I at the ad level or ad set. Just having the word ad set there helps. Just one of those like little 1-degree tweaks that from looking over the shoulder, people working through their ad account for the first couple of times, it would help clarify some things. All right, so what we just described with graduating or with testing out the static ads, here right now is what our entire ad account looks like. All of the running campaigns, at least. The mockup test, obviously, we don't have to worry about anymore. So up top, we have the catalog ad test campaign. This is running at $12.50 per day. And as we talked about many times, this is testing all of the products that we are then able to see which ones are getting the cheapest clicks. And then from there, we then are doing 2 things. We are creating iterations of the winning designs. So making 3 to 5 iterations, remembering the 50/50 rule, 7 designs per day. That is, if you fall asleep and do nothing the rest of tonight, just wake up tomorrow thinking about making 7 designs per day. That is the only thing that matters. Everything else is literally just semantics. But we make 3 to 5 iterations off the winners. And now we have the added tool in our chest of turning them into static ads. So what that looks like is what we just did. We found the ones that have low link clicks. We looked at the ones that have sales, and then we made this ad set. So that's this campaign right here, one ad set, and then the 5 ads. And now we let that run for $12.50 a day, Thursday to Sunday. So it spends about $50 by the end of the day on Sunday. It might spend up to 60. Sometimes it goes over slightly, sometimes it underspends, but ballpark. So we don't have to be looking for the exact like line in the sand. And we try to, a lot of times with, especially with ads, I find people, and it makes sense, try to find like exact answers, like do exactly this. There's no absolutes in it. It's just learning the concepts. What we're trying to do at a high level is we found ads that we think are going to perform well, and then we put them on display to see if they perform even better. And then we're looking at, on come Sunday night, Monday morning, we're looking to see, did any of these ads get purchases, even 1 or 2 purchases on that little spend, because our average cost per purchase is about $19. So we're only at that budget. We're really only looking at 1, 2, maybe 3 purchases. So 1 or 2 purchases at that spend is perfectly good deal. So I would count that as a winner because it's almost definitely running at a 2.0 ROAS. On the flip side, we're also excited about ads that are getting really cheap cost per clicks. So if, say, our catalog ad, and it's relative to what you're seeing in your ad account. So say your catalog ad is getting 95-cent cost per clicks on average past 7 days, then you have a static ad that got 15 link clicks at 70 cents. That's also a good sign. But then anything that got like 0 purchases and $1 plus cost per click, then I just count that as a loser or lesson learned, and I just turn it off. And then what do we do with these up here? We just leave them running. That's it. We just leave them running. And then we look at the catalog ad again and see which ones do we want to turn into static ads next. And then we launch another 5 to 7. You can go up to 5 to 10. I wouldn't go over 15 ads in the ad set, especially at that low budget. But you just start adding in new ones, and every Monday you're looking for the same thing. Anything that got really cheap cost per clicks, ideally is getting purchases. And as you start getting more purchases, like it's not even close. Like if you have 2 ads that got 2 purchases at a 2.5 ROAS, those are the winners, like regardless of the other cost per clicks that designs might have gotten. And you just keep adding new creatives to this ad set. And now we'll talk about the budget in a second, but part of the reason that this works so well is because of the latest update with Meta called Andromeda, where basically we used to split up everything into tons of different ad sets, especially at the 1 to 2K a day level. You don't need to be doing that. You just need to be making better products. So this just one ad set. So 2 campaigns, 2 ad sets, catalog ad in 1, and then just launching new statics here. And we keep the budget super low until we start seeing profitable results. And if we don't have any that are showing positive signs, then that just means we have to make more better designs. That's it. It's not something wrong with your structure. Like when I was starting out, if whenever I wasn't getting some winning ads, I would just assume that, oh, it just means that I need to, just make different ad sets and like piece together like different ads. And like, well, what if I test out targeting on this one? And like, what if this one I just do 4 ads? Like maybe that's the trick. Or maybe I need to like let it run longer. Or honestly, like you can try all of those things. But I say all this to hopefully save you not just the ad spend, but more importantly, save you the time of just going on a wild goose chase that's ultimately going to bring you back to the same like fundamental principle that none of us can avoid, that great designs sell. Like we saw from all those student posts in the community, everybody who's reached any like a pretty decent amount of success and then shared about it openly, almost everybody has said the exact same thing, that I tried all these different things, came back to it, and it turns out that it's just more designs. Now, let's talk about budget increases. Right now, we're spending, if you haven't bumped the budget at all, we're spending basically nothing, $25 a day. And as soon as we're running at a break even ROAS, and to be perfectly honest, those $12.50 budgets, I start at the bare minimum at 25 or 50. But it's like the story of the tortoise and the hare. It's not one size fits all. It's like, are you trying to get results fast and you have a higher spending tolerance? Then you can start off with 25 or $50 a day budget on those ad sets. But I don't mention this earlier in the course very intentionally, because as soon as people hear that, they start to over index on, oh, I just need to spend more. Then they end up blowing through a budget rather than just focusing on the designs. So by talking about it now, we can be hopefully more aware of the impact designs have like really has, because you probably experienced it for yourself, at least in some small way by this point. But when it comes to budget increases, our goal is that we use the system that we built. It's able to put in $1, get $2 out. Now we start to stress test this by slowly bumping it up. And just like any engine, the first time you get it on the road, you don't just put the pedal to the metal. There's still kinks that we're trying to work out, and it's not always just smooth sailing right out of the gate. So let's set realistic expectations that there's still work ahead of us, but we've made a ton of progress so far. So our mental model here is the engine is our catalog test. So it's always running. It discovers new fuel, which is winning designs, and we never want to stop this engine. We always keep this running, $12.50 a day. And then the static ad scaling is like us testing out, pushing down on the accelerator to try and find more fuel. But in order to do that, we need to be filling the tank. There needs to be something for the engine to be running on this whole time. We scale winners with 20% increases every 2 to 3 days. And the fuel tank is set by our design creation cadence, which is 7 designs per day. But we have to keep in mind that there is a scale ceiling. This is going to be the 105th time we've heard about this, set by the number of designs that you have. So keep launching, because if you ever stop refueling, eventually the engine sputters out and winners run out. Like, you will have ads that start to do pretty well and then they just start to fatigue. Ad fatigue is a real thing. But when I do have a campaign that's performing well, or an ad set, I'm bumping the budget by 20 to 30%. And the way that works is you just come in here, you go to the ad set, and then you just bump it up like that. Or if you're like me and you don't like doing mental math, go here, budget, increase daily budget 20%. And now at $12.50 a day, 20% budget is only $2.50. So I would just bump it up to 20. But the reason that we're bumping by 20 to 30% is that it's slow and consistent enough that we are able to essentially bump without throwing off the algorithm. But again, at just $12.50 a day, if you're seeing 2.5, 3 ROAS, I would start bumping and just keep launching as many ads as you can, which you need designs in order to do. But just start ramping things up, because you have the flywheel there. It just needs more of a push to start rolling down the mountain. And just keep in mind, out of everything we just talked about, there's just 3 C's of scaling. So whenever you're like, I think things are going well, what should I do? The 3 C's are create, we make designs. 2, we cut, meaning we turn off the losers. And 3, we consolidate. We move the winners together. And we're simplifying the 3rd C by everything happening in one ad set, which has been a change recently with Andromeda. And the typical success ratio on these static ads, to give you an idea, is about 1 to 20. So picture that. We just launched 5 in that one ad set. It would take 4 of those ad sets normally before we find a design that will consistently get purchases at a 2.5 plus ROAS, which is what we're really aiming for. And here's the criteria that I follow when bumping budgets. So 15 to 20% every 2 to 3 days. And what I'm looking at is the past 7-day ROAS. So if it's at a 2.5 plus, then I'm bumping it by 20%. If it's in like a 2.2 to 2.4 range, about 15%. And if it's at a 2 to 2.2, which is just above break even is about 1.9. And we'll talk about how we calculate that in the next lesson. But anything below that, I'm just leaving it. And if it's in the 1.6 to 1.8 range, then I'm cutting it. But if you're under $50 a day in spend, you should not be cutting anything, because then you would have literally no traffic. I only cut if I have already bumped up to a decent amount, but this should rarely be happening since we've consolidated so much of the account structure down to just 2 campaigns, like the entire account structure. And we're going to leave a scaling guide linked down below this video that's going to include a decision tree that helps walk you through this. But keep in mind, again, that the goal of this is not to learn, okay, when this number over 2.6, then bump 20%. Because with that, that's just regurgitating. That's not actually fundamentally understanding. What we want to understand is at a 2.5, the ad is performing well. We are making 20% plus margin on that. So we want to get more spend out of it. We don't bump it by 100% or go crazy. Well, if you're at 1250, like bumping to 25 or 50, it's not a big deal. But if you're at like 100, we don't bump to 200 or 300. You just do slow, consistent bumps so it compounds. Then if the ad is just doing okay, or the ad set is just doing okay at a 2.2 to 2.4, then we do a moderate bump. But if it's just about where we want it, we're not going to start spending extra on it because we know that as we increase spend, the ROAS typically declines, which is another rule of thumb. There's an inverse relationship with ROAS and budget, meaning as we start to scale our budgets up, typically the ROAS will start to plateau or drop down until we get better and better ads. And it's normally at this point, right around here, that your mind may start playing tricks on you because it wants to make it more complicated than it seems. And we don't want to let that happen. Now, I'm not like trying to downplay this or oversimplify things, but in reality, what you have built is the backbone of the business. You have the acquisition channel, you have the optimized store, you have all the pieces. Now, your brain is going to start grasping at these tiny little incremental changes. Like, what if we tried a different account structure? Or what if we tweak the ad copy slightly? Like, all those things are fine and good, but there is one big, highest leverage activity that you can be doing and should be doing at all times. That is creating new designs. So, if you're ever not happy with the ad results you're seeing, just look at your accountability scorecard. How have you been doing with creating designs for the past 7 days? And if you don't know the number, step one is tracking the number. Have a spreadsheet, keep it simple and organized for yourself. And then two, make a contract with yourself that the only time you are able to get disgruntled or dismayed or whatever about the ad results is if you have made anything more than 7 designs per day over the past 7 days. And then the catch to it is once you have that kind of consistency, the results will start to follow, assuming that you are not just iterating in an echo chamber and recreating the exact same designs again and again, that you're actually doing research, you're making sure that your research is getting translated into the designs. And on top of that, it's helpful to make sure that you fill out the stats spreadsheet that is linked down below. It's basically a day by day log of what's going on in your store, what changes you're making, and all of that is where you can also track the designs that you're creating. And if you ever feel like you've hit a plateau in your sales, maybe it's around $200 a day, maybe 500, maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000. If you're ever sitting stagnant at different levels, here it is for the 106th time, you just need more better designs. That is literally it. Commit to 7 designs per day for the next 30 days and then check your results because you're on the path to 10K. As of right now, we're driving traffic, things are converting, we're building our email list, but we want to make sure that we are actually keeping the money. That's why we're about to cover one of the most fundamental skills. We saw a little preview of it in the 0 to 7 figure store case study. Let's talk about profitability and how do we turn these sales into dollars that are stacking up in the bank account. Profit is a choice. I'm going to say that again. Profitability in your business is a decision that we have to make and commit ourselves to as the business owners. Because if we are not committed to that sole focus, making that the only goal, the thing that is top of mind 24/7, then nobody else is able to do it for us. And that is something that took me way too long to figure out. And it really just comes down to a few simple decisions that we make in our day to day that can ultimately decide if we are stacking $5,000, $10,000 per month in profit plus, or if we feel like we are perpetually stuck on a hamster wheel, just going around and around testing out new designs. And the beautiful part about it is that it really just comes down to running a P&L because just by doing that, I was able to improve my margins from roughly 3 to 5% and at low volume to upwards of 20% plus. Like we saw in the previous lesson, the 0 to 7 figure store, we had lots of months of 15, 20, 25K profit. And like our brand in the past 30 days has generated, like we looked at before, about $60 to $70,000 in net profit off of $430,000 in revenue. But we could do that same amount of revenue, and if we didn't know our numbers, if we weren't running our P&L, then we would be looking at a fraction of that. So that literally means, just from the things we're about to cover, you can be, with no additional effort in the business, this stuff takes about 15 minutes each week, means 4 to 5 times more profit that I'm taking home. And to introduce this topic, I just wanted to briefly share a post that I wrote in the Accelerator a couple of months ago addressing this topic, because I noticed that there were several people, like several members, that were doing a great job, like making great designs. They were driving up sales, they were hitting a ROAS, but then I kept noticing posts where they would say, like, I have a positive ROAS, but like cash flow is a struggle. And I'm not saying this to fault anybody by any stretch. Like, it takes a lot of courage, and it's the right thing to do, to share openly about your struggles and with a positive mindset. Like, everything in this community is extremely positive. It's no whining or anything of the sort. That's what I love about everybody in here. But the post that I wrote was addressing this, and that is the roadmap to basically getting to profitability. Because I ran brands for 3 to 4 years before I stopped believing that profit was out of my control. It just seemed like this kind of nebulous thing that floated around, like, oh, maybe someday the numbers will add up in my favor. Like, here's hoping, maybe someday soon, like, just going to keep working away. And I was so naive. It was so easy telling myself stories like, it's just my niche, or ad costs are too high, or, like, my supplier fees are killing me. The reality was that I strayed away from the basics, more accurately, never had my numbers dialed in the first place. So the truth is, profitability is a math equation. It's all that it is. Dollars in, dollars out. We know how much we should be spending based on the benchmarks. And then anything that is outside the benchmarks, we then work to bring that back in. And because we are not here to build brands that get to 1,000 per month, 2,000 per month, like, there's no reason that we cannot get scale up to $50 to $100,000 plus per month. Even if your goal is much lower than that, once you have a brand that's doing $10,000 per month in sales, even like 5 to 10,000, you can scale that up. You can pour fuel on the fire. A lot of times we just don't know the numbers to be looking for. So in this protocol that we're going to be covering, I've distilled the exact lessons, realizations, and decision-making frameworks that help me regain control and finally start making consistent profits. Hopefully, what took me 3 to 4 years to figure out, it'll bring you the same in much less time. So all that being said, the key to the scaling protocol that we're going to cover is understanding how to run our numbers. What I mean by that is our profit and loss statement, P&L. This is a non-negotiable if you're going to continue with this business from this point forward. It is a non-negotiable that you run this as frequently as possible, at bare minimum, weekly basis, ideally daily. But do not let a week go by that you do not run the P&L. I'm going to show you exactly what that is. P&L, profit and loss statement, is basically, it shows all of the money that came into the business and then all the money that left. So income minus expenses equals net profit. Fancy accounting term, EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization. Big mouthful of sentence. Very simple example. Say we had $1,000 in sales and $800 in expenses. That would leave us with $200 in profit. And our biggest expenses that we have are the cost of goods sold, our ad spend, transaction fees, overhead, then other miscellaneous stuff like refunds, returns, that sort of stuff. So here are the benchmarks that we're aiming for. We are aiming for cost of goods, meaning the total amount that we were paying to Printify, to be in the 40 to 42% range, meaning out of $100 in sales, $40 of that went to Printify. Then ad spend, we were aiming for 25 to 33% of that, of our revenue, going to ad spend, which means, like, if you take 33%, that means we want to be at a 3x overall. So if you take your total sales divided by total ad spend, that would give you your percentage. Then transaction fees, this is set pretty much by default by Shopify, but that's the next biggest expense. Then overhead, this is all of the softwares, apps like Shopify, Klaviyo, any apps that you have on the store, that sort of thing. And we want this to be around 3%. I had, at one point, we stopped tracking this and it was up to about 10% of revenue. It got insane. We were paying like $35,000 per month in just software fees, which we did not need. It should have been like $5,000. And that was with us being on like the highest Klaviyo plan, highest Shopify plan. We just were not running our numbers. So profit and loss statement, what is it? It is a summary of your business's revenues, costs, profits over a set period of time. So I recommend running it daily. Why does this matter? Because it shows our business's financial health and helps guide decisions that ultimately increase profitability. Run it daily. Weekly is the absolute bare minimum. Run it daily if you want to be as successful as possible, because what gets measured gets grown. So run it daily so we're able to track revenue, control costs, and optimize profits. And then we're able to use the insights to plan for growth, like seeing if we're actually, making money or not. It's a necessity. So this is the P&L for our 0 to 7 figure brand in the month of November. So this is the time period that we're looking at. So this was last month, generated $283,000 in sales at a 2.5 ROAS. Let's break down and see how we get to this profit number. And if you're wondering why it says 304,000 for total sales, but on Triple Whale, which just pulls in the Shopify data, it says 283. That's because Triple Whale is excluding discounts and refunds, and it's sometimes off by like a couple grand, which is really less than 1%. But so starting off at the top, we have the total amount of Shopify revenue that was generated. So this is the gross sales and the shipping revenue that was paid to us by the customer. And we're going to fill in a P&L together in just a second. So we'll see how to grab each one of these numbers. Then we have our total cost of goods. And by the way, the template for this P&L is linked in the description down below in the lesson in the free school community. And then next we have platform costs, which is really just discounts that we gave out and then any refunds, which note our refund rate is about 1%, which is really, really good. And yours should be almost spot on since we're using same supplier, same types of products, same quality, same shipping speed, all of that. So that gives us a gross profit of $157,000. So that's gross profit is just the total sales minus the cost to fulfill. So it's cost of goods essentially, basically every expense except for overhead and marketing and transaction fees. So our transaction fees were $12,000. And the reason that PayPal says 0 here is that PayPal is now integrated with Shopify payments. So they all run through the same. But if you didn't set up PayPal, by the way, make sure to set that up if it's available in your country. About 40 to 50% of our sales come through that because it's such a trusted name. Next, we spent $107,000 on Facebook ads, tiny little bit on Google, which I don't recommend getting into that until you're doing 30 to 50K per month. But until you get to that point, like you don't need to be even entertaining the idea. You can keep it really simple. Then we have contractors. We have team members who help handle our customer service, which you don't have to worry about this right now. That's for much later. Then we also have a accountant / bookkeeper. Basically, once you get to about $100,000 per month, that's the time that I would definitely have a bookkeeper or an accountant. So bringing in 15, 20K profit. But until that point, this is not financial advice, but just best practices. Keep all business expenses on one business card and all personal expenses completely separate, just for super easy tracking and to make sure that it's as compliant as possible. But we do have an accountant now. So that gives us a total operating income of $32,000. Now, because we do so much volume with Printify, we get a rebate off of the sales that we generate. And so they have tiers inside. So at the time of recording this, our brand has done enough that we are making about 5% back on cost of goods, which gets added to the P&L here. And then we have our credit card that we use. So we have a Capital One 2% cash back that we put all transactions on, and that brought in an additional $4,600 in profit. So that's an additional income of $11,582. Grand total income $44,000 at a 16% margin. Then down here we have our core stats. So our off Facebook ROAS and our cost of goods sold, and overhead is a percentage of revenue. So it's interesting actually. The Triple Whale is not as far off as I thought. Yeah, 50,000. So it's off by about 10, 12% because it's 44 was the 44 was the actual. And yeah, that's good to know. I thought that it was off by like 20 to 30%. Anyways, so this is basically what the P&L looks like. And the reason this is so valuable is this breaks it down into basic math so we can see exactly where every dollar is going. So now that we understand what every number on the P&L is meant for, now we're going to pull the numbers ourselves. So we just start top to bottom and we go with Shopify gross sales. So how do we get these numbers right here? We go into our dashboard and we go to analytics. We switch to the date range and then we click that. We say total sales over time. So we had $280,000. Let me zoom in. $280,000 in gross sales. So that goes right there. And then shipping sales. So this is the $4.95 that people paid at checkout for shipping. That's this right here. So we just copy that, paste it in, and that totals our gross sales. While we're still in the dashboard, I'm going to do discounts. So we get discounts from right there, and then refunds we get from right here. So the number you're seeing on your dashboard, this 279, is actually after it's factored for gross sales, discounts being taken out, returns taken out, and then net sales is just gross sales minus discounts minus returns. Then they add the shipping charges. And then if you're collecting taxes, which you won't be in the beginning, then that gets added on as well, which sales tax, state sales tax is a whole nother can of worms. Long story short, this is not financial advice. It's just what we do in our brand from our experience. We wait until Shopify gives us a notice that we need to start collecting sales tax in a specific state. And until then, we don't worry about it and you can ask ChatGPT to read up and get more information about it. But now for the Printify charge, how do we find that? So we go down to Printify, and then we come down to wallet and then invoices, and then come to the calendar here and then go to November. And then here are all the invoices that we receive for the month. So starting out, you're just going to be targeting the United States. You only start targeting international once you get to 10K plus in sales. And at that point, I highly, highly encourage you to join the accelerator if you haven't already. Honestly, as soon as you turn on ads is the time that getting an expert coach looking over your shoulder and getting comments and feedback from hundreds and hundreds of other people who have spent millions of dollars in ad spend is worth its weight in gold. Like if they can help you make even one tweak, it can save you 10 times more than the monthly cost. So anyways, that aside, you're not going to be looking at any of these, like all these different invoices for the time being. You're just going to see the United States one. But for us, we just go through and add up all of these. And then that becomes the Printify charge there. And if we click into one of the invoices, what we see is across the top here, the invoice. So I just picked one that's smaller, so it's easier numbers to look at. But this is for Canada, so you just be looking at the United States one. They all look the same. But we see it's broken down into a couple of different numbers. So first up, we have the production cost. So this is the cost of the actual t-shirts itself. Then we have the shipping cost. This is the shipping cost that we paid to Printify. And then we have the tax amount, which is the amount that we are paying in taxes to Printify on top of, it's basically taxing for shipping and the production cost, and then the total amount that we paid. So that's how the invoices work. And they generate these on a monthly basis, normally on the 3rd or the 4th of the month. So to run this on a daily basis, what we do is the way we set up Printify way back many moons ago now, it feels like, that it bills on a daily basis, or there's a way in Printify that you can export your orders so that you can see the daily view. So that's how we get Printify. And then these are formulas, so we don't worry about them. And then for transaction fees, the way we get this, you go to finance, payouts. So if you're running the P&L for just a day, you would just click on one of the payouts here, and you would be able to see the fees that we paid for that date range was $195, which comes out about 5.7%. So depending on if you're like, ours is slightly higher because we're selling internationally, but yours will generally be around like the 4%, 4 to 5% range. So you can also run a report in analytics that will pull it for the entire month. But what I personally recommend doing right now is run this on a daily basis. So you'll just be looking at the specific payouts. Or if you want to go the fast way, just round out to about 5%. And that normally covers, it'll honestly normally be lower than that if you're targeting just the United States. Then our Facebook ad spend, the way we pull that is we just go to the ad account and we just go 1st through the 30th, 107,000. plop that right there. Google, we don't have to worry about. Then overhead expenses, you just go basically add a tab to the spreadsheet and just list out every subscription. Just go through your credit card, list out everything that you're paying for, and then turn that into, if it's a monthly fee and you're running this daily, you would put the daily fee here. So if it's, say, a $90 a month charge, I would put $3 per day when I'm running the daily P&L. Say I have $3,000 in total monthly expenses. If I'm running the monthly P&L, I would put $3,000 here. If I'm running it daily, then I would put 100 here, because we run the P&L on a accrual basis of accounting. And accrual means that we basically spread out the charges effectively, so we don't have days where, a Shopify bill might hit and then it looks like we were just insanely unprofitable. Like, no, the other days of the month we're benefiting from that. That's roughly how accrual works. Then contractors, we don't have to worry about. Accounting, we don't have to worry about. Any credit card rewards, you drop them in there, and that's how to run the P&L. So that's how we do it. You run it on a daily basis. So just remember that the reason we're running the P&L is that sales are vanity, profit is sanity, and cash is reality. And we got into this to make money, so let's make sure that we keep it. So now that we know how to run the numbers, find the cost of goods, and basically track everything, we now know every metric in the business. We may not know it to the expert level that we would like, but getting comfortable with that uncertainty will do us well, because scaling in business means that we are welcoming new, bigger challenges for ourselves, and that's how the business grows. Like, I used to think that there was this big plateau part where things would just get easy and I would, golden goalposts, all of that. And it doesn't really happen. It just like lock into enjoying the process and starting to learn what each thing means. And this is a perfect time to bring up our next topic, which is the scaling roadmap, where we bring everything all together into a solidified system. The scaling roadmap is my absolute favorite area of anything that we get the opportunity to teach. And it was something that, for me, once it really started to come together, if anybody has seen, I'm sure some people have seen it, maybe a handful have seen the movie The Matrix. There's a scene in the movie where, the main character starts to like really see and like understand what's going on. And he starts to see like opportunities and things that he can control that he never really realized that he had control over. That is what the scaling roadmap, this exercise that we're going to go through, did for me in my business, and what has helped many people in the community, just from their own feedback, really become like the true owner of their brand and have complete control over everything. So if you're currently feeling like you've got a lot of things going, but you still want to nail down the fundamentals, want to get into a good routine, still feels like we're kind of firefighting, this is the lesson that we're going to absolutely change that once and for all. So what is the scaling roadmap, aka scaling protocol? It's basically a decision tree of what we should be focusing on and what we shouldn't. So we're going to start off with an exercise before we actually can use the full tree, and we're going to go through the decision frameworks, basically how everything plays out. First, there's a really important exercise that I want to share with you, and that is the scorecard exercise. So looks somewhat similar to the P&L, and some of the same numbers are on here, but it also includes the key KPIs. So cost per link click, conversion rate, average order value, the three main levers that we have on the business, those are also factored in here. And the whole premise of the scorecard exercise is that we fill this in on, like, in the mastermind community of people who sellers who are at 50K plus in sales. We do this on a weekly basis and we review it together every single week, looking at everybody's metrics. It's a complete open book and we give each other feedback. We identify the opportunities. And the way that it works is you fill in every week, so your total sales and then your net profit margin. So you get this from your P&L. And what we're looking for here is like our sales going up week over week. And if they're going up, that's great. But how much of that is actually profitable? And we want to be in about 15 to 20% range overall. Then ad spend and ROAS. And the reason that we have ad spend here is so that we can, you could just say put the ROAS, but when we have the ad spend, we're able to calculate the MER, which is the off Facebook ROAS, or total sales divided by total ad spend. And then you put in the ROAS from your ad account, your cost per link click, your conversion rate from Shopify, your average order value, and then your email stats. So how much did you generate from your campaigns? How much did you generate from your email flows? What's your pop-up sign-up rate? And then the main expenses. So cost of goods sold as a percentage, overhead as a percentage of revenue, and then our inputs. Number of new designs launched, number of new ad creatives tested, so new static ads launched, and number of email campaigns sent. So what this tells us, and we're going to go through lots of examples here. This is the most important skill I could ever possibly hope to impart upon you. I know spreadsheets aren't the most fun for everybody, but this is where the magic really happens. Don't even think of this as a spreadsheet. This is us, in lieu of being in the store, being able to see eyes on what's happening in the business. This is our way of doing that. So you wouldn't want to run your business blind. This is how we are able to finally see. So what we are looking for between total sales and net profit margin is that we are at 15 to 20%. If we are not at 15 to 20%, then the first thing we look at, can't really snap. There we go. First thing we look at is we don't ask like how are the ads doing or anything. We ask the question of why are we not profitable? If it's not 15%, remembering back to what are the two main, like think sequentially, like we did with the conversion rate, how we went add to cart, reach checkout, sessions converted. Do the same thing with profitability. What are the largest expenses? And we already covered these. The largest expenses that impact our net profit margin are our cost of goods sold and our ad spend. So our ROAS. So first thing we look at is what is our overall off Facebook ROAS? And if we're at a 2 ROAS, like meaning say we had $10,000 in sales, we spent $5,000 in ads, that's a 2. That means that our profit margin should be at about break even. So that's not where we want to be, obviously. Then when our ROAS is at a 2.5, we should be at roughly a 10% margin. When we're at a 3, should be at roughly like 18%. When we're at a 4, it should be at roughly 25 to 30%. And the way we know that is because at a 2, that means that ad spend is taking up 50% of revenue. At a 4, it's taking up 25%. At a 3, it's taking up 33%. And at a 2.5, it's taking up, what is that, 40? Yeah, 40%. So it makes sense because our cost of goods, all other expenses stay pretty much static. There is some variance in like cost of goods and overhead, but it pretty much comes out to about 50% for everything else. So why is this so important to know? Because it tells us if we are not profitable, and remember, profit is a choice, 100% a decision, and I choose to say yes. So the first thing that we're looking for is, does our profit margin relative to the overall ROAS, the MER, marketing efficiency ratio, does it give us any cause for concern? Meaning, when I see a 2.5 overall, I want to see that we are at a 10% margin. 8 to 12% is acceptable, like 20% variance either way for any of these numbers. But if I see that we're at a 2.5 ROAS and our profit margin is 0%, and assuming that we ran the P&L properly, and we have the right ROAS, like if I'm looking at a 2.5 here, I know that this should be 10%. And again, it could be 8%, it could be upwards of 12 a little bit, but it should be about 10%. Now, when I say cause for concern, what I meant is if I see that we're at a 2.5 and we're at 0%, alarm bells should be going off because that means we have a leaky bucket somewhere else that we should not be losing money. The only two other places that this could be happening, and it's not even close, it's cost of goods sold. So as a percentage, we want to be at 40 to 42% max. If you start getting up into 44, 45%, then that's tough. Like we want to be at 40 to 42%. That is the range that we have found you are able to be consistently profitable. But as you creep up higher than that, then you start to really eat into margin. So the way that you get your cost of goods to be in that range is you do the math on how much you're charging your customers and how much you're paying to printify. It's as simple as that. And then you factor in discounts. So to give a benchmark, we charge $29.99 for Gildan 64,000. And we charge $4.87 for shipping. And we have $75 plus for the free shipping threshold. Now, in our email pop-up, we give anywhere from a 10 to 15% discount. And so that comes out of the cost of goods as well. So things that could drive up cost of goods is over discounting, underpricing, low average order value. Because when you have a low average order value, our shipping cost that we pay to Printify decreases as customers add more products. Like it technically goes up, but it decreases relative to each product. So like for the first product, we pay about $5 in shipping. For the second product, we pay about $2.50. So the more products, and we pay the same acquisition cost. So the more products we're able to get people to buy, then the lower the cost of goods will be. So as long as you have average order value at $45 plus, you are giving out 10 to 15% discounts, and you are pricing at least $29.99 base price for the Gildan 64,000. If you're Comfort Colors or Bella Canvas, you need to be pricing higher. But as long as you follow this, then your cost of goods should be in the 40 to 42% range. And as you ramp up, you're able to get discounts from Printify, so it comes down over time. So that's the first number we look at. And the first thing we do with the scorecard is see, does the profit margin relative to the overall ROAS make sense? So if it doesn't, we talked about cost of goods. The next thing we look at is overhead as a percentage of revenue. So this number should be 2 to 3%. If it's any higher than that, then it means that we should be cutting expenses. Like there's not really that much that we need to pay for. Now, the caveat to this is when you're doing, say, $1,000 in sales, then a Shopify is going to be 5%. So that's like your overhead's going to be 10%. So this is really after you hit like the 10K in sales mark. These are the numbers that we should be trying to hit for. So at 10K in sales at 3%, that means you have $300 for overhead expenses. Shopify, you should be on the $39 or $49 a month plan, or even if you're on the 100, you still have $200 left over. Klaviyo should be like $50 to $100. Then you have $100 left over for like random tools and apps and stuff. And there's your 3%. If it's 5, 6, 7%, practice self-discipline with the finances. Set a reminder on your calendar. Go through and clear out those excess expenses, because I promise you there's some piling up that you probably don't even know about. So then say we're at a 2.2 ROAS, and that gives us a 4% margin. So it doesn't give us cause for concern because we know that this lines up. So we are as profitable as essentially the brand deserves to be right now. It tells us that if we're at a 2.2, I would expect us to be about 4% profit margin. So that means that how do we get more profitable? We just make this number go up because everything's stacking up. It's reflecting. There's no leaky bucket. We just need to make this go up. So how do we make that go up? First place we look is what has been our Facebook performance recently. So we look at this, and especially early on, you're not going to have much email revenue coming in. So your Facebook ROAS is going to be carrying like the brunt of it. So if our Facebook ROAS is say like a 1.9, well, then we focus on, okay, number one priority is how do we get this ROAS to go up? Well, we know the ROAS is just made up of 3 numbers. It's the cost per click, conversion rate, and average order value. So we focus on these in order of priority, same way that we set it up as we went through and built our brand. So we focus on the cost per click first. So we see what is the cost per click. And if it is anything less than $1, we're in good shape for starters. But we want to aim for being at 50 to 75 cents overall. Because as you're loading in new winners, this cost per click should be dropping further and further. And now if you're at a 1.9 and we see that this is over $1, then we just found our number one opportunity. Number one opportunity is lower the cost per click. How do we lower the cost per click? Test new designs. That's it. You just keep making designs and you just keep doing that until this is where it needs to be. And then let's say cost per click is in a good spot. We now have it at 50 to 75 cents, but our ROAS is still 1.9. Well, how could that be? Well, it's not cost per click. So we move on to the next one, conversion rate. So conversion rate. If this is below a 2.5, then we know that we have to optimize the conversion rate. How do we do that? We start with the add to cart rate, tweak the collection page, the product page, then reach checkout, then sessions converted, and we keep working on this until conversion rate is at a 2.5 plus. Well, what if we have good cost per click, good conversion rate, but average order value is low? Well, we could still have a low ROAS. So say this is at $35. First thing that I would check if your average order value is that low is check your shipping settings, Make sure that you don't have some egregious rate that nobody wants to buy more than one product because they get charged an arm and a leg. That's the number one culprit. Number two, make sure you have free shipping threshold. Don't get cute and have anything fun in your announcement bar. Just have $75 plus. And then make sure that you have lots of related products so that there is something that people would want to buy in addition to the product that they clicked on the ad to see. So once our cost per click is in this range and conversion rate is 2.5 plus and average order value is 45 plus, then mathematically our ROAS should be at least at a 2.0. At least it should be higher than that. We want this to be around like a 2.3 to a 2.5 overall, because the range that we're shooting to stay in is around a 3 overall for this number. And if you're wondering like where are we getting all these numbers, it just comes from benchmarks. It comes from us testing and knowing what we're able to consistently do at high scale. It's about a 3 overall. And also there's a point of diminishing returns with this. So we don't want this to be a 10 because it starts to drop off in terms of profitability. We're better off pushing higher volume. And then we look at our email performance. So what we're aiming for in terms of our email revenue, as we talked about in the email training, is 25 to 30% of revenue is what we're able to get to. Now, it takes some time to build up to that, but we're looking for roughly 50% of that to come from our flows and 50% to come from our campaigns. And the pop-up rate that we're aiming for is anywhere from like 5 to 10%. We currently have about 12 or 13%, but you start off with Klaviyo, and then once you're scaling like past 10K, I would recommend looking into a software called Aaliyah. That's what we're currently using. And then we have cost of goods and overhead as a percentage of revenue. Now, the most important section of this whole scorecard exercise is down here, is the inputs. And the beauty of tracking this is that when we're looking at just the P&L, it paints the picture of what's already happened. It doesn't paint the picture of what we did to contribute to things getting there, for better or for worse. And this is the view that so many sellers need to have front and center in order to be completely realistic with themselves about what they have or have not been doing. Because I can say from personal experience, it is all too easy as I'm getting lost in all the different numbers and I got emails and all that stuff to lose sight of and just not launch designs. Launching new designs is the highest leverage activity. We surveyed everybody in the mastermind and found there was a direct correlation between sales and not only number of designs published, but consistency of designs published. Meaning the top 10% of sellers, they never missed a week. They were always uploading and they were always launching new designs. So recommend shooting for at least 25 to 50 new designs per week. And honestly, you could go so much further. Like you could launch 100 designs per week and that would not be too many. And then your number of email campaigns sent, we recommend sending at least 2 per week. And we're going to talk about the flow that we can use for setting these in just a second. But this is an exercise that if this didn't make sense to you, which I know it's a lot of numbers, a lot of color-coded charts and such, highly recommend rewatching this portion of the training because this exercise, once you understand what we just went through, everything starts to make more sense. Like the answer of like, why am I not profitable? Like where I feel like I've invested all this time, all the normal stuff, it starts to paint a pretty clear picture for you. Because once you see that, oh, the reason my profit margin is low is because my overall ROAS is a 2.1. So if I want profitability to go up, it's not guessing, it's not magic, it's not rubbing a crystal ball. I need to make that go up. If I want this to go up, it's 3 numbers. I either need to get cost per click down, conversion rate up, or average order value up. It's one of those 3 things. Now, doing one of those 3 things is what we just covered in the whole training. So it's easier said than done. But the fact remains you need to sit there and focus on the number one opportunity until it is solved. And that's why we track this. And then you write in what is the number one opportunity. So if I saw that net profit margin was at 4%, we're at 2.1. Number one opportunity is increasing this. But this is just a formula. That's not an action that I can take. So we want to keep unraveling till we get to the action. And it's increasing one of the core metrics. And then you translate that into the action. So if it's cost per link click that needs to go down, then your number one opportunity is launch new designs. Plot twist, it's almost always launch new designs. That's the answer. Unless if it's like conversion rate optimization, then sometimes that's just making changes on the site. So here are each of the metrics that we just went through: cost per click, add to cart rate, reach checkout, sessions converted, average order value, and ROAS. Now let's go through the scaling protocol. And it works like this. And the reason that I made the scaling protocol in the first place is this right here. Understanding that profitability is not something that we want to leave up to chance. It is simply math, and we are the ones in control of the variables. The margins that we're talking about here are industry average for any direct to consumer physical product brands. These are not unique to print on demand. And brand building is a compounding business model, branded POD. So the vast majority of the gains come from consistent, controlled growth over an extended period, not quick, uncontrolled spikes. And always remember that there are real people on the other side of these numbers. And achieving high profitability at scale, like anything, comes down to the basics. So the question is how consistently we're able to execute on those basics, especially when it starts to feel boring. So the three inputs for 100K plus months at 15 to 20% net profit, this is what everything's been building up to. Here is the secret sauce. It's products, marketing, and operations. In general, it's a relatively simple business model. Like there's not too many moving pieces. Not saying it's easy, but this is it. We make new, better products. We market with ads and emails, and we have our back end, which is basically Printify. And the reason that like hearing this is one thing, but then our brains naturally start fighting against it. To me, it's really interesting to break down like what drives our brain. So our brain is driven. It's almost like the exact opposite of what you would hope for. It's driven by novelty, patterns, rewards, and things that are emotionally relevant to be interesting. So basically, it's looking for novelty and surprise, patterns and predictability, rewards and dopamine, and emotional significance, and information seeking and curiosity. Basically, our brain loves shiny objects, which is anything that is not our number one opportunity is a shiny object. It wants consistency with low effort. So if you want the consistent sales in your ad account, it requires effort. It is not just hoping and thinking that it's going to happen for you. And I see too many people get to a stage where they feel like they've, I don't know, hit a wall or something. And then you look at their ad account and it's like, well, you just haven't been launching anything. So if you just want to stop, then go ahead. But it's not that there's anything wrong with your brand. That's like 9 times out of 10. It's nothing wrong with their brand or their niche or anything of the sort. It's just like them. And I mean this in the best way possible. Like we have complete control because our brain also wants immediate gratification and it seeks emotional experiences. And the information seeking curiosity is good unless if it leads us astray and goes to shiny object syndrome. So our brain basically loves chasing random shiny things. It wants consistent, it wants the reward without the effort, and it wants the reward right now. And at the same time, it likes to just lob a hand grenade in there and seek out emotional experiences, like specifically like excitement, novelty, shiny objects. So that's what we're up against. So what we do with this is simply keep it in mind, no pun intended. But we keep it in mind that anytime we're not feeling like making designs or we're trying to explain away to ourselves like why we, the new app or something is what we should be adding, then basically this is the explanation for why that happens. And so just by having awareness that this is going on has personally helped me. So we are starting here at the beginning of the scaling protocol. So if you are in the 0 to 10K range, then I recommend staying at the test cohort level, basically meaning, and within the accelerator, there's 3 different levels. Or 3 different cohorts, well, 4 technically with the mastermind. It's launch, test, scale, and the mastermind. So launch is with everybody who is building their store, getting ready to launch their first ads, but hasn't spent the first dollar on ads yet. That's everybody in launch. Then in test is everybody who is running ads and they're working to get to their first 10K in sales. Scale is once you reach that point, and then we talk about like those calls focus more on like marketing, like ad strategies, that kind of thing. And then mastermind is once you reach 50K plus in sales, and that's when we do the scorecard exercise, a whole bunch of other stuff. But anyways, just to explain like the cohort reference. So assuming that we are at 10K in sales, and if you are not, then just go back to rinsing and repeating. Launch designs, dial in cost per click, conversion rate, average order value, rinse and repeat, increase the budgets. And if you're seeing positive ROIs, really increase them. Like it should not be at $15, $20 per day. It should be 50 to 100 per day. Because just forget about the 20% bumps when you're at like $12 a day. Like now this is not financial advice, but when it's me, if I see something that's at like a 2.5 plus ROAS and I know that I have lots of designs coming in the pipeline, then I start increasing the budget. So if you feel like you're a far cry from 10K, look at your results and see if there's an opportunity to bump. Because a lot of people are apprehensive to do that early on, but not saying jump the gun. Only do that if you know that you have a consistent pipeline of new designs coming in that are ready to get tested. So creating at least 20 designs per week, and we've now upped this since the past couple months. This should be at least 25 with the new design, and we're constantly updating this number based off of what we see is reasonable and possible in the market given like the tools. Like you were making designs with Eric, you saw how fast you're able to go through it. Now obviously Eric has practice, but you should be 100% nailing this KPI. Next prerequisite before getting into any of this is we're running the P&L daily. So you do not pass go, do not collect $200 unless you are at 10K in sales, creating 25 designs a week, running your P&L daily, your email flows are set up, and you're sending at least 1 to 2 email campaigns per week. So assuming that we have all of this out of the way, that's basically the table stakes. Now here are the budget increase rules, and we evaluate these every 2 to 3 days, except for on Mondays and Tuesdays. So we look at the past 7-day total ROAS, and if in the past 7 days it's less than a 1.6, so we look at past 7 days and then today as well. So let's give an example of this. Say we're looking at this campaign and deciding if we should bump it or cut it. And you would do this either at the campaign level or the budget level, wherever your budget is set at. So like here, this is where the budget is set. So all the campaigns that we set up together are using ad set budget. So in deciding if we want to bump or cut this budget, what we're going to do is select the campaign, and I'm first looking at the past 7 days. So past 7 days has been running at a 2.4 ROAS. Then I look at today. Well, right now it's like yesterday. It like just changed. So yesterday it was at a 2.48. So this campaign is running really well. It's at a 2.5. So let's follow our rules. Let's see. At a 2.5 plus, increase budget by 20%. So we would come in here, increase by 20%. And the way I like to do this is I save them. If I have multiple ad sets that I'm going through, I just save it to draft, and then I publish all of them at the same time. I like it because then it highlights it in green, so it's easy for me to tell which ones I've already done or not. So that's what the bump would look like. And then say on the flip side, if this ad set or campaign was running at under a 1.6, then I would reduce the budget by 20%. And don't get caught up on just hearing the number and then like, okay, 1.6 equals down 20%. Got it. You need to understand the why behind it. Because at a 1.6, that's bad. That is very bad. That is unprofitable. It's not very bad. It's like just not like in testing, that's completely fine. I'd be happy with that. But if for overall, like when we're starting to scale things up, we want to be basically well beyond this, because at 1.9 is about break even, 1.9 to 2, depending on your cost of goods. So 1.6 is bad, so we lower it by 20%. 1.6 to 1.8, it's not great, but it's definitely not good, so we reduce it by 15%. And then at a 1.8 to a 2.2, we hold the budget at 0. And then at 2.2 to 2.4, it's doing pretty well. It's not like blowing the doors off, but that's why we bumped it by 15%. And then at 2.5 plus, we're in really great spot, so we increase by 20%. And that's all that it, like when we talk about bumping and cutting, that's all that we're doing within, like, if you're ever wondering, like, if you should be bumping or cutting, it's just this right here. So if you have an ad set that's running at a 2.5 past 7 days and doing well today, and so to elaborate on the today thing, like if I saw this was at past 7, 2.4, and then today it's at a 2.1, I could bump it, but I'm more likely to just like let it running. Like just give it another day and then I'll see, because I don't want to try to bump something that might be having like a downward shift. So this is how we bump at the campaign and the ad set level. Now we want to diagnose how is the account performing overall, which this ties into the scorecard we just did. This is what's our overall ROAS in the account. So if we are starting at the low end at less than a 1.8, then we want to stop bumping budgets and we want to launch more ad creatives to bring that down. We don't want to keep ramping up spend on something that's not profitable. So if you are at less than a 1.8 overall, one, you're probably going to be cutting some things or decreasing budgets, but you definitely do not want to be ramping things up. So if you're at a 1.8 to a 2 overall, then you want to scale cautiously while testing new creatives. And if you're at a 2.5 plus, then basically you're just in a great spot. You're right where you want to be in order to keep moving with the scale protocol. And then we get to the next revenue driver, email as a percentage of revenue. So the decision-making framework here is if our email is bringing in less than 20%, the way you find that is you either go to Klaviyo and it'll have the percentage in the dashboard, or another way is you can use Triple Whale, which that's the free tool that I've been referencing, where you just connect Shopify, Klaviyo, Facebook, and it basically just pulls in your metrics for you. And we generated $89,000 in total email revenue last month. So just take 89 divided by 283. So we're at 31%. So if we are at less than 20%, then we want to prioritize flows like welcome, abandoned cart, post purchase, and send 2 to 3 email campaigns per week. And what we're going to wrap up with in this lesson is basically the cadence that we can be doing that brings all this together. So you can be checking all of these boxes basically on autopilot without even having to think about it. You just commit to one process. And then once your email is up to 30%, so the way you get to 30% is you have a 5 to 10% email pop-up rate. You have flows that are generating 15% of revenue, like your welcome flow, your abandoned cart, browse abandonment, all the ones you set up with Eric. And then you're sending 2 to 3 email campaigns per week. That brings in another 15%. And when you do that over time, you should gradually build your way up to 30%. And the reason that this is so important to the overall picture is that all of that revenue offers such great padding to our ad performance because we're able to bring these sales in. Like the flows are just running automatically. It's like awesome. So it's just bringing in sales on autopilot. And then the email campaigns, we send it and we could do, even if you do a couple $100s, it's an extra couple $100 in profit that then like when the ROAS naturally, and the ROASs do this, they will go up and they go down, they go up and down until we reach a critical mass of we have so many great ads in the ad account that things start to stabilize and just take off. But it can feel like you're riding a wave up and down until you get to that point. What's able to help us with this and not feel the downs nearly as much while we're building our way up is by having emails sending so that even on the down days, we're really not that down because emails are bringing in sales for us. So it's like the goal of this whole protocol is that we're able to increase budgets as much as possible. And this is essentially dialing in all of the areas of the business to make sure we're set up for that. Next, we look at the store conversion rate, which we just talked about in the scorecard exercise. So we want to be in the 2.5 to 3% range or 3% plus, even better. And here's what we talked about at the beginning of the scorecard exercise. See how it's all coming together? Bueller? So the profit margins we were talking about here, based on the overall ROAS. So at a 2, we're at 0%, at a 3, 15 to 20, so on. And then you come down here, and this whole thing has been like a sluice gate. Like you don't move on to the next. The water can't flow until the first gate has been released. You need to have all of these things dialed in before you can get to the point of, yeah, like let's really start ramping things up. Because like what would happen if you started ramping up earlier before, like while email was only 5% of revenue, say? Well, every time you could do that, you could start ramping up spend, maybe get to $1,000 a day. But then every time your ROAS takes, 20% dip or 30% dip, you go from being at a 2.5 overall to a 1.9. Opposed to you have email in there, and even when your ads take a 20 to 30% dip, you're still profitable because emails are bringing in revenue. So it helps to basically set us up for to be able to ride out those ebbs and flows. And the way you do this is you just lock into you just run the budget bump rules every 2 to 3 days, except for Mondays and Tuesdays, because that's when everybody's back to work, not really scrolling. And to put this in perspective for anybody watching who's in the 0 to 10K range, when you're at this point, like less than 5K in sales, I would expect this to be roughly break even. So up until that point, we're testing a ton, we're dialing in all the metrics, we're getting the machine humming along. So about break even is very normal there. Then once you're at 5K in sales, we're aiming to be at 5 to 10% profit margin. So nothing huge yet, like 10% on 5K, it's 500 bucks. Nothing to turn our noses up at, but we're here to scale much higher than that. So once we're at the scale cohort level, meaning 10K plus, we're aiming to be at 10 to 15% overall profit. And then once we're at 50K plus in the mastermind, then we're aiming to be at 15 to 25% profit margin. Because once you start to hit like economies of scale and you're able to reinvest in like hiring designers and offloading customer service, growing your team, you're really able to free up your time to focus on driving up the profitability. So the way to apply this in your business is, and when this can be helpful, is periods when you have flat sales, periods when you have increasing sales, and even periods when you have decreasing sales. So the only three circumstances you could possibly be having in your ad account or in your store in general, because what we do not want to do is this. Take a look at our Shopify metrics. We take all this data that we could make decisions off of. We don't want to just look at it and then chuck it in the fire and then get upset when, the brand isn't scaling the way we want to, or worse yet, go and split our focus into shiny objects, that kind of thing. Just use the scale protocol and keep rewatching this until it really starts to sink in for you, because this is the piece that for me was missing for a long time. It's understanding what I can control, and if I'm trying to get to profitability or if I want to scale faster, this is where I should be looking. And now here's the one workflow. This is beautiful. It brings together everything. So if you do just this one thing every week, your business will grow. So this workflow is broken down into 9 distinct steps. And the beautiful part about it is that this brings together all of the core elements that we've been talking about throughout this entire course. It is creating the designs, it is sending the emails, it's publishing them to the site, it's testing in the ads, it's following up your customers. Like, it brings it all together and leverages each asset in such a beautiful way that it gets a snowball rolling down the hill in our favor. So step number 1 is make new designs. So you need to have new designs coming into the pipeline in order for this whole flow to work. And sharing a number of products from a site, just as a frame of reference, on our store, we have 1,200, 1,300 designs now. On Sloth, there's several hundred. Yeah, 355. Now, keep in mind, that was with Eric making designs, and he has a lot more experience. So to get to the kind of sales that he has as a beginner, I would expect it to be in the 600 to 700 design range. And if you're looking for inspiration or ways to increase the number of designs that you're outputting, we have lots of workshops inside of the accelerator where we break down the latest AI tools and workflows, and we have guest speakers come in who are design experts to share their take, so that you'll basically never have the feeling of hitting a creative wall. You should have a endless stream of designs flowing into your business. So once we have that, we have 25 to 50 new designs per week. Step number 2 is the new arrivals email. So this is a campaign that we're going to send to our email list. And the beauty of this is these are some of the top performing emails in terms of sales without having any discount code or actual sale attached to it. So we keep the full margin. And the way that it works is this. You're going to use, for the subject line, the number of new designs that just launched. And we do this every week. So number of new designs that just launched, and then a emoji, mjoy, a emoji that's related to your niche. So for Sloth, you can use the sloth emoji. For Slice Club, you can use a golf emoji. And then you address your brand avatar. So for Sloths, it'd be Hey Sloths. Pretty simple. For Slice Club, it'd be Hey Slicers. For Yoga Stay, it was Hey Yogis. And then say, this is your name. And if you're not comfortable sharing your own name, I would highly encourage it. It's a great show of like connection with your audience when you share your actual name. But say, this is Chris here, founder of Slice Club, and I've spent years in the golf niche, and now I'm bringing that same slicer act, that same slicer spirit into our gear. That does not roll off the tongue at all. We just launched this many new designs straight from whatever inspiration you took for the collection, and they're designed for brand related descriptors, and only those who have blank, who have, bent a club in half can truly appreciate, because you're part of our tribe audience, however you refer to them. You're getting first look before the rest of the scratch golfers. So, and then a link down here. So, overall, this is just a email template. Just copy and paste this into Claude and have it rewrite it for your brand, and just give it a general idea of the new 50 designs that you just launched to the site. And then you click to see the collection there. And the beauty of it is, notice that there's no graphics. This is what the actual email looks like. It's not bolded and there's no parentheses, obviously, but that's literally what it looks like. So here's an example for Sloth. So, new gear for people who hike at meditative who hike at a meditative pace. Hey there, Eric here from Sloth Hiking Club, the brand for people whose trail pace has sometimes been described as meditative by friends trying to be nice. We just released 22 new designs celebrating hikers who've never once said, let's push through, and whose favorite part of any hike is the part where you sit down. You're seeing these first. The fast hikers will catch up eventually. They always do. It's very annoying. Check out the new collection here. Happy trails, no rush. And then here's another variation. So you could send one like this, where it's just straight to the point, or you could add even more humor, like 22 new designs for hikers who get passed by grandmas. Fellow slowpokes, I'm Eric, founder of Sloth Hiking Club. I started this brand after getting passed on the trail by a guy in jeans and loafers twice on the same hike. That's when I realized I'm not here to set records. I'm here to look at the trees, eat snacks, and pretend the parking lot isn't that much further. So we just dropped 22 new designs for hikers who treat moderate difficulty as a loose suggestion and consider a bench sighting a legitimate trail highlight. And a side note here on these emails that we're sending, the KPIs we're aiming for refer back to the email training, but we're looking for the open rate tells us how good of a subject line it was, and the click through rate tells us how good of an email it was. So if you're not getting people opening, everything's progressive. You don't just try to fix emails generally. You analyze what numbers do I have access to and what are they telling me about it. So then we made 50 new designs. Then we send the email to the customers just saying, hey, we have new designs live on the site. Add some playful branding in here, and you can have fun with this. People love it. And that's what building like a real brand is. And you evolve on these conversations. It's like, this is so much better than getting some generic, just like T Public type email where it's just like, hey, t-shirt, and it's just shirts in your face. Like, there's nothing appealing about it unless if you're just a discount shopper. Anyways, so customer clicks on the email, and then step number 3 is they land on a new arrivals collection. So 2 different ways you can do this. What I recommend doing is just send people to the same collection we're driving all the traffic to. But what you do is you come in here and go date new to old, and then you copy this URL, because what this URL is doing, notice what it looks like now compared to if I go back to best selling. See how it changed this at the end? It's changing the URL. So when I leave this as new to old and then paste it in a new screen, we are directly linking people to the main collection sorted by the newest products, which is effectively creating a new arrivals collection for us. And the reason we're doing that is they are then going to see all the latest products sorted towards the top. And this is a great way to do a number of things. 1, get easy free sales, and 2, test out your newest products without ever having to put them in ads yet. And then step 4 is you identify the winners. You see which ones do people buy out of the email that you sent. And then step 5 is you put it into static ads. So the exact same static ad process that we talked about. Now we started off with the 2 sources of designs that we turn into statics is the ones that are getting cheap link clicks in the catalog and the ones that are getting sales. Now we're also able to add in which ones are getting sales from the emails, which you would still find that in the same spot. You just go to Shopify Analytics and then product breakdown to see what's selling the most. And you run this for 2 to 3 days. So a Thursday to Sunday cycle. And step 6 is engage in the comments. This is something we didn't really touch on a whole lot. So I want to make sure we show this. So I go here to one of our ads, then click preview, then do Facebook post with comments. And here we're able to see all of the comments. Well, there aren't any right now, but we're able to see all the comments that are on the ad. And one of the highest leverage things you can do is come in here and just have fun replying to your customers or potential customers. So you come in here and you have fun. You can use the GIFs to reply to people. Just be yourself in the comment section, because by doing that, you're showing people that you are, a real brand. You're a real person behind the brand, more importantly. And so, like, even when somebody comments and like tags a friend, just throw in a fun GIF or say, like it, heart it, show up and like be present in the comment section, and it will yield a high ROI. I would not do that as like the first thing you do in the morning. That's more like, late at night type work when you got nothing else going on. But other things you might see is people engaging in the comments, giving ideas of products that you should create, which this then serves as basically product research straight from the horse's mouth. There's no better way to show your audience that you really care about them than by being in there, being present. And when people are commenting ideas, you show interest. And then you could take it a step further and actually go and create the design, especially with Nano Banana nowadays. Like if somebody said they want an alien hiker, it's really cool if Eric says, "Yeah, that's a great idea." It's even cooler if he says, "Great idea," and then 30 minutes later he comes back and says, "Hey, the design's live on the site," and posts a link. Not only is that awesome for that customer, but that's then an experience that, like, we have to keep in mind who else is watching. It's the rest of the hiking community. All the other potential sloth hikers are seeing this in the comment section. This is us compounding, getting the new restaurant opening line around the block type effect. Because once they see that, then you're going to get a lot of other ideas because people appreciate seeing that you're taking the time to engage. And then not only are you getting a bunch of new ideas, but then that engagement, Facebook loves seeing comments on posts because it's a sign that it's a good ad. And then they reward us with even cheaper ad costs. So it lowers Eric's CPMs and he's filled with new design ideas. And the total cost that basically out of everything that it costs us to do this is about $50 to $75 in ad spend. And an even better part about this is that we could very reasonably expect that these testing ads will perform better than the average because they're already been tested and validated. So we're only pulling in designs that got 1 to 2 sales at least from the email campaign that went out. So it's not even like we're just testing based off of link clicks. And so if you just rinse and repeat this process, like make 50 new designs, send an email campaign mentioning the new designs that just launched, and then like every other week, send some kind of discount or offer or time it up around a holiday. You should just have 2 different emails that you're sending per week. One of the best hacks for this, if you're not sure what emails to be sending, one, there's a great site called mild.com that is a giant library of email campaigns that have been sent from, yeah, Jesus, 46 million email campaigns from 102,000 e-commerce brands. So you should never be wondering what we should send again. Just come dive into this site. But you do this once email is your number one opportunity, as a side note. But basically just rinse and repeat this. You make 50 new designs, you send an email on Thursday or Friday or Saturday mentioning the new designs are now live. Those emails always outperform anything else. And there's no discount attached. Costs us nothing. All that it costs us was being consistent with making the designs. And if you ever feel like you get stuck at this point, use all of your resources. Like be as resourceful as possible. Using ChatGPT, using AI support should be a knee-jerk reaction for you in this day and age. So talk to ChatGPT, keep asking questions, and just stay curious. Just keep asking questions, not just of your peers or the coaches if you join the community, but asking questions of your metrics, asking questions of yourself, because that is where you learn the fastest. And just because something is not working does not mean that it's never going to. And this is where entrepreneurs are really made. This is where we have to push through. And of course, you can always get additional support. So you can join the 21-day challenge to jumpstart and go from zero, like no store, to your ads launched and getting feedback from the coaches on the performance. You can have the coaches review your store, look at your ads, look at your designs in a case study in the accelerator, and you can get essentially personalized guidance. But the biggest benefit of the community is the quality of all the people that are in there and how open-minded everybody is. And a lot of times what people need the most to get their business to where they want, from my humble experience, is they need to surround themselves with people that have the same energy and the same goals that they have. And as a side benefit, something else that really helps with this, at least for me, is being able to see other examples of what success looks like outside of just what we've talked about here. Like just pull in as many references as possible That's why we have what we call Funnel Fridays inside of the accelerator, where we break down like really successful multi 7 and 8 figure brands, going through everything from their customer journey to a brand analysis to reviewing all of their emails, their ads, their traffic sources. And we analyze all this together so we can all learn as a community and then apply it to our brands. And we do this on, there's so many different calls, like this call that we just recently had, the interview panel. This is where we bring in, I think the speaker yesterday, a student from the accelerator, just did $200,000 in December. He's in the accelerator. Full and undivided credit goes to the individual. Like, it is completely their win. And we are fortunate enough that they are willing to share their time with us to talk about basically how they got there. And it's not just like, look at my sales stats, like, look at me. It's really down to earth. And it's people asking them questions about, like, what was your journey like? What were the ups and downs? How did you get here? And then we're able to glean from their experience things we're able to apply to ours. And then we have the designated cohort calls for each cohort so that you're joining calls with people who are at the same stage as you. So now you have the complete system. And if you're not already there at this point, you should be well on your way on the path from 0 to 10K. And hopefully, the scaling protocol will help keep you focused on what is actually going to move the needle. And by making it this far in the course, you are truly, truly in the 1% of print on demand sellers. And now, before we call it a wrap on our time together, I first want to say thank you. Thank you for the time that you've spent with us going through the course. It truly means the world. And being able to work on this kind of project has been the most fulfilling thing that I've ever done. So, truly means the world to us. And I want to share with you where I go with my brands from here, like how we go from 10K to 800K. It feels like a really large leap, but in all reality, all that it is just rinsing and repeating over and over and over again the exact system. And you can study like some of the greatest founders in the world. Like, they are just ruthlessly focused on one idea for an extended period of time until it starts to pay off. Like, they are so ruthless, so disciplined about their focus on just one thing, one idea, one concept, that there's nothing that can possibly get in their way. They just stay laser focused on that and they do nothing else. So your one idea to be ruthlessly focused on is the exact system that you just learned from top to bottom. So you just keep repeating that. And now, even going through that, we touched on a lot of different areas. It's not to say that even through, the length of this course, that it's going to be 100% solidified. Every concept that we covered, crossing like the final mile to like fully understanding it and like true mastery, only comes from actually doing it and being in the trenches and experiencing it for yourself. And like all of the data driven decisions that we walk through, starting to make those decisions on your own and like starting to run your own tests and coming up with ideas for ads and new, like your brainstorming for design starts to take on different routes. That is where the magic really comes from. And so whenever you feel like you hit walls, which does happen like all the time, I highly recommend referring back to the scaling roadmap, not just to diagnose what you should go and do next, and then you go and do it, but to learn the patterns, the pattern recognition of when I launch a bunch of designs, then my sales seem to go up. That kind of pattern recognition. And you do this by reviewing the scorecard exercise and make sure that you're running your financials on a daily basis. These are the most important skills that I can possibly impart on you because these were by far the most painful lessons for me to learn. Like, I spent years running business like a chicken with his head cut off, just running around doing a little bit here and there, just constant firefighting mode, had nowhere near the system that we just walked through, where it's just follow that process. It checks all of the boxes. Not to say that it's easy, but it's dramatically simplified from how I ever operated before.